Introduction. She, a mutated spirit cat from the spirit realm, was wrongfully accused and met a tragic end. Yet, with his assistance, she is reborn into an alternate world. Deceitful men and rival foes? Let them savor the taste of fear. Her sole desire is to grow stronger in return for vengeance. The title of a formidable female warrior is not earned without merit. Those who dare to bully me are courting death. However, the man who constantly stands guard by her side possesses a mysterious identity that raises numerous questions. Why does he effortlessly stir her heart? Is he worth it? It seems. Just a little. Chapter 1. The Might of Rebirth. Strike. Strike. Come. I shall wager on the victory of the ghost. In a modest fighting arena spanning 3 stories, shaped like a semicircle, lies a square fighting ring at its center, with betting stations lining the corridors, both upper levels crowded with spectators. The cacophony of voices swells as the match ignites fervor and revulsion alike. This is merely a playground for the affluent. In the arena, 2 men lock eyes on the left, known as Ghost, clad in a brown leisure suit on the right, Green Hornet, dressed in a gray tank top and black shorts. At first glance, Ghost seems the likely victor, for Green Hornet appears decidedly frail. With the sound of starting pistol, both men swiftly engage in combat, with Ghost initially gaining the upper hand. Just as the crowd anticipates Ghost's inevitable victory, Green Hornet strikes back, forcefully knocking Ghost to the ground. Meanwhile, in a private box on the 3rd floor, 3 women and 3 men recline on a sofa, observing the fray with bemusement. In a corner of the box, a 17 or 18-year-old girl trembles, huddled in disarray, her hair unkempt and her appearance disheveled. Yu Yanlan, it seems your brother is quite disobedient. A little provocation from you is in order. A woman clad in a striking red wrap dress smirks and gestures toward the door. 2 men in black promptly seize the girl and drag her out like a small chick, one gripping her long hair, yanking it back to reveal her fair, youthful face. Green Hornet. One of the men bellows from below. This shout indeed captures Green Hornet's attention upon seeing the girl. He is momentarily stunned, his fists clenched, rendered incapable of retaliating. Blows rain down upon his face, as if he is impervious to pain. With tears streaming down her face, the girl gazes at her brother in the arena. He is battered and bruised, blood spilling from his lips at this rate. He may not survive another blow. The girl pushes past the 2 men and rushes into the box, collapsing to her knees with a thud. I beg you, spare my brother. It's all my fault. Do with me as you will. I implore you. Yu Yanlan, with that pitiful expression, how dare you attempt to seduce my boyfriend? Yang Yue, you're only inviting your own suffering. The woman in the red dress, perched proudly in her high heels, kicks her to the ground, snarling, look up and see your so-called boyfriend. Why isn't he cherishing you now? Lending you a hand? After Yang Yue uttered those words, a man in a blue suit on the sofa awkwardly touched his nose, avoiding the hostile gaze of Yu Yanlan. I did not seduce him, it was he who deceived me. As Yu Yanlan pleaded in a low voice, outside, a wave of cheers erupted. The Green Hornet was now hanging by a thread if time did not run out. The fight could not be halted. With 20 minutes remaining, Yu Yanlan dashed to the edge of the enclosure, despairingly surveying the entire fighting arena. Why have I ended up in such a predicament? Why am I powerless to change anything? I merely wish to live a tranquil life. Yu Yanlan bit her lip firmly. She could not be a burden to her brother. Suddenly, she leaped from the 3rd floor, her eyes fixated solely on the Green Hornet. Brother, in the next life, may we have no entanglements. Bang! An immediate silence enveloped the arena, all eyes converging upon Yu Yanlan. The Green Hornet let out a pained roar, yet his body was utterly incapacitated, unable to reach Yu Yanlan's side. Yang Yue swayed as she emerged from the private room, clapping her hands to draw everyone's attention. The time has not yet elapsed. How can a match be halted? Such personal grievances are not your concern. Upon her words, others began to cheer, and Yu Yanlan seemed to be but a speck of dust overlooked in the crowd. The enemy commenced their brutal assault on the Green Hornet, and the shouts returned. The Green Hornet watched helplessly as Yu Yanlan's frail form was engulfed by the crowd, enduring each blow from the enemy. Go check if he dies. Just toss him into the sea, Yang Yue coldly instructed. 2 men outside nodded and left, while the man in the blue suit could no longer remain seated. Yue, listen to me. She truly seduced me. You must believe me. Believe? Of course I believe. Yang Yue smiled ominously, her gaze chillingly fixed on the Green Hornet, who was barely clinging to life. To offend me, Yang Yue is to court death. With mere minutes left in the match, the Green Hornet hung by the last breath. As excitement surged through the crowd, a shadow darted through them, standing before the Green Hornet and catching the enemy's fist midair. An instant silence befell the arena as astonished gazes turned to Yu Yanlan on stage. Yang Yue stepped out of the private room in shock. How is this possible? With a sudden burst of strength, Yu Yanlan caused the enemy to scream in agony, then delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen, sending him flying off the stage and crashing heavily to the ground. Yu Yanlan surveyed the surrounding spectators with a cold glare, her crimson eyes instilling a sense of dread, finally locking onto Yang Yue. Yang Yue felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively taking a step back. Our debts shall be settled slowly. Yu Yanlan grinned, her slender tongue gliding between her teeth, making a gesture across her throat towards Yang Yue before hoisting the Green Hornet to leave. Yang Yue, momentarily dazed, shouted, Yu Yanlan, you have violated the rules of the match, and you still intend to leave? What about the losses incurred? Under the influence of Yang Yue's antics, the crowd swiftly cast aside their astonishment and grew increasingly discontent, clamoring for an explanation from Yu Yanlan, effectively blocking the venue. Yu Yanlan continued to stride forward, casting a disdainful glance at the commotion. Feel free to try and stop me, she declared with an air of arrogance. None dared to provoke her after witnessing her previous display of skill coupled with her unsettling crimson eyes. She effortlessly carved a path through the throng. As Yu Yanlan prepared to ascend the steps to exit, a desperate, furious brute, blinded by his loss, swung a fist toward her back. Gasps erupted in unison as Yu Yanlan, carrying the dazed Qing Feng in her arms, leaped nimbly up 10 steps. The man, having missed his target, stumbled and fell in an undignified heap on the staircase. Without a backward glance, Yu Yanlan departed, leaving the crowd to reconcile their inadequacies, some dispersing while others indulged in gossip. Yu Yanlan, you will pay for this, Yang Yue shouted, slamming her fist against the railing, her face flushed with rage. In a dimly lit alley, Yu Yanlan leaned Kingfinger brother, Yu Cheng against the wall. With a flick of her wrist, she revealed a vividly colorful four-colored stone resembling a cat's paw, radiant in red, yellow, blue, and purple hues. She extracted the purple essence, preparing to infuse it into Yu Cheng. Suddenly, a melodious male voice resonated within her mind. Chapter 2. Equivalent Return. Have you considered this? Bestowing him a life means you shall possess only 3 of your own. Is he truly worth it? Since I have revived through her, I must offer an equivalent return. Only by saving her brother can I rightfully inhabit this vessel. Upon hearing Yu Yanlan's words, the male voice fell silent. With a deep breath, she directed the purple light into Yu Cheng's forehead. A fleeting purple glow enveloped him, and he gasped, his breathing returning to normal as all his injuries vanished. Yu Yanlan, in death, I have borrowed your body, yet I have also granted your brother a life. We are now even. Yu Yanlan lifted her gaze to the sky above, then sprang onto the rooftop, agilely leaping away. At 18, Yu Yanlan was the cherished daughter of the Yu family, until betrayal unraveled their lives, resulting in her mother's death and their expulsion. Alongside her brother Yu Cheng and their despondent father, they were left to fend for themselves. Her father, consumed by despair, relied solely on her and Yu Cheng to sustain the family. It was during her work that she encountered Fong Su, the man clad in a blue suit at the fighting arena, who claimed to be single and pursued her with relentless charm. Yu Yanlan found herself captivated. What had begun as a tranquil existence with her brother was abruptly shattered. Yang Yue confronted her, accusing her of seducing her boyfriend Fong Su, subjecting Yu Yanlan to torment. Upon learning of these events, Yu Cheng sought Yang Yue for a resolution, leading to a harrowing spectacle in the arena. Yang Yue had promised that if Yu Cheng emerged victorious, everything would be resolved, yet it culminated in Yu Yanlan's demise, leaving Yu Cheng clinging to life. At the moment of Yu Yanlan's demise, the overwhelming resentment within her attracted the attention of a spirit cat seeking a suitable vessel. Ultimately, it adopted her form, and thus, they shared the same serendipitous connection woven by fate. In gratitude, the spirit cat sacrificed its own life to save Yu Yanlan. Yu Yanlan paused atop the highest floor of Z City, gazing into the distance with a hint of melancholy as she remarked, I never imagined this other world to be so opulent. It is truly a stark contrast to the spirit realm. I saved you and brought you here to reclaim your life force, strengthen your abilities, and seek vengeance. Not to indulge in nostalgia, A previously heard male voice echoed with irritation. I understand, she replied resolutely. I shall return to the spirit realm, and I will not spare the spirit cat clan. Clenching her fists, Yu Yanlan inhaled deeply. Her crimson eyes gradually transformed into a gentle rose hue. Her disheveled hair and attire became immaculate, as if reborn. With her waist-length hair dancing in the wind, she leaned against a column at the edge and inquired, must I unconditionally fulfill the wishes of 100 humans and gather 100 points of spiritual energy to locate my first life spirit? Not just anyone will do, since it has been stated that you require 100 points of energy. Your focus should be on those humans who possess innate spiritual energy, the voice clarified. Yu Yanlan nodded. In the spirit realm, unlike the other spirit cats who possess 9 lives, brown fur and green eyes, I only have 4 lives, blue fur and crimson eyes. Is that the reason for my inevitable demise? You know the reason better than anyone. Ah, let's not dwell on that, Yu Yanlan replied with a bittersweet smile. By the way, you have yet to tell me how to identify humans with innate spiritual energy. Fortuitously, upon your revival, you encountered one such individually, Wei Cheng, who possesses innate spiritual energy. The voice paused momentarily. Humans with innate spiritual energy emit a faint, refreshing scent, and they bear a crescent-shaped scar at the base of their index finger. Once you fulfill a single wish of theirs, the spiritual energy will automatically be absorbed into your catstone. Yu Yanlan smiled wryly. It seems I must return once more. With that, she leapt gracefully across the rooftops. As she departed, an ethereal aura emerged in her wake, revealing the figure of a graceful young man who gazed thoughtfully at her retreating silhouette. Though I have exploited you, I am also indirectly aiding you. When you have fully embraced your darker nature and returned to the spirit realm, it will not be too late to reveal the truth. The young man transformed into a beam of light, pursuing Yu Yanlan and merging with her, ultimately resting within the 4-colored cat paw, stone, the very cat stone the voice had mentioned. Upon returning to the alley where she had previously been, Yu Cheng was nowhere to be found. Drawing upon the memories inherited from her vessel, she began her search for her home and the places he was most likely to visit, commencing her quest in Z City. Z City, a small city within the kingdom of Shang, is characterized by a distinct distribution of power and wealth. The pinnacle of authority resides in the center of the city, at the Cloud Hunting Hall, which oversees all significant matters within Z City. Beneath its command lie numerous smaller factions, each responsible for various trivial affairs in essence. The Cloud Hunting Hall reigns supreme here. Furthermore, the families established by those with substantial financial resources find it quite challenging to survive in such a small city. Yu Yanlan searched nearly half the city without catching a glimpse of Yu Cheng. A thought crossed her mind, causing her to furrow her brow. Surely he hasn't returned to that wretched place again. With a resigned wave of her hand, Yu Yanlan made her way back to the previous fighting arena. Upon arriving at the entrance, she was greeted by a chorus of anguished cries. Descending the stairs, she beheld a group of individuals bloodied and writhing on the ground. Yu Cheng, with a fury in his eyes, relentlessly charged towards the 3rd floor. Anyone who attempted to obstruct him was swiftly knocked down as if he had gone mad. After Yu Yanlan granted him a second chance at life, his physical capabilities had ascended to remarkable heights, leaving at least 30 or 40 people sprawled on the ground, all the while he felt not a hint of fatigue. Inside the 3rd floor private room, Yang Yue trembled with rage. Despite being half dead, one individual had managed to wreak havoc in her domain and injure so many. Yang Yue, I shall say this one last time. Hand over Xiaolan. Yu Cheng shouted, all the while continuing his assault. What on earth is happening with Yu Cheng? Wasn't Yu Yanlan supposed to have left with him? Why is he now demanding the return of someone? Inquired the woman in white among the 3. He's likely here to stir up trouble on purpose, remarked the short-haired woman, casting a disdainful glance towards Fong Su. She continued, I believe whoever has caused the trouble should be the one to handle it. Fong Su, unable to remain composed in the private room, feared that Yang Yue might heed their words and shift all the blame onto him, which would spell disaster. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Yang Yue's icy gaze swept over, and with a cold smile, she declared, since you profess your love for me and are willing to do anything for me, then now is the time for you to act accordingly. Shall you spare me, please? Fong Su pleaded, dropping to his knees in terror. Yang Yue disregarded his cries for mercy, clapping her hands. The 2 men at the door seized him and dragged him out, while Yang Yue followed, commanding, you all cease at once, I shall handle this. Chapter 3. Alas, your sister has perished. The crowd ceased their actions, and Yu Cheng cast a piercing gaze in that direction. If looks could kill, they would have perished countless times. Upon finishing her statement, Yang Yue caught sight of Yu Yanlan at the stairway, her complexion turning ashen. Qing Feng, you claim you are here to seek Yu Yanlan? Call me Yu Cheng. Very well, Yu Cheng, the Yu Yanlan you seek is right behind you. So, are you siblings deliberately here to disrupt my gathering? Yang Yue's expression was chillingly fierce. Yu Cheng only registered the fact that Yu Yanlan was behind her, turning in excitement. Though Yu Yanlan's hair was disheveled, and she wore a tattered short skirt, her spirit could not be concealed. Xiaolan, it truly is you, Yu Cheng exclaimed as she rushed toward her. Yu Yanlan nodded, and to everyone's astonishment, a grown man wept upon confirming her identity. The last image Yu Cheng had of Yu Yanlan was her motionless form, leading him to believe she was dead. Now, witnessing her standing before him, he could hardly contain his exhilaration. Let us return home, Yu Cheng urged, taking Yu Yanlan's hand to leave. Yet, Yu Yanlan remained still, her gaze toward Yu Cheng cold and unfamiliar. Yu Cheng, feeling at a loss, inquired, "What is the matter?" Yang Yue, displeased, commanded someone to escort Feng Su down the stairs, her voice dripping with sarcasm. You disrupt my gathering and think you can simply leave? Yang Yue's dissatisfaction was palpable. The once submissive Yu Yanlan now exuded an unexpected strength and skill, inciting Yang Yue's ire. The sight of Yu Cheng, seemingly on the verge of collapse, yet managing to injure so many alone, was more than she could tolerate. With a darkened expression, Yu Cheng positioned himself protectively behind Yu Yanlan, retorting, "What do you wish to do?" "Very simple, compensation," Yang Yue replied, her haughty demeanor infuriating Yu Yanlan. Pushing Yu Cheng aside, she faced Yang Yue head-on, unwavering. "I believe it is prudent to settle our accounts first before addressing yours with him." The atmosphere grew tense, and Yu Cheng's gaze towards Yu Yanlan shifted from concern to deep contemplation. The current Yu Yanlan was on an entirely different level compared to her former self. Yang Yue scoffed, "Very well, let's tally the scores. You were the one who seduced Feng Su first. As his girlfriend, my retaliation against the mistress is entirely justified." Yu Yanlan disregarded her words, striding directly towards Feng Su. Without warning, she delivered a resounding slap, causing Feng Su to break free from the grasp of two men. Momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Yu Yanlan, have you lost your mind?" Feng Su, still clinging to the illusion of Yu Yanlan as the gentle, timid woman she once was, could hardly fathom the force of her strike. A smirk played on Yu Yanlan's lips, yet before he could comprehend, she was upon him once more, delivering another slap, her black crescent dagger poised at his throat. "Am I the one who has lost my sanity? Or is it you who has lived too long?" Feng Su held his breath, terrified to exhale, for he feared that even the slightest misstep would result in the dagger slicing through him, sealing his fate. To preserve her dignity, Yang Yue had no choice but to maintain her composure. With a sharp rebuke, she snapped, "Yu Yanlan, how dare you?" With a defiant arch of her brow, Yu Yanlan raised her dagger and swung it downward. A chill ran down Yang Yue's spine. This was the second time she had felt such inexplicable fear in Yu Yanlan's presence. Though she was considered a member of the Liyun Hall's branch, having encountered ruthless figures of all kinds, aside from the Hallmaster, this was the first time she had faced such a situation. "Xiaolan, stop!" Yu Cheng cried out urgently. Yu Yanlan's dagger halted just above Feng Su's brow, leaving only a small nick from which a trickle of blood seeped. Feng Su wailed in terror, his cries pitiful and shrill. Hearing the commotion, the two men and two women in the private booth hurried downstairs and rushed to Yang Yue's side, though their presence was of little use. Yang Yue inexplicably felt a wave of relief. Feigning calm, she demanded, "What is the meaning of this? Deceivers must pay the price. This is merely a small act of retribution, nothing unreasonable, don't you think?" Yu Yanlan replied coolly, withdrawing her dagger with a serene smile, her expression deceptively innocent. Yang Yue understood perfectly. This was Yu Yanlan's deliberate provocation in response to her earlier words. Yet what could she do? Given Yu Yanlan's uncanny agility and skill, there was no way to subdue her today. Clenching her teeth in fury, Yang Eus spat, Yu Yanlan, you win. With that, she turned on her heel and strode away. Aren't we discussing compensation? Yu Yanlan called after her. Yang Eus' fists tightened, but she didn't look back, hastening her departure. Her subordinates hauled Fong, Su up and followed. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. If she could sow discord and incite the Liyun Hall's branch to act, surely she would avenge today's humiliation. The woman in white and the short-haired woman trailed behind, slinking away in defeat. Among the two men, the bespectacled one cast a fleeting glance at Yu Yanlan, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes before he quickly masked it, though not quickly enough to escape her notice. Without giving Yu Yanlan a chance to question him, he seized his starstruck companion and hurried off. With their superiors gone, the minions of the fighting arena dared not linger, skirting around Yu Yanlan and her group as they dispersed. Watching them leave, Yu Yanlan shook her head with a faint smile. It seemed that no matter where one went, strength was the immutable law of survival. Let's talk outside. Noticing Yu Cheng's hesitance, Yu Yanlan spoke first, unsettled by his unspoken words. Yu Cheng nodded, his brow furrowed as if burdened by an unpayable debt. They stopped at the spot where Yu Yanlan had previously rescued Yu Cheng. With a wave of her hand, a violet bubble enveloped them. Had Yu Cheng been outside, he would have realized that the bubble rendered them invisible to the outside world. Yu Yanlan had no intention of concealing her true nature. As she clenched her fist, her raven-black hair transformed into a shimmering blue, delicate feline ears sprouting atop her head. Her small canines elongated, and her crimson eyes gleamed vividly. The sudden metamorphosis sent Yu Cheng stumbling back, dread creeping through him. The person who had been his sister mere moments ago now stood before him as something entirely different. Yu Yanlan delicately tapped the bubble, which dissipated with a soft pop, and in that instant, she resumed her original appearance. She inquired of Yu Cheng, "Are you afraid?" Yu Cheng, startled, snapped back to reality. A flicker of fear lingered in his eyes, yet he vigorously shook his head, asserting, "You are my sister, regardless of the circumstances. I'm not afraid." "What a pity," she replied. "Your sister perished when she fell." Yu Cheng was taken aback. In that fleeting moment when Yu Yanlan gazed at him, he had already grasped that the figure before him was not his sister. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to accept this grim reality, lifting his head with a forced chuckle. "But you are right here before me, speaking nonsense." Chapter 4. 1 against 1,000? What does it matter? Yu Yanlan remained silent, her gaze as frigid as ice. Yu Cheng felt a sudden dryness in his throat, a multitude of emotions surging within him, with anger taking the lead. Lacking an outlet for his frustration, he struck the wall behind Yu Yanlan with a fist, the sound echoing hoarsely. "Then who are you?" "I am a spirit cat from the spirit realm. Your sister has passed away. I merely used her body and have even transferred a life to you, fulfilling your sister's wish." "Did you save me?" "Indeed." "What is your purpose?" Yu Cheng fixed his unyielding gaze upon Yu Yanlan, the tenderness in his eyes unwavering, as her visage rendered him incapable of harshness. Yu Yanlan replied, "I have come here for personal matters and have no intention of harming anyone. The death of your sister is a fact, I assure you. I will not use her body for any ill purpose. You may rest easy." Yu Cheng fell into silence. Indeed, his sister had been forced to leap to her demise, an act entirely unrelated to the spirit cat before him. He let out a powerless, bitter laugh. Every fault lay in his own inadequacies. "Very well. I hope you treat my sister kindly." Disappointment etched on his face. He dared not look at Yu Yanlan any longer and turned to leave. His heart suddenly enlightened. The knowledge that someone was living on in some realm for his sister was not entirely a misfortune. "Do you have any wishes?" Yu Yanlan asked suddenly. Yu Cheng stood in a daze. "I can help you fulfill one wish." As soon as the words left Yu Yanlan's lips, Yu Cheng, without a moment's thought, blurted out, "Can you remain with us in my sister's identity?" Perhaps he was unaware of the weight of his own words. His desolate figure caused a heaviness to settle in Yu Yanlan's heart. No one understood the pain of life and death better than she. "Very well, I promise you." Yu Cheng, filled with excitement, turned back towards Yu Yanlan, each step towards her feeling as though it drained his entire strength. He embraced her tightly, and Yu Yanlan felt a warmth on her shoulder, soon followed by the sound of his quiet sobs. In a dimly lit room, shrouded in crimson, Yang Yue sat cautiously on the sofa, while an exquisitely elegant man stood before the window, swirling a glass of red wine, the atmosphere stifling. You say someone is openly challenging our hunting cloud hall? The man inquired, his voice surprisingly melodic. Yang Yue replied nervously, yes. Moreover, that woman is quite peculiar. She clearly jumped from a height, yet survived, growing stronger. And her brother, who was barely breathing, soon became capable of single-handedly demolishing our fighting arena. Oh, such remarkable occurrences? The man turned, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Believing he was skeptical, Yang Yue hastily explained, Master, this is true. Everyone in the fighting arena can attest to it. You should consider yourself fortunate to have mentioned something that piques my interest. You may leave now, the man said haughtily. Yang Yue bowed her head and hurriedly made her exit, not daring to linger even a moment longer. The man was known for his lethal aura among all the branches. Should he take offense, her life could very well be extinguished in an instant. A month had barely passed since Yang Yue had departed, yet someone had already occupied her recently vacated seat. Were Yang Yue still present, she would undoubtedly recognize this individual as Fan Lin, the man with glasses from the fighting arena, who had referred to her as a brother. Master, that girl is indeed exceptional. She likely shares our circumstances. Hush! The man gestured for silence and added, no need to voice it. We shall discover the truth in due course. Indeed, Fan Lin vanished without a trace. The man downed his drink in one gulp, a smirk curling upon his lips. I find myself quite eager. In the alley, Yu Cheng had composed himself, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the Yu Yanlan before him was not the genuine article. He affectionately ruffled her hair, proclaiming, let us return home. Yu Yanlan offered no resistance, allowing Yu Cheng to lead her quietly behind him. Having made a promise, she felt it imperative to fulfill it flawlessly. Only when Yu Cheng felt his wish was accomplished could she attain her spiritual essence. In their rented dwelling, Yu Ji lay sprawled outside the door, utterly inebriated. Once a shrewd and capable individual, he now appeared utterly despondent. Yu Cheng's frustration grew with each passing moment. He could not simply disregard him and hoisted him inside. The living area of the rented abode was cramped, barely accommodating 3 individuals, with 2 separate bedrooms available. Yu Cheng shared a room with Yu Ji, while Yu Yanlan had one to herself, a testament to Yu Cheng's affection for her. Leaning against the doorframe of her room, Yu Yanlan inquired, have you never considered reclaiming the Yu family? It is no longer possible. Yu Cheng paused in his task of wiping Yu Ji's face and replied, Yu Shi is allied with a deputy master of the Cloud Hunter Hall. They are currently basking in their triumph. Alone, what can I achieve? Every person possesses flaws and vulnerabilities. Leave this matter to me. Yu Yanlan spoke with an air of ease, which only served to heighten Yu Cheng's agitation. His voice carried a hint of ire as he retorted, the Cloud Hunter Hall wields immense power, not only in City Z, but even within the kingdom of Shang. How could a young girl like you contend with them? Have you forgotten? I am no ordinary person. Before Yu Yanlan could finish her thought, Yu Cheng abruptly flung the cloth he had been holding aside and admonished, what does that even matter? Can you single-handedly take on 1,000 foes? Yu Yanlan remained unperturbed, her lips curling into a gentle smile. I possess my own sense of measure. 1 against 1,000? Huh. Once I single-handedly vanquished tens of thousands of demon clans. A mere 1,000 cannot intimidate me. Choosing not to continue the debate with Yu Cheng, Yu Yanlan retreated to her room and locked the door. Feeling that she had endured enough upheaval for one day, she collapsed on her bed, her body finally relaxing. As night fell, Yu Yanlan tossed and turned, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. In her dreams, she was battered and bruised, wielding a hefty sword as she fought relentlessly against countless demon clans. Despite her injuries and exhaustion, she refused to cease her onslaught, driven by a fierce determination. Being a mutated spirit cat, she had been met with scorn at every turn. Thus, she understood that she must strive harder and grow stronger than any other spirit cat to temporarily overshadow her identity and prove her worth to her kind. With a sudden shift in mood, the innocent Yu Yanlan playfully inquired of the woman before her, Mother, why do I only have 4 lives? Am I perhaps a child you found? The woman smiled tenderly, stroking her head. Oh, silly child, you are flesh from my own body. Do not speak such nonsense. Mother, my companions tease me, saying I am a mutated spirit cat. Who dares to say that? Just wait. I shall have your father deal with him. Mother, I have participated in battle. Am I not impressive? Indeed, my little Lon is the most remarkable. I've vanquished 2 demons today. What reward shall I receive? I shall prepare you a delicious feast. Does that suffice? She laughed heartily. Mother, I was defeated. No matter. My little Lon is the very best. Little Lon, how are you? Do not frighten your mother. Yu Yanlon, battered and disheveled, managed a pale smile. I won. You must retreat immediately. I will not allow you to continue. I cannot stop, mother. Before long, the name of Yu Yanlon, the female Rakshasa, resounded throughout the spirit realm, becoming a name known to all, and from that moment forth, she faced no defeat. Chapter 5. The Victor is King. The vanquished are bandits. As the first light of dawn broke, a graceful young man lay by the bedside of Yu Yanlon, his features sharply defined as if chiseled from stone. His long hair was tied back with a purple ribbon, and his elegant, slender finger touched the tip of Yu Yanlon's nose. Startled awake, Yu Yanlon's immediate reaction was to throw a punch, only for her fist to pass through the young man's ethereal form. Frowning, she demanded, "Who are you? What do you think?" He replied with a devilish smile. The familiar voice sent a shiver down Yu Yanlon's spine. Although he was her savior, she had never seen his true visage until now, and she was taken aback by the gentle demeanor of this refined youth. Regaining her composure, she asked, "How did you get out? And why are you transparent?" "No, wait. You just touched me. I can touch anything, but it does not mean everything can touch me," he clarified as he rose and sat at the edge of the bed, stretching lazily. His gaze towards Yu Yanlon was laced with disdain. "If you hadn't been so emotionally tumultuous last night, I wouldn't have wasted my energy to appear. I dreamt of my mother. Since childhood, I clung to her, hoping to make her proud. I succeeded, yet I also failed." Yu Yanlon offered a bittersweet smile, deftly shifting the topic. "Today, I plan to visit the Yu family and perhaps meet Yushi." The man offered no objections. Perhaps no one understood Yu Yanlon's temperament better than he did. Since she had promised to be Yu Chang's sister, she must embrace all that the true Yu Yanlon aspired to, reclaiming the Yu family. Unbeknownst to Yu Yanlon, the man had been ensconced within her cat stone since her birth, witnessing all her experiences. As a knock echoed through the room, Yu Chang's voice rang out from outside. "Xiaolon, I must leave for work now. Remember to eat breakfast and be safe." "Got it," Yu Yanlon replied, and upon hearing the door close, she realized Yu Cheng had no inkling she would truly visit the Yu family. Had he known, he would never have allowed her to go alone. Outside the Yu family villa, as Yu Yanlon hesitated on whether to enter, a red sedan approached, stopping beside her. 2 burly men emerged, opening the door to a wave of overpowering perfume. A middle-aged woman stepped out, her gaudy attire making one uncomfortable. As she drew closer, Yu Yanlon instinctively stepped back, unable to bear the scent. With a saccharine smile, the woman regarded Yu Yanlon, her words dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, I thought it was someone important, the eldest daughter of the Yu family. But wait, it ought to be the fallen heiress, right? What brings you here?" The woman before her was none other than Zhu Hui, the wife of Yushi, or perhaps it was more fitting to call her a concubine, a master of seduction. She had displaced the legitimate wife and ascended her position, a feat not without its complexities. Even Yu Yanlon's mother had fallen victim to her machinations, a grudge that could never be reconciled. Yet, Yu Yanlon exhibited no anger. Instead, she smiled broadly and said, "I am here to find Yushi. Shall we go in together? I sincerely apologize, but our family does not welcome you. A beggar remains a beggar, no matter how much alms you receive. It will never suffice." As Zhu Hui spoke, she walked on, intentionally trying to bump into Yu Yanlon. Such petty antics could hardly escape Yu Yanlon's keen perception. She shifted her steps slightly, causing Zhu Hui to lose her target and nearly stumble, saved only by 2 men in black who caught her just in time. However, her foot was twisted in the process. In a fit of rage, Zhu Hui spun around, aiming to slap Yu Yanlon while hurling insults, calling her a wretched little girl. Yu Yanlon swiftly seized her descending hand and retaliated with a sharp slap that sent Zhu Hui crashing to the ground. Zhu Hui, momentarily dazed, only regained her senses when the 2 men in black approached to help her. Screaming, she demanded, "Why aren't you bringing her over here? I'm paying you to entertain me, not to be useless." The two men, overwhelmed by the unfolding chaos, let go of the half-supporting woman, who then fell heavily once more, crying out in pain, unable to utter a single word. Witnessing Zhu Hui's embarrassing predicament, Yu Yanlan could hardly suppress her laughter, which only served to infuriate Zhu Hui further, causing her to tremble with rage and scream for the men to capture Yu Yanlan for her to vent her frustrations. Reluctantly, the two men advanced, thinking it would be an easy task to handle a young girl. They attempted to push her aside, but Yu Yanlan, finding their actions irritating, stepped forward, crouched, and executed a swift kick, sending both men crashing to the ground, pain coursing through their bodies. Zhu Hui was taken aback. These were elite bodyguards she had hired at a high price, and they fell so easily. She began to console herself with the thought that Yu Yanlan was merely taking advantage of the situation. Yu Yanlan cast a glance at Zhu Hui, her playful demeanor replaced by a cold seriousness. "Take me to Yushi," she commanded. Zhu Hui began to protest, but her words were abruptly silenced by the glint of a crescent dagger pressed against her back. Yu Yanlan, disinterested in further dialogue, yanked her to her feet and began to walk. Trembling and limping, Zhu Hui led the way, never anticipating that the once frail and bullied Yu Yanlan would suddenly turn so fierce. As the two men in black, realizing the situation had spiraled out of control, painfully retrieved their phones to make a call, they struggled on the ground for quite some time before managing to recover, yet they still could not rise. After passing through the Yu family courtyard, where black-clad bodyguards were ubiquitous, Yu Yanlan tightened her grip on the dagger against Zhu Hui's back. She aimed to avoid alerting the guards. Confronting them was not a challenge for her, but she preferred to keep the disturbance to a minimum. "Yushi is in the study on the second floor. Please let me go," Zhu Hui pleaded as they entered the grand hall, fear evident in her voice. In an instant, Yu Yanlan knocked her unconscious with a swift strike and leaped onto the second floor, using her memory to locate the study. Hearing voices inside, she turned the doorknob, finding the door unlocked. As the door swung open, a deep male voice reprimanded from within, "I told you not to disturb me. Leave." Yu Yanlan closed the door behind her, continuing forward. The man, turning to unleash his wrath, froze upon recognizing her. "Uncle, it seems you are quite comfortable in this study," Yu Yanlan remarked, sitting down opposite him with a raised eyebrow. "As a master of the Yu family, I wonder if you find your position agreeable?" Xiaolan. The man gazed at her in astonishment. He was none other than Yu Yanlan's second uncle, Yu Shi, the brother of Yu Ji, who had colluded with outsiders to seize the Yu family's hard-earned possessions. "Second uncle, so you still remember me? I thought that after occupying someone else's territory for so long, you would have forgotten who the rightful owner is." Yu Yanlan's words dripped with scorn and sarcasm. Yu Shi settled down and, taking a deep breath, slowly replied, "Xiaolan. There is a saying, the victor is king, while the vanquished are mere bandits. The reality is, I have triumphed, and your father has lost. I do not believe I have erred in my actions." Chapter 6. "I want coffee." Yu Yanlan momentarily lost her train of thought. Yu Shi's words rang true. He was not wrong. He merely employed the means necessary to secure his victory. She then smiled and said, "Uncle, you are right. It seems I have been overly sensitive. I shall not disturb you further. I will take my leave now." Yu Shi showed no intention of stopping her. However, just as Yu Yanlan stood up, the door was forcefully kicked open by a girl of similar age, who stormed in with an entourage of bodyguards. The girl immediately inquired of Yu Shi, "Dad, are you all right?" Yu Shi shook his head. Yao, take them outside. It's nothing. That is not acceptable. She has harmed my mother. If I hadn't returned in time, who knows what she would have done to you?" Yu Yao exclaimed angrily, waving her hand toward the bodyguards. "You all, seize her." None of the bodyguards dared to move, for the principal had yet to speak. Frustrated, Yu Yao stamped her foot, declaring, "If you won't do it, I will." She then picked up an inkstone from the table and hurled it at Yu Yanlan. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Shi instinctively raised his hand to block it. A blow from such a heavy inkstone would surely result in a fracture. However, Yu Yanlan seemed contemplative as she glanced at him, intercepting the inkstone with her bare hands, leaving everyone in shock. Despite the potential pain, she exhibited not a trace of discomfort. The bodyguards collectively gasped, their eyes filled with admiration. Even they could not have caught the inkstone without feeling pain. Yushi was also taken aback. From the moment she entered and began speaking, he sensed a change in Yu Yanlan, though he could not pinpoint exactly what had transformed. Yu Yanlan set down the inkstone and regarded Yu Yao with a cold stare. This inkstone is valuable. It should be handled with care. I don't need your instruction. You are but a beggar cast out by our family. Do not act so arrogantly. Yu Yao retorted angrily. Previously, Yu Yao had always been subordinate to Yu Yanlan, but now she sought to assert her dominance, only to find that this bravado had backfired on her. Yu Yanlan dismissed her outrage and addressed Yushi. Uncle, I can see that you are correct, but that does not imply I agree with your methods. The strong survive while the weak are eliminated. I will reclaim the Yu family. With that, Yu Yanlan turned to leave, disregarding Yu Yao's frantic screams behind her. The bodyguards, who had blocked the entrance, parted to allow her passage, further humiliating Yu Yao, who shouted after Yu Yanlan, "You wretched girl, you are nothing but a disgrace." Yu Yanlan halted momentarily, producing a plain dagger in her hand. Without looking back, she threw it behind her with such swiftness that no one had time to react and save Yu Yao. Yu Yao screamed as the dagger embedded itself in the wall behind her. A strand of her hair caught at the blade's tip, firmly affixed to the wall. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Yu Yanlan's lips as she remarked, "Next time, it may not be merely hair. Consider your actions carefully." Terrified, Yu Yao clung to Yu Shi and began to weep. Yu Shi, watching Yu Yanlan's retreating figure, felt an unsettling chill creep over him, a profound sense of impending loss enveloping his heart. After dismissing the bodyguards, Yushi comforted Yu Yao, cautioning her not to provoke Yu Yanlan. Though she verbally agreed, her mind harbored ulterior motives. At the entrance of the CAF, Yu Yanlan found herself reluctantly halted, her mind echoing with the man's insistence. "I want coffee." "I won't buy it," Yu Yanlan firmly replied. "I am your savior. Will you drink it? I have tasted it before. It was quite delightful. You might want to try it." Left with no alternative, Yu Yanlan clenched her fist and strode into the CF. After purchasing a cup, she retreated to a corner, beckoning the man to join her. After all, it was absurd to consume it alone and then let the cat absorb its essence. The man settled beside her, took a sip of the coffee, and displayed a satisfied expression. "Not bad. Care for taste?" "No." Yu Yanlan shook her head. "Hurry up. It will be problematic if too many people gather. Can you not revert to your physical form?" "This is rather inconvenient. Restoring my corporeal form is quite simple. It depends on your efforts. Once you collect 5 points of spiritual energy, I should be able to regain my physical body." Yu Yanlan was left speechless. The man finished the coffee in one gulp and patted her shoulder. "I'm going to take a stroll. You handle your matters. If not, return home." Yu Yanlan shot him an exasperated glance as he swaggered out, unseen by anyone but her. As she prepared to head to her workplace, a crowd obstructed the CAF's entrance, causing the staff to shrink back in fear behind the counter. Suddenly, a man in his 20s burst into the CF, seizing a flower pot and hurling it outside. "Get lost. Don't follow me." The group outside did not appear vengeful. Rather, they wore troubled expressions, the leading burly man imploring, "Young master, please don't make this difficult for us. If we cannot bring you back today, we will all be in peril. Return and tell my brother that I will never set foot in the hunting cloud hall, even if it costs me my life. He should stop wasting his efforts." The man's words piqued Yu Yanlan's interest. She was eager to learn more about the hunting cloud hall, and now it had conveniently presented itself. Yu Yanlan tapped her fingers on the table to capture the man's attention. Mistaking her for a waitress, he impatiently retorted, "I understand. I'll leave shortly." "Can you actually get out?" Yu Yanlan smiled. "What do you mean?" She whispered, "I can help you escape. In return, I require answers to some questions." The man, somewhat skeptical, replied, "Can you truly assist me in escaping? If you wish to be taken back by them, I have no objections." Pretending to leave, Yu Yanlan noticed the man's alarm. "All right, I promise. Help me escape, and I will answer your questions truthfully. Then it is settled." With a cold glint in her eyes, Yu Yanlan slammed her palm on the table, vaulting over it to seize the man's shoulder, propelling him out of the CF. Those outside, upon recognizing who had been thrown out, became flustered, rushing to catch him. Yu Yanlan sprang into action. deftly stepping on the shoulders of several burly men to catch the man, executing a series of intricate movements that left the onlookers utterly astounded. Men were no exception, their gazes fixed intently upon Yu Yanlan. As soon as she touched down, she seized the man's hand and fled. By the time the burly men regained their wits, Yu Yanlan and her companion had already vanished into a narrow alleyway. The leader of the group bellowed, "Why aren't you pursuing them?" A dozen or so men stumbled after her, yet Yu Yanlan and the man were merely perched upon the rooftop adjacent to the alley. It was only when the pursuers had receded far into the distance that Yu Yanlan turned to the man, who had been watching her intently, and inquired, "Have you seen enough?" The man, feeling somewhat awkward, averted his gaze and scratched his nose, saying, "You're just a young girl, and yet you possess such striking looks and remarkable skills. What exactly do you do? Are you perhaps an assassin from some clandestine organization? Or could it be that you belong to the Hunter-S Guild?" Chapter 7. "You may call me Lama, you are excessively verbose," Moon Yanlan remarked with a sidelong glance. "Very well, you inquire. I shall respond," the man replied with a sycophantic smile. "Are you affiliated with the Cloud Hunter Hall?" Moon Yanlan inquired. The man shook his head in denial. "Not at all. It's my brother who insisted I register for the exams at that dreary Cloud Hunter Hall. I have no intention of going. Are you aware of how the Cloud Hunter Hall operates?" "Of course, I was raised within its confines. The main hall is situated in the tallest building, where all powers converge. Moreover, there are 10 branches throughout Z City, each led by a hall master and a deputy. Beneath them are the hunters, followed by the lesser minions. Each branch boasts thousands of members. In summary, their influence is formidable, albeit rather stifling," he boasted arrogantly. Moon Yanlan fell into contemplation, realizing that the true power at the center of the Cloud Hunter Hall remained shrouded in mystery. The man's knowledge was merely superficial. She then queried, "When do the exams at the Cloud Hunter Hall commence? Where are they held? What qualifications are required to participate?" "I only know that only males are permitted to enter." The man stifled a laugh. "You wouldn't wish to partake, would you? You're just a child. What are you thinking?" "I cannot, but you certainly can." The man's laughter vanished, and as he faced Moon Yanlan, a sinister smile froze on his face. He instinctively retreated a few steps, nervously asserting, "Impossible, I won't go. Since you are unwilling, I believe you should have a means to facilitate my entry. If I can take your place, you need not attend." Moon Yanlan cornered the man against the wall. Having witnessed her prowess, he feared that a mere flick of her displeasure might send him flying. He raised his hand to halt her advance, saying, "I will comply. I shall find a way. If you attempt any tricks, I possess 100 methods to torment you." The man nodded repeatedly, an obsequious grin plastered on his face. As Moon Yanlan cast him a fleeting glance and turned to leave, he trailed closely behind her. Initially, she assumed he was merely following her path until she neared the place where Yu Chung worked and came to a halt. The man, unable to stop in time, collided with her. "Hey, why are you following me?" Moon Yanlan questioned, displeased. "My name is Fan not Hey," he replied, grinning like a fool. "I dare not return. Following you feels safest." Moon Yanlan rolled her eyes. "Go wherever you wish. Do not follow me." Fan desired to continue trailing her, but was halted by a fierce glance from Moon Yanlan, watching helplessly as she entered a flower shop. The shop's transparent glass allowed Fan to see Yu Chung, and his eyes lit up with delight. He settled near the flower shop, waiting for them to emerge. By feigning a pitiful act before Yu Chung, he could rightfully accompany Moon Yanlan, for there was a connection between Yu Chung and himself. Surely, he would not be heartless. As evening approached, Yu Chung finally completed his tasks. He affectionately ruffled Moon Yanlan's hair and said, "You must be hungry. I have been too busy to converse with you. I apologize." Yu Yanlan shook her head, gazing intently at the exquisite yet somewhat fatigued visage of Yu Chung. Without the burdens of overwhelming pressure, this countenance could surely radiate warmth and charm. She was reminded of her time in the spirit realm, where a certain man consistently accompanied her in dreams, offering solace and encouragement. Yet that face, upon waking, would slip from her memory as if it had never existed. Noticing the wistful expression on Yu Yanlan's face, Yu Chung inquired with concern, "Little Lan, do you have something troubling you?" Yu Yanlan replied, "I visited the Yu family today and met Yu Shi." Yu Cheng's hand trembled as he paused in his task. "How could you go alone? Did Yu Shi give you any trouble?" His anxious demeanor stirred something deep within Yu Yanlan. It had been years since anyone had shown her such care. Although she understood that Yu Cheng's concern did not extend to her as a mere mutated spirit cat, she smiled softly and shook her head, signaling that all was well. Yu Cheng's expression hardened as he declared, "If anyone dares to harm you in the future, I will ensure they pay dearly, even if it costs me my life." Having witnessed his sister's demise and feeling helpless in that moment, Yu Cheng was consumed by a desire for strength. He would rather risk everything than continue to plead for mercy. Yu Yanlan's gaze toward Yu Cheng softened, warmth replacing the previous chill. Together, they tidied up the flower shop before stepping outside. Fan Yi, who had been on the brink of starvation after 2 days of escape with only one meal to sustain him, was further exhausted from fleeing through several streets and being intimidated by Yu Yanlan. Hunger consumed him entirely. As soon as he spotted Yu Cheng, he collapsed dramatically, crying out, "Yu Cheng, please give me something to eat." After uttering those words, he fainted. Given Yu Cheng's temperament, he could not disregard him. He hoisted Fan Yi onto his back and forcefully pried his mouth open to feed him a bit of warm soup. Before long, the enticing aroma roused Fan Yi from his stupor, and he devoured 4 bowls of noodles, even audaciously letting out a loud belch. "Thank you, Yu Cheng. You must be a celestial savior sent to rescue me. You are truly magnificent," Fan Yi exclaimed, showering him with flattery. Yu Cheng chuckled. "I didn't expect to encounter you again. If you don't return home, what will you do next time if you don't run into me?" Our meeting is fate. Just let me stay with you for a few days. I could do anything you need," Fan Yi replied, his eyes gleaming with hope. Their previous encounter, when he had just escaped and was starving, had merely involved Yu Cheng offering him a bowl of noodles. Yet it seemed to have secured his reliance on Yu Cheng. Turning to inquire Yu Yanlan's thoughts, he found her lazily waving him off as she retreated to her room, her mind filled with the allure of a man's call. Upon entering her room, she found the man reclining comfortably by the window, hands clasped behind his head, gazing at her with a casual curiosity. "Fear not, they cannot hear our conversation," he assured her. "You have lingered in my cat stone for so long, yet I do not even know your name or your true identity," Yu Yanlan questioned, her tone serious. "You may call me Lan Mo, or simply your savior. It is entirely up to you," he replied nonchalantly. Lan Mo smiled gently, his face illuminated more clearly under the moonlight. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in Yu Yanlan's mind, only to dissipate swiftly. She thought it was merely a fragment of her memory and rubbed her temples, taking a seat at the edge of the bed. "Do you know what I am asking?" Yu Yanlan pressed persistently. "Identity? What could it possibly be?" A trace of bitterness flashed in Lan Mo's eyes, but he soon replied with a smile. "You'll come to know in due time." The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the sound of their heartbeats. Yu Yanlan understood that there must be something complex behind Lan Mo, otherwise he would not have been able to carry away even a fragment of her soul at the moment of her demise. Chapter 8. Yu Yao seeks trouble. Yu Yanlan refrained from inquiring further about his identity, reasoning that since Lan Mo had rescued him, he would not harm her. She deftly shifted the topic. "Where have you been?" "It's been quite a while. I took a stroll and found 2 individuals who naturally possess spiritual energy," Lan Mo replied. "That's splendid. We shall go and see them tomorrow," she exclaimed. "Do you presume that acquiring spiritual energy is a simple endeavor? Once you have selected your target, you must extract their energy before you can pursue your next objective," Lan Mo stated with disdain. Under the moonlight, Yu Yanlan's long eyelashes appeared particularly exquisite, yet her countenance bore a hint of melancholy. Although she had promised to remain as Yu Cheng's sister, she had yet to genuinely accept this role deep within her heart. She pondered when she might truly embrace this reality. "There's no rush." Lan Mo closed his eyes beneath the moon's glow, a wave of bitterness surging within him. He had unwittingly transformed into the very person he once despised, yet for the desires of his heart, what could he do? The next morning, Yu Yanlan was abruptly awakened by Fan Yi, who insisted on dragging the siblings to purchase a decent mobile phone for easier communication. "All right, we can go. But what about the money?" Fan Yi, seemingly devoid of any sense of shame, began selecting phones. It was absurd for someone who could barely afford a meal to talk about buying a phone. Was she attempting to exploit Yu Cheng? Hey, you should pick one too, Fan Yi remarked, fiddling with the device and glancing at Yu Yanlan. Xiaolan, you should choose one as well, Yu Cheng added, joining in the jest. Yu Yanlan scowled, poised to protest when an acerbic voice pierced through from behind. With your pitiful appearance, what are you doing buying a phone? Don't you fear bringing misfortune? Fan Yi could hardly endure such remarks. She spun around angrily to confront the woman before her, who was clad in a pink dress with delicate white sandals, her cascading curls framing a dainty face. Yu Yanlan recognized her instantly. It was none other than Yushi's cherished daughter, Yu Yao. You may appear quite charming, but your words are anything but pleasant. What do you mean by pitiful appearance? Pray tell, Fan Yi retorted, momentarily taken aback by the woman's beauty but maintaining her composure. As Yu Yao, infuriated, prepared to counter, Fan Yi escalated the situation, slapping her palm on the counter and scoffing. Little girl, there's no need for words. You look impoverished, and your words are sour, utterly unbearable. It was the first time in her life that she had been mocked by a man, and a wave of heat surged through her, leaving her speechless with rage, nearly choking on her indignation. What's your problem? If I were you, I would have found a hole to hide in by now. Fan Yi continued with her sharp tongue. Fine, just wait. Yu Yao, on the verge of exploding with fury, promptly pulled out her phone and made a call, her voice dripping with sweetness, starkly contrasting her previous demeanor. She issued a threat, refusing to let Fan Yi and the others leave. For the sake of pride, Fan Yi was undoubtedly prepared to stand her ground, remaining in the store to await Yu Yao's summons. To their astonishment, Yu Yao did indeed summon help. 5 luxurious sports cars, each emblazoned with a distinctive arrow logo, came to a halt outside the mobile store. Upon seeing the emblem, everyone instinctively began to disperse, retreating as far as possible. Fan Yi discreetly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, nearly choking, while Yu Yanlan cast a disdainful glance in his direction, likely deducing that the newcomers were from the hunting cloud hall. A mere 10 individuals emerged from 5 vehicles, each impeccably dressed, proudly displaying their insignia, as if to ensure that none could mistake them for anything other than members of the hunting cloud hall. The other patrons in the establishment had fled in terror. Who would dare confront the members of the hunting cloud hall? Yu Yao immediately adopted a demure demeanor, approaching them with a feigned innocence, pointing at Yu Yanlan and lodging a complaint. Her voice sent shivers down the spine of those who heard it. Xiaohui, you finally arrived. Look, they are bullying me. The man referred to as Xiao Rui stood at the forefront, exuding an air of vitality. Yet his greasy appearance was far from appealing to Yu Yanlan. He wrapped an arm around Yu Yao, soothingly saying, do not be afraid. I shall see who possesses the audacity to bully my woman, Su Rui. As he uttered these words, his gaze turned menacingly towards Yu Yanlan, believing women to be inherently weak and easily intimidated. To his surprise, Yu Yanlan exhibited no fear whatsoever, leisurely pulling out a chair and sitting down. Fan Yi, handle this yourself. Fan Yi pouted, deliberately straightening his posture as he stepped forward, his expression unyielding. Which branch are you from? And who do you think you are? Su Rui replied angrily, his frustration heightened by Yu Yanlan's defiance and the unexpected interference. As the leader of the hunters from the esteemed hunting cloud hall, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect. Yet today, he faced simultaneous provocations. You are the one who is worthless, and your entire family as well. Fan Yi retorted defiantly, almost leaping to his feet. Su Rui struggled to contain his fury, declaring, I will grant you a chance at survival. Kneel and beg for mercy, and perhaps I shall be in a good mood and allow you to leave alive. I believe it is I who should be offering you a chance. If you kneel and beg for mercy, I will ensure my big sister is lenient when she strikes. Trust me. Fan Yi's insufferable demeanor pushed Su Rui to his breaking point, prompting an angry laugh as he instinctively shoved Yu Yao aside, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. He gestured, and the 9 men behind him encircled Yu Yanlan and the others. With a darkened expression, Su Rui approached Fan Yi and forcefully pushed him forward. Today, I shall see what you are truly capable of. Yu Cheng caught Fan Yi as he was shoved, his expression grave. Su Rui was Yu Yao's boyfriend, which implied they were the powerful force behind the Yu family. The very ones who had conspired with Yu Shi to seize their home. A growing unease settled in Yu Cheng's heart. He understood that provoking the members of the Hunting Cloud Hall was perilous, leaving them with nowhere to stand. He patted Fan Yi on the shoulder, whispering when things escalate, "Take Xiaolan and leave. Do you understand?" Fanny blinked, glancing at Yu Yanlan. "Is there really a need to flee? I've witnessed Yu Yanlan's prowess firsthand. Even if 9 men were to confront us, surely we could manage. Even if 100 were to come. Indeed, we should be able to." Yu Cheng stood resolutely before the two, a profound gaze reflecting a sense of resignation towards life. With unwavering determination, she declared, "Whatever comes at me is fine. Just let them go." Su Rui, witnessing this scene, mistakenly believed they were intimidated, allowing a smug smile to grace his lips. Yu Yao, nursing her injured hand, also approached, as her presence was indispensable in such moments. "Yu Yanlan, how are you? Aren't you quite formidable? Why do you not take the lead?" Yu Yao remarked with an irksome expression. Chapter 9. Blue Mo's severe injury. Yu Yanlan rose, placing a foot upon a stool, which shattered with a crisp crack, splintering into fragments that littered the floor. A profound silence enveloped the room as the 9 onlookers gazed at her in astonishment. Though constructed of wood, the stool possessed remarkable resilience. It was inconceivable that a mere girl could reduce it to such disarray with a single, gentle kick. Fan Yi, with a dismissive smirk, also seized a stool and stamped upon it several times, eliciting no response whatsoever. With a frigid glare, Yu Yanlan directed her attention at Yu Yao, delivering a harsh warning. "I recall stating that there should not be a next time. When that moment arrives, it will not merely be about hair. Are you, the eldest daughter of the Yu family, truly so forgetful?" A wave of chill descended upon the room, prompting Yu Yao to clutch Su Rui tightly, her voice tinged with playful reproach. "Xiao Rui, look at her. She's threatening me. If you do not discipline her today, word will spread that you cannot even protect your girlfriend." This clever girl, small yet cunning, had learned to exploit Su Rui's vulnerabilities, knowing well his desire for face-saving. Su Rui, seeking to reassure Yu Yao, quickly dismissed the earlier incident involving the shattered stool, turning to the 9 hunters with a commanding tone. "Seize them and bring them back to the hall." Yu Cheng had already steeled himself to confront them alone, but before the hunters could make a move, Yu Yanlan had already appeared beside Yu Yao, a black crescent dagger poised against her neck. None present could decipher how she had traversed the distance so swiftly. A sharp pain surged. Warmth enveloped Yu Yao's neck as blood trickled down the blade, prompting her to scream in terror, frozen in place. Su Rui, equally taken aback, could hardly fathom Yu Yanlan's audacity to inflict harm before the eyes of the Hunting Cloud Hall. He shouted, "Release the dagger at once. Your actions warrant immediate execution." Execution. The words ignited a fierce blaze within Yu Yanlan, echoing in her mind. Indeed, this was the last phrase she had heard before her demise, and it now became her Achilles' heel. Overwhelmed, she raised the dagger and struck downward. Contrary to expectations, there was no overwhelming stench of blood, no horrific screams, nor any voices of restraint. Even the sound of breathing seemed to halt. A familiar voice resonated in her ear. "Steady yourself. It is over. It is all past." With a deep breath, Yu Yanlan regained her composure, only to find Blue Mo grasping her dagger with empty hands, gently stroking her head. Surrounding her was a shroud of darkness, broken only by the sound of blood droplets falling. "Blue Mo?" Yu Yanlan exclaimed in surprise. "Have you not yet mastered your emotions after all these years?" A single phrase nearly drove you to madness, Blue Mo remarked, withdrawing his injured hand. His gentle gaze now dimmed. "Do you realize that if you lose your composure in this strange world, you'll be unable to escape? And what then of your quest for vengeance? I understand. It seems you must fortify your mental fortitude. Depart now." With a wave of his hand, Yu Yanlan felt a sudden lightness envelop her, and as her surroundings came into focus, she discovered herself bound tightly, with Yu Cheng and Fan Yi sharing her predicament. In a desolate dungeon, Yu Yao leaned weakly against Su Rui's shoulder, her gaze triumphantly darting towards Yu Yanlan, despite her efforts to break free from the iron chains. Yu Yanlan found herself ensnared, casting a questioning glance at Fan Yi. In a hushed tone, Fan Yi remarked, "The moment you raise your hand to strike, you suddenly froze like a fool, unresponsive to our calls. And here we are, having been threatened and brought to the Hunters Guild dungeon for over half an hour. What's all this muttering about? Surruin interfictive. Yu Yanlan, harming the innocent in front of me, the leader of the Hunters, deserves punishment from the guild. As for the other two, they should be deemed accomplices." With a swift motion, Su Rue lowered 2 iron bars, confining Yu Yanlan and her companions to the corner. He and Yu Yao then departed with laughter, Yu Yao glancing back with a sinister smirk. "Goodness, this little girl is quite treacherous," Fan Yi remarked, shaking his head. "Brother, it's no wonder your family was robbed. You're still too naive." Yu Chung lowered his head in silence, overwhelmed by guilt. Yu Yanlan, noticing his turmoil, chastised him fiercely. "Yu Chung, have you made no progress at all? When trouble arises, you only wallow in self-pity for your perceived inadequacies. Have you never considered becoming stronger? Do you lack even the courage to fight back? Are you willing to be slaughtered and ridiculed?" Yu Chung froze, then suddenly erupted in a frenzied shout. "What do you understand? If I were not so useless, my sister would not have died, and our family would not be shattered. I'm all alone. How can I possibly stand against the Hunters Guild?" Yu Yanlan exhaled deeply, bearing the identity of a mutated spirit cat. She had evolved from a figure of mockery and exclusion to one that inspired fear as a female demon. Despite her scars, she had never considered giving up, and thus, no one was more qualified than she to utter such words. No one understood better than she did. The atmosphere plummeted to a chilling silence, and Fan Yi stared wide-eyed, too intimidated to interject. Realizing he had lost his composure, Yu Chung averted his gaze and murmured an apology. "It seems I am not your sister? Then, I fear I cannot fulfill your wishes," Yu Yanlan replied, closing her eyes and sitting cross-legged on the ground. Yu Chung felt a tightening in his chest, bowing his head even lower. Fan Yi's face was a canvas of confusion and embarrassment. He was still just a forgotten child. He also crouched in a corner, the sweltering heat outside contrasting sharply with the frigid dungeon, the construction of which was unfathomable. Yu Yanlan softly called for Lan Mo, but after a long silence, she ceased her efforts. Meanwhile, within the cat stone, Lan Mo coughed up blood, the ground before him forming a small pool. His body flickered, as if it might vanish at any moment. He heard Yu Yanlan's call, yet he was unable to respond, having forcibly drawn her consciousness into the cat stone, which was akin to self-destruction. Surviving this ordeal was already a stroke of luck. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lan Mo chuckled bitterly. "Will I still be able to wait for you to gather 3 points of spiritual energy?" Within the gloomy cat-shaped stone, a sudden burst of 9-colored radiance illuminated the darkness. 5 hues of light surged into Lan Mo's body, while the violet glow previously transferred to Yu Chung abruptly intensified. Lan Mo furrowed his brows. In his current state, even movement was arduous, leaving him powerless as a faint wisp of purple light escaped the stone. In the dungeon, Yu Chung abruptly lifted his head, his eyes flashing with a violet gleam. A scorching current coursed through his entire being, eliciting a low growl from his lips as his skull throbbed with excruciating pain, threatening to split apart. Fan Yi, startled awake from slumber, inquired with concern, "Yu Chung, what's wrong? Are you all right?" Chapter 10. Imprisoned in the dungeon, Yu Chung remained unresponsive, her body trembling incessantly. Before Fan Yi could call her, Yu Yanlan had already awakened. Yet her efforts proved futile as she called out to Yu Chung several times to no avail. Just as her impatience reached its peak, a wave of warmth surged within her, and Yu Chung returned to normal. She merely had yet to open her eyes. Fan Yi, frantically shaking the intertwined iron chains, exclaimed, "Yu Chung, please wake up. If you don't, it may be too late." Yu Chung, nearly on the verge of falling apart from the relentless shaking, finally opened her eyes and retorted, "If you continue to shake me, it will truly be too late. What on earth is wrong with you? Find ye mutated." Instead of responding, Yu Chung shifted her gaze to Yu Yanlan. They exchanged a glance, and though no words were spoken, the moment warmth enveloped Yu Yanlan. She sensed that something significant had occurred. Despite her ignorance of the situation, She understood that Yu Cheng had granted her spiritual energy, signifying that Yu Cheng had accepted this wish and regarded Yu Yanlan as a true sister. Fan Yi appeared utterly bewildered. I must ask, could you two possibly acknowledge my presence? My apologies, brother. Yu Cheng chuckled, a newfound maturity glimmering in her eyes. I am fine. For now, we should focus on how to escape. Escape? This is the dungeon of the Hunting Cloud Hall. Even if I wish to alert my brother for rescue, it would be futile. And these chains, I've heard, were crafted by a master specifically for the Hunting Cloud Hall. Not even an axe could leave a mark. Finally, Ikagiratedly lamented. Yu Cheng nodded seriously and began to examine the chains, employing every method she could conceive. Ultimately, she bound the chains to the iron cage and rubbed them together, but they left not a single trace. Do not waste your energy. Let us observe the unfolding events, Yu Yanlan said as she closed her eyes once more to meditate. In truth, she was calling out to Lan Mo, seeking to discern the reason behind their predicament. Contrary to Fan Yi's exaggerated claims, Yu Yanlan could have easily broken the chains with a bit of effort. Yet, she found her own strength seemingly waning, rendering her unable to exert herself as she once could. After countless unsuccessful attempts to summon Lan Mo, an inexplicable anger ignited within Yu Yanlan. This was her first experience of unanswered calls, and given her current temperament, it was unlikely there would be a second chance. A rift had begun to form in her heart. The trio had languished in the dungeon for a full day and night, without a morsel of food or a sip of water. Yu Yanlan appeared relatively unfazed, but the cold of the dungeon had left Yu Cheng and Fan Yi with cracked lips and pallid faces. Fan Yi swallowed his saliva in small gulps to quench his thirst and lamented, Yu Yanlan, I feel as though I am starving to death. Do you think they have forgotten us? I do not wish to perish from hunger. Rest assured, you will not starve, she replied. Just as her sharp, discordant voice echoed, the heavy door creaked open. Yu Yao, clad in a pink, shoulder-bearing fitted dress, descended with a sultry sway, flanked by two hunters. One bore a feast of fish and meat, while the other wielded a slender whip. Back again? What trouble do you intend to stir this time? Fan Yi groaned at the sight of her. I have come to bring you food, so do not be ungrateful. Yu Yao waved her hand dismissively as the hunter placed the food in the center outside the iron cage. Fan Yi, famished, reached out to grab it, but Yu Yao seized the whip from another hunter and struck it down sharply. Do not rush. Among the three of you, only one may eat. And by the way, whoever eats will gain immunity from death and will be released immediately. Should you fail to adhere to my game rules, none of you shall leave the Hunting Cloud Hall alive. As she spoke, her gaze pierced through Yu Yanlan with a venomous intensity, as if attempting to see through her very soul. Yu Yanlan, however, disregarded her glare and did not even glance at the food. Brother, allow Fan Yi to eat. Very well. Without further ado, Yu Cheng pushed the nearest food item toward Fan Yi. Startled, Fan Yi inhaled the tantalizing aroma, his stomach growling audibly. Yu Yao, reveling in her self-importance, cracked her whip against the iron cage once more. I suggest you cease your melodrama. Time is of the essence. Turning to Yu Yanlan and Yu Cheng, Fan Yi lifted the food and devoured it hungrily. Only by escaping to find his brother could he hope to rescue them. And he could not disappoint Yu Yanlan's goodwill. I have finished. Let me go, he declared, his mouth greasy against the iron bars. It was uncertain what scheme Yu Yao was concocting, yet she indeed permitted Fan Yi's release, who was led away from the dungeon without a backward glance. Yu Yao stifled a laugh as she approached Yu Yanlan. Did you truly believe he would come to rescue you? We have long known his true identity. We have staged this performance to make his brother think we saved him. He is likely already back in captivity, and no matter what he says, his brother will not believe him. How does it feel to plunge into despair so suddenly? Yu Yanlan retorted coldly. So you have laid this trap to make me feel despondent? How naive of you. A chilling smile graced her lips. You may be disappointed. I, Yu Yanlan, feel nothing. Yu Yao's triumphant expression faltered as she commanded the release of the iron bars on Yu Yanlan's side, brandishing the whip in her hand, poised to strike. Yu Cheng, who had remained silent in the face of Yu Yao, could no longer contain himself. Yu Yao, if you were to strike, then strike me. Do not lay a finger on Xiaolan. Yu Yao clenched her fists, ignoring Yu Cheng, and swung the whip toward Yu Yanlan's face. Anticipating this moment, Yu Yanlan, with her crimson eyes locked on the descending whip, caught it barehanded and yanked it forcefully. Yu Yao lost her balance, propelled forward by the momentum of the whip, nearly collapsing at Yu Yanlan's feet. In a panic, she attempted to flee, but Yu Yanlan seized her, asking, "Where do you think you are going? Let me go." Yu Yao struggled fiercely. "Ah, Yu Yao," Yu Yanlan mused, "how is it that you never learn? This is the third time you have fallen into my grasp. What should I do with you?" As she gazed upon the chilling smile of Yu Yanlan, Yu Yao was reminded of the harrowing moment when she narrowly escaped death. A shiver coursing through her entire being, enveloped in a suffocating sense of dread. Desperately, she turned to Yu Cheng for salvation, pleading, "Brother, please help me." In her childhood, Yu Cheng had showered her with affection rivaling that of Yu Yanlan. However, after a tragic incident left Yu Yao injured, Yu Cheng had been consumed by guilt. Yet now, everything had changed. Little Lan is free to act as she wishes. "I have no objections." Yu Cheng's words pierced Yu Yao like a dagger, inflicting a pain that, while not lethal, was excruciatingly unbearable. Chapter 11. Threatened. Back on the fighting stage, have you forgotten how I got the scar on my back? Yu Yao shouted hoarsely. Yu Cheng trembled at her words. It was a reminder of the incident where Yu Yao had shielded him from danger, leaving a long scar on her back. This scar was the reason for his silence whenever he faced her. Yu Yanlan frowned, exasperated with Yu Yao's theatrics. Enough with the emotional manipulation. Just let them unlock the chains. You won't perish. Yu Yao trembled in fear as she took the key to unlock her restraints. "Miss you. The boss only instructed us to release Fan E. They cannot be freed." The hunter holding the key remained unmoved. Yu Yanlan leaned closer to Yu Yao, coldly stating, "You sold your soul for the sake of superficial power, and the outcome you have garnered is a life of misery." A stream of tears cascaded down Yu Yao's cheeks. Upon recognizing the gravity of Yu Yao's situation, Yu Yanlan released her grip. Yu Yao wiped her tears and dashed towards the door, declaring fiercely, "Yu Yanlan, I will not live a life of despair. Just wait and see." Silence enveloped the dungeon once more. Yu Cheng's gaze towards Yu Yanlan underwent a profound transformation. It was no longer mere pity, but rather a hint of admiration. "What is the matter?" Yu Yanlan inquired. Nothing much," Yu Cheng replied awkwardly, scratching his head. "By the way, what exactly is Fan Yi's background? Why did you choose to let him go?" "His brother is the deputy master of another hunter's guild, and he is our only hope for salvation. We must wait. Will he truly come?" Yu Yao mentioned he would be imprisoned and unable to save himself. Yu Yanlan refrained from answering. She was uncertain herself whether Fan Yi would come, and she dared not provide an assurance. Yu Cheng chose not to press further, silently conserving his strength in the corner. Time passed, and the heavy door of the dungeon creaked open, revealing Su Rui's voice. "Gulme, bring Yu Yanlan to me." Yu Cheng opened his eyes, parched and devoid of energy. Even with enhanced physical capabilities, he could not compare to Yu Yanlan, whose stamina was nearly depleted. Upon lifting her gaze, Yu Yanlan spotted a familiar figure, Fong Su, standing behind Su Rui, silent and unwilling to meet her eyes. A hunter, obeying orders, approached Yu Yanlan slowly. With a smirk, she heard the sound of a lock clicking, and in an instant she leaped over the hunter to stand before Su Rui, gripping his neck with one hand. "Release my brother." Su Rui's face turned crimson as he struggled to respond, only able to gesture frantically at Fong Su. Fong Su hastily raised his phone, stammering, "Xiaolan, if you don't let go of the boss, your brother will die." With a sudden, ominous sound, the ground beneath Yu Cheng split open, and he plummeted, caught mid-fall by iron chains. "Fong Su!" Yu Yanlan roared in fury. Fong Su, startled, took 2 steps back, pleading, "Release the boss, and we can discuss everything." Yu Yanlan forcefully hurled Su Rui away. He coughed violently, gasping for breath, struggling to regain his composure. After a considerable interval, he removed his soiled white coat and angrily tossed it to the ground. "Yu Yanlan, let me make this clear. If I perish, your brother Yu Cheng will join me in death. Do you comprehend what lies below? Sharp spikes await. A fall means certain doom. What do you intend to do?" Yu Yanlan inquired in a low voice. "Accompany me, and you shall find out," Su Rui replied, gesturing for her to follow. 2 hunters, timidly clutching ropes, approached in an attempt to restrain Yu Yanlan. She cast a cold glare at them, causing the hunters to hesitate. Su Rue shot them a warning look and said, "Very well. With Yu Cheng here, you can hardly escape. Let's proceed." Yu Yanlan walked expressionlessly in the middle, flanked by hunters. After a brief moment, Yu Cheng was brought forth. Should Yu Yanlan show even the slightest sign of defiance, he could be sent down at any moment. Throughout the journey, Yu Yanlan meticulously memorized the route. The dungeon had been constructed with meticulous care, entirely isolated from the outside world, requiring a full hour to traverse back to the hunting cloud hall. Yu Yanlan was led to a place familiar to her, the arena where she had been reborn, the territory of Yang Iyue. Dressed in a striking red wrap dress, Yang Iyue approached with an alluring gait. After casting a glance at Yu Yanlan, she smiled slyly at Su Rue, saying, "You truly possess a unique talent. Among the 10 sub-halls, you demonstrate the most audacity." "Naturally," Su Rue replied, his gaze lingering on Yang Iyue's face. "The guests are here. You may handle them as you see fit." Yang Iyue issued her orders. Everyone except Yu Yanlan was escorted to the 3rd floor. Yang Iyue maintained her haughty demeanor, declaring, "The tides of fortune have shifted, having disrupted my territory. It's time for retribution. However, the rules of this game have altered slightly. Last time, it was Yu Cheng in the arena. This time, it is you. It seems your prowess is limited to mere intimidation." Yu Yanlan scoffed disdainfully, stepping onto the fighting stage, looking down on Yang Iyue. In response, Yang Iyue smiled rather than fuming, instructing for the doors to be opened, allowing a swarm of spectators to flood in. Upon seeing a woman on stage, the crowd erupted with excitement. Word had spread that today would be a special event, and while they arrived with a degree of skepticism, their doubts were swiftly dispelled. Naturally, a few individuals who had previously encountered Yu Yanlan discreetly placed their bets on her, anticipating a windfall. On the 3rd floor, Yang Iyue attended to 2 separate boxes, one for Su Rue and the other for a group of young masters and ladies from various families, each seeking to challenge Yu Yanlan. As the bell rang, a tall contender stepped into the ring, codenamed Yama. At first glance, he appeared slender, but once stripped of his shirt, his muscular physique and numerous prominent scars came into view. Upon realizing his opponent was a woman, he hesitated momentarily, but upon entering the arena, he understood there was no retreat. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at Yu Yanlan. Yu Yanlan raised her hand to block, seizing the chance to grasp his wrist. Yet, to her surprise, he reacted with astonishing swiftness, deftly switching to his other hand. It was then that Yu Yanlan realized why Yang Iyue had been brimming with confidence. During these days of confinement, Yu Yanlan's stamina had also been significantly depleted. Moreover, for reasons unknown, the spiritual energy within her had been steadily waning. Even the newly acquired essence from Yu Cheng had been entirely devoured by the cat stone. Facing an opponent like Yin Luo, whose movements were as agile as a shadow and whose strikes were ruthlessly precise, the challenge had grown exponentially more daunting. To secure an effortless victory now, she would have no choice but to reveal her true form. Chapter 12. The death of Su Rue. Yu Yanlan evaded and defended herself. Yet time had nearly elapsed. The spectators below began to express their dissatisfaction vocally, convinced that Yin Luo was deliberately allowing things to unfold in favor of the opposing side. Yang Iyue furrowed her brows, seductively leaning against Su Rue, and remarked, "Little Rue, time is running out. If Yu Yanlan remains standing, it will end in a draw, and we shall bear the losses." Su Rue inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent of Yang Iyue, her expression of delight repulsive to him. He pointed towards Fong Su and instructed, "You, go, and remind her." Fong Su exited while clutching his phone, but before he could utter a word, he was met with Yu Yanlan's piercing gaze, filled with lethal intent. He took a step back, nearly dropping his phone, and, feeling trepidation, patted his chest, opting not to look at her, merely waving his phone in her direction. Everything felt so eerily familiar, merely a change of roles. Yu Yanlan was not Yu Cheng. She swiftly materialized a dagger in her hand and hurled it towards the phone Fong Su held, only to be met with a kick from Yin Luo that forced her several steps back. Yin Luo, having noticed her subtle maneuver, halted the fight, his expression darkening as he questioned, Were you threatened? This has nothing to do with you, Yu Yanlan retorted. She leaped several meters away, landing on the railing of the second floor to catch her phone, now pierced by her own dagger. With a swift motion, she dashed into Su Rui's private room. Yen Luo, witnessing this, followed suit, albeit less agile than Yu Yanlan. Yu Yanlan was obstructed by a group of hunters, encircled by Yang Yue's followers. Yen Luo leaped behind her, asserting, "You handle the task at hand. I shall take care of this." As he spoke, he engaged in combat, demonstrating combat prowess that could rival the physically enhanced Yu Cheng. With his assistance, Yu Yanlan surged into the private room, her dagger pressed against Su Rui. Feigning calmness, Su Rui's mind was in turmoil. "I am a member of the Hunter's Hall. Should you dare to act, it would mean opposing us. I will say this once. Release my brother, immediately," Yu Yanlan shouted in fury. "Very well, I shall call to have him released," Su Rui replied, his words yielding but his eyes glinting with malice. The moment the call connected, he shouted, "Kill Yu Cheng." Yu Yanlan, taken aback by Su Rui's reckless declaration, turned to rescue Yu Cheng from the dungeon. Su Rui laughed maniacally. "Do you think I became the leader of the hunters by chance? You are far too inexperienced to contend with me." Before Su Rui could finish his words, a crescent dagger found its way into his throat, resulting in his immediate demise. Yu Yanlan fled the scene without a backward glance, sprinting across the rooftop. The arena descended into chaos. A member of the Hunter's Hall had perished, and he was a significant figure. Those unwilling to be embroiled in the matter dared not linger, hastily making their escape. Even the young nobles who had come for amusement departed in a hurry, fearing the repercussions on their families could spell the end of their glamorous lifestyles. Yang Yue stood frozen, her gaze fixed upon the lifeless Su Rui, unable to move. Su Rui had died in her fighting arena, and she could not absolve herself of responsibility. The news spread rapidly. Su Rui's branch soon learned of his demise and promptly dispatched personnel to the arena. This time, it was the vice leader himself who personally led the hunters, determined not to tarnish the reputation of their branch. Meanwhile, Yu Yanlan, following the route she had meticulously noted, arrived at the dungeon. She swiftly dispatched the hunter at the entrance and opened the grand door, only to discover that Yu Cheng had vanished. Grabbing a hunter by the collar, she demanded, "Where is Yu Cheng?" "Taken to the hall," he stammered. With a forceful toss, Yu Yanlan flung the hunter aside. Just as she was about to pursue, she was confronted by an unyielding wall of hunters, led by a stern middle-aged man. The leader and vice leader mentioned her. One hunter whispered into the ear of the middle-aged man, "Where is Yu Cheng?" Yu Yanlan pressed again. "Dead." A wave of despair washed over her. The dagger that had previously rested against Su Rui's neck now appeared in her hand, transforming before their very eyes into a gleaming longsword. "Then you shall accompany him in death." With a fierce cry, she charged forward, her blade claiming one life after another. Her crimson eyes glimmered as if drenched in blood. Fixated on the middle-aged man, her mind flooded with memories of past battles, blood splattering across her face and body as she relentlessly fought on. The middle-aged man felt an unexpected chill. He had encountered many ruthless individuals, yet before him stood Yu Yanlan, a veritable female demon. As long as she breathed, she could annihilate them all. He advanced, his body bending and twisting as he evaded several of her strikes, calling out to her, but she was drenched in blood, seemingly impervious to his voice, her laughter unsettling. One by one, the hunters instinctively retreated. The dungeon floor was strewn with the bodies of their fallen comrades. Yet Yu Yanlan continued her relentless slaughter. The middle-aged man attempted to intervene multiple times but barely escaped injury himself. "Shaolan." The voice of Yu Cheng pierced through Yu Yanlan's consciousness, causing her heart to ache. Blood erupted from her mouth as her once vibrant crimson eyes began to soften, revealing Yu Cheng, unharmed and standing before her alongside Fan Yi. Darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. In the catstone, Lan Mo leaned against the vibrant trunk of a tree, his complexion a ghostly pale. Atop the stone rested a colossal spirit cat, its ethereal white light continuously transmitting into the colorful tree, which in turn funneled the light into Lan Mo's being. This white light was the spiritual energy from Yu Cheng, nurtured through Yu Yanlan's own power. ultimately sustaining Lan Mo's life. Without this timely influx of energy, he would have succumbed. In a spacious and luminous bedroom, Yu Yanlan opened her eyes, a wave of soreness coursing through her body. Turning her head, she was met with the concerned faces of Yu Cheng and Fan Yi, their gazes locking in a moment of shared relief. "You're not dead?" she inquired of Yu Cheng. He nodded vigorously, eyes glistening with tears of joy. "No, I'm alive. Could you perhaps acknowledge my existence?" Yu Yanlan replied, her tone laced with gratitude. "You ought to thank me. Without my intervention, you would have bid farewell to this city." Fan Yi turned his face away in displeasure, remarking that if it were not for my insistence, my brother would never have come to your aid. "Enough. Are you still a 3-year-old? What a sight you are." Yu Cheng chided with a smile. "So, does that mean we are bound by a friendship forged in life and death?" Fan Yi innocently leaned in, showcasing his somewhat handsome visage. Yu Cheng chuckled and nodded. In his heart, Fan Yi was an innocent and endearing younger brother. When it came to the notion of a bond of life and death, there was indeed a kernel of truth in that. Chapter 13, What Do You Want? Healing. After a brief conversation, Yu Cheng forcefully dragged Fan Yi out, wishing to allow Yu Yanlan some peace and quiet. The moment the door closed, Lan Mo appeared beside Yu Yanlan's bed, his complexion already looking quite healthy. Yu Yanlan cast a cold glance at him and then sneered, "What? Have you come to see if I'm still alive? What's wrong with you?" Lan Mo asked, utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the events that had transpired. "Why didn't you respond when I called for you?" "I nearly died." "Where were you?" Yu Yanlan shouted. Lan Mo was taken aback. He had been absorbing spiritual energy to restore his body and had no knowledge of what had occurred outside. He had merely intended to praise her, only to find himself on the receiving end of tirade. Without granting Lan Mo an opportunity to explain, Yu Yanlan continued. "You said you brought me here to make me stronger? I fail to understand why you wish to help me. Do you have some ulterior motive?" Ignoring her accusations, Lan Mo asked with a serious demeanor, "Who injured you?" Yu Yanlan huffed, lying down and dismissively uttering, "You needn't concern yourself with it," before closing her eyes. Lan Mo summoned a small red pill into his palm, crushed it into powder with a casual grip, and sprinkled the powder over Yu Yanlan. A faint red light illuminated the space as she found herself suspended in midair, unable to move, and she glared at him in irritation. "Lan Mo, what are you doing?" "Healing you," he replied, a red glow emanating from his palm as he pressed it against her forehead, with the red powder converging toward her brow. Yu Yanlan felt a wave of comfort wash over her, the aches in her body dissipating. "Have you lost your mind again?" Lan Mo asked sternly. "Yes. Didn't I tell you that you mustn't eat?" Yu Yanlan struck her fist against the wall beside the bed. "Enough, I'm tired. You should go back." Lan Mo exhaled deeply, waved his hand, and returned to the cat stone without making a sound. Filled with anger, Yu Yanlan fell asleep. They had been confined in the dungeon for 2 days and nights, and after a day of turmoil, they were utterly exhausted. The next morning, they were roused by Fan Yi's wailing. Indeed, wherever he was, a peaceful sleep was out of the question. After tidying herself, Yu Yanlan made her way downstairs. The staircase was particularly uncomfortable for her to traverse. Its unnecessarily circular design was exhausting both to walk upon and to look at. The only redeeming quality of this place was its brightness. At that moment, Fan Yi was kneeling on the floor, looking pitiful, while his brother, Fan Lin, sat on the sofa. Upon seeing Yu Yanlan, Fan Yi sprang to her side, exclaiming, "Big sister, save me." Yu Yanlan disdainfully tossed him onto the sofa and turned to Fan Lin, saying, "I remember you. You were Yang Yue's friend of the fighting arena, correct?" Fan Lin smiled. "Indeed, I am Yang Yue's friend, but I am also Fan Yi's brother. Since you are Fan Yi's friends, you're naturally my friends as well. There seems to be no conflict in that, does there?" "No conflict, but judging by the way you looked at me that day, do you recognize me?" Yu Yanlan inquired. Fan Lin shook his head without a hint of emotion, dispelling the doubts in Yu Yanlan's mind. The two individuals set the sail aside and engaged in a dialogue. "You have slaughtered so many from our branch of the Hunting Cloud Society. Do you understand the consequences you face?" Fan Lin adjusted his glasses and replied, "My branch of the Hunting Cloud Society ranks above that old man, which is why I can temporarily protect you. However, Once the news reaches the top-ranking branch, I can no longer safeguard you. Fan E, displeased by this remark, interjected, Brother, that's not how we agreed. You clearly stated that as long as Yu Yinlan passes the examination of the Hunting Cloud Society and becomes a leader more capable than that Su Rue, her mistakes would not be deemed mistakes. A twitch of annoyance crossed Fan Lin's lips. He wished he could send Fan E far away with a single slap, for he had intended to maintain a facade, only to have it ruined by this fool. Yu Yinlan smiled wryly, saying, In that case, thank you. Fan Lin cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and playfully slapped Fan E on the backside. Arrange breakfast for them. I shall step out for a moment. Fan E grinned widely, ascended the stairs, and called for Yu Cheng to join them. The trio shared a meal, after which Fan E dragged them out to purchase mobile phones, each acquiring one. Fortunately, this time, there were no disruptions and Fan E covered the expenses. Following Lan Mo's treatment the previous night, Yu Yinlan felt her spiritual energy had returned, invigorating her spirit. The three sat at a street corner, fiddling with their phones. The carnage from the previous day was not mentioned by either Yu Cheng or Fan E, as if it had never transpired. And Yu Yinlan herself preferred to avoid the topic. You have already obtained Yu Cheng's spiritual energy. It is time to seek the next one. Find an excuse to leave. Lan Mo's voice echoed. Despite her unresolved feelings towards Lan Mo, Yu Yinlan could not neglect her pursuit of spiritual energy. She concocted an excuse and departed to a secluded area, where Lan Mo materialized beside her, his transparent form following closely. Haven't you already found two individuals? Where are they? Yu Yinlan inquired coldly. Let us first enjoy a cup of coffee, Lan Mo suggested, stopping at the entrance of a CEF, his eyes gleaming with excitement at the mere mention of coffee, an enthusiasm that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Reluctantly, Yu Yinlan purchased a cup, leading him to a deserted spot. As Lan Mo sipped, he remarked, I forgot to mention something last night. That Yu Cheng witnessed everything that transpired in the spirit realm concerning you. Yu Yinlan gasped, What do you mean? You sacrificed a life for him. Originally, your memories would have transferred as well, but I suppressed them. That day, I was too careless, which allowed them to escape. Yet he has said nothing? Yu Yinlan queried, perplexed. Did you not notice his transformation? Or perhaps, have you not sensed his newfound maturity and composure? Does he not exhibit different emotions towards you? Lan Mo asked, finishing the last sip of his coffee. Yu Yinlan pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Lan Mo tapped her forehead lightly, saying, It is said that women with slow reactions also possess dull intellect. Come along. Furrowing her brow, Yu Yinlan dismissed the thought and followed Lan Mo to a high platform. Not far off stood a dilapidated tin shack, home to at least 20 individuals, men and women alike, all sleeping on the ground beneath tattered blankets. Lan Mo pointed towards a disheveled woman, exuding an aura of enchantment, though it remained uncertain whether she could be easily approached. You need not concern yourself with that. You may return, he stated. Yu Yinlan leaped gracefully from the high platform, making her way towards the corrugated iron house. Upon entering, she was immediately met with a pungent and acrid odor, as hostile gazes from all around converged upon her. Before she could reach the woman, she found herself encircled by the occupants within, blocking her path. The man closest to her scrutinized Yu Yinlan and inquired, Who are you? You appear rather delicate. Surely you are not here to seize territory? Chapter 14. The strange woman Yu Yinlan furrowed her brow and said, I am merely here to find someone. Who are you searching for? The group regarded her with skepticism, wary that Yu Yinlan might indeed attempt to encroach upon their territory. However, she had no intention of making things difficult for them. With a delicate finger, she gestured towards the disheveled woman, prompting the men to wave her off as they dispersed. Young lady, that woman is not to be trifled with. Do exercise caution. With that warning, the man retreated to his domain, as if wishing to sever any connection to the woman entirely. As Yu Yinlan approached the woman, she barely opened her mouth when the woman, pushing aside her tangled hair, growled ominously, Leave. Get away from me. Are you sent by him? Tell him that if I perish, he will be left with nothing. Speak. Say something. The woman screamed frantically, her voice echoing with madness. Exasperated by the commotion, Yu Yinlan seized the woman, pressing her fingers against the nape of her neck, rendering her motionless and mute. The woman could only widen her eyes in alarm. It appeared as though Yu Yanlan was gently guiding her away, but in truth, she was forcibly escorting her out. Were it not for the chaos within the tin shack, her ruse would have been transparent. Witnessing the woman follow her in such an unusual silence, the onlookers were taken aback, but chose to remain uninvolved, preferring to mind their own affairs. In the expanse of a grassy field, Yu Yanlan released the woman, maintaining a tense silence until she finally spoke. If you promise not to feign madness, I will allow you to speak. If you agree, blink. The woman blinked fervently, and Yu Yanlan nodded, permitting her the ability to speak. As for movement, Yu Yanlan had no desire to waste time playing a game of cat and mouse. This was the best course of action. Who are you, truly? The woman queried, her tone laced with hostility. I am here to assist you. Huh? What can a mere girl like you possibly do for me? Yu Yanlan settled cross-legged before her, lifting her chin to meet her gaze, a wicked smile gracing her lips as she uttered, whatever you desire, I can accomplish. Very well. Then help me kill someone, slice him apart, make him wish for death. The woman's fervor surged, and had she been able to move, it was uncertain what action she might have taken. Yu Yanlan had intended to speak with her once she calmed down, but her peripheral vision caught sight of the woman's noticeably protruding abdomen. She reached out and touched the woman's belly, which only heightened the woman's agitation. What are you doing? What do you want? Go away. You are pregnant, Yu Yanlan stated. The woman shook her head vigorously. I am not. I am not. At that inopportune moment, Yu Yanlan's phone rang, and upon seeing it was her brother, she answered, What is it, brother? However, the voice on the other end was that of Fan E, clamoring, Yu Yanlan, where have you gone? If you do not return soon, you will miss the examination at the hunting cloud hall. Don't blame me if, before Fan E could finish, Yu Yanlan hung up, exasperated, thinking that perhaps this phone was more trouble than it was worth. Yu Yanlan shook her head, deciding to seek out women another time. She gently tapped the woman's brow, and as soon as the woman stirred, she hurriedly dashed towards the metal shack. It seemed evident that she was accustomed to being pursued. With a sudden leap, Yu Yanlan covered a considerable distance and soon arrived at the CAF where she had previously arranged to meet Fan E and the others. The sight of the CAF reminded her of Lan Mo, and the mere thought of him stirred a sense of agitation within her. Upon noticing Yu Yanlan's entrance, Fan E sprayed his coffee in surprise, nearly choking and bringing tears to his eyes. Had it not been for Yu Cheng's quick reflexes, the coffee would have splattered all over him. What on earth? Have you seen a ghost? Yu Cheng inquired, clearly displeased. Yu Yanlan, Fan E stammered, pointing at the approaching figure of Yu Yanlan. What is going on? You can't possibly have arrived this quickly by plane. How did you get here? Yu Yanlan momentarily forgot that Fan E was unaware of her true identity. Without overthinking it, she simply approached. Meanwhile, Fan E, having just hung up the phone and taken a sip of coffee, had not yet swallowed when Yu Yanlan arrived. I'm just nearby. She casually fabricated a lie as she took a seat. I clearly saw your location on my phone. You were in the Eastern District. You, Fan E insisted, pulling out his phone to show her. Just then, Yu Cheng cleared his throat. By the way, didn't TU say the registration was about to begin? Aren't he going to take us there? Fan E slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten. Right? Let us hurry, otherwise, my brother will surely give me a beating. The previous topic was quickly forgotten as Fan E gathered his belongings and urged Yu Cheng and the others towards the registration area. In the main hall of the first-ranked branch of the Hunter S Guild, 10 vice leaders had assembled, except for Su Rui's branch, which lacked a leading hunter. The other hunters stood behind their respective vice leaders. Each branch's ranking determined their positions, with Fan Lin's branch holding the 5th rank and Su Rui's at 9th. As he surveyed the room, it was evident that all vice leaders, save for the middle-aged man representing Su Rui's branch, were youthful individuals in their 20s, each exuding a distinct aura. The first vice leader spoke up. Now that all vice leaders are present, I shall briefly outline the examination details. This time, based on a proposal from the 5th branch, we have amended one rule. Registration will not be restricted by gender. The individual who secures first place will be directly promoted to a leading hunter, while all other rules remain unchanged. At this pronouncement, the vice leaders present were taken aback. While they could accept a direct promotion, the notion of gender inclusion was unprecedented in the long history of the Hunter S Guild. which had never seen a woman in a position of authority. I oppose the removal of gender restrictions, one voiced. Indeed, after all these years, to change it so casually based on a proposal from the fifth branch is unacceptable, another concurred. We also disagree. In an instant, some vice leaders erupted in protest, with the first to spark the discord being Yin Shi, the vice leader from the ninth branch where Su Rue was. While others might have been oblivious, he understood well that this gender-inclusive rule was intended to exonerate Yu Yanlan. The vice master of the first division suppressed his impatience, urging everyone to cease their protests. The master was already aware that dissent would arise, yet the rules had been disseminated. Thus, the master instructed that any grievances should be directed towards the master of the fifth division. The vociferous vice masters were rendered momentarily speechless. They were acutely aware of the stature of the fifth division master. Even ranked fifth, he commanded respect, compelling even the first division master to yield to him. How could they dare to invite trouble upon themselves? Throughout the discourse, Fan Lin remained silent, ultimately casting a disdainful glance at the ninth vice master, sneering with derision before leading his hunters away. Chapter 15. Reunion with an old friend. Upon entering the first branch, Fan Lin hurried to his own division. In the dimly lit crimson room of the fifth branch, a man reclined on the sofa, taking a moment to rest. Fan Lin pushed open the door and promptly settled onto the couch, adjusting his glasses as he spoke. Master, the identity of that woman remains unverified, but she does not appear to belong to our side. According to our plan, they have likely already registered for the Hunters Guild examination. This young lady seems quite impressive. I find her appealing. A chilling smile crept across the man's lips as he anticipated the waves she might stir here. Previously, Fan Lin had informed the master about the incident involving the demise of Su Rue and the elimination of a significant number of hunters, which led to the suggestion of an examination open to all genders. Before departing, Fan Lin inquired, "After the examination concludes, shall we recruit her into our branch?" "No need," came the reply. Fan Lin did not vanish immediately. Instead, he stepped back through the door. The man's slender fingers traced his brow as he let out a sinister laugh, his face appearing grotesque under the dim red light, evoking a sense of dread. On the bustling streets, Fan Lin proudly brandished a registration form stamped with the Hunters Guild insignia, growing increasingly fond of it. Yu Yanlan shot him an indignant glance and remarked, "Weren't you adamant about not wanting to participate in the examination? You seem rather eager now. That was before, when I was naive. Since that life-and-death experience, I've come to realize that strength alone is insufficient. Status is equally vital." Fan, he stated with earnestness. Yu Chung chuckled. "I didn't expect your awareness to be so elevated. You're almost catching up to me, haha." Fan E beamed with pride, his gait exuding joy as he occasionally sidled up to Yu Yanlan, asking, "Hey, do you think you can secure first place? If you do, make sure to include me and Yu Chung in your team." "Be quiet." Yu Yanlan abruptly thrust her registration form into Fan Yi's face. "You should head back. I have something to discuss with him." With that, she seized Yu Chung and strode away with purpose. Only when they could no longer see Fan Yi did Yu Yanlan halt, turning to Yu Chung. "That day, after I killed so many hunters, did no one inquire about you?" Yu Chung pondered for a moment, initially inclined to shake his head, but then a thought struck him. "All right." Fan Yi's brother, Fan Lin, asked me a rather perplexing question. He wondered if you were my biological sister. I was too flustered at the time to pay much attention, but now I wonder what that could mean. Fan Lin, Yu Yanlan contemplated, acknowledging that her recent actions had indeed been somewhat extravagant, far from the demeanor expected of a young lady. Moreover, her tendency to flaunt her abilities indiscriminately warranted caution in the future. "Shall on that?" Yu Chung hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, managing a couple of awkward chuckles. "It's nothing, really. I understand what you're trying to convey. You witnessed my experiences, didn't you? You need not fear or pity me, for I shall not falter. I will only grow stronger. Rest assured." Upon hearing this, Yu Chung hastily clarified, "I am neither afraid nor pitying you. I merely wish to assist. If you require any help, I, Yu Chung, am duty-bound to offer it." Observing Yu Cheng's flustered demeanor, Yu Yanlan smiled and remarked, "If you wish to aid me, you must forge ahead courageously and grow stronger, rather than wallowing in guilt and sorrow." Yu Qing nodded, and upon learning of the events that transpired in the spirit realm, his heart had already begun to fortify. If a woman could carve a bloody path, how much more could he, a man, achieve? At the HOH Mall, with only a day remaining before examinations, Fan Yi incessantly lamented that Yu Yanlan was dressed too ordinarily. He coaxed the siblings into accompanying him to purchase clothing, hoping they would shine during the exams. Of course, it was Fan Yi who now assumed the role of the wealthy patron, as Yu Yanlan and Yu Cheng were as impoverished as could be. For Yu Yanlan, who had little concept of money, the extravagance of Fan Yi's purchases mattered not, and she felt no embarrassment. Conversely, Yu Cheng maintained a somber expression throughout, only to pull Fan Yi aside after they had acquired the garments, stating unhappily, "I will repay you for this money, and please refrain from buying us anything further." All right, whatever you say," Fan Yi replied dismissively, darting in front of Yu Yanlan, gesturing toward the clothes he had selected for her, grinning. "How about this? Doesn't it suit you well? Isn't it lovely?" Just as Yu Yanlan raised her head, a figure plummeted for the upper floor beside her. Yu Cheng swiftly vaulted over the railing, grasping it with one hand while seizing the falling figure, who turned out to be a woman, with the other. Fan Yi, startled, dropped his belongings and rushed to assist. Together, they struggled to pull her up, but to no avail. Fan Yi shouted, "Yu Yanlan, come help us. Aren't you strong? You should rescue her. She possesses innate spiritual energy," came Lan Mo's voice just as Yu Yanlan, who had initially intended to merely observe, leaped over the railing and grasped the woman's other hand, swiftly hoisting her up. Ultimately, the woman was deposited into Yu Cheng's arms. Her hand was visibly dislocated, yet she uttered not a sound nor lifted her gaze, remaining silent in response to any inquiries. Minutes passed before a contingent of men clad in black hurriedly approached, their presence imposing as they surrounded Yu Yanlan and her companions. Two women among them moved forward to assist the woman from Yu Cheng's embrace. "Are you all so oblivious you wish to lose your jobs? If anything happens to the young lady, none of you shall escape unscathed." The women glared fiercely at the group in black, offering no words of gratitude as they helped the woman away. After a few steps, the woman paused, managing to utter a faint, "Thank you." Yu Yanlan, aware of the woman's innate spiritual energy, knew they would not allow her to depart easily. She called out, "Her hand is dislocated. If you do not wish for her condition to worsen, it is best to set her down here, and I shall assist in relocating it." As Yu Yanlan finished speaking, the woman's body visibly trembled. One of the women, without turning back, replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary." "Are you Xiaolan?" The woman's voice quivered. In her memory, Yu Yanlan found it impossible to recognize someone solely by their voice, so she directly inquired, "Who are you?" The woman slowly lifted her head, using her uninjured hand to sweep her short hair away from her face, revealing her features as she removed the black mask that obscured her identity. Instantly, her visage aligned with the memory Yu Yanlan held of Wu Yu. Wu Yu, the daughter of the Wu family, was the heiress of the Wu Corporation, which had been established through her father Wu Wen's relentless efforts in the HOH shopping mall. Despite living a life that many envied, she felt no joy, for she was the daughter of a mistress, bearing a scar on her face from a childhood incident where her sister had scalded her with hot water. Chapter 16. Wu Yu. This scar instilled a profound sense of inferiority in Wu Yu. At school, some individuals feigned close friendship with her for monetary gain, while maliciously gossiping behind her back, calling her grotesquely ugly and foolish. Yet, Yu Yanlan remained the sole person who neither despised her nor coveted her wealth. She was Wu Yu's only true friend. Unfortunately, due to familial strife, Yu Yanlan had been sent to Shenghua for 3 long years, severing all ties between them. At this moment, upon recognizing the person before her as Yu Yanlan, Wu Yu's eyes brimmed with tears. It seemed that only in her presence could she find a sense of belonging. She brushed past the two women and rushed toward Yu Yanlan. Habitually, Yu Yanlan recoiled, leaving Wu Yu perplexed when she found herself grasping at thin air. Quickly covering her face, Wu Yu stammered, "Did I frighten you? I'm so sorry, so sorry." To the current Yu Yanlan, Wu Yu was merely a stranger, which explained her instinctive retreat. Yu Cheng promptly intervened, clarifying, "Please don't misunderstand. My sister hasn't been feeling. Well, lately, yes, that's why she reacted this way. Yu Yanlan nodded in agreement, then swiftly maneuvered Wu Yu's dislocated hand, effortlessly resetting it with a sharp crack, leaving Wu Yu blissfully unaware of any pain. Thank you, Wu Yu said, momentarily forgetting the scar on her face as she beamed at Yu Yanlan. A woman approached, whispering, "Miss, we must leave. The young lady is still waiting for you upstairs." Upon hearing the term young lady, Wu Yu's pupils dilated slightly. With a smile, she requested Yu Yanlan's phone number and, as she departed, shook her phone playfully, assuring, "I will call you. Wait for me." Knowing she would see Wu Yu again, Yu Yanlan made no attempt to prevent her from leaving. However, when Wu Yu mentioned the young lady, Yu Yanlan distinctly sensed a flicker of fear in her, indicating there was undoubtedly something amiss. With a grave expression, she watched as Wu Yu vanished from sight. Fan Yi leaned closer, adopting an air of mystery. This is quite peculiar. The daughter of a wealthy family, lacking for nothing. Wouldn't T simply contemplate ending her life, would she? It's evident she didn't jump voluntarily. Are you implying I lack discernment? Yu Chung retorted. That is not what I meant, Fan Yi responded. You're just. Fan Yi squinted, glaring at Yu Chung until she received a sharp jab from Yu Yanlan, who then tugged him by the collar and led him away. Xiaolan, this matter is indeed suspicious. Shouldn't we investigate further? Yu Chung expressed her concerns. Yu Yanlan gazed at the spot where Wu Yu had stood. The railing was so high that if Wu Yu had truly jumped, she would have had to struggle to climb over it, devoid of any survival instinct. It was clear that she had been pushed. Let us go. Why are we still standing here? Fan Yi exclaimed, eager to pursue the matter, and he dragged Yu Chung in the direction Wu Yu had taken. Yu Yanlan ensured no one was watching, quickening her pace. With a leap, she ascended to the upper floor, where she immediately spotted Wu Yu's figure. The sparsely populated area appeared to be an enclave for the elite. Beside Wu Yu stood a well-dressed woman, the matriarch of the Wu family, Zhu Qian, along with another woman of similar age, her half-sister Wu Yin. As they walked, Wu Yin disdainfully shoved Wu Yu, while Zhu Qian chose to ignore the scene. Upon reaching a corner, Zhu Qian cast a glance at Wu Yu and menacingly warned, "When you see your father later, if you dare to speak out of turn, I possess 100 ways to make your life a living hell. Do you understand?" Wu Yu, fragile and meek, nodded obediently, refraining from uttering a word in retort, merely swallowing the humiliation inflicted by Wu Yin. Observing this, Yu Yanlan felt a surge of anger. She detested those who yielded to fate without endeavor. Yu Yanlan strode forward, but was halted 3 meters away by the bodyguards. She shouted, "Wu Yu!" A glimmer of hope sparkled in Wu Yu's eyes, and instinctively, she pushed Wu Yin aside and moved towards Yu Yanlan. However, before she could take 2 steps, Wu Yin yanked her back, disregarding the circumstances, and slapped her shoulder, exclaiming, "How dare you push me? You are courting death." Zhu Qian cleared her throat, casting a meaningful glance at Wu Yin, who then realized the public nature of the encounter and instantly donned a facade of a gentle older sister, soothing Wu Yu. Zhu Qian inquired of Yu Yanlan, "May I ask what brings you here?" In the distance, Fan Yi's loud voice called out, "We're looking for Wu Yu. Is it wrong to gather with friends?" Yu Chung tugged at Fan Yi, signaling him to speak courteously, but Fan Yi rolled his eyes, unconcerned with Yu Chung, and sauntered over to stand beside Yu Yanlan. At that moment, a woman who had previously escorted Wu Yu leaned in to whisper something to Zhu Qian. Zhu Qian's expression shifted, and she resumed her amiable demeanor, stating, "Of course, you may gather, but we have urgent matters to attend to and cannot stay. You are young. There will be other opportunities to meet." She turned to Wu Yu with a facade of maternal affection, though her heart harbored a far more sinister nature. Wu Yu dared not lift her head, merely nodding in submission. A smug smile crept onto Zhu Qian's lips as she declared, "You see, you shall meet again another time. Now let us depart." As she turned away, Zhu Qian's countenance darkened, and a palpable aura of malice enveloped her. Wu Yin pretended to comfort Wu Yu as they left, while the bodyguards remained behind, sealing off the corner. Yu Yanlan's instincts told her something was amiss. She whispered to Yu Chung, "Brother, I entrust these individuals to you." "Not a problem," he replied. Yu Yanlan seized Fan Yi and hurled him towards the bodyguards with a wicked smile. "Did you not wish to rescue someone?" Your chance has arrived. This time, Fan Yi, emboldened by the thrill, shouted out to capture the attention of the bodyguards, allowing Yu Yanlan to dash forward while Yu Cheng provided cover, causing the guards to falter. Yu Yanlan deftly caught the falling Fan Yi, and both managed to slip behind the bodyguards. A few guards regained their wits and pursued, only to be sent flying by Yu Yanlan's swift kick as they pressed deeper into the corridor. However, after 100 meters, they were met with a formidable golden wall before them. Alas, can they truly fly? Fan Yi approached and struck the wall several times, yet it yielded no response. Yu Yanlan cast him a glance as if he were a fool, then pushed a stone block to the left, causing the golden wall to part from both sides. Fan Yi smirked and awkwardly chuckled. I was well aware, merely jesting for amusement, you see. Upon the doors opening, they were greeted by an opulent corridor, illuminated by radiant lights, with a white wooden door at the far end. Chapter 17. The assertive seizure of people. Fan Yi pushed open the wooden door, and a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped him. His eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Goodness, what an air of mystery. It turns out to be a restaurant." This establishment was evidently private, as aside from a few formally attired servers, there were only 4 or 5 patrons in the lobby. Upon entering, neither Fan Yi nor Yu Yanlan were met with any obstruction or inquiry. Gazing at the densely packed private rooms before him, Fan Yi felt overwhelmed. Yu Yanlan, with so many compartments, where is Wu Yu? Can you not perceive this heavy scent of perfume? Yu Yanlan had long memorized the fragrance worn by Zhu Qian and confidently strode toward a room adorned with a sign reading expensive. Inside, a shrill scream echoed, without even knocking. Fan Yi kicked the door open, while Yu Yanlan leaned against the doorframe, awaiting him. The room housed 7 sets of tableware, yet only 5 individuals were present. The situation was evident. The main party had already departed, emboldening the others to act as they pleased. At that moment, Wu Yu was slumped on the floor, drenched, while Wu Yin held a half-full bottle of red wine, poised to drench Wu Yu further. Filled with indignation, Fan Yi approached, swatted the wine from Wu Yin's grasp, and draped his newly purchased coat over Wu Yu. Truly, the faces of men can mask the hearts of beasts, and some possess venomous intents. Wu Yin, exasperated, shouted, "Who are you, you beggar? What business is it of yours?" Just then, a malicious voice chimed in, "It's you." Fan Yi turned to see a familiar yet loathsome visage, Yu Yao. "What a nuisance! Why are you everywhere?" Beside Yu Yao stood her mother, Zhu Hui. Upon hearing her daughter being verbally assaulted, Zhu Hui sprang up in outrage. "Who do you think you are? Do you even comprehend the stature of those before you? This is the lady and daughter of the Wu family. Are you seeking your own demise by causing a ruckus here?" "Bah, what Wu family? I've never even heard of it." Fan Yi retorted vehemently. Zhu Qian, who had been reveling in her elevated status, felt her expression darken. She pressed a red button on the table and commanded, "Bring people to the expensive room." From a distance, Yu Yanlan spotted a group of men in black hastening towards them, swiftly entering the room, which then slammed shut. Due to Fan Yi's interference, the lock was now broken. Yu Yanlan swiftly maneuvered to the table's edge and kicked it against the door to barricade it. Just as Zhu Hui was about to erupt in fury, she faltered upon recognizing Yu Yanlan, stumbling back into her chair in terror. Yu Yanlan," she gasped. Yu Yao froze, her eyes betraying sheer fear. She had heard whispers of Yu Yanlan's ruthlessness, having killed Su Ruwei and single-handedly stormed the 9th Division's dungeon, slaughtering numerous hunters. The thought of Yu Yanlan's mercilessness left her unable to fathom how someone capable of such brutality could appear unperturbed. Yu Yanlan turned her gaze towards Zhu Hui, a chilling smile spreading across her face, leaving Zhu Hui nearly breathless. Yu Yao feigned composure, positioning herself protectively in front of her mother. "What do you intend to do? My mother has not wronged you. Is that so?" Yu Yanlan scoffed, her icy stare piercing through. "Yet, how vividly I recall that she was the one responsible for my mother's demise. Or perhaps my memory is fading with age." Yu Yaoyin found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, Yu Yanlan's mother had been tragically harmed by Zhu Hui's designs, leaving her utterly powerless to refute it. Zhu Qian and Wu Yin were oblivious to the underlying reasons, believing Zhu Hui and her companions to be pathetically weak, easily intimidated by a mere girl, causing the goodwill they had just established to evaporate. Zhu Qian, with an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at Yu Yanlan and declared, "Little girl, I clearly stated earlier that you should have taken your time to gather. Now that you have brazenly invaded my territory and witnessed what you ought not to have, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." No sooner had Zhu Qian finished speaking than a sound of crashing echoed from outside, and the table bracing the door began to shift. Wu Yu managed to break free from Fan Yi's grasp, clinging to Zhu Qian's leg and pleading, "Madam, please let my friends go. They won't say a word, and neither will I. Please, I beg you." Too late. Today, they shall accompany you to your end." Zhu Qian retorted, kicking Wu Yu aside, finally shedding her facade of maternal kindness, revealing her truly grotesque nature. Her satisfaction lingered, but the crashing sounds outside ceased, replaced by a chorus of anguished wails. "What is happening?" Zhu Qian felt a surge of panic. Fan Yi smirked and replied, "Have you forgotten? We still have one more person." "How could that be? We have no fewer than 50 people. He is but one." "It cannot be. Or did you think? How do we manage to get in?" The voice of Yu Yanlan whispered near her ear, causing Zhu Qian to stiffen, her spine straightening as she dared not move. None could discern when Yu Yanlan had appeared behind her, pressing a shard of glass against her neck, drawing a trickle of blood. "Do not act recklessly. I am the wife of the Wu family. If anything happens, my husband will ensure that the hunting Cloud Hall does not spare you, and your family will suffer the consequences as well." Even in such dire circumstances, Zhu Qian clung to her bravado. Yu Yanlan chuckled softly, "As for your people, I shall take them with me. Your life, however, shall remain for now. How you are dealt with will be left to your obedient daughter Wu Yu, perhaps." Zhu Qian was thrust toward Wu Yin by Yu Yanlan, and the glass shard was smashed against the armrest of a chair, splintering it into several pieces. Zhu Qian gasped, her heart racing, as she allowed Fan Yi to take Wu Yu away. The door was forcefully kicked open by Yu Cheng, appearing in a most disheveled state, easily toppled by a mere push. "Are you all right?" Yu Cheng asked, drenched in sweat. Fanny nodded, pushing Wu Yu toward Yu Cheng. "You carry her. My little arms and legs are too weary." Understanding Fan Yi's intent to shirk responsibility, Yu Cheng said nothing further and effortlessly hoisted Wu Yu onto his back, leading the way. As Yu Yanlan paused at the doorway to glance back at Yu Yaoyan, she instructed, "Return and inform Yu Shi that the Yu family is soon to change hands. Let him cherish these fleeting days of glory." Once Yu Yanlan departed, Yu Yaoyan exhaled the tension she had been holding, collapsing to the ground. In the past, she had spoken fiercely, yet now she could not even meet Yu Yanlan's gaze. The disparity, too, stark to bear. Under the support of Wu Yin, Zhu Qian also settled down, her heart ablaze with unbridled anger, struggling to regulate her emotions with deep breaths, rendering the room enveloped in an eerie silence. "Zhu, we cautiously ventured, madam, that Yu Yanlan is utterly arrogant. She intruded into my home and harmed me without any intervention from the old master. Now she dares to threaten you as well. If we continue to turn a blind eye to her recklessness, it will lead to dire consequences. Haunted by past traumas and the events of today, Zhu, we yearn for someone to emerge and swiftly resolve the predicament posed by this unpredictable young woman, so she could return to her tranquil existence." Chapter 18. Encountering a Ghost? At this moment, Zhu Qian's face flushed with indignation. As the esteemed Madame Wu, she found herself humiliated by a mere servant girl. Even without Zhu Hui's instigation, she would have sought every possible means to eliminate Yu Yanlan. Wu Yin, her expression darkened, questioned Yu Yao, saying, "I recall your mention of Yu Yanlan. When they were expelled from the Yu family, you told me she was frail and could be easily bullied. It seems, however, that you were lying. I do not know how she suddenly became so formidable," Yu Yao explained. How could I have considered you a friend? I even introduced your family to my father. And this is how you repay me? You come to harm me out of your personal vendetta. Your heart is truly venomous." Wu Yin's anger was not unfounded. When Yu Yanlan had just fallen from grace, Yu Yao had whispered in her ear, claiming that Yu Yanlan was weak and could serve as her punching bag. Had she not sought to deal with Wu Yu, but rather to trouble Yu Yanlan, the consequences would have been dire. Noticing the atmosphere turning sour, Zhu Hui attempted to defend her daughter without offending Zhu Qian. She diverted the conversation, saying, Wu Yin, what we need to focus on now is dealing with that girl. Yu Yanlan, not turning against each other. Enough, I have my own methods. You may leave now, Zhu Qian said, rubbing her temples, wearily dismissing Zhu Hui and the others. Once they departed, Zhu Qian dialed a number that bore no name. Upon connection, she simply stated, help me eliminate 2 individuals. The price is negotiable. The line went dead on the other end. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng carried Wu Yu, with Fan Yi and Yu Yanlan trailing behind. They did not retrace their steps to the mall, but instead exited through the back door of the restaurant to hail a taxi back to Fan Yi's villa. Wu Yu, still in a stupor, shivered noticeably, clearly shaken and soaked in alcohol, which had caused her to overheat. The task of tending to Wu Yu fell to Yu Yanlan, who clumsily wiped her down and dressed her in a clean outfit. This was the first time in her centuries of existence that Yu Yanlan had engaged in such care. Having lived for over 100 years and fought countless battles, she had long since abandoned the delicate nature expected of a woman. Yu Yanlan drew forth a thread of spiritual energy from the cat stone and infused it into Wu Yu's body. The fever quickly subsided, and Wu Yu began to calm down. All she needed was a good night's rest. At some point, Lan Mo had taken a seat behind Yu Yanlan and spoke. Once you gather enough spiritual energy, I shall take you to a certain place. What place? Yu Yanlan replied coldly, without turning her head. Your mind requires fortification. Otherwise, you will inevitably lose yourself. At that point, do not expect to seek vengeance, as mere survival will be a challenge. It is not as simple as you presume. Lan Mo stated gravely. Yu Yanlan smiled icily, responding, I have already mentioned that some matters do not require your concern. Since you saved me, I owe you a debt. Once I collect 100 units of spiritual energy, the energy will belong to you, and the life force will remain with me. We shall be even. What is truly the matter with you? Lan Mo's tone grew more intense. Yu Yanlan let out a cold smile, her gaze towards Lan Mo rigid, and she spoke not a word more. Rising, she exited the room where Wu Yu was sleeping, perplexed by her own emotions and the inexplicable anger boiling within her. After all, Lan Mo had saved her life. What more could she possibly want? Lan Mo narrowed his eyes, a surge of killing intent enveloping him as he vanished from sight. In another room, Yu Cheng was idly scrolling through his phone when Lan Mo materialized before him out of thin air. Startled, Yu Cheng nearly dropped his device and exclaimed in terror, Who are you? The ancient aura of Lan Mo was enough to send chills down his spine, and his sudden transparent appearance made it impossible for him to dismiss the notion of encountering a ghost. Lan Mo's violet eyes fixated on the phone Yu Cheng held. What was this? Handing over the device, Yu Cheng felt an increasing unease. While he was unafraid of humans, he certainly held apprehensions towards apparitions. Lan Mo curiously took the phone, poked at it a few times, and then tossed it aside in boredom. Pray tell, why was Yu Yanlan gravely injured that day? Upon hearing Yu Yanlan's name, Yu Cheng's expression darkened. He scrutinized Lan Mo, his fear dissipating as he confronted him. What exactly are you? What do you want with my sister? Ghost? Lan Mo chuckled softly. I am no ghost. I am Yu Yanlan's friend. Friend? Indeed. Now, you may enlighten me as to the circumstances surrounding her injury. Yu Cheng examined Lan Mo closely, his thoughts in turmoil. After a moment's deliberation, he reasoned that the query was not particularly sensitive. Such matters were common knowledge among the members of the Hunting Cloud Hall. Hence, he recounted the events of that day. A flicker of ruthless intent flashed in Lan Mo's violet eyes as he regarded Yu Cheng. Value your life. It was bought with Yu Yanlan's sacrifice. Should I discover that you do not hold it dear, I shall ensure your demise myself. Under the weight of Lan Mo's warning, Yu Cheng instinctively nodded. Once Lan Mo's figure dissipated, an overwhelming heaviness settled in his heart, akin to sinking to the ocean's depths, rendering him breathless. It took him a good half hour to regain his composure. A wave of trepidation washed over Yu Cheng. Lan Mo exuded an aura reminiscent of a world-dominating sovereign, and when he turned serious, it felt as though the entire world could face annihilation. The following day, when Yu Cheng encountered Yu Yanlan, he intended to inquire if she knew Lan Mo, but with Wu Yu awake, everyone was preoccupied with her care, causing him to forget his question. Upon waking, Wu Yu immediately checked on Yu Yanlan, relieved to find her unharmed. A forced smile crept onto her lips. I'm sorry for dragging you into this, Xiaolan. You need not apologize. From now on, we shall protect you. That so-called madam would not dare to harm you. Fan Yi reassured her. Wu Yu nodded. Her gaze lowered as tears welled up in her eyes. This was the first time she truly felt the warmth of so many caring for her. Yu Yanlan pushed aside Fan Yi and took a seat opposite Wu Yu, her tone stern. Wu Yu, lift your head and look at me. Wu Yu timidly lifted her gaze to meet Yu Yanlan's eyes for a fleeting moment before quickly lowering it again, instinctively covering the burn on her face and shaking her head repeatedly. Yu Yanlan, displeased, gently tilted Wu Yu's chin to compel her to face her directly and said, I can heal the scar on your face. Wu Yu was momentarily taken aback and ceased her struggles, her emotions surging as she asked, Really? Xiaolan, can you truly heal my scar? Is this your heart's desire? Yu Yanlan inquired. Yes, it is my heart's desire, Wu Yu affirmed without hesitation. At that moment, nothing held greater significance to her than her appearance. With Wu Yu's confirmation, Yu Yanlan felt a sense of accomplishment in their exchange. As long as she helped heal Wu Yu's injury and fulfilled her wish, the spiritual energy would naturally flow into Yu Yanlan's catstone. Chapter 19. Healing Wu Yu for Yu Yanlan. This burn was merely a trivial matter. She dismissed Fan Yi and Yu Cheng, lightly pressing her finger against the nape of Wu Yu's neck, causing her to fall into a deep slumber. With a flick of her finger in the air, a purple bubble appeared, encasing her within. The true form of the spirit cat emerged, adorned with 2 fluffy ears, sharp fangs, and a flowing blue gown, exuding extraordinary beauty. She plucked a hair from her ear, allowing a few drops of her blood to mingle with it, and then, utilizing her inner spiritual energy, she fused the two into a pool of blue liquid. With a graceful sweep of her hand, Wu Yu's body levitated, and Yu Yanlan touched her bloodied index finger to her forehead and chin, finally applying the remaining blue liquid to her entire face. The surplus liquid was then infused into her body. Wu Yu let out a soft moan as a pungent odor began to emanate from her, the actions flowing seamlessly together. In a matter of minutes, Wu Yu gently descended onto the bed, while Yu Yanlan reverted to her normal appearance, dispelling the purple bubble. After releasing the acupoint that had rendered Wu Yu unconscious, she awoke, scrunching her face in distaste as she tugged at her clothing. Feeling as though she were drenched in sweat and a foul odor lingered. Xiaolan, what on earth is this? Wu Yu grimaced in discomfort. Go take a shower. Wu Yu nodded and hurried off to cleanse herself, realizing that the viscous substance was merely toxins expelled from her body. Before long, a shriek echoed from the bathroom, prompting Fan Yi and the others to burst in, met by a wave of foul stench. Fan Yi retched and stumbled back, while Yu Cheng's expression shifted in shock. Wu Yu emerged from the bathroom, bubbling with excitement, clad in a set of blue casual wear from Yu Yanlan, her long hair damp and cascading around her. Xiao Lang, look, my face is flawless, not a single scar remains. Moreover, my skin feels as smooth and tender as an egg. Yu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. Even with scars, Wu Yu possessed exquisite features. And now, not only were the scars gone, but her complexion had also brightened significantly. There's a saying that fits perfectly, a lotus emerging from the water, truly encapsulating her current beauty. Wow, Wu Yu, I had no idea you were so stunning. Fan Yi exclaimed, rushing to her side, captivated by the transformation. The aura surrounding her had entirely shifted. He gave Yanlan a thumbs up, saying, Yanlan, you possess such remarkable skills. If we leverage this, we could become wealthy. Not a chance, Yu Cheng interjected darkly. Fan Yi rolled his eyes and continued to admire Wu Yu. Yu Yanlan then inquired, have you fulfilled your wish? Yes, Wu Yu affirmed with a vigorous nod. At the moment Wu Yu nodded, Nun noticed a white light swiftly merging into the cat stone within Yu Yanlan. A warm sensation enveloped her, signifying the influx of spiritual energy. A satisfied smile graced Yu Yanlan's lips. If every infusion of spiritual energy could be this effortless, she would soon acquire her life spirit and return to exact vengeance. Just as Wu Yu reveled in her joy, A voice echoed from downstairs, laden with urgency. Fanny, you all need to come down quickly. What now? Fanny Gurumlet. Let us descend and ascertain the truth. Yu Chung urged him to step outside, where Fan Lin was drenched in blood, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Fanny, equali distraut, das het donwards. Brother, you are injured. What transpired? Who did this? Fan Lin responded with a reassuring smile. It is not me. I am unharmed. However, upon seeing Yu Yanlan approach, Fan Lin's expression shifted drastically, becoming exceedingly grave. Miss you, where were you last night? He inquired. I was in my room, sleeping. What of it? Yu Yanlan replied. The 9th Division, 821 members, annihilated last night. Not a soul left. What? Who could have done such a thing? Fan, he exclaimed in shock. Fan Lin's icy gaze remained fixed upon Yu Yanlan, who narrowed her eyes. Do you suspect me? She challenged. Before Fan Lin could respond, Yu Chung, in a fit of urgency, shouted, Impossible. My sister did not leave her room last night. Indeed, brother, you must provide evidence, Fan E echoed. Each sibling voiced their defense, prompting Fan Lin to exhale deeply, his expression softening considerably. It is not my intention to cast suspicion upon her, but with so many lives lost, I find it difficult to conceive who possesses the capability or the audacity to infiltrate the Cloud Hunting Hall and commit murder without leaving a trace. Based on this, you believe I am the culprit? What motive would I have? Yu Yanlan retorted. Fan Lin was momentarily rendered speechless. Indeed, Yu Yanlan was to take an exam the following day, providing her with little incentive to engage in such deeds. Furthermore, if she had, she would hardly maintain such composure. I misjudged you and offer my apologies. I will handle this matter. You both should focus on your preparations for tomorrow's exam, Fan Lin declared, his countenance serious as he departed. The complete annihilation of a division indicated a level of power far beyond ordinary individuals, sufficient to trigger the defensive mechanisms of the Cloud Hunting Hall, leaving Fan Lin with much to ponder. After Fan Lin's departure, Yu Yanlan was perplexed. She had a past grievance with the 9th Division, and their sudden disappearance compelled suspicion towards her. Moreover, apart from herself, who else in Z City could possess such prowess? Could it be that, like her, they too were spirit cats? That seemed implausible. If it were true, she would have sensed it. Yu Yanlan, rest assured, I shall vouch for you. None shall falsely accuse you, Fanny promised, thumping his chest in assurance. Suddenly, Yu Chung recalled the man who had sought out Fan Lin the previous day. After sending Fan Yi to care for Wu Yu, she recounted the events to Yu Yanlan. You say he is invisible? Yu Yanlan inquired. Indeed, and he possesses a pair of violet eyes that exude an oppressive aura. Understanding dawned upon Yu Yanlan. Who else could it be but Lan Mo? Anger surged within her as she returned to her room, summoning the cat stone. Lan Mo, come forth. I have questions for you. When no response came, her fury intensified, and after several more calls yielded no answer, she, in a fit of rage, forcibly extracted the spiritual energy she had previously acquired from Wu Yu. The cat stone suddenly radiated an overwhelming heat. It felt as though Yu Yanlan's entire being was ablaze. Pain searing through her. Her mind clouded, and her body felt as though it were being torn apart, until darkness enveloped her vision. It was sweltering. As Yu Yanlan opened her eyes, the first sight that met her gaze was a colossal spirit cat, its energy swirling above her. She lay flat upon a stone bed, the entire space shimmering with violet specks of light, oppressive heat enveloping her. This place seemed boundless, an expanse without end, surrounded by transparency, with various images floating above, predominantly depicting elements from within this realm. Rising to explore her surroundings in search of an exit, Yu Yanlan's attention was drawn to a transparent image featuring Lan Mo alongside her. This was the first time she had lost her sanity. Could it be that the place Lan Mo had guided her consciousness to was indeed here? Chapter 20. The truth within the frame as the scene shifted. After Yu Yanlan exited, Lan Mo spat out a mouthful of blood. The entirety of Lan Mo's injuries played out vividly before her eyes. Including the moment when Yu Yanlan called out to him, he did not respond. At that point, he was gravely wounded and could hardly comprehend the events unfolding around him. Had it not been for her timely infusion of spiritual energy, Lan Mo would have perished. A tightness gripped Yu Yanlan's heart. She had always maintained a barrier between herself and Lan Mo because of this incident. She pressed on into the depths of the scene, where Lan Mo's figure reemerged, blood-soaked and wielding a golden spear, relentlessly battling against his foes. Yu Yanlan instantly recognized the location. It was the 9th Division Hall. Lan Mo's frail form stood amidst the fallen bodies, his violet eyes brimming with fierce determination. "My people, are they something you can toy with?" This declaration resonated deeply within Yu Yanlan, leaving her momentarily stunned, her heart constricted as if she could scarcely breathe. It was because of her that Lan Mo had single-handedly eradicated the entire division. As the scene shifted once more, Lan Mo leaned against a tree, his face ashen. The spiritual energy that had been flowing into him abruptly withdrew, causing a resonant thud to echo throughout the space. A stifling heat permeated every corner, and Lan Mo succumbed to unconsciousness. Yu Yanlan's heart sank. It was she who had forcefully extracted the energy moments ago. Frowning, she attempted to leap forward to investigate, but the path seemed interminable, and Lan Mo's figure remained elusive. Returning to the stone bed, Yu Yanlan closed her eyes, her thoughts consumed by the whereabouts of Lan Mo. The oppressive heat gradually dissipated, giving way to a gentle breeze. She found herself seated on her own bed, the cat stone in her hand fluctuating between warmth and chill. She rain-fused the extracted spiritual energy back into the stone, which eventually regained its tranquility, returning to her within. With a heavy sigh, Yu Yanlan was beset by confusion. Where had her consciousness just ventured? Why had she witnessed the recent events surrounding Lan Mo, yet failed to catch sight of him? The suddenness and chaos of it all caused her head to throb, prompting her to abandon her thoughts. Perhaps only Lan Mo could elucidate these mysteries. "Knock, knock, knock." Accompanied by the sound of knocking, Wu Yu inquired, "Xiao Lan, may I speak with you?" "Come in, the door is unlocked." Yu Yanlan remained seated in a meditative posture as Wu Yu cautiously closed the door behind him, a rare smile gracing his face. However, in response to Yu Yanlan's indifferent demeanor, Wu Yu's smile gradually grew awkward. "Xiao Lan, I can't shake the feeling that you seem a bit different," Wu Yu remarked, his expression shifting slightly. "People change. Is that not a natural occurrence? Yet, you are not the Xiao Lan I once knew." Yu Yanlan lifted her gaze towards him. Wu Yu's expression was earnest. He was devoid of any jesting intent. "Xiao Lan, we share everything with one another. Our understanding runs deeper than that of family. When you first evaded me, I thought little of it. But your subsequent actions and words have been entirely unlike the Xiao Lan I know. And so, Yu Yanlan found this quite intriguing. Although Wu Yu possessed a timid and self-effacing nature, his perceptiveness was commendable. Was it the prolonged separation that rendered us unaccustomed, or is there something deeper at play? Wu Yu hesitated, her gaze wavering, unable to meet Yu Yanlan's eyes. With a gentle smile, Yu Yanlan replied, "Do you wish to know the reason? In truth, there is no harm in revealing it, but I fear you may find it hard to accept. We are good friends. I will accept it," Wu Yu thought. Yet her perspective was overly simplistic. Rather than allowing her to speculate, it would be wiser to let her, like Yu Cheng, comprehend her true identity. After all, these two individuals possessed a profound understanding of the original owner of this body, which would prevent future complications. Yu Yanlan approached Wu Yu, raising her hand to delicately pierce her fingertip and touch it to Wu Yu's brow. The blood seeped into Wu Yu's forehead, and an overwhelming pain surged through her head as countless images flooded her mind. The entirety of Yu Yanlan's experiences in the spirit realm, as well as the events following her resurrection in Z City, converged in Wu Yu's consciousness. Stunned, Wu Yu found these revelations utterly shocking, rendering her unable to digest the information. After an hour of dazed contemplation, she gradually regained her composure, her expression revealing a hint of fear intermingled with profound sorrow for Yu Yanlan's past. "Little Lan is gone," Wu Yu finally managed to utter. Yu Yanlan remained silent, indifferent as she reclined on the bed. Wu Yu, momentarily taken aback, forced a smile and said, "I always believed that only humans inhabited this world. I never imagined, as described in books, that unexpected species truly exist. Although it is astonishing, It is undeniably real, and I find it wondrous. Still, Yanlong lay there, unresponsive and not even glancing at her. Wu Yu assumed she was upset and waved her hands anxiously, exclaiming, "No, no. Rest assured, I won't divulge anything. Since you helped little Lon, you're now my friend." "No, you're little Lon." "No, E." Suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, Wu Yu lowered her head, covering her eyes to stifle her tears. Yu Yanlong, unable to bear the sight of a woman weeping, felt a surge of irritation and declared, "I need a rest for a bit. Please leave." "Then please take care," Wu Yu murmured, bowing her head as she departed. Once back in her room, Wu Yu buried herself under the covers, weeping uncontrollably. The shock of accepting her best friend's death, coupled with the harrowing experiences of the spirit cat Yu Yanlong, struck her like a double blow, leaving her heart in turmoil. Since she became aware of her surroundings, she had endured relentless bullying and had long grown accustomed to a life of subservience. Zhu Qian, fearing that Wu Yu's presence in Z City would threaten Wu Yin's status, had gone to great lengths to send her to Sheng country. Today marked her third day back. As Zhu Qian prepared to take action against her, fate intervened with the arrival of the spirit cat Yu Yanlong. Was this not serendipity? Even Yu Cheng had accepted her identity and was protective of her. What of her own fate? After a cathartic outpouring of tears, Wu Yu found herself feeling less burdened. She could not pinpoint the source of her grief. Was it the loss of a dear friend or the weight of Yu Yanlong's past? With renewed determination, she clenched her fists and whispered, "Regardless of what you are or how you came to be, Yu Yanlong will always be my friend." Wu Yu's words reached Yu Yanlong's ears, causing the corners of her mouth to lift in a smile. She never expected that such a timid girl would possess such audacity and a strong sense of loyalty. "You look rather lovely when you smile," Lan Mo's voice suddenly echoed. Startled, Yu Yanlong realized that she had been completely unaware of Lan Mo's presence, which is why she had been taken aback and embarrassed herself in front of him. She cast a sidelong glance at him, attempting to mask her unease, and replied nonchalantly, "What does it have to do with you? Did you enter the Catstone's boundary today?" Lan Montauk Inquiet. Chapter 21. Bebe Hotel. Yu Yanlong was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "Is that the barrier within the Catstone?" "Indeed. Your own consciousness cannot enter your Catstone space, so what you accessed was merely the barrier of the Catstone space," Lan Mo elucidated. "I understand now." Yu Yanlong fell into silence, a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, yet she found herself at a loss for words. After a long moment of contemplation, Lan Mo gazed out the window, only to return to reality and notice Yu Yanlong leaning closer, scrutinizing something. He leaned back, asking, "What are you doing?" "That pendant around your neck looks somewhat familiar," Yu Yanlong remarked, her eyes fixated on the area around his neck. Lan Mo's expression tightened, and in a flurry of anxiety, he covered the crimson pendant that resembled a drop of blood. With a swift motion, he clenched his hand, and the pendant vanished from his neck as if it had never existed. "It's merely an ordinary pendant," he said, a hint of unease lingering in his demeanor. "By the way, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Fearing that Yu Yanlong might discern the truth, he retreated back into the Catstone, leaving her no opportunity for further inquiry. Yu Yanlong furrowed her brow, convinced she had seen that pendant before. Otherwise, it wouldn't have left such a profound impression on her. Within the Catstone, Lan Mo waved his hand, and the pendant appeared in his grasp, faintly revealing the silhouette of Yu Yanlong within it. He sighed, "Now is not the right moment. I shall present it to you later." With that, he hung the pendant on a branch in the space. Tomorrow marks the day of the Hunting Cloud Hall examination. Thus, all participants must secure accommodations at the hotel arranged by the hall for the night, facilitating the organization of attendees and discipline. He had meticulously prepared numerous items, ensuring nothing was amiss, as if embarking on a journey. Ultimately, he was compelled by Yu Yanlong to limit himself to just a few articles of clothing. Meanwhile, Wu Yu remained at Fan Yi's residence. Bebe Hotel. Fan Yi always found the name amusing, considering it was a top-tier hotel with such an incongruous title. Today was likely the day with the highest foot traffic at Bebe Hotel, as men and women, young and old, hurried inside. With the recent policy allowing both genders to participate, many were eager to give it a try. Even becoming a hunter, albeit temporarily, was a worthwhile endeavor. As long as one presented a competition entry form, they would receive a room card upon entering. Fan Yi tossed his backpack to Yu Chung, clutching 3 entry forms, and dashed forward to collect the cards, hoping for a favorable room allocation. "What are you doing?" Just as Fan Yi was retrieving the card, he was unexpectedly shoved aside by a burly man who presented 3 entry forms of his own and received the card into his hands. The man glanced sideways at Fan Yi, flexing his muscles in a display of bravado, and sneered, "What's the matter? Not pleased? This is my room card." Fan Yi maintained a stern expression. "Whoever possesses it is entitled to it. It's a matter of skill. If you have the capability, take it back yourself." The man waved the card provocatively in front of Fan Yi. In comparison, Fan Yi appeared considerably smaller, unable even to touch it, let alone take it. "I have no desire to waste time with you." Fan Yi was reluctant to cause trouble for Yu Yanlan and her companions right after arriving. He simply wanted to retrieve his entry forms and rejoin the queue for registration. However, the man intentionally drew closer, shouldering him to the ground. The man pointed at Fan Yi and burst into laughter, drawing the attention of those around him, who encircled Fan Yi as if he were a clown. Some joining in the laughter. "With such limited abilities, how dare you compete? Who gave you the audacity?" The man mocked with a hearty laugh. Yu Yanlan, sensing something amiss from a distance, hurried over to find Fan Yi on the ground, defiantly glaring at the laughing man. Just as she was about to intervene, a steady voice emerged from the other side. "Until the end, who can say who will win or lose? I suggest you refrain from boasting too much." A man stepped forward, clad in a white shirt paired with black trousers, a small scar adorning his temple, yet it did not detract from his exquisitely chiseled features. Though he lacked the rugged physique of the boisterous man, he towered over him, exuding an unspoken sense of authority. "Mind your own business," the burly man bellowed arrogantly. "I merely speak the truth. It is you who is causing a ruckus here. If the people from the hunting cloud hall catch wind of this, you might find yourself barred from entry," he retorted. "Just wait." The coarse man, intimidated, realized how hard-won this examination was and could not afford to jeopardize it. He could only leave with a parting threat, joined by his friends. The onlookers, fearing trouble, quickly dispersed. Yu Chung helped Fan Yi to his feet, teasing, "How does it feel to be bullied?" Go away, Fan Yi grumbled, brushing off the dust from his clothes. The man approached Yu Yanlan with a smile, saying, "I did not expect to meet you here again. It's you." Yu Yanlan recognized him at once, though she struggled to place him until he stood closer. This was Yin Luo, who had fought with her in the arena and later assisted her. "Indeed, that day was so chaotic. I didn't get a chance to ask your name," she said. The man awkwardly rubbed the bridge of his nose. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Isu." As Fan Yi passed by, he mischievously leaned in and whispered, "Her name is Yu Yanlan. She's fierce, so be careful." Isu smiled politely, then turned to Yu Yanlan. "Are you here to compete as well?" "Yes, thank you for that day. I owe you a favor. If I ever find myself in need, I shall repay you," she replied. "There's no need for such formality. Let us enter together," he suggested. "All right." After acknowledging him, Yu Yanlan moved to Fan Yi's side, snatching the registration form from his hands, displeased. "If you do not strive to grow stronger, what will you do if one day your life hangs in the balance and I am not around?" Fan Yi interpreted Yu Yanlan's concern as care, grinning. "I'm not worried. I will always stick by you, so that day will never come." Yu Yanlan shot him an exasperated glance, then proceeded to the entrance, where the girl exchanging cards was unresponsive. Frustrated, Yu Yanlan slammed the registration form onto the table in front of the girl. "You turned a blind eye when that man seized the card earlier. Now, as I merely reclaim what is rightfully ours, you choose to ignore that as well." The young lady was well aware that Fan had indeed queued up properly, yet they chose to turn a blind eye to the matter of card snatching, which was ultimately their oversight. If this were to come to the attention of the hunting cloud hall, it would not merely result in job loss. The young woman could only begrudgingly exchange 3 cards for Yu Yanlan, allowing them access to the hotel lobby, which was resplendent with dazzling gold, overwhelming the senses. Hisu had been walking quite close to Yu Yanlan, but Yu Chung feigned ignorance and squeezed herself among them. As an older brother, he felt an inexplicable urge to protect, always sensing that other men approaching you, Yanlon harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 22. Examination Selection, Seeing the Situation. Isu shook his head helplessly. As an older brother himself, he could empathize with Yu Cheng's actions and thus held no strong opinions, silently following behind. On the 6th floor, their rooms were conveniently arranged together. Fan Yi, unable to contain his excitement, hurried to his own room, while Yu Cheng waited until He Su and Yu Yanlon had each returned to their rooms before entering his own. As soon as Yu Yanlon stepped inside, a faint floral fragrance enveloped her. The room was spacious, fully equipped, and most notably, it boasted a large balcony that exuded a sense of comfort. It was unexpected that even an examination at the Hunting Cloud Pavilion would come with such generous accommodations. Dinner was personally delivered by a waiter, and the variety of dishes was quite plentiful. Fanny called for Yu Cheng to join him in Yu Yanlon's room for a meal. After finishing, he belched and reclined on the sofa, relishing a comfort he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Fanny, you've been bullied today. Why are you so quiet? Yu Cheng inquired with a smile. This isn't your style? A fleeting hint of bitterness crossed Fan Yi's eyes, but he forced a chuckle. Cough. I'm simply avoiding conflict and yielding to him. If I were to argue, it would only make me seem petty. All right, let us all rest and prepare for tomorrow's examination. Yu Yanlon stated coldly. Being dismissed by Yu Yanlon, a visible chill crossed Fan Yi's face as he rose and retorted. Yu Yanlon, I'm the one who was bullied. And you're not even a little upset? Should I be? Yu Yanlon's indifference left Fan Yi momentarily stunned. With a huff, he stormed away, and Yu Cheng instinctively patted Fan Yi's shoulder at the door, offering comfort. You know how Xiao Lan is. Her demeanor is simply cold. Don't take it too personally. Humph. After all the kindness I've shown her, Fan Yi grumbled as he retreated to his room. Yu Cheng glanced back at Yu Yanlon's door. Understanding the burden she had borne in the past and comprehending her frosty disposition, something Fan Yi did not grasp. As night descended, the stars twinkled against the backdrop of a gentle breeze. Yu Yanlon reclined on the balcony's chaise lounge, while Lan Mo lay at the edge. They exchanged no words. Feeling no hint of awkwardness, Lan Mo quietly observed the peacefully sleeping Yu Yanlon, a soft smile gracing his lips. It had been so long since he had seen her sleep so soundly. The following day, as dawn broke, the corridor buzzed with excited voices. It seemed the participants were eager to showcase their talents. Yu Cheng and Fan Yi were already waiting for her at the entrance. After a brief tidy-up, Yu Yanlon stepped out, coincidentally meeting He Su, who couldn't help but glance at her. She appeared entirely different from the fierce persona he had witnessed in the fighting arena. Today, she was clad in a simple blue casual outfit, her hair tied back in a modest ponytail, appearing utterly unremarkable. To those unaware, she would seem like an innocuous girl. I'll head down first, Fanny said, still harboring the displeasure from the previous night, not offering Yu Yanlon a pleasant expression. Yu Yanlon brushed it off, and the four of them descended the stairs together. The hotel lobby, though spacious, could not accommodate the multitude gathered outside, forcing many to stand in the open air. A glance revealed that no fewer than 500 participants were present. As time passed, anticipation turned to impatience, with some resorting to expletives and pacing anxiously. After a 2-hour wait, at precisely 8 o'clock, members of the Hunters Guild finally emerged from the hotel. 9 individuals, each a vice leader from various branches of the guild. The 10th should have been present, but the 9th branch was inexplicably absent. The 9 vice leaders took their seats in the second-floor lounge, observing from their elevated position. While Fan Lin eagerly anticipated the performances of Yu Yanlon and her companions, the rest displayed a languid demeanor. The vice leader of the first branch, holding a substantial cloth bag, waited for silence before addressing the crowd. I am in Shao, the vice leader of the first branch. I am here to announce the examination content and rules. Pay close attention. Anyone who dares to violate the rules will be reported to the Hunters Guild. Today, 560 individuals have registered. I will now toss 400 cards from this bag. Regardless of your methods, only those who possess a card will remain in the competition. Those without one will be disqualified. As in Xiao's words echoed, murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. Eliminating 160 participants before the competition even began seemed unjust, Many questioned the fairness of allowing women to compete, suggesting it was a deliberate attempt to eliminate them. What, then, is the purpose of registration? Some weaker participants began to voice their grievances, using the plight of women as a rallying point. However, the Hunters Guild was unyielding. With a mere wave of his hand, and Shao had the instigators dragged away, their cries silenced in an instant. I do not wish to hear any further dissent. You have 10 minutes. Let the contest commence. With that, and Shao flung the bag, scattering the cards like snowflakes. Those standing outside the lobby felt a pang of regret as the cards settled within, leaving them at a disadvantage. The scene descended into chaos. Some who had secured cards rejoiced, only to have them snatched away, while friends turned against one another in desperate fights over a single card. The dwindling cards fluttered down, and Fan E, having made several attempts without success, was disheartened. Meanwhile, Yu Yanlan deftly seized 3 cards within her reach, demonstrating her quick reflexes. Hisu, with a mere leap, captured a card and waved at Yu Yanlan with a grin. Yet, before he could lower his hand, another contender rushed in to seize it, plunging Hisu into the fray. Observing Yu Yanlan's success with her 3 cards, Fanny approached with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Big sister, I see you've gathered 3 cards. Are those for us?" In his pursuit of advantage, Fan E effortlessly shifted his tone, even his temper dissipating in the face of opportunity. Yu Yanlan nodded, preparing to share the cards with Fan E when suddenly, someone shouted, "The woman in the blue dress by the pillar has a card. Time is running short, and many have yet to acquire their cards." Rather than engaging in a fierce struggle with the burly men, it would be wiser to seize the opportunities presented by the women nearby. A group surged toward Yu Yanlan, with Yu Cheng stepping forward first to confront them, engaging in a fierce scuffle. Fan E also chose to target those weaker than himself. Naturally, Yu Yanlan did not remain idle. With a punch here and a kick there, she swiftly repelled half of her assailants. Not far off, Yang Yue's cold gaze fixated on Yu Yanlan. It was due to Yu Yanlan's actions in slaying Su Rue that Yang Yue had endured such humiliation. This time, both old grievances and new vendettas would be avenged in one fell swoop. Chapter 23. The first examination in the lounge on the 2nd floor. It was not the captivating presence of Yu Yanlan that drew attention, but rather a short-haired woman, surrounded by several lifeless bodies, creating a 10-meter radius of solitude around her. From the very beginning, her demeanor was exceptionally fierce, leaving no room for mercy as she swiftly executed her opponents with remarkable agility and fluidity, reminiscent of someone who had undergone rigorous professional training. Beside her stood a particularly striking man, elegantly wielding a folding fan, whose demeanor belied the ruthlessness of his strikes, complementing the short-haired woman rather well. The deputy leader of the 3rd Division turned to Shao and remarked, "This woman exhibits considerable ferocity. Shall we wager on who will prevail, her or your son-in-law? In the arena, there are no fathers and sons. Speak with caution," and Shao retorted darkly. The deputy leader of the 3rd Division maintained a composed smile, inwardly cursing Shao 1,000 times. How could he utter such words about the arena being devoid of familial ties when everyone knew how fiercely protective Shao was of his own? As the competition neared its conclusion, several deputy leaders began to discuss the most promising contenders, yet none included Yu Yanlan in their considerations. They were aware that a woman had decimated a significant portion of the 9th Division, yet her identity remained shrouded in mystery. Apart from Fan Lin and those from the 9th Division, no one knew her appearance or name, and who else could have suppressed this matter other than Fan Lin's leader? A smirk danced at the corner of Fan Lin's mouth. This year's competition seemed increasingly intriguing. As time elapsed, all ceased their struggles. Upon Zhao's command, those who continued to contest would be expelled by the hunters, and those without cards would likewise be cast out. Only 400 individuals remained in the hall, most appearing utterly disheveled despite clutching their cards. At a glance, the woman still had over 100 people by her side. Yu Yanlan distributed the cards to Fan E and Yu Cheng, beads of perspiration dotting her forehead. The intensity with which these participants approached the competition was exhausting. Even bloodied and battered, they relentlessly charged forward to seize the cards. Now, I shall formally outline the competition's content and rules. The competition is divided into 3 rounds, based on swiftness, precision, and ferocity. The first examination takes place in the eastern woods, where a red line delineates the examination area. There, 200 cards identical to those in your possession await. Your task is to locate and retrieve a card that bears the same number as your own. Remember, the numbers must match. Any discrepancies or lack of a card will result in failure. Simultaneously, a white screen descended at the center of Bebe Hotel, projecting the scene from the woods, likely captured by hidden cameras. You have 1 hour. Good luck, and let the competition commence. The rules did not prohibit the use of vehicles, and those with clever minds swiftly utilized any available means of transportation, while the less astute dashed out the door. The fierce short-haired woman intercepted a motorcycle, prompting the man with the folding fan to smile slyly as he effortlessly leaped onto her bike. The woman hurled an expletive at him before revving the throttle to its maximum, speeding away with a roar. In the verdant embrace of the woods, Yu Yanlan's presence was palpable. A charming smile graced Hisu's lips as he opted for a motorcycle ride. With our numbers plentiful, I decided to hail a taxi and wait. Fan E, in the midst of her words, made her way to the roadside. No need, follow me, Yu Yanlan instructed, leading her toward a quieter area. Yu Chung, clutching Fan Yi's collar, trailed behind. Upon arriving at a secluded spot, Yu Yanlan turned to Fan E and declared, "Are you prepared?" Before Fan E could articulate her query, Yu Yanlan had already propelled her onto the rooftop, her movements swift and agile, rendering them nearly invisible as they traversed the heights. Upon spotting the boundary marked by a red line in the woods, Yu Yanlan descended nearby, while Fan E collapsed onto the ground, her surroundings spinning, a tumultuous wave rising from her stomach. Had it not been for a sudden gust of wind, she might have succumbed to nausea. Yu Yanlan, a nimble spirit, was quick and agile, while Yu Chung's robust physique allowed her to keep pace. Though the experience was no less daunting. "I've already slowed down to the minimum," Yu Yanlan remarked. Fan E, unable to swallow her saliva in time, choked in disbelief. Was this truly the slowest pace? Such a statement felt like mockery. Among 400 participants, Yu Yanlan and her companions were the first to arrive, albeit not directly within the competition's designated area. By the time they entered, numerous others had already scattered about. The competition's expanse was vast. Thankfully, any tree marking a card's location bore a piece of red cloth tied to its branches, with corresponding numbers displayed publicly. "There's a card over there," Yu Ching noted, her luck shining through. A glance revealed a red cloth, and seizing the moment, she retrieved the card, which boldly bore the number 13. This number did not match any of theirs. Yu Yanlan held 93, Yu Chung possessed 6, and Fan E had 26. The sequence of numbers, when viewed collectively, was quite pleasing to the eye. "Let us hold onto the card. If we encounter matching numbers, perhaps we can exchange them," Yu Yanlan suggested. Yu Ching nodded, stowing the card away. "We should split up to search. Lingering here is unwise." Yu Yanlan concurred, and the trio agreed to reconvene in 15 minutes before dispersing. Nearby, the rough man who had previously tormented Fan E once again set his sights on her. The woods were expansive, and many had temporarily formed alliances, exchanging matches as they sought their cards. This strategy proved effective, as some pairs had already formed and were eager to return. However, the journey was fraught with challenges. With only 200 cards available, it meant 200 individuals would be eliminated. The first man, as expected, teamed up with the short-haired woman, both displaying decisiveness in their actions, merciless to anyone who dared to challenge them. Yu Yanlan, having navigated a small circuit, soon discovered a card bearing the number 26, matching Fan Es. Just as she reached for the card, a startled exclamation broke the silence. A small group, 3 men and 2 women, approached her, one of the women pointing at the card and asserting, "I saw that first. You cannot take it." 3 men menacingly surrounded Yu Yanlan, observing that she remained motionless. One of the women, believing she had intimidated her, gleefully approached to retrieve the card. Once in possession of the card, she playfully blinked her eyes, feigning cuteness, and coquettishly addressed one of the men, saying, "Xiao Yu, I managed to get mine. How wonderful. Thank you." The 5 seemed to have entirely forgotten about Yu Yanlan's presence. As they all produced their cards, The man named Xiao Yu could hardly conceal his joy as he exclaimed, "We're just one card short from Xiao Chen's 3, and we will be able to pass." Chapter 24. Emotion sometimes, being overly joyous too soon, is not a virtue. The chilling voice of Yu Yanlan echoed, startling the excited group. "What business is it of yours? You had better keep your distance, or we shall not be courteous," Xiao Yu retorted defiantly. I suddenly recalled that within the competition rules, Yu Yanlan flashed a grin and remarked, "It seems there is no regulation against seizing the cards held by the contestants. Is there?" The 5 were unnerved by Yu Yanlan's smile, a shiver running down their spines. And instinctively they clutched their cards tighter, the 3 men flushing in embarrassment at their own actions. "Why should we fear a single woman?" one of the men boasted. Another woman chimed in, "Indeed, how pathetic that you men are afraid of a mere woman. You better handle this quickly, lest her word spread, or we shall be in dire straits." Men, especially before women, are particularly sensitive about their pride. The 3 men straightened their postures, with Xiao Yu shouting first, "Hand over your cards and leave the woods, lest you suffer. Since you have this awareness, why not surrender the cards you possess and retreat?" A sharp female voice came from behind Yu Yanlan. Turning around, Yu Yanlan saw the short-haired woman, exuding a formidable presence, with a faint scent of blood lingering about her. It was evident she had been on her way back after acquiring cards when she chose to intervene. The woman cast a disdainful glance at the 3 men and 2 women, her gaze akin to a predator sizing up insignificant prey. Previously, the group had witnessed the short-haired woman's prowess and had avoided her at all costs. They had not expected to encounter her in this critical moment. In this place, it's every person for themselves. We merely took the cards and did not harm her. Beautiful lady, would you consider letting us go?" Xiao Yu stammered, wearing a forced smile. The very person who had once been the most arrogant was now facing a swift reality check. However, before they could confront Yu Yanlan, someone else had already taken a stand. The short-haired woman scoffed, her expression turning menacing in an instant. "I will say this one last time. Surrender the cards and leave." The 5 were struck by a wave of trepidation, instinctively stepping back. They understood all too well that to persist in their defiance here would lead only to their demise. They begrudgingly dropped the cards onto the ground and fled. The short-haired woman collected the cards and personally handed them to Yu Yanlan, stating, "See if there's anything suitable. Take what you wish." Yu Yanlan was ungracious, taking all the cards without hesitation, showing no sign of gratitude. This was, after all, her rightful gain. Had the short-haired woman not appeared, she would have effortlessly secured these cards, rendering the woman's intervention superfluous. "Not even a thank you?" the short-haired woman inquired. Yu Yanlan halted her departure, her voice icy as she replied, "Why should I express gratitude?" The short-haired woman, initially taken aback, soon smiled and said, "I appreciate your temperament. My name is Jiu Ting. And you?" Yu Yanlan, came the reply, as Yu Yanlan turned on her heel to leave, offering Jiu Ting no regard whatsoever. Jiu Ting was a person of profound concealment. Had Yu Yanlan not been extraordinary herself, she might not have perceived the latent malice hidden deep within Jiu Ting's gaze. Watching Yu Yanlan's figure gradually recede, Jiu Ting's lips curled slightly, and she suddenly shouted, "Come out." From a distance, a familiar figure emerged. Had Yu Yanlan been present, she might have met her demise on the spot. After all, when an opportunity presents itself, it would be foolish not to seize it. Yang Yue glared fiercely at the spot where Yu Yanlan had just departed. "Sister, why did you assist her? Are you not concerned that she will become a stumbling block for you if you do not deal with her now? You claim she is formidable?" Jiu Ting retorted, evading the question. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. She dispatched the leader of the 9th Hall Hunters without so much as a glance back, delivering a fatal blow. I have already shared with you what transpired. This Yu Yanlan is no ordinary adversary." Yang Yue's emotions surged as she continued. "It was she who destroyed everything I held dear. Do you have any idea what transpired in the Hunter's Hall? Do you? The very thought of it makes me feel nauseated and sullied. Not a moment passes without thoughts of death crossing my mind. Yet, I refuse to succumb while that wretched Yu Yanlan still draws breath." Jiu Ting shot Yang Yue a disapproving glance, her impatience evident. "It's no wonder you struggle to achieve great things. Your restlessness is your undoing. I have vowed to my uncle to avenge you, and I shall fulfill that promise. However, you would do well to refrain from courting disaster. Should trouble arise, do not blame me for my lack of compassion." Meanwhile, Fanny Mae, blissfully clutching 3 cards she had discovered, made her way to the designated meeting place. Among them was card number 93, belonging to Yu Yanlan, and her mind brimmed with 100 ways to boast. Unexpectedly, a burly man, accompanied by several lackeys, emerged from the shadows, encircling Fanny Mae and leaving her no escape. "There you are again. What do you want?" Fanny Mae clutched her pocket tightly. The burly man regarded her with contempt, saying, "Look at that frightened expression. Hand over the card and kneel to beg for mercy. I might consider going easy on you." "Dream on," Fanny Mae retorted defiantly. "You little brat. If you don't learn your place, I'll show you who's in charge." "Seize her." At his command, the burly man kicked Fanny Mae to the ground, and his lackeys rushed in, raining down punches and kicks. Fanny Mae clung tightly to her cards, her stubbornness inciting frustration in the burly man. "Get off her," he bellowed, producing a small knife from behind his back. Crouching before Fanny Mae, he threatened, "Time is running out. Don't force my hand. Hand it over." With a bruised visage, Fanny Mae spat blood onto the burly man's face, defiantly declaring, "If you have the guts, kill me. Take it yourself." Furious, the burly man wiped away the blood and, raising the knife, plunged it into Fanny Mae's leg. Pain coursed through her body, rendering her limbs numb as he ruthlessly snatched the cards from her pocket. "You could have suffered less, yet you chose to invite your own torment." The rugged man brandished a small knife, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Did I not say that following me would ensure your success? Aha, let us proceed." "Proceed? Where do you intend to go?" Yu Yanlan had unexpectedly positioned herself before the rugged man, her gaze icy as she scrutinized him, her tone frigid and laced with an undercurrent of menace. "Yu Yanlan." Fan Yi's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. Yu Chung tore a piece of fabric to staunch Fan Yi's bleeding. She winced in pain, murmuring, "Be gentler. Endure it." Yu Chung replied, frowning. The rugged man dismissed them with a scoff, his arrogance palpable as he declared, "Even if I were to leave today, what did you possibly do to me? You are nothing but a bunch of useless fools." Chapter 25. Who dares to move him? With a resounding thud, the rugged man had barely uttered his words when he was violently kicked away by Yu Yanlan, crashing against a nearby tree trunk. The tree swayed precariously, a testament to the force of her blow. The man gasped in pain, filled with rage as he attempted to rise and retaliate against Yu Yanlan. However, before he could fully rise, a sickening crack echoed through the woods, clearly the sound of a bone fracturing. His anguished cries reverberated among the trees. His lackeys rushed forward to assist him, but with a raised brow, Yu Yanlan barked, "Who dares to approach him?" The sight of her fierce demeanor left the lackeys frozen in fear. The rugged man, seething with anger, shouted, "You fools, why are you afraid of a mere girl? Attack together." Yet none dared to move, paralyzed by the realization that a single kick from her had sent a burly man sprawling, resulting in a broken bone. With a cold smirk, Yu Yanlan approached the fallen man, retrieving a small knife from the ground beside him. Without hesitation, she plunged it deep into his thigh, eliciting another howl of pain. "You vile woman, I'll kill you." He spat, but Yu Yanlan only laughed, withdrawing the knife and stabbing it into his other leg, prompting another agonizing scream. "Please spare me," he whimpered, desperation creeping into his voice. "I merely intended to make your journey easier. I didn't realize you were so eager for death." She extracted the knife again, this time driving it into his right arm. "When did it become your right to bully my people twice?" Yu Yanlan's fierce shout sent his lackeys huddling together in terror. Witnessing her ruthless efficiency, each strike was executed without a hint of hesitation, her eyes betraying no emotion. "I didn't know he was your person. I was wrong. Please, let me go." The rugged man was at his breaking point, unable to endure the pain of the blade piercing his flesh. What could be more torturous than the clarity of mind while enduring the agony of a knife penetrating one's body? Even a hardened man could not withstand such relentless torment. Yet, Yu Yanlan was unyielding. She struck again, this time into his other arm. He was drenched in sweat, blood gushing forth as he began to tremble. Even if he survived, his limbs would be rendered useless. What purpose would life serve in such a state? Yu Yanlan chose not to prolong his suffering. She swiftly cut across his throat, and after a brief struggle, he succumbed to his fate. She cast the knife onto the ground beside the rugged man's ear, not bothering to look back as she spoke. Those of you who have harmed Fan Yi know what you must do. No need for me to instruct you. One astute lackey immediately knelt down, striking his own face vigorously. The others, following suit, began to slap their own cheeks in unison, the sound resonating loudly in the stillness of the forest. A fleeting glimpse of gratitude flickered in Fan Yi's eyes. He had never imagined that Yu Yanlan had contemplated such lethal retribution since the very first time he was wronged. He had mistakenly perceived her as cold and unfeeling. Yu Yanlan collected the cards from everyone, distributing them evenly among herself, Yu Cheng, and Fan Yi. The remaining cards, now of little use, were tossed into the air, scattering like fallen leaves. Aware that they were in a surveillance zone, Yu Yanlan refrained from immediately assisting Fan Yi with his leg injury, allowing Yu Cheng to carry him away from the area. As soon as Yu Yanlan departed, the rough man's subordinates collapsed to the ground, their legs weakened. They had been following the rough man, oblivious to the fact that, in such a brief span, he had met a brutal end. They had lost their cards, yet not one lamented. Rather, they were grateful to be alive in that moment. The competition was the least of their concerns as they hastily fled. Just as the area emptied, two individuals donned in white masks appeared to carry away the rough man's corpse, their agility suggesting they were no ordinary people. Outside the surveillance zone, numerous figures lingered near the woods, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. Those who emerged would undoubtedly possess complete cards, and seizing them would yield a significant advantage. Upon seeing Yu Yanlan and her companions, several individuals were tempted to ambush them. In their eyes, a woman and an injured man posed little threat, save for Yu Cheng. However, reality can often defy appearances. Yu Yanlan urged Yu Cheng, "You all go ahead." Yet, just as Fan Yi was about to express concern over Yu Yanlan's solitary venture, he found himself silenced. Her formidable presence rendered his worries trivial. Without hesitation, Yu Cheng supported Fan Yi and moved backward. Brandishing her cards, Yu Yanlan shouted, "All the cards are here with me. Come and take them if you dare." The cards in her possession successfully captivated the attention of the onlookers, diverting their focus from Yu Cheng and his group as they rushed toward Yu Yanlan in pursuit of the cards. Naturally, these ordinary individuals, despite possessing some minor skills, were no match for her, and she skillfully toyed with them until Hisu arrived. When Hisu had previously battled Yu Yanlan, she had been in a weakened state, leading him to mistakenly believe she could not handle herself. Without a second thought, he joined the fray against the group. "Yu Yanlan, you do me another favor," Hisu said with a slight smile. "Then let it be noted," she replied. Together, they swiftly subdued the opportunists who, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew, fled in a panic, scarcely daring to breathe. Hisu, under the guise of protecting Yu Yanlan, accompanied her down the mountain. The journey was marked by quietude, with Hisu occasionally glancing at her, remarking, "I never expected a woman like you to fight so fiercely." "If I had shown mercy, it would have been my downfall," Yu Yanlan retorted. "Women like you are rare. Your fighting prowess is impressive. Aren't you afraid of remaining unmarried?" Hisu teased. "Well, it seems I've lost my words," she replied, the awkward conversation abruptly ceasing. After walking a considerable distance without sight of Yu Cheng and the others, Yu Yanlan assumed they had returned and chose not to pursue them further. With Hisu beside her, she could not return to the Beibei Hotel as usual. Thus, she accepted his invitation to ride back on his motorcycle. When they arrived, the lobby was already filled with those who had returned victorious. Yu Cheng and Fan Yi were seated on a nearby sofa. Yu Cheng requested some gauze from the front desk and tended to Fan Yi's wounds with a simple bandaging. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Fan Lin observed Fan Yi's restless demeanor, yet felt powerless to descend and inquire. For doing so would only give rise to rumors that Fan Yi had relied on connections. Such accusations would tarnish Fan Yi's reputation, making it difficult for her to achieve anything significant in the future at the Cloud Hunting Hall. Chapter 26. The second examination as the time elapsed. Those who had not arrived at the hotel lobby were deemed failures and subsequently eliminated. After a head count, only 180 out of 400 returned. Thus more than half had been dismissed. Yu Yinlan found this examination utterly meaningless. It lacked significant challenges, resembling a mere game of make-believe. Had anyone been privy to Yu Yinlan's thoughts, they would likely have been infuriated, for in their eyes, this examination was already considered arduous and rather ruthless. Observing the remaining 180 participants, and Xiao appeared quite satisfied, nodding several times in acknowledgement. You all have worked hard, and I am pleasantly surprised. Although many are injured, the fact that so many have made it through the first round is indeed commendable. Listen well, the remaining 180. Today we will proceed to the second round. This round will be comparatively easier, so those who are injured need not worry excessively. Now, without further ado, the focus of the second round is on technique. As in Xiao spoke, he waved to the hunters below, who distributed palm-sized crossbows to each contestant. With the pull of a trigger, these devices could launch a long needle tipped with a sharp arrowhead. It was no wonder that the emblem of the hunting cloud hall featured an arrow. This palm-sized crossbow was its very essence. Yu Yinlan's expression changed upon receiving the crossbow. This device bore a striking resemblance to the second-ranked concealed weapon from their spirit realm, albeit slightly larger, and even the arrow-tipped needle resembled theirs. In the spirit realm, it was said that the design of this concealed weapon had been passed down through generations, with the clan leader hiring numerous skilled artisans to painstakingly craft it over the course of a decade. Thus, it became the second-ranked concealed weapon in their realm, one that even the most adept spirit cats dared not approach. Of course, many imitations existed, but their efficacy was considerably diminished. The genuine article, which Yu Yinlan had used only once, possessed tremendous power. Infused with spiritual energy, the arrow needle was swift and unexpectedly effective against agile spirit cats, earning its rightful place as a formidable concealed weapon. Unexpectedly, here it had become the weapon of the hunting cloud hall, and was so widely distributed that each participant possessed one. However, she wondered whether being struck by these arrow-tipped needles would yield effects comparable to their own realm. The items in your hands are the core weapons of the hunting cloud hall, which we have named the cloud crossbow. What you currently possess is merely the most basic version. When you truly wield them, each arrow needle will be laced with a trace of venom, and coupled with its penetrating power, it is capable of slaying a fierce beast, and Xiao proclaimed proudly, as though he had crafted the cloud crossbow himself. The crowd erupted in excitement. The cloud crossbow, exalted by Xiao, became the focal point of study for the more than 100 participants. No wonder the hunting cloud hall was so powerful. With such weaponry, they were indeed formidable. Indeed, if I could wield such a weapon in the future, how cool would that be? Stop dreaming. Wait until you pass the trials before celebrating. Seeing the envy etched on their faces, and Xiao felt a swell of pride. As the vice leader of the first division of the hunting cloud hall, he reveled in this moment. All right, quiet down. And Xiao raised his hand, and the surroundings fell silent before he continued. The location for the second round is right beneath this hotel. With a series of clicks, a trapdoor opened at the far left of the lobby, revealing a staircase leading down, reminiscent of the dungeons of the hunting cloud hall. And Xiao explained, below lies a basement inhabited by toxic black, flying insects. Shortly, hunters will designate areas for you. Within the allotted time, you must shoot down 10 flying insects to pass. It sounded straightforward, yet it was undeniably a skilled task. Hitting flying insects was no easy feat. The hunting cloud hall's rationale for this challenge was significant. The advanced cloud crossbows were poisoned, the toxin derived from the blood of these black insects. The prerequisite was to capture these insects alive for breeding and eventual hunting. After all, who would dare to catch them barehanded? Under the guidance of the hunters, 180 participants descended into the basement, which was equivalent in size to the lobby. Every meter, there was a delicate iron wire cage, within which the black insects, no larger than a fingernail, flitted about. Upon seeing these minuscule creatures, many among the crowd sighed. How could one possibly shoot such small, constantly moving targets? Yu Yinlan, I cannot possibly hit that. It's too tiny, it makes my head spin, Fanny complained. Yu Chung interjected. There's no rule against asking for assistance. I'll help you. What a great friend, Fanny thought, momentarily pleased, until a hunter's words plunged him into despair. The platform before you is designated for each participant, groups of 20 with a total of 15 arrows, and a time limit of 30 seconds. Indeed, a platform lay ahead, each section surrounded by red lines, leaving no room for cheating. Fan Yi forced a smile, glancing at Yu Cheng, his lips twitching in frustration. What can 15 arrows accomplish? I surely one team make it. Just go for it. Stop overthinking. Yu Yanlan raised an eyebrow and said, when it's your turn, you must use all your arrows within 15 seconds. Listen carefully. Aiming is unnecessary. If you waste time, prepare for elimination. Her words indicated she had a strategy in mind. Fan Yi could hardly refuse. He was elated to have such a formidable friend, a feeling that could only be described as exhilarating. As the competition commenced under the hunter's command, some quickly exhausted their arrows, missing every shot and facing immediate elimination, while others fell short of hitting 10 and suffered the same fate. When it was Qiu Ting's turn, Yu Yanlan observed closely. Qiu Ting's movements were fluid. With a single arrow, she pierced 3 black insects in one shot. In just 10 seconds, she used 4 arrows to bring down 10 flying insects, temporarily securing the first position. Another standout was the striking gentleman wielding a folding fan. This man was none other than Xiao as son, Enze. With a fan in hand and twinkling peach blossom eyes that seemed to harbor a glimmer of starlight, he stood out amidst the throngs, easily noticeable from afar. Certainly, few are acquainted with his identity here, for he had resided in the Shang Kingdom until recently, arriving in Z City at the earnest behest of Xiao to participate in the competition. Enze and Jioting's performance differed by a mere second. With 9 seconds elapsed, he utilized 4 arrows, and in that fleeting second, he successfully struck down Jioting's first arrow. Enze cast a fleeting smile towards Jioting, who, with an air of displeasure, shot him a sidelong glance and huffed dismissively, choosing to ignore him. Despite her defeat to Enze, Jioting bore no resentment. After all, during their time in the woods, they had collaborated closely, and she was acutely aware of Enze's prowess. His victory was undeniably deserved. Chapter 27. The dogs I seized the lowly thus far. Only 2 groups remained. Yu Yanlan had instructed Fan Yi to stay for the final round, while she, along with Yu Cheng and He Su, occupied the preceding group. She fitted her arrow with a needle, precisely tracking the trajectory of the black insects in flight. With a single shot, she pierced 10 simultaneously. However, in her desire to assist Fan Yi, Yanlan swiftly released an additional 13 arrows in succession, each aimed at the one already in flight. 10 arrows struck true, while another 4 fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity while attention was diverted, Yu Yanlan discreetly pocketed one of the arrows. During the hunter's inspection, only the arrows that had struck were noted, and the fallen ones went largely overlooked. He Su also distinguished himself, securing 3rd place with 4 shots in 11 seconds, merely a second faster than Jioting. The top 3 competitors were nearly indistinguishable in skill. Yu Cheng claimed 4th place with a time of 10 seconds and 6 arrows, while Yu Yanlan, due to her brief time, temporarily held 5th place. Had it not been for her intention to assist Fan Yi, she would undoubtedly have claimed 1st place, astonishing the entire audience. Jioting sneered, muttering to herself, I thought she was formidable, such limited skills, yet that little girl Yang Yue has praised her to the heavens. In the final group, Fan Yi stood timidly in position, frequently glancing back at Yu Yanlan. Simultaneously, the last competitor, Yang Yue, cast a venomous gaze in Yu Yanlan's direction, as if attempting to see through her very soul. Yu Yanlan had long sensed the scrutiny, yet with so many present, she had chosen to ignore it. Now, with everyone positioned at a distance, she turned to meet the gaze. Yang Yue did not shy away. Her stare was even more malevolent, as though wishing to devour Yu Yanlan whole. Yu Cheng followed Yu Yanlan's line of sight, astonished to see Yang Yue. She's competing too? It must be because of me, she mused. Yu Yanlan turned her head, responding nonchalantly, I had intended to let it go, but she insists on confronting me. It seems it's time to settle both old and new grievances. As the final round commenced, Fan Yi followed Yu Yanlan's instructions, releasing all his arrows within 15 seconds. Yu Yanlan, revealing the arrows hidden in her palm, flung them toward Fan Yi's projectiles, utilizing the force of impact to allow him to defeat the 10 black insects with just 3 arrows. Ultimately, one of her arrows landed beside the cage. When the results were announced, both Jiuting and Enze regarded Fan Yi with newfound respect. Despite exhausting all his arrows, he had managed to conclude the task with only 3 shots. An impressive feat in the end. Fan Yi edged out Yu Yanlan for 5th place, while Yang Yue, surprisingly, did not appear as inept as presumed, finishing 6th. Yu Yanlan, however, fell to a dismal 7th position. 8th place was claimed by a middle-aged man with stubble named Fu Hang, 9th by a tall woman named Emo, and 10th by a roguish youth named Xiaoyu. After the second round of competition, a total of 180 participants had only seen 30 eliminated, leaving 150 remaining. Evidently, the rest possessed considerable skill. The dungeon was shrouded in darkness, devoid of surveillance equipment. Only the hunters reported the results directly. When the vice leaders of all the branches heard the reports, their eyes sparkled with interest. This was the first occurrence in many years, and the top 10 had become the focal point of their attention, as everyone sought to recruit formidable individuals to their respective branches. Fan Yi, brimming with childlike joy, completely forgot the injury on his leg as he exuberantly praised Yu Yanlan before him, exclaiming, "Big sister, you are incredible. I admire you immensely. Save your flattery for after you pass the final round," Yu Yanlan retorted, dousing his fervor with a splash of cold water. Fan Yi's face fell, his excitement dissipating as he contemplated the challenges of the 3rd round. He wondered what kind of ordeal awaited them. If it turned out to be another solo competition, how would they fare? In the hall, those eliminated left with a sense of bitterness. Having barely made it through to the 2nd round, their sudden ousting was understandably disheartening. Now, only 150 remained. You all have shown remarkable prowess, exceeding my expectations. Here, I wish you success in the final examination, and Xiao announced, her emotions surging so intensely that it took her a moment to regain composure. This final examination was unique, lasting an entire day, which meant it would commence early the following morning. Tonight, however, they needed to form teams, 150 participants divided into 10 groups of 15. Failure to form a team would result in immediate elimination. And Zhao's words elicited mixed reactions, while forming teams was advantageous. The fear of being placed in a weaker team loomed large. Those ranked lower found hope in the possibility of teaming up with the top contenders, envisioning an assured victory. Perhaps the most delighted was Fan Yi, who, moments ago, wore a long face, now unable to contain his grin. It was evident he would be in a team with Yu Yanlan. His confidence in her strength grew, convinced she could surpass anyone. You may now begin forming teams, a hunter reminded. Instantly, the hall erupted into chaos, with everyone vying to team up with Jiuting and Enze. The two could have joined forces, but chose to separate for personal gain. Unsurprisingly, their teams were the first to form, consisting of top-ranking individuals, including the likes of Yang Yue and Xiaoyu, who joined Jiuting and Enze respectively. On the other side, Hisu and Yu Cheng were also busy, and even Fan Yi found himself surrounded by eager participants. After all, who wouldn't he want to partner with the top 5 contenders? Yu Yanlan remained quietly to the side, unbothered by inquiries, relishing the sight of Yu Cheng and the others floundering in the frenzy, finding it somewhat amusing. Suddenly, Jiuting approached Yu Yanlan with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Yu Yanlan, join my team. I've saved a spot just for you. Your kindness is duly noted." Yu Yanlan replied with a smile. "Have you truly contemplated this? In our team, there exists no mediocrity. By joining my ranks, victory is your only destiny. Do you not yearn for triumph?" Jiuting struck at the crux of the matter, a sentiment that might have stirred eagerness in another. Yet, Yu Yanlan is not like others. She remains utterly indifferent to those who present a fade that starkly contrasts with their inner selves. "I believe there's a phrase that aptly describes you." "What is it?" Yu Yanlan replied with a slight smile. "Excessive confidence breeds disdain." "You." A surge of indignation ignited within Jiuting, her fists clenched tightly, her smile more unsettling than a cry. "Rest assured, I shall make it abundantly clear who truly underestimates their own capabilities. Chapter 28. Pretense. The two stood in confrontation for a moment until the ninth-ranked woman, Yimo, came into their view. Ju Ting snorted in anger and turned away. Yimo looked at Yu Yanlan with a sweet smile, her eyes devoid of any malice, bright and clear, and said, "Sister, my name is Yimo. May I join your team?" "Suit yourself," Yu Yanlan replied without hesitation. Seemingly unfazed by Yu Yanlan's indifference, Yimo continued to chatter cheerfully. "Wonderful. Sister, I've heard that one can earn a great deal of money at the Hunting Cloud Hall, which is why I came. Also, this examination of the Hunting Cloud Hall is terribly tedious, always involving fights and killings, which I do not enjoy at all. If not for my basic self-defense training, I might have been eliminated by now. Sister, why are you here? Are you also here to make money?" Once Yimo started speaking, she could hardly stop, and although her intentions seemed benign, it was undeniably vexatious. Yu Yanlan waved her hand dismissively, her tone cold. "I have no interest in your affairs." Yimo, understanding the hint, fell silent and stood quietly beside Yu Yanlan, who then led her to Fan Yi, relinquishing her to his care. Soon, the 10 teams were formed, with the strongest forces concentrated among the top 3. Isu had intended to team up with Yu Yanlan, but was ultimately denied by Yu Cheng without mercy. If Isu were to join, their team would undoubtedly become the target of others, especially with the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks all included. Fanny, reveling in his brief moment of authority, suppressed his excitement, adopting a fade of genuine leadership that left several adoring fans in the team bashful and enamored. Straightening his back and deliberately lowering his voice, Fan Yi commanded, "Tomorrow morning at 6, assemble at this location punctually. You may now rest." "Understood," they replied in unison, the response eliciting a few disdainful glances. Fan Yi quickly waved his hand to disperse them, then hurried over to Yu Yanlan, saying, "Big sister, tomorrow will depend on you. Are your legs still hurting?" Yu Yanlan teased. "Ah, I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. It hurts, it hurts." Fan Yi looked at Yu Yanlan with a pitiful expression, believing that if she could eliminate scars, such minor injuries would not trouble her. As it turned out, he was indeed correct. Yu Yanlan shot him a scolding glare and said, "Come to my room." With that, she turned and revealed a long-lost smile. Yu Cheng chuckled helplessly and took Fan Yi along with him. Not far away, Yimo gazed at their departing figures, a flicker of determination crossing her eyes, though it quickly vanished, restoring her bright and clear demeanor. In the room, Yu Yanlan deliberately struck Fan Yi's wound, causing him to scream, "This is murder! Murder! I'm merely treating you," Yu Yanlan said, her conscience seemingly disregarded. "Really? Is this a legitimate treatment method?" The innocent demeanor of Fan Yi elicited uncontrollable laughter from Yu Cheng, who found himself unable to cease. Fan Yi, feeling somewhat displeased, gazed at Yu Yanlan in silence. "All right, you try moving," he retorted. At the moment of impact, Yu Yanlan had infused a trace of spiritual energy into the action. Thus, during those few seconds of Fan Yi's discomfort, the energy had already mended his wounds, leaving no trace of injury behind. Fan Yi, astonished, began to flex his thighs. "Wow, I truly feel no pain at all. It's just a bit tingling, yet quite pleasant. He. By the way, Fan, have you heard your brother mention what the final exam will entail? Why does it take so long? 15 people per group?" Yu Cheng inquired. "I recall my brother mentioning something about ferocious beasts, though I'm unaware of the specifics," Fan Yi replied. "That means we must be cautious for tomorrow's exam." Yu Cheng expressed, a look of concern crossing his face. Fan Yi nodded in agreement, saying, "The first 2 rounds were already exhausting. If the final round is centered around cruelty, it surely won't be easy. It might even cost lives." After exchanging a few more words, the 3 of them retreated to their respective rooms. Yu Yanlan lay down in a starfish position, exhaling deeply. Suddenly, Kat's stone flickered, and Lan Mo appeared beside her, asking, "What is the matter?" "Lan Mo, I can't shake the feeling that there's something off about the Cloud Hunter Hall, but I can't quite pinpoint it," Yu Yanlan confessed. The sight of the cloud crossbow earlier had stirred unease within her. Its design was eerily identical, causing her to ponder deeply. Lan Mo narrowed his eyes, his violet gaze deepening. "Your intuition is not unfounded. The Cloud Hunter Hall is indeed extraordinary. Exercise caution. Yu Yanlan cast a puzzled look at him. You know something? I will tell you once I regain my physical form. There's no rush, he assured her. I hope my entry into the Cloud Hunter Hall proves worthwhile. Yu Yanlan stated with a grave expression. The two fell into a moment of silence before Lan and Mo playfully tapped her forehead, chuckling, silly girl. The Cloud Hunter Hall is the backbone of Z City. If you penetrate its inner sanctum, you might stumble upon unexpected treasures. As for what these treasures might be, it seemed only she could discern. Then, I shall diligently expedite your restoration to a corporeal state and await your revelations, he added. Yu Yanlan smiled, her soft crimson eyes meeting Lan Mo's. Time appeared to freeze in that moment, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats in the stillness. Suddenly, an image from her dreams flashed through her mind, prompting her to shake her head in discomfort, breaking the awkward silence. You resemble someone from my dreams, but regrettably, I cannot recall his face. Lan Mo froze, his pupils constricting. Without uttering a word, he vanished with a wave of his hand, leaving Yu Yanlan bewildered. What is going on? There's something. You should sleep early, Lan Mo's voice echoed in her mind. In Yu Yanlan's eyes, Lan Mo had always been shrouded in mystery. She was not one to indulge in endless speculation, so she decided to dismiss it and drift into slumber. In the realm of Catstone, Lan Mo clutched the pendant that hung from the colorful tree, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Love is but a fleeting thought, and affection pales in comparison to extinguishment. Ultimately, it is but a fateful entanglement. Today, as sunrise appeared to arrive a tad earlier than usual, casting a dim yellow light that enveloped the entire city, imparting an almost suffocating sense of oppression. When Yu Yanlan and her companions arrived at the hall, 10 teams were already waiting, their anxious expressions betraying a palpable fear of the unknown. This final examination stirred a sense of unease within them, for passing would validate the countless efforts expended. However, failure would render it all in vain. Fanny once again donned his fade, confidently assuring the group of a triumphant first place, his heart unflinching before the gathering. Chapter 29. The third examination this time. Only in Shao arrived. An hour earlier than yesterday. As soon as she entered, the crowd instinctively fell silent, eagerly awaiting her words. The location for the third examination was not here, so prepare yourselves. In 10 minutes, hunters will come to escort you. At that time, I will explain the examination content and rules. The tension in the air was palpable, and upon hearing this announcement, the hearts of the participants raced, as if teetering on the brink of collapse. Fan Yi pulled Yu Yanlan to the front of the line and declared, "Listen closely. Once the third examination begins, she, Yu Yanlan, will be our team leader. You must heed her commands. Of course, you should also listen to me." Some voiced their dissent, shouting, "Why should we? We follow you and you Chung, not her." "Exactly. She's merely clinging to your team. Why should we follow her just because you're together? Stop complaining. It doesn't matter who leads. It's all the same with the three of them. What are you making a fuss about, right? If you refuse to listen, then leave. This team does not welcome you." In a sudden uproar, the team erupted into chaos, attracting in Shao's displeased gaze. A team that cannot maintain even the most basic unity has no hope of achieving great things. He shook his head in disappointment, already marking Yu Yanlan's team for inevitable defeat. Yu Yanlan stepped forward, exuding an aura of confidence and authority. "I have no interest in being the leader, but since you are all in my group, spare me your trivial chatter. It's becoming quite bothersome. If anyone dares to speak during the examination, do not expect to return." The crowd silenced instantly, sensing the fierce energy radiating from her, as if she might erupt at any moment. They felt a chilling fear that uttering even a single word might seal their fate. Fan Yi, feeling the tension, spat on the ground, exchanging glances with Yu Chong, silently urging Yu Yanlan to keep her distance. Before Yu Yanlan could move away, several minibuses arrived outside the Beibei Hotel. Guided by hunters, the 10 groups were ushered onto the vehicles, headed toward the first division. Yu Yanlan settled into a corner of the bus, wary of anyone daring to approach her. However, Emo slowly edged closer and took a seat beside her, maintaining her signature sweet smile. Sister, don't mind what they said. They're just overly concerned with appearances and too eager to win. Where do you see me caring? Yu Yanlan replied, her gaze devoid of emotion. EMO's bright smile faltered momentarily, then transformed into an awkward grin. Sister, I'm sorry. It was my mistake. Please don't be angry. Why did you just assume I was angry? Yu Yanlan's voice lowered, laced with sarcasm. ISNT, they're saying. The eyes are the windows to the soul and cannot deceive. Yet I can't help but feel that this saying becomes rather irksome when applied to you. What do you mean by that, sister? EMO asked, feigning innocence. If it were an ordinary person, being deceived would be one thing, but I am not. Speak plainly. What do you want by getting close to me? Sister, I truly cannot comprehend your meaning. My affection for you is genuine, which is why I took the initiative to join your group. Indeed, it is. EMO resembled a young girl who had suffered immense grievances. Her eyes filled with confusion and a plea, as if she were begging Yu Yanlan to believe her. Yu Yanlan responded with a cold smile, choosing to remain silent. For the first time, she observed EMO with a distracted heart, and she found herself believing in the innocence reflected in her eyes. However, today, no matter how clear and bright her gaze may seem, it could not conceal the venom emanating from the depths of her heart. If we speak of disguise, she is indeed remarkably skilled. Her eyes reveal nothing of her true nature. One cannot help but wonder how many souls have been ensnared by her gaze. Fan, noticing the tension between the two, approached Yu Yanlan and inquired, "What is the matter?" Yu Yanlan shook her head, indicating that there was nothing wrong. At which point EMO, with a hint of grievance in her voice, interjected, "Sister is just feeling a bit down, but it's nothing. I do not hold it against her." Innocent, naive, and pitiful, she effortlessly shifted her demeanor, showcasing no flaws in her act. It was truly convincing. Yu Yanlan thought to herself, "This is where you have erred. After all, she is but a charming young girl. Why unleash such temper?" Fan E, in defense of EMO, expressed concern. Yu Yanlan harbored a desire to reprimand Fan E sharply, casting her a sidelong glance and uttering, "Leave." Fan E merely pouted, unwilling to provoke Yu Yanlan further. Instead, she pulled EMO aside and comforted her. "The eldest sister simply has that temperament. Do not take it to heart. She is merely stubborn." EMO nodded in understanding, offering Fan E a warm smile that signified her lack of offense. However, as soon as Fan E turned to leave, the venom in EMO's eyes flickered momentarily. Was it not infuriating that even her words of comfort were aimed at defending Yu Yanlan? EMO then redirected her focus toward Fan E. If she could not sway Yu Yanlan, perhaps winning Fan Yi's affection would suffice, marking a form of success in her plans. Thus, EMO became entirely fixated on Fan E. After approximately 30 minutes of travel, they arrived at their destination, the first branch hall, situated on a relatively secluded hillside, with an endless expanse of forest behind it. The true horror emerged when the hunters brought them to their destination, a vast forest enclosed by towering walls, as if they had claimed the trees as their own. A sturdy iron gate, secured with chains, adorned the wall. They waited for a few minutes until Xiao arrived, waving his hand for the hunters to bring forth the cloud crossbows they had used the previous day, one for each person, along with a pouch hanging from their waists containing 50 arrows. Once everyone was equipped with the cloud crossbows, and Xiao announced, "This time, the cloud crossbows are of intermediate level. While they may not be capable of killing ferocious beasts, wounding them is certainly within your reach. Now, to the main point, within these walls there are several different wild beasts, and your examination will entail surviving under their watchful gaze while locating 5 black glass beads. You will have 1 day to complete this task, and when you exit, your team must consist of no fewer than 10 members, each possessing 5 glass beads. Do not be misled into thinking that those glass beads are easily found. Even if you stumble upon them, acquiring them may prove to be a formidable challenge. It remains to be seen which of your 10 teams will emerge victorious first. I wish you all the best of luck." As Zhao's voice faded, the iron gate was opened by the hunters, who cautiously ushered the 10 teams into the walled enclosure. A fearsome roar from an unknown beast echoed through the air, causing no small amount of trepidation among the 150 individuals present, with at least half of them visibly shaken. Chapter 30. The first encounter with Beast Yimo leaped directly into Fan Yi's embrace, a sight that was rather jarring. Yu Cheng instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of Yu Yanlan. Today's examination was, in essence, a life-and-death struggle among the 10 teams. If any team had fewer than 10 members, acquiring 5 black glass beads would be futile. They would still face elimination. There were 2 methods to achieve victory: kill, by eliminating 6 members from a team that possessed 5 glass beads, or seize the beads from any team, regardless of the number they held. Thus, at the moment the iron gate closed, all 10 teams became vigilant, none daring to take the first step forward. While the beads could be concealed, the participants could not hide. War could erupt at any moment. An idea suddenly struck in Zay, and he stepped forward, addressing the others. Since we all harbor concerns, and given the multitude of beasts in these mountains, should we eliminate the remaining teams now? Do you truly believe you can survive against the beasts? Why not establish a rule together? What rule do you propose? Someone inquired. The examination lasts for 12 hours. Therefore, for the first 6 hours, we will not interfere with one another. During the latter 6 hours, we may act freely. And Zay was confident that this suggestion would be well received. In the initial 6 hours, many glass beads would likely be found, and numerous beasts would be restrained. It was then that conflicts between teams would likely arise. As anticipated, no team opposed the idea. Thus, the 10 teams parted ways, each taking their own path through the rugged terrain. They ventured into the less traveled middle route, which no one else desired to take. After walking a short distance, Yu Yanlan halted and said to Yu Cheng, 15 people are too cumbersome. We must disperse. Before Yu Cheng and Fan Yi could voice their opinions, another spoke up in opposition. No, there are so many beasts here, we cannot split up. Indeed, if something goes awry and we lose a few members, what good would it do to find glass beads? Fan Yi, as the leader, what is your stance? The focus shifted to Fan Yi, who wore a bewildered expression, silently lamenting his decision to play the leader. What should he do now? I believe we should listen to you. Yu Cheng, yes. Let us go with him. Fan Yi intended to suggest Yu Yanlan, but, recalling their earlier conflict in the hall, he deftly shifted the responsibility onto Yu Cheng, feigning innocence with a blink. The blame was effectively redirected, and the gazes of a dozen members fell upon Yu Cheng. He cast a troubled glance at Yu Yanlan, acknowledging that her reasoning wasn't without merit. Yet, the concerns of the team members were equally valid. The unknown number of ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows posed a significant threat. If they dispersed and a mishap occurred, they could face complete annihilation. Would that not render their efforts futile? Yu Yanlan, sensing Yu Cheng's dilemma, proposed, Brother, how about this? I will accompany Fan, and you can take charge of the others. Is that agreeable? But you alone. Before Yu Cheng could finish his sentence, Yu Yanlan interrupted, leaning closer to whisper, You know my strength. Others may not, but you are aware, aren't you? I trust in your abilities. You can look after them, so have no worries. Someone is targeting me, which makes it inconvenient for you. Worry filled Yu Cheng's eyes, so be cautious. Rest assured, I shall protect the leader. Fan Yi's eyes squinted with delight. He certainly did not wish to embarrass himself in front of so many when faced with a beast. After all, if he boasted too much, where would he hide his face then? I want to accompany you. Fan Yi Imo pouted. Impossible. Yu Yanlan outright rejected her. Bringing Fan Yi along was merely to alleviate Yu Cheng's burden. If she were to take Imo as well, it would be better to act alone. Imo looked pitiful, on the verge of tears, while Fan Yi shrugged his shoulders, signaling that he was helpless. With a huff, Imo finally relented. The group had no strong objections to Yu Yanlan and Fan Yi separating from them. With Yu Cheng present, it was sufficient. In their eyes, Yu Yanlan served no real purpose, being a woman after all. After giving a few instructions, Yu Cheng led the remaining 11 forward, while Yu Yanlan took Fan Yi deeper into the other side. Since the glass beads required 12 hours to locate, they surely would not be easily found on the periphery. As they walked, Fan Yi inquired, Leader, what is the purpose of the hunting cloud hall, keeping beasts here? Are they not afraid of an incident occurring one day? In City Z, have you ever seen a beast? Fan Yi shook his head, never having seen one, but he had seen them on television. Tigers, lions, wolves, and such. Yes, and also wild boars. One can only fear that the beasts here are not what you imagine them to be. Yu Yanlong halted, casting a knowing smile toward a tree not far away. My goodness, what is that? Fanny exclaimed, startled as he followed her gaze. Emerging was a creature approximately 2 meters long and 3 meters wide, with a diamond-shaped head and a single eye positioned centrally. Its body was adorned with fish-like scales, and it possessed 6 short legs. The creature seemed to recognize them, its green eyes scrutinizing Yu Yanlong and the others, eager to approach yet hesitant, merely circling nearby. As Yu Yanlong took a step forward, the creature's eyes widened in fear, retreating several steps as if terrified of the humans. Fan Yi was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Look, even the beasts fear you. That's why I advise you to be gentler and temper your temper, yet you refuse to listen." Fan Yi took a deep breath, making small steps to hide behind Yu Yanlong. If possible, he would have liked to scream to release the fear swelling within him. They were now surrounded by such beasts, some of which were twice the size of the one they had just seen. A single swipe could easily be fatal. What should we do? Fan Yi spit it. Yu Yanlong grabbed Fan Yi and leaped onto a tree, but the situation worsened as the beasts gathered around, gazing up at them. The critical point of these beasts lay in the depression above their eyes. Fan Yi, on the count of 3, you shall use the cloud crossbow to shoot the smallest of those beasts. Yu Yanlong instructed, drawing forth a cloud crossbow and loading it with an arrow, aiming at the largest creature within sight. Fanny timidly protested, "No, it's too far. How could I possibly shoot accurately? I can't do it." "You need not aim for a precise strike. Merely hitting it will suffice. Have faith in your abilities," Yu Yanlong encouraged for the first time, having previously only offered mockery and indifference. A flicker of determination ignited within Fan Yi's heart as he grasped the cloud crossbow with both hands, focusing on the smaller target. Chapter 31. The glass bead in hand 1, 2, 3, fire. As Yu Yanlong's voice faded, Fan Yi pulled the trigger, striking the smallest beast and inflicting a minor wound, causing it to let out a mournful cry. Just as Yu Yanlong had anticipated, nearly half of the wild creatures turned their attention toward the injured one, abandoning their posts. Simultaneously, Yu Yanlong aimed her arrow at the largest beast, deliberately avoiding a fatal shot. To put it delicately, she was a spirit cat. To put it bluntly, she was merely a beast like the others, and there was no need for unnecessary slaughter. Merely driving them back would suffice. The arrow embedded itself in the flesh of the great beast, yet it appeared unfazed, letting out a roar that sent the surrounding creatures retreating into the depths of the forest. Fan Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? They were retreating? The great beast cast a lingering glance at Yu Yanlong before swaying away, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Though she was a spirit cat, she could not comprehend their language, nor could she decipher the meaning behind that fleeting glance. With a nimble leap, Yu Yanlong approached Fan Yi, instructing, "Stay here. I will investigate." As she moved toward the direction of the great beast, a glimmer caught her eye on the ground. She picked it up to discover a black glass bead. Could it be that the beast had some form of spirit communication? Was it intentionally left for her? For the first time, Yu Yanlong felt a sense of uncertainty. The Hunters Guild was indeed peculiar, capable of nurturing spirit beasts, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. "Big sister, hurry and get me down. My legs are numb," Fanny whispered. Yu Yanlong snapped back to reality and, in a playful manner, kicked the tree. Fan Yi, caught off guard, tumbled down, instinctively closing his eyes as if that would shield him from fear. To his surprise, the anticipated pain never came. Instead, he was enveloped by a fragrant aroma. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing at Yu Yanlong's exquisite face, momentarily entranced until she tossed him aside, jolting him back to awareness, leaving him to awkwardly scratch his head. It seemed these black glass beads were to be seized from the beasts, which explained why Shao had remarked on the difficulty of acquiring them. After noticing the bead, Fan Yi sought to alleviate the awkwardness with conversation. Yu Yanlong, however, was lost in thought, peering into the depths of the forest, mentally questioning Lan Mo. "Lan Mo, what is the matter with these beasts? They seem quite strange. Do you have any insight?" "I do not know," Lan Mo replied dismissively. "What is it that you do know?" Yu Yanlong retorted, her tone laced with irritation. choosing to disregard Lan Mo as she continued deeper into the woods with Fan E. In the catstone, Lan Mo bore a guilty expression. If he were to claim that he had driven the beast away, Yi Yanlan would undoubtedly interrogate him about his identity for an eternity. It was better to feign ignorance, for not everyone could achieve such feats. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Cheng led a group of over a dozen individuals, encountering no beasts along their path, let alone any glass beads. Instead, they stumbled upon several weaker teams that sought to collaborate, only to be met with rejection. As Yu Cheng contemplated allowing everyone to rest in place, a series of agonizing cries echoed nearby. Drawing forth his cloud crossbow, he urged, "Let us investigate, but remain vigilant." Before he could advance, a potent stench of blood wafted toward him, causing a palpable panic among the group. Clearly, something dreadful had transpired. "Yu Cheng, perhaps we should refrain from going any further." A timid voice quavered, legs trembling in fear. Upon hearing this, Yu Cheng felt a surge of frustration. His discontent stemming from the matter concerning Yu Yanlan only exacerbated his agitation. He retorted with such cowardice. "How do you expect to find the glass beads, or hope to prevail?" Silence enveloped the group. Yu Cheng was their bastion of support, and should he choose to forsake them, their fate would be sealed. The acrid scent of blood grew increasingly potent as Yu Cheng pressed on, suddenly halting in his tracks. The dozen or so companions behind him, without exception, succumbed to retching. Before them, the grass lay soaked in crimson. The team that had previously sought to ally with Yu Cheng now lay lifeless, their chests marred by gaping holes the size of fists, hearts ripped from their bodies. 15 souls, not one left alive. What manner of beast could have wrought such devastation? Tightening his grip on the crossbow, Yu Cheng lowered his voice, commanding, "Listen closely. Those who wish to survive must remain alert. The beast is surely not far. Form a circle and stay close to me." As they advanced further, their breaths grew more labored, each person scanning the surroundings with utmost concentration. A sudden shriek sent a chill through the group, including Yu Cheng. Irritated, he turned back, questioning, "What now?" Emo swiftly flushed crimson, embarrassed. "I apologize. I merely stumbled upon something sharp underfoot." "You're being overly dramatic," someone grumbled. "Indeed, if the beasts don't devour you, your antics will surely frighten us to death. I cannot fathom how you secured 9th place." Discontented murmurs ignited a barely perceptible spark of anger in Emo's eyes, which quickly turned to sorrow, her voice quavering, "I truly did not mean to." "Ah, step aside." Yu Cheng suddenly caught a glint of light, striding over to pull Emo aside, revealing a black glass bead nestled quietly in the ground, seemingly disturbed by her footfall. Upon the discovery of the glass bead, the group erupted in jubilation, momentarily forgetting Emo's blunder. Clearly, this bead was a stroke of fortune, and Yu Cheng carefully stowed it away. "Yu Cheng," a voice, laden with terror, broke the air as an unknown individual tapped his shoulder. As the group turned, they beheld 4 or 5 massive beasts, their predatory gazes fixated upon them. Resembling tigers in stature, yet adorned with twisted, pointed horns and cloaked in darkness, they were a terrifying sight. "Oh no!" Yu Cheng's heart raced. Seizing a quiver of arrows from a nearby corpse, he shouted, "Everyone retreat behind the trees for cover." A few individuals hesitated, scrambling to escape, while only 4 agile souls deftly retreated a few steps, raising their crossbows in readiness for battle. Yu Cheng, undeterred by the chaos, aimed at one of the beasts and loosed an arrow, drawing the attention of the others. The creatures charged at him with wild ferocity. Hidden behind the trees, several individuals seized the opportune moment, releasing their arrows with precision. Fortunately, each arrow found its mark. Yu Cheng continually shifted positions, and it remained unclear how many arrows had been shot, but 2 of the beasts lay wounded on the ground. 3 lively creatures still remained. Yet the 4 individuals concealed behind the trees were now drenched in sweat. One among them, filled with fury, cast a scornful glance at those who had kept their distance and bellowed, "Why do you not come to our aid? If Yu Cheng falls, you shall all meet your demise." At this fierce admonition, everyone, save for a few women, readied their arrows for battle. However, before they could fully prepare, One of the beasts had already surged past Yu Cheng, charging directly towards them. Chapter 32. Mutual obligation. A few individuals stared wide-eyed, utterly at a loss for action, as if they had already glimpsed their own demise. It was hardly surprising. They had never encountered such a beast before, let alone heard of it. How could they not be filled with terror? The creature swung its massive paw towards them, but Yu Cheng dashed past, a frenzied sprint, kicking several of them away with a single swift motion, before bracing himself against the beast's foot. What are you waiting for? Yu Cheng bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. The four who had initially hesitated were the first to react, launching their needles towards the beast's forehead. The creature howled in pain, swatting Yu Cheng aside. He landed on his palms, exerting force to roll back onto his feet with agility. Everyone, if you wish to survive, do not dawdle. Yu Cheng's face was ashen as he warned, otherwise, you shall await your demise. Upon hearing this, no one dared to remain frozen in fear. Even the few girls hastily drew their crossbows, unleashing a flurry of bolts at the beast. Unlike the harmless black insects they had encountered before, this beast was a genuine threat, and upon being struck, it went into a frenzy. It charged towards the group, sending the clustered girls tumbling with a single swipe. Yu Cheng, unable to manage the chaos alone, shouted, "I will draw its attention. You all stay put." With that, he sprinted deeper into the woods, while the four who had stepped up to assist him remained vigilant, allowing the injured to rest. In the depths of the forest, Yu Yanlan and Fan Yi found that the beast they encountered retreated without them needing to engage, a truly extraordinary occurrence. Moreover, among the numerous beasts, they had discovered 2 glass beads, which filled Fan Yi with elation, prompting her to hum a cheerful tune along their journey. Suddenly, Yu Yanlan halted, her ears twitching, and her expression changed dramatically. "Yu Cheng, what's wrong?" Fanny asked, bewildered. "Yu Cheng is in danger. We must go," Yu Yanlan exclaimed, pulling Fan Yi towards the source of the sound. As a spirit cat, her speed and hearing were unmatched. Only she chose what to heed. At that moment, Yu Cheng found himself pinned beneath one of the beasts, blood oozing from several wounds on his body, and his quiver had run dry. The beast's crimson eyes glared fiercely at him, poised to strike. Just then, a folding fan flew through the air, slicing the beast's mouth and drawing blood, inciting its fury as it redirected its wrath towards Nzei, the one who had thrown the fan. Nzei smirked disdainfully, signaling his team to take their positions, and they unleashed a barrage of arrows at the beast, which fell to the ground with a mournful cry. This particular creature had already been worn down by Yu Cheng and his companions, hence its swift demise. The remaining 2 beasts, witnessing this, became enraged and charged with a speed that exceeded their previous pace. Nzei, losing his earlier composure, called for his group to scatter. Yet, their reactions were far too sluggish to evade the beasts, resulting in chaos. As the 2 beasts approached Nzei, they split into 2 paths, each targeting the individuals behind him. The beasts roared in arrogance, one charging towards Yu Cheng and the other towards Nzei. A swift arrow struck the ferocious beast approaching Yu Cheng. Just as the creature was about to unleash its fury, Yu Yanlan stood boldly before it, compelling the beast to retract its anger, taking a few steps back before letting out a howl, the meaning of which was lost to all. The beast, confronting Nzei, came to an abrupt halt, nearly losing its balance, panic reflecting in both creatures' eyes as they turned and fled. Not only were Yu Cheng and Nzei left in shock and confusion, but even Yu Yanlan herself felt a sense of helplessness. This was not the first occurrence. These beasts seemed to perceive her as the true predator while they were mere prey. "Yu Cheng, isn't the big sister incredibly formidable?" Fan Yi exclaimed, puffing with pride as if he had single-handedly scared off the beasts. Yu Cheng nodded numbly, still reeling from the astonishment. Their 2 teams had barely escaped the clutches of the beasts, and yet they had been frightened away by Yu Yanlan. Nzei approached with his team, his expression reflecting a depth of meaning that rivaled Yu Cheng's astonishment. "I recall that you are also among the top 10, he remarked to Yu Yanlan. Indeed, we are all in the top 10, Fanny interjected. Nzei smiled politely at Fan Yi before turning to Yu Yanlan. "I never imagined that not only are you beautiful, but you are also so powerful that even beasts would steer clear of you." I have never encountered a woman quite like you. Thank you, Yu Yanlan replied coolly, her gaze prompting Fan Yi to assist the injured Yu Cheng without uttering another word as she prepared to leave. I saved him. And you are just leaving? Anze called after her. I saved you as well. We are even, she replied, casting a glance back at Anze as she walked away. A glimmer of intrigue igniting in his eyes, a playful smile curling at his lips. Having lived in the kingdom of Shang, he had seen a multitude of women, yet none had captivated him quite like Yu Yanlan. As she departed, Anze toyed with his folding fan, leading his team in the opposite direction, hoping to encounter her again after the competition concluded. On the way back, Yu Yanlan infused spiritual energy into Yu Cheng, and the effects were immediate. His vitality surged, for his life had been granted by her, making him particularly sensitive to the flow of spiritual energy, allowing for a swift recovery. Fortunately, upon returning to their original position, everyone was accounted for and only lightly wounded. Yu Cheng wore a grim expression as he gathered everyone together, reprimanding them sternly. Do you wish to remain trapped here forever? In a moment of crisis, only the four of us stepped forward. Should others not be expected to risk their lives for you? At that moment, Yu Cheng exuded the authority of a leader, his presence commanding and unequivocal. Right was right, and wrong was wrong, unafraid of offending anyone. Listen carefully. In a team, no one can be left behind. If you are afraid, now is the time to forfeit. If you wish to win, show me your mettle. After this admonition, the timid members of the group lowered their heads in shame, none daring to retort. With 15 individuals in their team, including Yu Yanlan, 5 were women. With the others still cowering, how could they hope to succeed? Rest assured, the 4 of us, brothers, are determined to assist you diligently in securing victory in this competition, declared a man among us who appeared notably mature and composed. The other 3 nodded in agreement, leaving a favorable impression upon Yu Cheng. With more than half of the agreed 6 hours having elapsed, it has become imperative to acquire all the glass beads before time runs out and to depart from this place as swiftly as possible. Chapter 33. Beneath the pool, Yu Yanlan would not stray too far from the group any longer. Initially, she had not anticipated that the beasts here would be so formidable, almost matching those of their spirit realm. Although there were 15 individuals, only Yu Cheng and 4 others were truly capable of fighting. If this continued, it would lead to their utter annihilation. Brother, hand me the glass bead. Yu Yanlan extended her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Cheng relinquished the glass bead to her, which she promptly stowed away in her cloth pouch. The expressions of those who had previously doubted her turned pale, yet they dared not voice their dissent. Now, with my sister leading, those willing to follow may do so. Those unwilling may leave, Yu Cheng declared, his tone brooking no argument. Though some were discontented, they had no choice. Having just faced life and death, straying from the group would only lead to certain doom. Yu Yanlan did not decline. Addressing the 4, you 4 brothers, position yourselves around the perimeter and remain vigilant. Should any unusual activity arise, shoot without hesitation. The 4 nodded, moving swiftly to take their places along the outer boundary. You ladies, distribute the arrowheads to them, Yu Yanlan instructed the 4 women. Emo was the first to object. Why should we? What will we do if we give them to them? Her challenge emboldened the others, who wore looks of discontent but dared not speak, choosing instead to bow their heads in feigned ignorance. Yu Yanlan, lacking the compassion of Yu Cheng, coldly retorted, as long as 10 individuals from our team make it out, we have succeeded. We can simply cast you 4 aside. Let us proceed. With that, she turned and began to walk away. Emo clung to Fan Yi's arm. Feigning innocence, Fan Yi, we are all girls. Can you truly leave us here? Fan Yi, reluctant to lose face, awkwardly glanced at Yu Yanlan. Perhaps we should. Fanny, Yu Cheng snapped, shaking his head. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Fan Yi could only awkwardly extricate himself from Emo's grasp, distancing himself from her. Emo's expression fell, and she reluctantly passed an arrowhead to one of the men on the periphery. The remaining 3 swiftly followed suit, handing over their arrowheads as well. Only then did Yu Yanlan gesture for everyone to follow in her wake. They had not walked far when a chill swept over them. All except Yu Yanlan shivered, and a gust of wind followed suit. Yu Yanlong halted, and the four on the perimeter remained alert, scanning their surroundings. Within the catstone, Lan Mo waved his hand, causing the scene before him to vanish. He sighed in resignation. It seems I shall be worn out in the end. He then disappeared from the catstone. Yu Yanlong felt a fleeting warmth from the catstone, the chill dissipating and the wind abruptly ceasing, as if everything that had just transpired were but an illusion. Boss, there's a cave over there. Everyone turned to follow Fan Yi's direction, and indeed, there lay a cave, stark and bare, with not a single tree in sight for hundreds of meters, and the grass around it bore distinct signs of trampling. Yu Yanlong instructed them to wait in place, while she accompanied Yu Cheng to investigate ahead. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Yu Cheng crouched down, noticing bloodstains, indications that a confrontation had occurred here, suggesting the presence of beasts within. This blood was not human. It belonged to the wild creatures. Yu Yanlong circled the area and remarked, "Perhaps a brief foray inside will suffice to accomplish our objective. I shall go summon them." As she spoke, Yu Cheng started to depart. "Brother, I will venture in alone. You stay and guard the vicinity of the cave with the others. I shall return shortly." "No, it is far too perilous." Yu Cheng firmly rejected her proposal without a moment's hesitation. His prior consent for her to act independently alongside Fan he had been granted under the assumption that the beasts here were not formidable, having now experienced their prowess. He was understandably apprehensive. "I am aware of your concerns. Fear not. These beasts pose no significant threat to me. Did you not witness their behavior? They flee upon seeing me." Yu Yanlong smiled resignedly, and thus it was settled. She would proceed inside. Recognizing her determination, Yu Cheng refrained from further opposition. Yu Yanlong entered the cave alone, though not entirely by herself. Lan Mo had appeared at her side the moment she crossed the threshold. "This is your doing, is it not?" Yu Yanlong inquired as she walked. "What do you mean?" Lan Mo feigned ignorance. "These beasts are nearly on par with those from the spirit realm. I am confident in my abilities. They do not flee from me without reason. Aside from you, I cannot fathom any other explanation." Yu Yanlong halted, her gaze fixed on Lan Mo with a questioning intensity. Lan Mo's Adam's apple visibly bobbed, a clear sign of his unease. "Now is not the time for such discussions. We must focus on our quest." Yu Yanlong chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. If he was unwilling to share, it would serve no purpose to inquire incessantly. He would divulge what he wished in due time. The passage within the cave was brief. In mere seconds, they reached the interior, which was rather simplistic in design. A large pool of water at its center, crowned by a stone spire from which water droplets perpetually fell, echoing throughout the cavern. Lan Mo surveyed their surroundings, his purple robe billowing as he proclaimed, "This is likely mere misdirection. The true destination lies beneath that pool." At this moment, Yu Yanlong crouched beside the water's edge, not naive enough to believe that such a small pool could emit such a potent aura of wild beasts. Lan Mo's gaze shifted to the spire. With a flick of his hand, a gust of wind surged forth, and with a resounding crack, the spire seemed to shift as if propelled by an unseen force. The pool gradually rose into the air, revealing a shimmering expanse beneath, reminiscent of a starry night. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, Lan Mo wrapped an arm around Yu Yanlong's waist and leaped into the depths, both of them enveloped in a luminous white halo. As Yu Yanlong's eyes adjusted, she beheld walls adorned with countless colored glass beads, a spectacular array of black, white, red, blue, and myriad other hues, densely clustered together. It was the radiant light emitted by these glass beads that illuminated the surroundings like a constellation of stars. As Yu Yanlong arrived, she decided to collect not only the essential black glass beads, but also one of each color, deftly extracting them with her dagger and placing them into a cloth bag. Just as she was preparing to cease her endeavors, Lan Mo interjected, suggesting, "I believe you could gather more. These are truly remarkable treasures. Is it even possible to collect so many?" Yu Yanlong shot him a withering glance. Lan Mo's eyes sparkled with mischief, a smirk playing upon his lips. With a wave of his hand, an entire wall of glass beads vanished in an instant. Like a child seeking praise, he turned to Yu Yanlong and declared, "What do you think? I've stored them all in the cat stone. Should you require them, I can summon them at any moment." Chapter 34. Hisu is rescued. Yu Yanlan gave a thumbs up, indicating her admiration for Hisu's prowess. A gesture she had recently learned from Fan Yi and found quite useful. Let's proceed, Yu Yanlan declared. Lan Mo waved his hand, and the glass beads on the other side were entirely collected, plunging the cave into darkness. Just as Yu Yanlan was about to retrieve a white bead to illuminate their surroundings, Lan Mo suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Yu Yanlan's expression tensed, sensing the presence of a beast. However, this time the aura felt somewhat amiss. Go ahead, Lan Mo urged, pushing Yu Yanlan forward. But as he leaped into the air, he was abruptly yanked down. Yu Yanlan furrowed her brows in concern and shot an arrow in the direction of the ominous presence. A muffled groan echoed, and believing Lan Mo had been injured, she shouted, Lan Mo, hurry back to the catstone. There was no response, only silence enveloped them. Lan Mo dropped a white glass bead, which revealed a faint glow from below, but nothing else was visible. How could this be? Yu Yanlan was bewildered. If something had truly happened to Lan Mo, she would be to blame. Panic surged within her, and she cried out, Lan Mo, come out! Come out! This was the first time she had truly lost her composure since arriving in City Z. Her usual indifference and composure had been shattered. She contemplated jumping down to discern what had transpired. What's the matter? Are you concerned about me? Lan Mo's voice unexpectedly resonated behind her. Yu Yanlan exhaled deeply, regaining her composure. Turning around, she saw Lan Mo standing there, unscathed and with a warm smile gracing his face. If you had perished, how would I seek vengeance? From now on, I will handle my own affairs without troubling you, Yu Yanlan retorted, unable to contain her anger. Lan Mo maintained his gentle smile. It's all fine now. Let's leave. With a flick of his hand, the water pool returned to its original state. When we return, I will explain the usage of this item. Yu Yanlan was uncertain of the events that had unfolded during Lan Mo's brief absence, but his ease suggested that all was well. After they had exited the cave, a brown kitten with green eyes transformed into a graceful maiden beneath the water pool. She picked up the white glass bead discarded by Yu Yanlan and murmured, Little Lan, I did not expect you to survive. It is truly wonderful. The maiden crushed the bead in her hand, and as Yu Yanlan stepped out of the cave, the cavern collapsed behind her. Yu Cheng and the others rushed over, and upon seeing Yu Yanlan unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, Lan Mo had already returned to the catstone when they exited the passage. An inexplicable pang of sorrow surged within Yu Yanlan. She felt as though there was something immensely significant within the cave. When she regained her senses, the cave had completely collapsed. Few would believe that there had ever been a cave at this site. Little Lan, how are you? Yu Cheng inquired, worry still etched on his face. Yu Yanlan shook her head and retrieved 7 glass beads from her bag. The objective has been accomplished. It seems we shall not require a full day for this. Let's exit now. Upon seeing the 7 glass beads, the others were no longer calm. They had nearly lost their lives for just 1 bead, and Yu Yanlan had managed to gather so many in merely half an hour. Now, those who previously held grievances against Yu Yanlan have adopted a different demeanor towards her. To put it generously, it is a change of attitude. To speak more frankly, it is nothing more than blatant flattery. EMO remarked with a touch of acidity. What good is it to have obtained the glass beads if we cannot escape within 6 hours? They will be snatched away regardless. Why can't you say something nice? If you have the ability, go fetch it yourself. Someone retorted. I am merely speaking the truth. There's no need to be so fierce. Emo's eyes reddened, her expression one of feigned innocence, eliciting sympathy from some who offered her a few words of comfort. Amid their quarrel, Yu Yanlan felt nothing but annoyance and shouted, Emo, I suggest you refrain from speaking. Otherwise, you may as well leave on your own. Emo felt displeased, but dare not show it. Now, everyone was siding with Yu Yanlan. Her attempts to stir discord were futile. It was wiser to remain discreet. Yu Yanlan inquired of Yu Cheng regarding the time. Only half an hour remained until the agreed 6-hour mark, insufficient to exit the forest. While she would not fear encountering other teams alone, the presence of her companions changed the equation. Their strength and courage were lacking, rendering them vulnerable to predation. Let's exit the forest. Leading the way, Yu Yanlan took charge, with Yu Cheng bringing up the rear and the others forming a protective perimeter around them. They traversed a considerable distance without encountering any beasts or other teams. Even if there were beasts, they likely fled at the mere approach of Lan Mo. Although he would not admit it, Yu Yanlan was not naive. She had already concluded that he was responsible. As they walked quietly, a bloodied man suddenly staggered towards them, causing several girls to scream in fright and huddle together. Help, help! The man's eyes were filled with pleading as he looked at Yu Yanlan. Who is your team leader? Yu Yanlan asked. He's Su, the man replied, his pleading gaze turning to one of terror. We encountered beasts. 2 people are already dead, and I fear the team leader may not hold out much longer. I ran to find help. Upon hearing Hisu's name, Yu Yanlan resolved to assist. He had once aided her in Fan Yi, and it was time to repay that kindness. Let us there, she instructed the man. A flicker of hope crossed the man's weary face as he nodded gratefully and guided them towards the woods. The distance was not great, and soon they spotted 3 or 4 beasts wreaking havoc in the vicinity. These creatures were the same troublesome ones encountered by Yu Cheng and his team, formidable opponents indeed. Wait here, Yu Yanlan directed. She accelerated her pace to half of her speed. If she moved too swiftly, the presence of so many would certainly arouse suspicion, and she feared becoming a figure of notoriety in Z City. At that moment, Hisu was struggling against 2 beasts, his body battered and bruised. His short hair was a mess. His clothing bore the marks of the beast's claws, and a streak of blood stained the corner of his mouth. Once a strikingly handsome man, he now appeared utterly disheveled. As Yu Yanlan approached the beast, she refrained from drawing her crossbow. The 4 creatures trembled simultaneously, halting their assault. However, unlike the beast before them, they did not flee, but merely gazed intently at Yu Yanlan. Offer them a red glass bead to encourage their retreat. Blue Mo's voice resonated, laced with a hint of ire. Without further inquiry, Yu Yanlan retrieved a red glass bead from her satchel and hurled it towards the beast standing in the center. The creature lifted its paw and clenched it, causing the glass bead to vanish. Chapter 35. The exam concludes. The beast suddenly bared its teeth in a satisfied grin, let out a cry, then turned and left. The others twisted their bodies and followed suit. Someone in Hisu's team burst into tears. Everyone had thought they were doomed, prepared for a final stand, when Yu Yanlan descended like a deity, saving them. Pale-faced, Hisu looked at Yu Yanlan. No words were needed. Just a faint smile conveyed the depth of his gratitude. Hisu immediately went to comfort his injured companions. A man like him, fighting alongside Yu Yanlan on the battlefield, would have made a fine leader. Approaching her, Hisu said, I never realized you were this strong. Back in the arena, you must have been holding back. I'm ashamed. And ashamed he truly was. He had always assumed Yu Yanlan was inferior to him, even thinking to leverage a favor to befriend her. In the end, it was she who saved him when death loomed near. Yu Yanlan merely gave a slight nod and asked, How many glass beads do you have? F4, Hisu stammered, caught off guard by her abrupt shift in topic. She never wasted words, such was her nature. Generously, Yu Yanlan handed him one. Take it. Consider the debt settled. We're even. Hisu froze again, at a loss for words. After a long pause, he slowly accepted the bead and blurted, Thank you. Without a response, Yu Yanlan turned and walked away. By the time Hisu gathered his thoughts, realizing that while his favor was trivial, the bead was invaluable, she and her team had already vanished into the distance. Hisu chuckled dryly. This woman truly unfathomable. His team was down to 13, with 2 lost. Without Yu Yanlan's bead, they would have had to press forward, and even with 5 beads, completing the mission might have been impossible. Clenching the bead in his hand, Hisu smiled faintly, rallied his team, and began their retreat from the forest. With all the delays, only 3 hours remained. Failure loomed if they didn't exit in time. Yu Yanlan quickened her pace, and the rest of the journey passed without incident. Finally, with 2 hours to spare, they emerged from the woods. At the gate, 2 teams were already waiting, Jioting S and Nzay S. Though ordinary, these 2 consistently excelled in every exam, their strength undeniable. Yu Yanlan's team was the 3rd to arrive. Upon closer inspection, Jioting's team had dwindled to 12, as had Nzay S. Only Yu Yanlan's remained intact, without a single loss. The moment Nzay spotted Yu Yanlan, a faint smile curled his lips, his admiring gaze laced with an imperceptible hint of amusement. Did you collect enough beads? Jiao Ting probed as Yu Yanlong approached. She simply couldn't fathom how, under such circumstances, one could emerge unscathed while gathering all 5 glass beads. Even she had to forcibly seize 2 from another team to complete her set, originally intending to confront Yu Yanlong. She never expected their paths wouldn't cross. Yu Yanlong cast her a fleeting glance, utterly indifferent, her voice icy as she stated, "If you're not leaving, then step aside." Exactly. What's the meaning of blocking the entrance? Fan Yi blurted out, unable to restrain herself. Being ignored ignited a surge of fury within Jiao Ting. She strode forward, confronting Yu Yanlong directly. "Yu Yanlong, are you deaf? You're the deaf one. Whether we've gathered the beads or not is none of your concern. If you completed your set, get out of the way. If not, resort to whatever underhanded means you prefer. Just don't obstruct us." Fan Yi fired back, her temper flaring. Jiao Ting's rage intensified, her fist clenching as she prepared to strike Fan Yi. However, Nzai's folding fan intercepted her hand smoothly. With a composed smile, he interjected, "We've come this far. Let us not act rashly and ruin everything. How about this? Since we arrived here simultaneously and neither wishes to yield, why not settle it with a simple game of chance?" Nzai offered Jiao Ting a graceful exit, and recognizing the pragmatism in his suggestion, she withdrew her fist reluctantly. "Mutering, Fina." As the two prepared to resolve their dispute, Yu Yanlong stepped between them, her gaze fixed on the iron gate. "Take your time deciding. We want to wait." With a dismissive wave, Yu Cheng understood her intent immediately, leading their team forward and shoving both Jiao Ting and Nzai aside. Before either could react, Yu Yanlong had already pulled open the gate, leaving behind nothing but her aloof silhouette. Their team swiftly exited under Yu Cheng's protection. Yu Ting, Si Ting, lashed out at Nzai. "Now look what has happened. Someone else took advantage. Serves you right for ending up third." She stormed out ahead of him, her fury at its peak. What should have been a guaranteed victory had slipped through her fingers because of this pointless standoff. When Yu Yanlong's team emerged first, the deputy hall masters were stunned. One by one, they rose in disbelief, double-checking if their eyes deceived them. Only after Jiao Ting and Nzai exited in succession did reality sink in. An unremarkable team had unexpectedly claimed victory, though, to them, it seemed to come out of nowhere. As Nzai stepped out third, a flicker of confusion crossed in Xiao's brow before it furrowed slightly. He instructed the hunters to escort the teams to the second floor of the main hall. The spacious second floor was adorned with numerous tables and an array of delicacies, clearly arranged for hospitality. Following the order of their arrival, Yu Yanlong's group was seated at the foremost table. The deputy of the second hall pointed at Yu Yanlong's table, rising in shock. "Mind your manners," and Xiao reprimanded sharply. All eyes turned toward them, each deputy hall master equally astonished. Even Fan Lin was taken aback. 15 members, not a single one missing. And Xiao also came to her senses, her eyes wide with disbelief. The arrangement of the table was designed for 15 people, yet 3 chairs remained conspicuously empty at both Jiao Ting and Nzai's places. Only the table of Yu Yanlong was completely occupied. "Have you gathered the beads?" And Xiao approached, incredulously inquiring. Yu Yanlong rummaged through her cloth bag for a moment, and 6 black glass beads were placed upon the table. And Xiao flinched, exclaiming, "Be gentle with them." Observing in Zhao's anxiety towards the beads, Yu Yanlong felt reassured. Lan Mo had not deceived her, and these beads might indeed hold significant value. And Xiao carefully cradled the glass beads, counting them twice, still uncertain. Fan Lin, intrigued, leaned in and after counting them himself remarked, "Aren't there 6? Have you lost your mind, or can you not even count as 6? Chapter 36. The Emergence of the Glass Bead, Astonishment. As Fan Lin's words lingered in the air, the vice leaders erupted in discussion. 6 beads? Not only did they return intact, but they also brought back an extra. Quite remarkable. Who would have thought that such an unassuming team would return with a delightful surprise? None of you should lay claim to them. I, from the 2nd Division, shall take the members of this team. That simply cannot stand. We shall share them equally." An Xiao instructed the hunters to take the glass beads away, nodding in satisfaction, and inquired, "Among you, who is the team leader?" Yuechen was about to declare it was Yanlin when, quicker than a flash, Yanlin pointed to Yuecheng, asserting he is the team leader. The others nodded in agreement. Anxiao's expression shifted as he regarded Yuecheng, an unmistakable satisfaction evident as he approached Jiuding's table. Before Anxiao could pose a question, Jiuding courteously handed him 5 black glass beads. A flicker of disappointment crossed Anxiao's face, though he chose to remain silent. Jiuding's expression revealed a trace of conflict as she approached Anne's, who, with an awkward smile, also presented 5 beads. Anxiao's face darkened. Had it not been for the presence of others, he would have unleashed his frustration upon him. How embarrassing! Anxiao nearly snatched the glass beads from Anne's hands, preparing to leave, when Anne's long, slender finger tapped the table. He produced a white glass bead, grinning. I wonder if you would like this other color? At this revelation, the vice leaders could no longer remain seated. They rushed forward, eager to witness the significance of the white bead. They were well aware that even their own searches might not yield such a find. Confirming its color, their excitement escalated beyond the previous fervor, and Anxiao beamed with pride and contentment. His son had truly brought him immense honor. Subsequently, 3 or 4 more teams trickled in, with Hushu being the 4th to arrive. As the time elapsed, only 8 teams remained in the hall. Those who had not come could no longer emerge. Among these 8 teams, 2 had failed to complete their tasks, 1 lacked sufficient beads, and the other did not have enough members. The 2 were unceremoniously expelled before they could even take a seat. Ultimately, 6 teams passed the test. Anxiao dispatched individuals to collect the glass beads, instructing everyone to eat their fill before announcing the final results. Fan Yi, however, barely touched his food, continually glancing towards Anne's table. He leaned closer to Yuecheng, murmuring, "What if that fellow takes first place with a white bead? Isn't first place that significant?" Yuecheng queried. "It is imperative that we secure first place. It is our only chance for advancement. Otherwise, we risk being eliminated swiftly," Fanny countered. Yuecheng remained speechless. Fan Yi then shifted to Yanlin's side, asserting solemnly, "Big sister, we absolutely must achieve first place. Otherwise, participating in this examination would be utterly meaningless. Did you not say you wish to penetrate the inner circle? You appear more eager than I to claim first place. What is the matter?" Yanlin raised an eyebrow. "Well, you see, that's my brother's stance. He said that if we do not secure first place, we shall amount to nothing for life. My participation in this examination is for the sake of power. If I lose, I would be deeply unsatisfied." Fan Yi pouted, expressing his grievances. Yu Yanlan furrowed her brows slightly and retorted, "You should focus on improving your own strength. Being so weak, achieving first place is of little consequence." Fan Yi glared at Yu Yanlan, resembling a child denied candy, utterly incongruous for someone in their early 20s. At that moment, Xiao tapped on the table in front of him, prompting everyone to raise their glasses. No sooner had the goblets settled onto the table than hunters swiftly approached to clear it, indifferent to whether others had finished their meals, efficiently tidying everything up. And Xiao grinned broadly, almost as if he feared others might not realize the glory his son had brought him, and proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to all present for successfully passing the examination of the Hunting Cloud Hall and becoming part of this esteemed gathering." The applause erupted, and Zhao's smile widened further. However, there remained one final segment, the selection of the top 3 teams to assign their respective duties. As I mentioned before you entered the examination, the team that completes the task first shall be deemed the victor. Yet, following discussions among all the Vice Hall Masters, this rule was amended. Zay's team not only submitted 5 black glass beads, but also acquired a rare white one. We unanimously decided that his team shall be awarded. Hold on. Before Xiao could utter the word first, he was interrupted by Yu Yanlan, drawing the attention of everyone present. And Xiao, visibly displeased by the interruption, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you wish to say?" Including Fan Lin, the crowd believed Yu Yanlan was dissatisfied with the decision, as her team had emerged first, with all 15 members intact and having presented 6 glass beads. It was indeed hard to accept the announcement of another team as the winner. "Hallmaster, you claim that Zay's team deserved the first place solely for a rare white glass bead?" Yu Yanlan quipped, a smirk playing on her lips. And Zhao's tone carried a hint of pride as he replied, Of course, although your team submitted 6 black glass beads, they remain of inferior quality compared to Nze's. With a chuckle, Yu Yanlan reached in her bag and randomly produced a blue glass bead, slapping it onto the table. What about this? The expressions of the Vice Hall masters shifted, their emotions surging. The day's fluctuations had been quite intense, and at this rate, they might succumb to their excitement. No one spoke, and Yu Yanlan, assuming the color was of no significance, retrieved a purple bead and placed it beside the blue one. Pouting, "How about this?" Still, silence reigned. She then presented a green bead, furrowing her brow. "Surely this will suffice?" And Xiao exhaled sharply, gasping for breath, mirroring the state of the other Vice Hall masters, as if they had been holding their breath for an eternity. Believing her efforts insufficient, Yu Yanlan continued rummaging, while Xiao, as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure, dashed over to cradle the 3 differently colored glass beads in his palm, using his sleeve as a barrier. The other Vice Hall masters were no exception. They rubbed their eyes, confirming the presence of 3 distinct colors, and beamed with joy, eagerly vying for the best vantage point to observe, even delicately caressing the beads, observing their expressions. Even a fool could discern that this glass bead is of the finest quality, perhaps even surpassing the white ones. As expected, and Zhao's emotions were still unsettled when she inquired of Yu Yanlan, "Where on earth did you acquire this? Is there any more?" "There isn't," Yu Yanlan replied, her face betraying no trace of deceit as she continued. "I stumbled upon it by the edge of a cave, intending to use it as a marble for play. I never anticipated you would take such a liking to it." Chapter 37. The sweetness of coffee as if toy marbles were at play, and Xiao nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Had he directly declared that Yu Yanlan and her team would triumph, those 3 exquisite marbles would have been utterly squandered by her. And Xiao summoned a hunter to bring forth a delicate box, carefully placing the glass marbles within, repeatedly cautioning that they must not be dropped and should be handled with utmost care. If they were aware that Yu Yanlan had a veritable treasure trove of such exquisite marbles concealed within her stone, would they not go mad with desire? Of course, Yu Yanlan would never be foolish enough to reveal her entire fortune. "Master, aren't Zhe and the others still in first place?" Yu Yanlan inquired, and Zhao's grin was so wide it seemed he could not contain it, as he waved his hands in dismissal. "I hereby declare that in this examination, Team Yu Cheng has secured first place." Fan Yi, brimming with excitement, signaled a victory gesture, and the other teammates were equally exhilarated, on the verge of tears from joy. The subsequent rankings were devoid of suspense, and Zhe claimed second, Jioting third, Hisu fourth, and surprisingly, Fu Heng, who had ranked 8th in the previous examination, took 5th, while an inconspicuous boy named Himi settled for 6th. And Zhe's lips curled into a smile. The more he observed Yu Yanlan, the more he found himself enamored by her. The surprises she provided were simply monumental. Once the excitement waned, the matter of assigning positions arose. The 8 vice leaders could not reach a consensus, each vying to claim Yu Cheng for themselves, none willing to concede. Only the vice leader of the 10th division lacked the authority to contend. He quietly sat aside, waiting for the others to choose, and would take whatever remained, as was his custom every year. The reason for their fierce competition over Yu Cheng, rather than the marble-distributing Yu Yanlan, was quite clear. Yu Cheng was the team leader, and all accolades would ultimately be attributed to him. Moreover, wherever Yu Cheng went, how could they not follow? Ultimately, the choice fell to Yu Cheng himself. He looked at Yu Yanlan with a pained expression and spoke in a tone only they could hear. "Wherever you go, I shall follow. You decide." Yu Yanlan raised a finger, and the dilemma on Yu Cheng's face was instantly replaced by joy. Nodding, he stood and declared, "I choose the first division." And Xiao clapped the table, elated. "What a fine choice. It holds great promise." With Yu Cheng, this sought-after individual, having found his place, the subsequent selections proceeded with greater ease. The 8 vice leaders had nearly made their choices, leaving a handful of women and a few frail boys remaining, with even Himi, the 6th leader, being left behind. After Jioting was selected, she took Yang Yue to the 2nd division, while Zhe predictably joined the 1st division. Hisu, accompanied by 4 or 5 teammates, was chosen by Fan Lin for the 3rd division. Yu Yanlan, however, was momentarily overlooked. Yu Cheng anxiously urged Xiao to select her, but Yu Yanlan waved him off, opting instead to join Fan Yi in the 10th Division. Fan Yi had already been approached by several divisions, and he stubbornly clung to Yu Yanlan, declaring that if his big sister did not leave, neither would he. In a heartbeat, the individual who had just a moment ago aspired to stand out had chosen to stay with Yu Yanlan. A warmth spread through Yu Yanlan's heart. This Fan Yi, who often seemed frivolous, proved to be remarkably loyal in critical moments. The remaining individuals were categorized into the 10th Division, with a predominance of women. It was perhaps the first time women had entered the hunting cloud hall, and the prevailing sentiment was that women were perceived as weak, incapable of achieving significant accomplishments. Thus no one was inclined to select them. Having completed the distribution, and Xiao instructed, "Now, you shall all return to your hotels to rest well tonight. Tomorrow morning, gather at your respective divisions." You may disperse. Following his words, all the vice leaders discreetly slipped away, ostensibly to observe the glass beads retrieved by Yu Yanlan. In the main hall, the crowd lingered, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Surviving was no small feat, particularly for a team that had been separated. There was an undeniable sense of reluctance. Yu Cheng furrowed his brow and glanced at Yu Yanlan, expressing his displeasure. "I wanted Xiao to choose you. Why were you unwilling? You are clearly the team leader. And this is unjust." "Unjust?" she replied. "Brother, remember, there's never true fairness in this world." Observing Yu Cheng's persistent despondency, Yu Yanlan sighed and leaned closer, whispering, "Brother, my status cannot be too conspicuous. Only with your assistance can I gradually infiltrate the inner circle." Understanding dawned on Yu Cheng, and he nodded, finally breaking into a smile. With no pressing conversations to engage in, Yu Yanlan decided to leave early. The examination had concluded, and it was time to attend to more urgent matters. The collection of spiritual energy had been progressing far too slowly. Outside the tin-roofed building, Yu Yanlan gazed into the distance. Realizing the woman's figure had long since vanished, possibly startled by her earlier presence and relocated. Finding someone was indeed a challenge. She massaged her temples. Since her rebirth in this place, nothing had unfolded smoothly, and the few individuals she had managed to find had slipped away in vain. In a corner CAF, Yu Yanlan purchased 2 cups of coffee and settled into a secluded spot, her expression one of melancholy. Lan Mo, brimming with excitement, sat across from her, eagerly sipping from one of the cups. "Oh, you drink coffee now?" In her memory, coffee had always been bitter. "I never wanted to drink it. Yet now, I suddenly feel that life is long and fraught with bitterness, as if coffee has transformed into the sweetest concoction in the world." Yu Yanlan forced a bitter smile and took a hearty sip of her coffee. It was sweet, exceedingly sweet. Even as Yu Yanlan smiled, the glimmer of tears that flickered in her eyes did not escape Lan Mo's notice. She had merely been putting on a brave front, unwilling to let her mother be looked down upon and determined not to become a laughingstock. She had never given up. Somewhere deep within Lan Mo, it felt as if a weight had suddenly descended, suffocating her. She left her half-full cup of coffee behind to take a stroll, claiming she needed to stretch her legs. But in truth, she sought out those with inherent spiritual energy. Yu Yanlan lingered for quite some time, and when the streetlights flickered to life, she exited the CF, casting aside all her unhappiness and pretentiousness, regaining her previously haughty demeanor. She was not in a hurry to return. Instead, she strolled leisurely, observing the bustling street and the neatly arranged storefronts. Her mind drifted back to the examination in the hunting cloud hall, and in retrospect, it seemed utterly incongruous with this world. It bore a slight resemblance to their spiritual realm, yet there was an unsettling dissonance that she could not quite comprehend. In her earlier reverie, she had completely forgotten to inquire with Lan Mo about this matter. Enough is enough. There will be ample time in the future. Yu Yanlan exhaled deeply and gracefully leaped into the deserted street corner. At the Beibei Hotel, everyone was utterly exhausted and had retreated to their rooms for rest. Yu Cheng and Fan Yi were anxious, while Yu Yanlan had left her phone behind, leaving her to wait outside. As she gazed upon the 2 men at the entrance, a warm feeling surged within her. From initial distrust to the bond of life and death they now shared, their journey had not been easy. This marked the first time in her life that she had true friends, a brother. The sacrifices you have made for me are no less than my own. I, Yu Yanlan, vow by the spirit Catstone, that no matter what may come, I shall protect you both with every ounce of my being. Chapter 38. The 10th Hall. In the 10th Hall, 13 individuals were assigned to linger in the garden. 8 women and 5 men. This might very well be the most dismal assembly in the history of the 10th Hall. Not only had they been left with the remnants of the other halls, but the majority were also women. From the outset, they had opposed women participating in the competition, had it not been for their fear of the 3rd Hall's leader. These women would not have been part of their hall. As soon as Fan Yi arrived, he appeared like an inquisitive child, surveying his surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity. Unsurprisingly, EMO trailed closely behind him, embodying the demeanor of a dependent little bird. Nearly an hour had elapsed when the deputy hall leader, Chung Yu, sauntered over, yawning lazily, showing little interest in their presence. He tossed a list towards them, stating, "Your positions are written there. Pass it around and take a look. Listen carefully. No objections will be entertained. If you're dissatisfied, you may leave." As the list circulated, each person eagerly vied to catch a glimpse. Some expressed joy, while others wore expressions of concern. When it reached Yu Yanlan, she discovered that hunters were classified into 3 ranks. The first rank involved shadowing the lead hunter. The second was responsible for managing internal affairs and overseeing those who had erred, while the third rank bore the brunt of all menial tasks. "Big sister, you are the deputy lead hunter," Fan Yi exclaimed, his excitement surpassing that of Yu Yanlan. The moment these words escaped his lips, the gaze of the dozen individuals shifted to Yu Yanlan. While they recognized the name, they were unfamiliar with the person. Himi expressed astonishment. A woman. The deputy lead hunter is a female. What was the hall leader thinking? We men are to heed the words of a woman? How absurd. The 5 men, feeling indignant yet reluctant to voice their dissent openly, could only mutter amongst themselves, occasionally casting hostile glances at Yu Yanlan. Yu Yanlan herself was taken aback. During the examination, she had not distinguished herself in any particular manner. The only reason the hall leader assigned her as deputy lead hunter must be due to the glass bead. As she lifted her gaze to Chung Yu, she caught him averting his eyes, whistling nonchalantly. Was this not a sign of his unease? All right. You all go familiarize yourselves with your roles." With a wave of his hand, the hunters behind Chung Yu led the way. Clearing his throat, he added, "Yu Yanlan, stay behind." Fanny frowned and refused to leave, asserting, "I will accompany you." Yu Yanlan shot him a glance and retorted, "If you don't want us both to lose this opportunity, then keep your distance. Take care of yourself." Fan Yi grinned shamelessly, being pulled away by EMO. Once the others had drifted far away, Chung Yu shed his languid demeanor, approaching Yu Yanlan with a cheerful smile and a tone laced with flattery. "Little Lan, the hall leader instructed me to look after you well. See, I've arranged a rather easy position for you. Not too shabby, right?" Well, Yu Yanlan deliberately prolonged the last syllable, tightening Chung Yu's nerves. The hall leader had specifically instructed him to ensure Yu Yanlan received favorable treatment and an agreeable position. If he failed, his own life would be forfeit. "What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? What is it that you desire? I shall prepare it for you," Chung Yu inquired, his heart in suspense. "Take me to meet the hall master," Yu Yanlan replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Chung Yu firmly declined. "This is inappropriate. The hall master's identity is shrouded in mystery. Not just anyone can have an audience." "Very well, if you cannot arrange it, then so be it," Yu Yanlan said, rummaging through her pocket, her tone growing more serious. "Alas, this item is of little use to me. It appears I must resort to using it as a marble." "What a pity." Chung Yu, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped Yu Yanlan's implication and, in a flurry, urged, "Wait. Let me consult the hall master and ascertain his stance. Please hold on." With that, he distanced himself and dialed a number. Their conversation concluded in mere seconds, and though Chung Yu maintained an air of calm, excitement shimmered in his eyes. "The hall master has instructed me to bring you to the pavilion in the backyard," Chung Yu announced with a smile. "Shall I have the hunter escort you?" "Yes," Yu Yanlan replied. Under the hunter's guidance, Yu Yanlan soon arrived at the pavilion designated by the hall master. The hunter halted at a distance, allowing her to proceed alone. However, the The hall master was nowhere to be seen. Yu Yanlan took a sip of the water on the table while observing her surroundings. The layout of this branch was quite extensive. Without a guide, one could easily lose their way. Are you not concerned that the water might be poisoned? A melodious voice accompanied a man with short crimson hair, strolling toward the pavilion. He appeared to be around 25, with deep, penetrating almond-shaped eyes that held an enigmatic allure, and his features were distinctly handsome, though he was merely average among the men Yu Yanlan had encountered. Yu Yanlan smirked. If it were poisoned, there would be no need for you to summon me here. Haha, apologies for the wait. I am Qin Di, the hall master of the 10th branch. The man replied jovially, taking a seat opposite Yu Yanlan. His fiery locks complemented her gaze remarkably well. Yu Yanlan remained silent, her steady gaze fixed upon him. Qin Di felt his cheeks flush, avoiding her penetrating stare. I believe you are aware of the purpose behind our meeting. Speak freely. What is it that you seek? Very simply, I desire the 9th branch, Yu Yanlan stated bluntly. Qin Di was momentarily taken aback. The 9th branch? He had never considered such a thing. Yet, here was Yu Yanlan, boldly laying claim to it. Did she not fear overreaching? Such thoughts he kept to himself. He shook his head. We are merely the 10th branch. We lack the capacity to covet the 9th branch. Yu Yanlan, unwilling to prolong the conversation, placed 3 red glass orbs on the table. Do we possess the capability now? Qin Di's eyes widened in surprise. Externally, he maintained an unruffled composure, but internally, a surge of emotion rushed through him. He had initially desired just 1 orb, yet Yu Yanlan had presented 3. This was unexpected. Is this insufficient? Yu Yanlan asked, her brow furrowed in displeasure. She had given only 3 to Enshao, who had been overjoyed. Yet, Qin Di appeared either overly reserved or indifferent toward these 3. Suppressing his rising emotions, Qin Di smiled faintly, his tone steady as he replied. It is indeed sufficient, but acquiring the 9th branch is a formidable challenge, unless a hall master is willing to recommend you alongside me. Isn't this your responsibility? With a smile, Yu Yanlan declared, I shall provide the necessary items and negotiate the terms. I await the results. I am not fond of ambiguous replies. Simply put, will be done or not. Grant me some time, and I shall surely succeed. Qin Di gazed at her with unwavering determination. Very well, I shall grant you 1. She replied, upon the completion of our agreement, the remaining 2 shall be yours. She added, oh, and do not entertain thoughts of theft or coercion. If I, Yu Yanlan, choose not to part with something, no one shall take it. As she reclaimed the 2 glass beads and turned to leave, a sly smile graced her lips. Ambition alone does not guarantee success. Yet to attain success, one must undoubtedly possess ambition. Chapter 39. Achilleshiel. As Qin Di gazed at the retreating figure of Yu Yanlan, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, and he remarked with a smile, I never anticipated that you would prove to be quite formidable. Fortunately, I did not overlook your presence. However, I wonder whether our paths ahead will lead us to enmity or camaraderie. In the garden, upon her arrival, Yu Yanlan was promptly taken by Chengyu to explore the various quarters of the sub-hall, becoming familiar with her surroundings. She was even assigned a spacious side room, which was considerably larger than 3 or 4 of their rented accommodations. The Hunting Cloud Hall was indeed affluent. The 13 individuals soon became acquainted and were each assigned their own quarters. This would henceforth serve as their second home, always at the ready. Listen carefully, Chengyu instructed. Once you enter the Hunting Cloud Hall, you must abide by its rules. Should anyone leak even a single word from this place, be wary of your life. He punctuated his warning with a gesture across his throat, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, You may disperse now. Tomorrow, a hunter will guide you in familiarizing yourselves with your duties. After Chengyu departed, the group begrudgingly accepted the reality that Yu Yanlan was their deputy leader and sought to curry her favor, knowing that they would be under her authority henceforth. Fine, you will reside with me. The rest may disperse. Without granting them an opportunity to protest, Yu Yanlan turned and returned to her quarters, prompting Fan Yi to cheekily stick out her tongue at the others as she hurried to catch up with her. Big sister, what did Qingyu want with you? Fan Yi inquired with curiosity. Just some idle chatter, Yu Yanlan replied with a smile. I first wanted to inspect my living quarters before heading back home. Wu Yu is still there. Fanny pouted, but followed suit, her excitement palpable as they approached Yu Yanlan's residence. "Wow, this is practically a small villa," she exclaimed, marveling at the accommodations that even the deputy leader of the hunters enjoyed. The villa, as Fanny described it, boasted 2 stories. The first floor featured a spacious hall and kitchen, fully furnished, while the second floor contained 4 bedrooms and a study. Fanny chose a relatively simple room adjacent to Yu Yanlan's study, which was ample and airy, with sunlight streaming gently onto the bedside. Not long after their selection, a dozen third-tier hunters arrived at the entrance, ready to attend to Yu Yanlan's needs, akin to servants. Preferring tranquility, Yu Yanlan sent them away and returned to the villa with Fanny, anticipating that Yu Cheng would be back by now. Inside the villa, upon hearing the commotion, Wu Yu emerged sleepily from his room. Upon seeing Yu Yanlan return, he instantly became alert, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Xiaolan, you finally returned. Where is Yu Cheng? What's this? Only 2 days apart, and you already miss him?" Fanny teased. Wu Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. "And no, I merely have something to discuss with him." "What is it?" Yu Yanlan inquired. Wu Yu, snapping back to reality upon hearing her voice, remembered that Yu Yanlan was now Yu Cheng's sister, and thus their family matters were interchangeable. "Well, you all left your phones at home, and someone called Yu Cheng asking when you would fetch Uncle Yu," Wu Yu explained. Had it not been for Wu Yu's mention, Yu Yanlan would have completely forgotten about her father. With so many matters to attend to, Yu Cheng had sent him to a friend's house for care, and although they had agreed to pick him up yesterday, unforeseen delays had occurred. "Let us wait for my brother to come back before we go pick him up." Yu Yanlan nodded, beckoning Wu Yu to sit down. "I have some questions for you." What is it?" Wu Yu asked nervously as she took her seat. Facing the formidable Yu Yanlan, she felt an inexplicable tension. Having witnessed her in the midst of a bloody battle, Wu Yu sensed a lethal aura about her, as if she could rend a person to shreds in an instant. Yu Yanlan inquired, "When do you plan to return home?" Wu Yu froze, her pupils dilating in shock as she shook her head vigorously. "I don't want to go back. I will die if I do. I cannot return." Fanny, filled with indignation, interjected, "Have you never thought of fighting back? You've been bullied like this. If I were in your place, I would risk everything to ensure they pay for it." Wu Yu lowered her head, feeling a habitual wave of inferiority wash over her. She had grown accustomed to enduring, and the thought of retaliation seemed insurmountable. Yu Yanlan's expression hardened as she lifted Wu Yu's chin, admonishing her sternly, "If you remain so feeble, your beautiful face will be of no consequence. Since we all face death, what meaning is there in living a few extra days in such a state? Reflect on this. If you cannot, then leave now. But if you can, cast aside your submissive demeanor and show some resolve." Wu Yu had never contemplated retaliation until this scolding ignited a flicker of tenacity within her, a fierce will to live. She declared with all her strength, "I want to live. I cannot die." A satisfied smile graced Yu Yanlan's face. "Adjust your mindset. I do not wish to see you in this state again." After entrusting Wu Yu's care to Fanny, Yu Yanlan stepped outside to await Yu Cheng. The gentle breeze enveloped her as she sighed. Having resolved to aid Wu Yu from the moment, she saved her. Her words were meant to motivate Wu Yu towards self-reliance. She could not be by their sides forever. Both Fanny and Wu Yu needed to grow stronger, acquiring the ability to protect themselves. You have developed genuine feelings for them. Have you considered that this makes you vulnerable, especially since you must leave and may never return? Lan Mo's magnetic voice resonated. Vulnerable? Huh. Let anyone who dares to harm my loved ones try. As for these feelings, Yu Yanlan smiled knowingly, realizing that remaining in this world was not necessarily a misfortune. Lan Mo fell silent, aware of the complexities that Yu Yanlan did not yet grasp. The world was not as simple as she envisioned, and when the time was right, he would reveal certain truths to her. It wasn't too long before Yu Cheng arrived in a whirlwind, his spirited demeanor indicating that he had secured a commendable position. Before he could speak, Yu Yanlan immediately brought up the matter of picking up Yu Ji. Yu Cheng slapped his forehead. Having grown accustomed to Yu Ji's habitual drinking and absence, and in the midst of his busy exam schedule, he had entirely forgotten about it. Yu Yanlan has always harbored disdain for automobiles as a means of transportation, deeming them excessively slow. With a mere leap, she ascended to the rooftop of her friend Yu Cheng's residence in a matter of seconds. It would be quite unthinkable to descend directly into his abode, as it might startle him unduly. Thus, she settled for a nearby location and strolled over leisurely. Xiaolan, what position have you taken up? Yu Cheng inquired during a brief pause. I am the deputy leader of the hunters, she replied. Yu Cheng was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. The head of the 10th Hall possesses remarkable discernment, recognizing your boundless potential. They've even established a deputy leader position specifically for you. Chapter 40. Yu Ji is wounded. Yu Yanlan scoffed lightly, deeming it merely a transaction. And what of you? What is your position? The hunter led the way, as I am but a false first. Yu Cheng gazed tenderly at Yu Yanlan and stated, Xiaolan, I have heard from Xiao that the 9th Division is undergoing a reorganization, and the leader may select someone from our cohort. I am aware there is no rush. What is rightfully mine cannot be escaped. Yu Yanlan replied with a sly smile. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the entrance. Before Yu Cheng could knock, the door swung open, and Yu Ji stumbled out, disheveled, colliding directly into Yu Cheng's embrace. Upon raising his head, Yu Cheng's heart clenched. A fresh wound marred Yu Ji's face, resembling a worm-like scar. This was evidently a recent injury, as the flesh had yet to fully heal, with remnants of dried blood clinging to his skin. Who did this? Yu Cheng bellowed, his emotions surging. Yu Ji quickly averted his gaze, shielding his face with his rough, dry hands. I'm fine, really. This marked the first time since the upheaval in the Yu family that Yu Ji spoke so lucidly to Yu Cheng. The scent of alcohol, now only a faint trace. Before Yu Cheng could inquire further, his friend Su He burst forth. He exhibited a fleeting moment of surprise upon seeing Yu Cheng, which soon transformed into resignation as he sighed. You have finally arrived. Uncle has been clamoring to rescue you. I cannot hold him back. What on earth is happening? I wish to ask you the same. What is going on with my father? Yu Cheng's tone was laced with anger. Sui's expression soured. Yu Cheng, I do not mean to chastise you, but when did you offend the Wu family? Do you not realize their power and connections with the hunting cloud hall? Sui, my question pertains to who is responsible for this harm to my father. Yu Cheng interrupted vehemently, his current state of emotion leaving no room for trivial dialogue. He merely sought the truth, to know who was behind this. Sui, startled into silence, had never before witnessed such fury from Yu Cheng. Without further ado, he urgently replied, it was the 7th Division of the Hunting Cloud Hall. I heard it was arranged by Madame Wu. Hunting Cloud Hall. Yu Cheng roared, thrusting Yu Ji towards Su He. Take care, my father. I shall return. He turned, his eyes ablaze with the desire for vengeance, but Yu Yanlan grasped his wrist, channeling a fragment of spiritual energy into him, gradually tempering his fury. Her intent was solely to restore a semblance of reason. Yu Cheng, as if doused in water, felt his fiery demeanor extinguished, his presence noticeably subdued. So stood bewildered, momentarily questioning whether Yu Cheng had developed a dual personality. Xiaolan. Yu Cheng gazed at her in confusion. Bring father along. Let's return first. Yu Yanlan replied, casting a cold glance at Su He, sensing something amiss. It was possible that Yu Ji's predicament stemmed from his disclosure. Yu Cheng's friend was indeed quite capable. Su He, shaken, averted his gaze, his eyes darting restlessly, not daring to confront Yu Yanlan's departing figure. Darling, a woman emerged, her expression fraught with concern as she intertwined her arm with Su He's. Do you think that if Yu Cheng discovers we betrayed Uncle for money, he would seek revenge upon us? Sui let out a cold snort and said, he's just a coward. Does he think he can ascend to the heavens? Fear not. Let's return. With a cheerful demeanor, he embraced the woman and swaggered inside. On the rooftop of the Su residence, Yu Cheng clenched his fists tightly, consumed by fury. They had already departed, yet Yu Yanlan still wished for Yu Cheng to see the true nature of his companions. She could only call a car to take Yu Ji to Fan Yi's place, and then bring Yu Cheng back in this manner. Although this was cruel for Yu Cheng, it was the best way to reveal the harsh reality. Not everyone deserves to be treated with kindness. First, they would return to tend to their father's injuries. As for him, oh, there was plenty of time. He could take it slowly. With a wicked smile, Yu Yanlan led Yu Cheng away from the rooftop. Upon arriving at Fan Yi's residence, Yu Cheng wore a gloomy expression, feeling a sense of discomfort. He longed to drag Su He over and inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. When Yu Yanlan and the others returned, Fan Yi had already trimmed Yu Ji's hair to the nape of his neck, treated his wounds, and sent him to the bathroom, even finding him a clean suit to wear. Now, they were simply waiting for him to emerge. Fanny glanced at Yu Cheng and inquired, "Big sister, what happened?" "Madame Wu, Zhu Qian, has not yet been confronted by me, yet she has made her move first. Truly impatient." Yu Yanlan scoffed. "Fan Yi, summon Wu down." "Understood," Fanny replied, dashing off. Yu Cheng, brooding for a while, finally spoke. "Xiaolan, I don't know whether I am angry at Su He for his betrayal, at the Hunting Cloud Hall, or at Madame Wu, Zhu Qian. In any case, there's a knot in my heart that I cannot release, nor can I swallow it down. It is truly unbearable. Ever since losing the Yu family, I have been drifting aimlessly, merely seeking a mundane existence. But what have I become? I have failed to protect you, and now I cannot even safeguard father. What is the purpose of living like this?" Yu Cheng's despondency reached a breaking point, as if the accumulation of despair had finally erupted in an explosive moment. "Brother, I have told you before, complaints and guilt do not resolve problems. Have you forgotten who you are now?" Yu Yanlan spoke calmly. "Indeed, you are now a member of the First Division. With power comes fame. Once you win over in Shao, you will stride forward without fear of anyone." Fan Yi, just returning downstairs, chimed in. Yu Cheng forced a bitter smile. "What use is it to be the leader of hunters? As long as the Hall Master has interests, he can replace you at will, casting you aside without a second thought. It is utterly pointless." Wu Yu froze in place, startled by Fan Yi's last roar. Before her stood a Yu Cheng entirely different from the gentle and considerate figure she had previously known, leading her to believe that he was no longer the Yu Cheng she recognized. Seeing Yu Cheng in such a despondent state ignited an inexplicable fury within Yu Yanlan. She took a glass of water from the table and splashed it on his face. "Listen well, Yu Cheng, if leading is not an option, then aim for the Vice Hall Master, the Hall Master, or even infiltrate the main hall of the Hunting Cloud Hall. With strength and influence, who can still dictate your life?" Yu Cheng's body stiffened, and he was not alone. Fan Yi wore an equally shocked expression. Yu Cheng only thought of being wherever Yu Yanlan was, possessing the ability to safeguard his family and ensuring their basic needs were met suffice for him. Fan, on the other hand, envisioned a simpler life, aspiring to become a hunter, wielding power in hand, finding contentment in a day of carefree ease. Little did they anticipate that Yu Yanlan's ambitions reached far beyond, setting her sights on the main hall of the Hunters Guild. It was no wonder that even the 10 branch leaders yearned to secure a position in the main hall, highlighting the immense challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 41. A million dispersed prior to this. Yu Yanlan had never contemplated delving deeply into the Hunting Cloud Hall. All the roots of her concerns lay with the Yu family, primarily due to the peculiarities surrounding this examination. It was indeed strange. This Hunting Cloud Hall was certainly not ordinary. There might be connections to the spirit realm. Fanny grinned and remarked, "Big sister, your ambitions are too grand, too distant. How can one discern the distance without taking action?" In response to Yu Yanlan's earnest demeanor, Fan Yi fell silent. In truth, whatever Yu Yanlan wished to pursue, he felt an unyielding obligation to support her. There was no need for endless debate. Yu Yanlan gestured for Wu Yu to sit across from her and spoke solemnly. "Zhu Qian has made her move. Remember, when we're not around, do not venture out carelessly." Merely hearing the name Zhu Qian sent a chill through Wu Yu, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, freezing him to the core. After a long pause, he nodded dully, indicating his understanding. "Big sister, could it be that uncle's injury?" Fan Yi's realization dawned suddenly, prompting him to inquire. Yu Cheng slammed his fist on the table, furious. "It was the 7th Division's doing, but the mastermind is Zhu Qian. If it weren't for Xiaolan intervening, I would have gone to eliminate her by now." Fan Yi, equally incensed, added, "In that 7th Division, I am eager to see whether they are indeed formidable, or if my brother's 3rd Division holds greater strength." As he spoke, Fan Yi dialed Fan Ling's number, recounting the entire situation. The words from the other end caused his expression to darken, ultimately leading him to abruptly hang up, unwilling to continue listening. My brother said that each division has its own principles and regulations, and he cannot intervene in this matter. He lowered his head apologetically. Principles and regulations? Huh. I see it as a case of every crow being black under the sun, Yu Cheng retorted angrily. Just as He was about to defend his brother, the sound of footsteps descending the stairs caught their attention. Yu Ji, clad in a black suit with his short hair slicked back, exuded an imposing presence. However, the prominent scar on his face diminished his handsomeness, adding an air of solemnity. Yu Ji had not felt this lucid or clean in a long time. Upon seeing Yu Cheng's reddened eyes, he offered comfort. Father has been in despair for so long, but thanks to this wound, I have regained my clarity. If the Yu family is lost, then so be it. I will rise again. The most important thing is that we remain a harmonious family. Father, Yu Cheng's heart suddenly found tranquility. What could be more uplifting than seeing Yu Ji regain his spirit? Yu Ji patted his shoulder and then turned to Yu Yanlan, his eyes reflecting guilt. Xiaolan, you have suffered. I assure you, from now on, I will never easily concede again, and I will not allow you to endure hardships. Yu Yanlan nodded, a faint smile gracing her previously expressionless face. Ever since her father had been absent, merely seeing him had become a luxury, let alone experiencing paternal love. At this moment, the restored Yu Ji gazed at Yu Yanlan with an abundance of affection, stirring something within her heart that had previously felt indifferent towards him. Now that Yu Ji had regained his clarity, it seemed imperative to venture once more into the Yu family affairs. Previously, Yu Yanlan had always believed that the one supporting Yu Shi behind the scenes was from the 9th Division, but now that the 9th Division had been completely annihilated, the Yu family showed no signs of faltering. It was evident that the 9th Division was merely a pawn in a larger game. He leaned closer to the contemplative Yu Yanlan, waved his hand, and inquired, "Sister, what occupies your thoughts?" "I need to go somewhere," Yu Yanlan replied, regaining her focus. Resolute in her decision, she turned to Yu Cheng and said, "Brother, take good care of Dad. I must be on my way. I will accompany you." Yu Cheng asserted firmly, his gaze unwavering upon Yu Yanlan. This time, he could not allow her to venture alone. All that remained for Yu Cheng was Yu Yanlan's faint smile and the silhouette of her departure. Despite knowing her true identity, worry still gnawed at his heart, particularly when recalling her bloodthirsty demeanor in the 9th Division. Yu Ji gazed meaningfully at Yu Yanlan's retreating figure. Though his communication with family had been sparse due to business matters, he had always known Yu Yanlan's gentle nature since childhood. Now, she seemed utterly transformed. What has transpired with Xiaolan during this time? Yu Ji asked Yu Cheng. Yu Cheng hesitated. He could hardly divulge that his real daughter had perished and that the one before him was merely a spirit cat. A glint of sharp awareness flickered in Yu Ji's eyes. He had observed Yu Cheng's demeanor and pressed with a tone of inquiry. What is truly happening? Father, it's nothing significant. Xiaolan and I merely completed the exam for the Hunting Cloud Hall, and she is simply fatigued, Yu Cheng fabricated, attempting to deflect. The Hunting Cloud Hall? Yu Ji exclaimed in surprise, startling everyone present. He continued, You both actually participated in the exam? I have heard tales of its harshness. One misstep could lead to death. Who permitted you to undertake such a risk? As Yu Cheng struggled to find words, He boldly interjected, Uncle, we returned safe and sound, did we not? Moreover, with power and influence at our disposal, even the harshest trials can be sweetened. To Yu Ji's astonishment, he found merit in Fan Yi's reasoning and refrained from expressing anger, merely casting a stern glance at Yu Cheng before settling down to discuss recent events. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically from the drunken stupor of his earlier demeanor. At the Yu residence, as Yu Yanlan approached the door, it swung open, welcoming her inside. She was informed that Yu Shi had instructed that she could come and go as she pleased, without obstruction. Upon entering, she quickly surveyed the room, noting that Zhu Hui and Yu Yao were absent, leaving only Yu Shi seated on the sofa in the hall, as if anticipating her arrival. However, the surprise that followed shattered any semblance of expectation. Xiaolan. Second uncle, you missed me, did you not? Yu Yanlan replied innocently, taking a seat across from Yu Shi. Today, I have a question for you. What is it? Which branch of the hunting cloud hall supports you? Yushi paused, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was not a matter she ought to inquire about, nor one she should meddle in. How could second uncle presume that I would not concern myself with this? Yu Yanlan was undoubtedly determined to uncover the truth today. She must not naively assist the enemy, lest it become a regrettable endeavor. With a swift movement, Yushi lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Xiao Lang, your second uncle is acting in your best interest. Regardless of your current abilities, the hunting cloud hall is not a place you can afford to provoke. Is it not preferable to lead a simple life? If you find yourself in need of money, your second uncle is willing to provide it. But this matter is best left untouched. There was a hint of resignation in Yushi's tone as he finished his cigarette, extinguishing it in the ashtray. He then retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to her, saying, "Here is 1 million. The password is your father's birthday. Use it wisely to live well and take care of your father. Now, you should return." Chapter 42. Women Yu Yanlan's innocent visage hardened. Yushi was a person she could not fathom. If one were to claim he was malevolent, his words consistently indicated concern for Yu Yanlan's well-being, a sincerity that seemed genuine. Conversely, if one were to assert his benevolence, one must question why he allowed Zhu Hui to harm her mother and seize control of the Yu family, exhibiting a complete lack of compassion. The mere thought of him incited a desire for retribution. Such a person was exceedingly perilous. Yu Yanlan emitted a cold smile and declared, 1 million is far too meager. The value I seek is something my uncle should be well aware of. I grant you 10 seconds to contemplate. Should you remain silent, I shall have no choice but to inquire with you, Yao. Tell me, do you think she will be informed? Xiaolan, the grievances between your father and me are inconsequential to you children. Yushi's demeanor shifted as soon as Yu Yao was mentioned. Ignoring him entirely, Yu Yanlan commenced her countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. That is the second branch. Yushi interrupted, shouting. This was precisely where Jioting and Yang Yue resided. The second branch was insatiable, second only to the first branch, yet still yearning for dominion over the family. It was likely that the Yu family was merely the tip of the iceberg. Casting a glance at the scowling Yushi, Yu Yanlan smirked. Picking up a card from a table, as she turned to exit, she remarked, Uncle, I remind you once more to relish what you currently possess. I also caution you, the hunting cloud hall is not to be trifled with. Yushi's words struck a chord within Yu Yanlan, causing her expression to shift momentarily. To mask her unease, she refrained from lingering and departed, only glancing back once outside the door. It seemed the hunting cloud hall truly harbored secrets. Unfortunately, y ama spirit gat, and I am not so easily subdued. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Yu Yanlan's mouth, just as Lan Mo's voice resonated. I have returned. After such a lengthy absence, I presumed you would not come back. A barely perceptible smile flickered in Yu Yanlan's eyes as she replied, Now that you are back, perhaps you can enlighten me on the purpose of the glass beads you procured from the hunting cloud hall? These are called Yao beads. The explanation is rather intricate, so I shall reveal their significance when the time is right. You may come to understand them gradually. Once in a less populated area, Lan Mo materialized beside Yu Yanlan, adopting a serious tone. Within the hunting cloud hall, there exist individuals from other realms, their objectives mirroring yours, to acquire life essence, albeit through different means. Their method involves forcibly seizing spiritual energy. Is it truly possible to seize it? Yu Yanlan inquired, her expression earnest, as though she intended to employ this very tactic. Lan Mo delivered a light smack to her head, exasperated. The forcibly obtained spiritual energy is impure. While we gather 100 points, they must amass 500. Moreover, the malevolence is too potent. Should it rebound, it would penetrate to the very marrow, rendering existence worse than death. It is no wonder you opted for a more conservative approach. By the way, do you know whence they hail? Who are these individuals? Yu Yanlan questioned. At present, I am unaware, Lan Mo replied, an involuntary unease washing over him as he turned his face away. He knew the origin of those individuals, but remained oblivious to their identities. Given his current strength, he could not discern them at all. Yu Yanlan nodded without further inquiry. understanding that if Lan Mo wished to speak, he would do so without prompting. If not, questioning would be futile. La mo sudali zikan. Ah, I found that woman. She at the River Bridge Cave. The River Bridge Cave? Yu Yanlan frowned. That place is damp and frigid, hardly suitable for a pregnant woman. With that, she altered her course, leaping onto the rooftops and heading toward the cave. Lan Mo vanished into the cat-shaped stone. At the River Bridge Cave, the woman remained disheveled and unkempt. A piece of cardboard served as her bed at the cave's entrance, while a tattered red coat, scavenged from who knows where, draped over her as she curled up in sleep. Footsteps approached. Instinctively, the woman jolted awake, brandishing a rusted pocket knife. 4 or 5 rough-looking thugs sauntered toward her, one of them shouldering a burlap sack. "What do you want?" The woman staggered to her feet, retreating, her trembling hand gripping the knife. "You're Su Qing?" The leader demanded, seeking confirmation. Panic flashed across her face as she shook her head violently. "You got the wrong person." "Boss, it's her," a blonde thug interjected, shoving his phone forward. A pristine, radiant photo of Su Qing glared back from the screen. Even beneath the grime and disarray, her identity was unmistakable. "Su Qing, you've led us on quite the chase," the leader sneered, stepping closer before halting abruptly. His lackeys hesitated, unmoving. With a frustrated growl, he barked, "What is wrong with you idiots? Grab her, tie her up, and take her away." Only then did the underlings snap into action, inching forward. Su Qing, for it was indeed her, let out a furious scream. "Take one more step, and I'll die right here." The thugs froze. The leader nearly lost his balance, barely avoiding a humiliating faceplant. "Listen, sweetheart," he coaxed, forcing a grin. "Just come quietly. Your bounty spread across every gang in the city. If we don't take you, someone else will." Su Qing's face drained of color. Her brows twisted in anguish as she shrieked. "So he's truly ruthless. How much is he paying you?" "How much?" The leader recoiled slightly at her frenzy. "50 grand." A hollow laugh escaped her. 50 grand? Hunting me down with my own money. How rich? Her voice dropped to a venomous whisper. "Kill him for me, and I'll give you 2 million. Not enough. 3, 4, 5. Name your price. Just end him." "Boss, she has lost it," a thug muttered. "Let us grab her quick before another crew shows up and steals our prize." Nodding, the leader signaled the advance. One bold underling lunged, wrenching the knife from Su Qing's grasp as the others surged forward. A cool voice sliced through the chaos. "How lively. It seems I've arrived just in time." A chilling female voice echoed behind them. The leading thug impatiently turned around, exclaiming, "Who are you?" "Mind your own business." Immediately regretting his words, he found himself captivated by the woman before him, though she was donned in a casual blue ensemble. Her graceful figure was unmistakable, and her simple bun accentuated her fresh and elegant demeanor. She was the embodiment of his ideal. Who else could this be but Yu Yanlan? Yu Yanlan cast a sidelong glance at the thug, whose eyes gleamed with desire, noting his gaudy floral shirt paired with garish green shorts, a sight that was truly unbearable. Chapter 43, it was somewhat amusing. "Beauty, it's dangerous here. Come to your brother." The leader of the thugs, with his silver hair and a lewd expression, approached Yu Yanlan. Before she could make a move, he was sent flying by a transparent blue kick from Lan Mo. The onlookers were dumbfounded. In their eyes, it appeared as if Yu Yanlan had not even lifted a finger, yet their leader had been hurled away, landing heavily at a distance. "Why are you still standing there? Come help me." The leader groaned, clutching his stomach in pain. Once he was helped up, he dared not approach Yu Yanlan again, instead standing at a distance and saying, "Beauty, you see, let us keep our waters separate. How about we each go our own way?" His intention was clear. He simply wished for Yu Yanlan to refrain from meddling. But he was too intimidated to speak too harshly. He had just experienced a very real kick to his abdomen, and he had no desire to test his luck again. Yu Yanlan glanced at Lan Mo, who wore a cold expression, and found the situation somewhat humorous. Despite being a mere bystander, he insisted on playing the hero. "Beauty, why don't you say something?" The leader smirked. Snapping back to reality, Yu Yanlan responded with a teasing smile, "Keeping our waters separate? You've harmed my people and expect me to walk away easily? Not a chance." The leader swallowed hard. He had finally stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity, only for an unapproachable figure to appear out of nowhere, ruining his luck. Still wearing a cheeky grin, he said, "I had no idea Su Qing was your person. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to act against her even if you gave me 100 times the courage. Then why don't you get lost?" Yu Yanlan shouted, causing the leader's legs to tremble, and his subordinates shrank back as well. Had Yu Yanlan genuinely struck him earlier, they would not have been so frightened. "You lack courage," Lan Mo remarked mockingly before retreating into the cave. With the help of his subordinates, the leader dared not approach Yu Yanlan again, preferring to take a longer route to quickly disappear into the depths of the cave. Once the threat had departed, Su Qing, still tense, immediately pressed. "You came for that 500,000, didn't you? What nonsense." Yu Yanlan shot her a dissatisfied glance. "I've already told you, I'm here to help. You can either trust me and come with me, or you can stay here and wait for death. And let us not forget about the child in your womb." Su Qing shuddered, gradually lowering her defenses. Even if she resisted, her outcome would likely be capture, so it was better to trust the woman before her. If she were deceived, she would find a way to end it all herself. "Take me away from here," Su Qing urged, looking up. Yu Yanlan nodded, placing her finger on Su Qing's forehead, causing her to fall into a deep slumber, careful not to harm the child within her. Yu Yanlan executed a perfect princess, carry, and gracefully departed. The moment they left, several groups arrived at their previous location, each believing they had received false information, and they departed in anger. Yu Yanlan brought Su Qing through the window to Fan Yi's home, settling her onto her bed before returning alone to the front door, strolling in leisurely. Her absence was brief, merely a couple of hours, while Yu Ji and the others remained seated, engaged in discussions about how to make a fresh start. As Yu Yanlan stepped into the hall, she immediately heard Fan Yi's booming voice. "Money is not an issue. I can borrow from my brother." Fan Yi, positioned directly facing the entrance, lifted his gaze and spotted Yu Yanlan. "Oh, the big sister is back." Yu Ji and Yu Cheng turned almost in unison, their eyes filled with affection. Yu Yanlan returned a faint smile, and Yu Ji, with a habitual gesture, ruffled her hair and said, "Xiaolon, I've heard from Yu Cheng that you've entered the hunting cloud hall. This place is not easy to navigate. You must be cautious." "It's nothing," Yu Yanlan replied as she took a seat. "What are your plans moving forward?" Yu Ji smiled subtly, revealing, "Dad just discussed it with them. We need to gather some funds to open a small restaurant in the city center, taking it slow." Yu Yanlan, not overthinking it, placed the card given by Yu Yao on the table, stating, "There's a million in there. If it's insufficient, I'll find a way." In truth, given their current status, Yu Ji hardly needed to work. The dividends from the hunting cloud hall were ample for a comfortable life. "Where did you get this money?" Yu Ji furrowed his brow, fully aware of their circumstances and how it was implausible for them to possess a million. Yu Cheng also cast a questioning glance. Believing it was appropriate to be honest with them, Yu Yanlan replied, "It was given by Yu Yao." Smack! Yu Ji slammed the table, angrily exclaiming, "Who told you to ask him for money?" "Xiaolon, I would rather starve than accept a single cent from that bastard. This is my last shred of dignity." Yu Yanlan raised an eyebrow, feeling a surge of emotion as she retorted, "He offered it willingly. If you want tea, take it. I will." The card returned to her pocket, and not wishing to linger further, she stood to leave but was halted by Yu Cheng, who whispered, "Dad, didn't mean to yell at you. Please sit." Yu Cheng shot a meaningful glance at Yu Ji, whose anger dissipated in an instant. He smiled and said, "Xiaolon, your father was overly emotional. I should have raised my voice. Please forgive me." For the first time, Yu Yanlan felt as if she were still a child, occasionally throwing a tantrum in front of her parents, who would never distance themselves because of it. Unbeknownst to her, she had indeed indulged in childish temper. It was somewhat amusing. Turning back, she placed the card firmly on the table, asserting, "This money is mine to accept. It has nothing to do with you. If you choose not to use it, I will not return it. Consider it." With that, she ascended to the second floor, retreating to her room. Yu Ji heavily grasped the card. He had painstakingly built the Yu family, amassing assets worth over 100 million. Yet now, holding this card with a mere million, he felt overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. Persuaded by Yu Cheng, Yu Ji ultimately resolved to utilize this money, envisioning it as a humble request made by Yu Yanlan. Thus, he must set aside this so-called dignity and embrace a new beginning with the funds in hand. In the room, Su Qing had already been awakened by Yu Yanlan, who had prepared a set of loose, casual clothes for her, urging her to take a shower, as she had begun to exude a foul odor. As Su Qing inhaled the fragrance that filled the room, a sense of relaxation unexpectedly washed over her, and her eyes momentarily brimmed with tears. Once upon a time, she had been a cherished jewel, cradled in the palms of others. Now, however, she found herself merely a madwoman fleeing from all. "Are you truly here to assist me?" Su Qing inquired as she stepped out after a shower. The Su Qing who emerged, having bathed, bore an entirely different aura compared to before. Her damp hair cascaded down to her waist, her features were exquisite, her face round and radiant, and even in her pregnant state, her figure remained striking. Chapter 44. Investigating Yu Yanlan nodded. "What is your wish? I can help you fulfill it. I wish to return, to reclaim all that is rightfully mine, and to see him suffer. No, not just suffer, but wish for death." Su Qing's emotions shattered in an instant, her face contorted by hatred. Yu Yanlan channeled her spiritual energy to soothe her, as tears streamed down Su Qing's face. Filled with sorrow, Su Qing, was once the cherished pearl in my parents' palms. When I met him, I believed I had found love, a lifelong commitment. Little did I know it was all a facade. My parents were harmed, my inheritance seized, and I was left with the shame of being unfaithful. I bore his child, thinking he had changed for the sake of the baby, only to discover that my father had left me an asset of 100 million. All he wanted was that fortune. I wouldn't allow him to succeed. I fled, having nothing to my name, evading him for 2 months, enduring endless suffering. I demand double the retribution from him. Su Qing's smile was a haunting one. If I give birth to the child, my life will be over. After listening to Su Qing's lament, Yu Yanlan remained expressionless. Su Qing's anguish meant little to her. Who is he? Where is he? Yu Yanlan shifted to the crux of the matter. Su Qing was taken aback by Yu Yanlan's cold demeanor. Anyone else would have offered comfort instead. His name is Cheng Yi, and he is now the leader of Yidu. Su Qing chuckled bitterly. That place should have belonged to my father. Now, everything has changed. Yidu is merely a power distribution in Z City. Compared to the Hunting Cloud Hall, it could only be described in one phrase. The former are thieves, while the latter are soldiers. After confirming Su Qing's current wish, Yu Yanlan nodded. "I understand. Give me some time. You will stay here for now. There is no need to go anywhere else." Su Qing nodded numbly, feeling a flicker of hope ignite within her heart at Yu Yanlan's fervent assurance. Perhaps Yu Yanlan could truly assist her. Yu Yanlan called Wu Yu upstairs privately. Upon seeing Su Qing, Wu Yu was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. It was not unusual for Yu Yanlan to have another person around. "Wu Yu, from now on, you will be responsible for looking after her, until you resolve your matters. Remember not to leave the premises alone," Yu Yanlan instructed. Wu Yu obediently nodded. "Little Lan, rest assured, I will take good care of her." "Thank you for your hard work," Yu Yanlan replied. It was not until Fan Yi took Yu Ji out to attend to his own affairs that Yu Yanlan descended to speak with Yu Cheng about Su Qing. Yu Cheng slammed his hand on the table in anger. "A man like that deserves death." Yu Yanlan refrained from commenting, saying, "Brother, this matter requires your investigation. Find out about Yidu and this Cheng Yi. How many people are involved and the extent of the organization. The sooner, the better." "Leave it to me," Yu Cheng replied. "By the way, Little Lan, do you not plan to reveal your identity to Fan Yi?" This issue has occupied Yu Wenqing's thoughts for quite some time. He remarked, "You display your prowess before him without any reservations. Do you truly believe he harbors no doubts, thinking you are merely human?" Yu Yanlan's lips curled into a faint smile as she replied, "Indeed, he is that much of a fool. Whether he asks or not makes little difference. If he were to inquire, I would not conceal the truth from him." The two exchanged knowing smiles before Yuan Cheng departed to gather intelligence. Within the expansive villa, Wu Yu and Su Qing found solace in each other's company, perhaps due to their shared fates, which made their stay less solitary. The following day, Yu Yanlan and Yuan Cheng were seated in a small eatery, enjoying their meal. This marked Yu Wenqing's second day in Yidu, having summoned Yu Yanlan after uncovering some information. The individual known as Chung Yi was quite renowned in Yidu, commanding a presence that rivaled even a branch of the hunting cloud hall, making him a figure known to all. However, it was said he had a volatile temperament and had already offended several gang leaders who were plotting ways to oust him. Yuan Chang spoke softly while eating. That presents an opportunity. Have you discovered which gangs are involved? Yuan Chang nodded and placed a sheet of paper on the table, having written down the names to ensure he would not forget. There were merely 3 or 4 gangs, and Yuan Yanlin had only heard of the Dragon Gang among them. The Dragon Gang was infamous solely due to a formidable enforcer, reputed to be capable of taking on 100 foes single-handedly, with multiple gangs offering substantial sums to recruit him. Let us first pay a visit to the Dragon Gang. Yuan Yanlin tore the paper into pieces, having committed the names to memory. As they settled the bill and prepared to leave, a group of individuals surrounded the restaurant, blocking all exits, each wielding an iron rod. Leading them was a slightly plump individual with yellow hair. Upon entering, the yellow-haired man clapped his hands, assuming an air of superiority, and bellowed, "Everyone, take your seats. I, Do, am here today to seek trouble with one person. Rest assured, I have no intention of harming you, but I wish for you to witness the consequences of offending our Exine gang." At his proclamation, the patrons within the establishment trembled, remaining seated and fearful that Du's ire might be directed at them. Yuan Cheng and Yuan Yanlin chose nearby seats, curious to observe the antics of this brash youth. The Exine gang happened to be one of the factions Chung Yi had offended. Otherwise, Yuan Yanlin would have little interest in his display. Du reveled in the tumultuous scene, leading 2 lackeys to the bar, where he slammed his iron rod onto the counter and demanded, "Bring your boss out. Tell him his grandfather has arrived." Behind the bar stood a young girl, visibly shaken, who trembled as she made a phone call. "Boss, someone is looking for you." Du's expression darkened, and he shouted, "What did I say? I told you to inform him that his grandfather has come. What do you mean someone is looking for him? Can you not comprehend human language?" "Huh." The frightened girl curled up in a corner, bursting into tears. Du, with a twisted grin, picked up the phone himself and declared, "You have 5 minutes. If you do not arrive, I shall reduce this establishment to ruins and pay a visit to your family." Having spoken, he abruptly cast his phone aside, leaving no room for response. The patrons in the restaurant were all present to accompany Du and his companions. Du leaped onto the bar, idly toying with a lighter, and suddenly remarked, "What do you think if I were to set this place ablaze? Would it not be a magnificent spectacle?" "Please, brother, we are all innocent," a middle-aged man exclaimed in a panic. "Indeed, brother, we have elderly parents and young children to care for. We cannot simply depart like this. Please spare us." The pleas for mercy echoed around him, and Du savored their cries, soon erupting into laughter. Glancing at the time, his expression turned grave. There was but a minute remaining. If he does not arrive, you shall all accompany him to the grave. Chapter 45. Grievances. A cacophony of cries erupted, for this establishment was thriving, hosting a total of 38 patrons, encompassing men, women, and children alike. Yu Chung had long been prepared. Should Du dare to act, he would swiftly subdue him, liberating the hostages before engaging in further discourse. Just as Du commenced his countdown, a middle-aged man burst through the door, launching a punch at Du that sent him sprawling over the bar, bellowing, "Ah, Du, is this how you treat me?" Du staggered to his feet, his finger tracing the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he laughed maniacally. "Ha! How absurd, utterly ridiculous. Tell me, what should I do with you? A murderer?" The atmosphere in the restaurant became charged with disbelief. They were regulars, well aware of the proprietor's integrity. How could he possibly be a killer? Yet, the implications of such a heinous act suggested a cunning mind capable of profound deception. The man's expression darkened, his brows knitting in frustration. Du, you are being unreasonable. Lan is ill. The doctor says she will not survive. How can I be labeled a murderer? Meng Kai, how can you not be the murderer? She loved you. She longed for you, and now you wish to abandon her. You are the true murderer, Du retorted, unyielding in his stance. In that moment, Du presented a stark contrast to the middle-aged man, revealing their prior acquaintance through their heated exchange. Meng Kai lowered his voice, urging, "Release them." Our grievances are ours to resolve. I refuse. Du sneered, seizing an iron rod from his subordinate and advancing towards the nearest woman, Yu Yanlan. He taunted Meng Kai. Since you are such a gentleman, so concerned for your patrons, I shall ensure they suffer. With that, he swung the iron rod towards Yu Yanlan, appearing to aim directly for her head. Yet for Yu Yanlan, it merely grazed by. Despite Du's ferocious demeanor, his eyes betrayed a gentler nature. He was merely posturing. Yu Yanlan stood resolute, unafraid, fixating on the descending rod. Meng Kai dashed forward in a panic, but it was too late. Yu Cheng had already grasped the rod firmly in her hands. If even a single hair on her head is harmed, I shall take your life. The fierce determination in Yu Cheng's eyes made Du shudder, instinctively loosening his grip on the rod. With a single motion, Yu Cheng shattered the iron rod into 2 pieces, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Had that blow landed on a person, the consequences would have been dire. Meng Kai swiftly pulled Du aside, offering a nervous smile. My brother is simply misguided. Do not hold it against him. Who is your brother? Spare me your delusions. Du retorted, displeased. Yu Cheng seized the opportunity to assert her authority, adopting a solemn demeanor. Misguided? You are threatening murder, and you still claim ignorance? It appears your Xian gang has little regard for the Hunters Guild. At the mention of the Hunters Guild, the Xian gang members became flustered. Their small faction was no match for even a single branch of the Hunters Guild, which could easily dismantle them. Du scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe the Hunters Guild would involve themselves in such trivial matters? What a joke. If I were to say, let us just ignore this trivial matter, Yu Cheng said coldly, you are not a member of the Hunters Guild. Du's words trailed off abruptly as his pupils constricted. You wouldn't be a member of the Hunters Guild, would you? Yu Cheng merely offered a faint smile, which unsettled the crowd. Few dare venture alone into E-City if they belong to the Hunters Guild, unless they are of high rank and come to negotiate. Otherwise, it would be a mere fool's errand. If a mere hunter were to perish here, it would attract no attention. However, if a high-ranking individual were to arrive, what Du had just done could easily serve as justification for the extermination of the Xian gang. But I have not heard of any Hunters Guild members coming to negotiate, Du probed. Yu Cheng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Having just entered the Hunters Guild, he was oblivious to such intricate matters. Since when does the Hunters Guild need to report to the Xian gang? Yu Yanlan interjected, rising to scrutinize Du closely. In a swift motion, she seized his left hand, revealing a crescent-shaped scar on his index finger. Just moments ago, Lan Mo had informed Yu Yanlan that Du possessed innate spiritual energy. She was unconvinced, wondering why only Lan Mo could perceive it while she sensed nothing fragrant. Thus, she sought to confirm it. To her astonishment, Du indeed bore spiritual energy. If she could harness this energy, perhaps Lan Mo could materialize. With that thought, Yu Yanlan released Du's hand, leaving his fair complexion flushed red, resembling an infatuated youth. Du was utterly speechless, stammering without producing a coherent sentence. Yu Yanlan, however, had no time to dwell on his confusion and impatiently declared, Release everyone here. I am disinclined to take action. Impossible. After the earlier embarrassment, Du dared not meet Yu Yanlan's gaze, stubbornly retorting, You are not members of the Hunters Guild? If you take them back, I shall release them, and it will be a win-win. Otherwise, we shall all perish together. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, whispering something in Du's ear, his expression fraught with distress. Du's face gradually shifted from crimson to a chilling pallor, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. Meng Kai, today may very well be our final confrontation. It seems that today, it shall be either your demise or mine. Come, let us destroy the establishment. Upon receiving the order, the subordinates blocking the entrance surged in, heedless of the innocent bystanders, and began smashing tables and chairs. Anyone who dared interfere would meet with a club. Meng Kai, Alamed, shrouded, Du. Let us not involve others in our grievances. Du completely disregarded Meng Kai's plea, launching a punch in his direction, and the two began to brawl clumsily, exchanging blows. The restaurant erupted into chaos. Yu Cheng clenched his fist, stepping between the two, and with a single punch, sent Du reeling. while Meng Kai was not spared from his kick either. "Stop this at once," Yu Chung bellowed, yanking Du Du by the collar. The room fell silent. With the leader in hand, who would dare to make a move? Du Du was anything but calm, cursing vehemently. "Who the hell told you to stop? Keep smashing. If you do not continue, it truly will be a dead end. If you are willing to risk your lives, are you not concerned for yours?" Yu Chung shouted sternly. As soon as Yu Cheng's words echoed, despite Du Du's incessant yelling, the subordinates refrained from taking action. If Yu Chung truly belonged to the hunting cloud hall, they would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. There was not just Du Du at the helm of the Xian gang. They could easily align themselves with another leader, and they had no desire to perish in vain. Chapter 46. Du Lan. This is what people often say. In the face of life and interests, emotions count for nothing. Du Du's expression was one of disbelief. He had provided them with the best food and drink, and whenever anyone was wronged, he would instinctively seek revenge to protect them. Now this was the reward he received. With a cold smile, Du Du pushed away Yu Chung and spoke in an icy tone. "You all should leave. From now on, this matter no longer concerns you." As one person took the lead, the others gradually departed, leaving only four who resolutely insisted on standing by Du Du through thick and thin. This gesture warmed the icy depths of his heart just a fraction. Meng Kai comforted the innocent guests, helping them disperse, and arranged for the injured to be taken to the hospital. At last, the restaurant fell silent. Meng Kai sat face to face with Du Du, who looked despondent, murmuring, "Lan Lan can't hold on much longer. Are you satisfied? Du Du, you know I don't want her to suffer, but she can't go on. If you continue to endure, it will only bring her more pain," Meng Kai replied. "Is this your justification for signing the treatment withdrawal document?" Du Du slammed his hand on the table, his eyes reddening. "My sister, Du Lan, has loved you from the moment she met you. Your happiness has brought her joy, while your sorrow has driven her to find ways to cheer you up, holding you dear to her heart. Now, she has fulfilled her wish of becoming your wife, yet you signed the withdrawal at her most desperate moment. This is akin to murder, a form of murder." Meng Kai fell silent. He longed to save his wife, but signing the withdrawal was Du Lan's wish. She had pleaded for a quiet and dignified departure. At that moment, Yu Chung and Yu Yanlan felt like mere decorations, unable to interject. Yet, they began to comprehend the nature of the relationships and the reasons for the quarrels among them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Du Du pulled out his phone, seeing that the caller was Du Lan. He took several deep breaths to steady his emotions, and when he answered, his expression softened, as if Du Lan were right before him. "Lan Lan, what is wrong? Brother, I want to see you and Shao Kai. Please come." The voice on the other end was weak and frail. "All right, we'll be there shortly." Du hung up, his face darkening as he turned to Meng Kai. "Did you hear that? I advise you not to speak carelessly when we arrive. I don't want to upset Lan Lan." Having reached a mutual understanding, they prepared to leave, completely oblivious to the presence of Yu Chung and Yu Yanlan. Were it not for Du's innate charisma, Yu Yanlan would have had no interest in this matter. She called out to Du, "Hey, I can save your sister." Both Du and Meng Kai trembled at her words. This was the sentiment they yearned to hear, but had never received. "Really?" Du turned back, filled with hope. As long as there was a glimmer of possibility, even if it were a deception, he was willing to believe. "Is this your wish?" Yu Yanlan inquired. "Yes, my only wish now is for Lan Lan to recover. I'm willing to give anything for that." Yu Yanlan nodded. "Then let us go to the hospital together." Du was reluctant to ponder much, fearing that a moment's thought would awaken him to the harshness of reality. Without uttering a word, he took Yu Yanlan and Yu Chung to the hospital. Upon arriving at Ruiji Hospital, Du and Meng Kai hurriedly dashed towards Du Lan's ward. Yu Chung deliberately slowed his pace, grasping Yu Yanlan's arm, and inquired, "Little Lan, can you truly save her? Have you forgotten how I saved you?" Yu Yanlan replied nonchalantly. Yet Yu Chung felt a surge of urgency. "This is unacceptable. You only have 2 spare lives left. If you sacrifice one for her, what will become of you?" With a gentle smile, Yu Yanlan reassured, "In the past, perhaps a life was necessary, but now it is no longer required. Once she is saved, I shall explain everything. Now let us proceed." Inside the ward, Du Lan sat pale and fragile at the bedside, clutching her already packed clothes, resolute in her decision to discharge herself, unwilling to squander any more time there. Du lowered his gaze, striving to conceal the redness in his eyes from Du Lan. Just 2 days prior, she had been diagnosed with a terminal illness, and yesterday, Meng Kai had signed the document for her to forego treatment. Today, Du Lan chose to leave the hospital, refusing even a single treatment. As her brother, he felt utterly helpless, unable to express anger or impose his will, fearing it might distress Du Lan. Instead, he sought solace from Meng Kai. Brother, my refusal for treatment is my own decision. It has nothing to do with Shao Kai. You mustn't blame him, Du Lan pouted, feigning annoyance. Brother, you should be cheerful. We ought to spend my remaining days together. A warm tear fell onto Du's hand, and his vision blurred, unable to blink or raise his head, fearful that his tears would overflow. Observing Du est distre. A trace of melancholy crossed Du Lan's lips as she leaned into Meng Kai's embrace, whispering in his ear, Shao Kai, you must take good care of my brother in the future. He's like a child. Du heard her words, on the verge of tears, when Yu Yanlan and Yu Cheng entered, transforming the atmosphere into one of impending farewell. Who are you? Du Lan inquired, perplexed. Suddenly, Du stood up in agitation. Addressing Yu Yanlan, aren't you able to save Lan? Please do so quickly. At this, Du Lan froze, her gaze fixed on Yu Yanlan, a flicker of hope igniting only to extinguish once more. The doctors had already declared that she had but a few days left to live. How could an ordinary person like Yu Yanlan possibly save her? Yu Yanlan regarded them and commanded, you all must leave. Meng Kai's expression shifted. I appreciate your good intentions, but I cannot leave. I must remain by her side. Among the three, he was the eldest and most composed, unwilling to gamble with his beloved's life based on mere words from Yu Yanlan. Displeased, Yu Yanlan cast a sidelong glance at Meng Kai, seated herself by the bed, and addressed Du Lan, ultimately, the decision lies with you. What do you think? Tightly clasping Meng Kai's hand, Du Lan replied softly, Shao Kai, I wish to try. Meng Kai, if you truly love Lan, you must come with me now, Du insisted, suppressing his anger. After much internal conflict, Meng Kai reluctantly acquiesced, intending to say something to Yu Yanlan, only to be silenced by a look from Yu Cheng. Bang! As the door closed, Du's fist landed squarely on Meng Kai's face, his teeth gritted in anger. If it weren't for Lan, I would have ended you right now. I assure you, I will not relinquish any chance to save her. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Meng Kai showed no trace of anger on his face. Calmement et replié, Du. We have been brothers for 20 years. Do I need to remind you of the kind of person I am? Moreover, Lan is my wife. My love for her is no less than yours. With a derisive scoff, Du retorted, save your empty words for your own solace. Du was acutely aware that if one truly loves another, they would remain steadfast through any adversity, giving everything without hesitation. Yet, Meng Kai, his good brother, had chosen to let go. Chapter 47. The efficacy of the purple Yao pearl in the room. Yu Cheng drew the curtains and stood by the door, keeping watch. This arrangement left Du Lan feeling rather uneasy. Before Du Lan could voice her concerns, Yu Yanlan waved her hand, causing herself to fall into a deep slumber. With a twist of her wrist, a purple Yao pearl nestled itself in Yu Yanlan's palm, illuminating the dimly lit room with a faint glow. Lan Mo had remarked that this purple Yao pearl was indeed a remarkable treasure, especially for the inhabitants of this world, possessing the ability to cure all ailments. As the Yao pearl, without the aid of spiritual energy, seamlessly entered Du Lan's body, it traversed her system within a mere minute, mending all her internal afflictions. A probe of spiritual energy confirmed her health was impeccable. Yu Yanlan mused to Lan Mo that this pearl was quite effective. Such Yao pearls could be found in many regions and were considered rare treasures of this alternate realm. However, the humans were too fearful to take risks, resulting in limited awareness of their existence. Lan Mo chuckled, stating that this was their loss, and they should seize the opportunity to gather them, as they held significant utility. Indeed, Yu Yanlan replied, signaling to Yu Cheng to open the door. She drew back the curtains herself, allowing sunlight to stream into the room, casting a warm glow upon Du Lan's face. Du and Meng Kai hurried to Du Lan's bedside, but after a prolonged moment without signs of consciousness, Du leaned in closer to her nose, a chill running down her spine as she turned pale. There was no breath. Meng Kai reached out as well, trembling in disbelief. Realizing the urgency, Du dashed off to summon a doctor. Yu Yanlan frowned, perplexed by the sudden absence of breath when all vital signs had previously appeared normal. Lan Mo's voice broke through the tension, assuring her that Du Lan was fine. The power of the Yao Pearl was formidable, and she merely required a period of adjustment, which would last only a few minutes. With this reassurance, Yu Yanlan relaxed, taking Du Lan's hand to channel her spiritual energy to help ease the force of the Yao Pearl until the doctor arrived, at which point she withdrew her energy. After examining Du Lan, the doctor appeared perplexed, stating that all vital signs were normal. Her breathing was steady, heart rate consistent, and her complexion had visibly improved. It was indeed puzzling for someone once deemed on the brink of death to suddenly exhibit such normalcy. However, before Du could finish her thoughts, Du Lan opened her eyes, looking far from the state of a patient. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, she inquired, "What's the matter? Lan, do you feel any discomfort?" Meng Kai asked anxiously. Du Lan shook her head, offering a sweet smile. "I feel invigorated, completely free of discomfort." Du rejoiced, casting a grateful glance at Yu Yanlan. In that moment, a subtle white light darted from Du's body into Yu Yanlan's catstone. "Let us conduct another examination, just to be sure," the doctor suggested. "All right," Meng Kai responded, maintaining his composure amidst the joy, instructing Du to stay with Yu Yanlan and the others, effectively keeping watch, while he accompanied Du Lan for her examination. In the hospital ward, Yu Yanlan showed no intention of departing. As long as the results came back normal, she would distance herself from any subsequent events. Du walked back and forth, his anxiety mounting as he feared the results would be unsatisfactory, akin to scaling a high building only to plummet suddenly. Yu Cheng spoke softly, "Xiaolan, didn't you give that glass bead to Xiao on the day of the exam? I thought it was lost. This object is known as the Yao Zhu, possessing immense efficacy. Am I meant to give him all of them?" Yu Yanlan scoffed. "For them, even 3 would be excessive. Had Lan Mo mentioned the miraculous effects of the Yao Zhu earlier, I wouldn't have considered parting with even one." Observing Yu Yanlan's demeanor, Yu Cheng chuckled. "Xiaolan, you seem to have changed a bit." Lately, Yu Yanlan gazed at him in confusion. He, indeed, you're not as indifferent as before," Yu Cheng remarked nervously, scratching his head. A moment of surprise passed before a subtle smile graced Yu Yanlan's lips. "Is that so?" Yu Cheng pointed at the corners of her mouth, laughing silently. Their time here had been considerable. Facing Yu Cheng's affection and Fan's friendship had touched her heart, leading to an unnoticed transformation. Before long, Du Lan and the others returned. Meng Kai's expressionless face sent chills down Du's spine as he snatched the results from his hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. "All normal?" Meng Kai nodded, still expressionless, but waves of emotion surged in his eyes. When he looked at Yu Yanlan, he could no longer contain his excitement. "I didn't expect you truly healed Du Lan. I was too suspicious. I apologize for my doubts," he said, bowing deeply to Yu Yanlan. Du was equally overwhelmed, stumbling over his words as he expressed a torrent of sentiments to Yu Yanlan, ultimately breaking down in tears. When the doctor learned of the results, he rushed over, examining the report repeatedly, starting to doubt his own diagnosis. Meanwhile, Yu Yanlan and Yu Cheng had quietly slipped away before the doctor entered, leaving their joys and sorrows to unfold in their own time. On the way to the Dragon Gang, Yu Cheng's phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, his brows furrowed in displeasure. It was Xiao, stating there was a matter requiring his attention. "Return home first. I'll investigate the Dragon Gang on my own," Yu Yanlan said. "Be cautious and keep in touch." Yu Cheng cautioned before they parted. "You must be careful. Don't act recklessly." Yu Yanlan nodded, leaping onto the rooftop, while Yu Cheng looked back at her multiple times, as she favored the vast expanse of open space. Fortunately, the Dragon Gang was well known in the area, and it didn't take long for Yu Yanlan to locate their central stronghold. The place was bustling, with several hundred individuals present, creating a grand spectacle. The stronghold resembled an opulent courtyard, bustling with various activities reminiscent of a grand household in the spirit realm, with servants seemingly preoccupied with an array of tasks. Yu Yanlan vaulted over the surrounding wall and blended into the courtyard, only to be greeted by a large, pure black dog that bounded toward her, barking excitedly. Someone has infiltrated the dragon gang. It is unclear who shouted, but the response was immediate. Hundreds of individuals swiftly gathered, scattering throughout the courtyard to search. As Yu Yanlan shifted her stance, a large dog bared its teeth at her. An idea sparked in her mind, and she retrieved a yellow, celestial pearl from her pocket, tossing it to the dog. This delicacy is so delightful. You should enjoy it too. Remarkably, the dog seemed to comprehend Yu Yanlan's words, abandoning its watch over her and eagerly gnawing on the celestial pearl. Chapter 48. The fox demon Mingyan Yu Yanlan casually pushed open a door and stepped inside, indifferent to the presence of others. In her mind, the absence of company was preferable. If someone were present, she would simply command them to lie down. The room was sparsely furnished, featuring a simple wooden table, a large red bed, and a pink sofa by the bedside, indicating that a woman resided here. Further inside was a bathroom, from which the sound of running water resonated. Noticing the bright red clothing hanging outside, she became even more certain that a woman lived here. Leaning against the doorframe, she waited for the occupant to emerge, planning to extract some information before departing. With her formidable abilities, she need not resort to stealth. These individuals were no match for her, especially not Cheng-Yi. However, Lan Mo had repeatedly cautioned Yu Yanlan against revealing too much of her strength. The reasoning behind this was to guard against the hunters from the Cloud Hunting Hall and otherworldly beings. Should they discover that she was collecting pure spiritual energy, they would likely strip her of it. Furthermore, Lan Mo asserted that Yu Yanlan's strength paled in comparison to theirs, and direct confrontation was inadvisable. To grow stronger and seek vengeance, she had no choice but to bide her time. The sound of water ceased in the bathroom, and shortly thereafter, a pair of pale hands emerged from the door crack, reaching for clothing. After several futile attempts, Yu Yanlan shook her head in exasperation and handed the garments over one by one. A wave of steam accompanied a soft sigh. And what greeted Yu Yanlan's gaze was a man with shoulder-length hair and proud brown eyes fixed upon her as he inquired, "Who are you?" His demeanor revealed no surprise at her sudden appearance. When she remained silent, he continued as he stepped outside, "Did my brother send you? Go back and tell him that my orientation is perfectly normal. He need not constantly test me with women." Yu Yanlan chose to remain silent. How was she to respond? The man cast an impatient glance her way, demanding, "What? Are you not leaving?" Unperturbed, Yu Yanlan remained calm, but Lan Mo, in contrast, was enraged. With a swift motion, she appeared before the man, kicking over the glass of milk he held. A flash of brilliance ignited in the man's eyes as he retaliated with a punch aimed at the translucent Lan Mo. Instinctively, she raised her hand to block, and instead of passing through as anticipated, his fist made solid contact with her arm. Both Lan Mo and Yu Yanlan were taken aback as the man launched another punch. Yu Yanlan rushed forward to shield Lan Mo, intercepting the blow but tasting blood as it surged in her throat. In her current state, Lan Mo could scarcely withstand the force of the man's strike. If he were an ordinary human, it might have been manageable, but he was anything but ordinary. His punch infused with potent spiritual energy. "Yu Yanlan," Lan Mo shouted, steadying the unbalanced girl. The man regarded them with disdain, stating, "What little demon dares to act so brazenly? Surrender your spiritual energy, and I may spare your lives." Lan Mo clenched her fists, her violet eyes deep and chilling, an aura of pressure radiating from her being. With a flick of her wrist, Yu Yanlan vanished from sight. The man's haughty expression shifted, and he demanded, "Who are you? You may harm me, but who permits you to harm her?" As the violet light surged forth, Lan Mo regarded the man with an expression akin to that of witnessing a corpse, inching closer with each step while a fiery purple flame ignited within the palm of his hand. The man felt every cell in his body tremble, his form frozen in a paralyzing state, overwhelmed by the sudden and complete suppression. In a daze, he stammered, You are silence." With Lan Mo's cold command, the man was engulfed by the flames, unable even to scream before vanishing from the room alongside Lan Mo. In the realm of the cat stone, they landed together. The man's clothing reduced to tattered remnants, bound by a strip of purple cloth. Lan Mo, however, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body becoming increasingly transparent. A brilliant white light flickered above, as the spiritual energy previously drawn from dew flowed gradually into Lan Mo's being, circulating within him repeatedly until he soon regained his normal state. Had it not been for the reckless depletion of his spiritual power moments earlier, he would have already assumed a corporeal form. Now, he required an additional 2 points of energy to achieve solidity. A wave of discomfort washed over Lan Mo, prompting him to deliver a swift kick to the man's rear. How dare a mere fox demon act up in my presence? What is it? Have you lived a millennium and now wish for an end? Am I not allowed to be a 1,000-year-old fox demon? The man retorted defiantly. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Spare me the humiliation. Humiliate you? Lan Mo laughed heartily. You, not even worthy to be my steed. Why would I bother with such trivialities? Rendered speechless, the man could only accept the bitter truth of Lan Mo's words. His misfortune had led him to cross paths with this audacious character. What is your name? Lan Mo inquired. Yin, a fine name. How long have you been here? Cough. 100 years. The man, Yin, felt a flush of crimson rise to his cheeks. Among fox demons, he was considered to possess inferior talent, while those who had arrived with him had long since departed, leaving him to languish in this realm. Lan Mo smirked mockingly. 100 years, quite impressive. He continued, now, tell me, how much spiritual energy have you gathered? With a haughty glance, Yin retorted, what concern is it of yours? Their exchange resembled that of a seasoned man instructing a young bride. Lan Mo, disinterested in prolonging the conversation, raised his hand, and the purple cloth binding Yin returned to him, shrinking significantly in size. He deftly tied it into his hair. Henceforth, you shall serve as the steed of Yin Lan. On what grounds? Yin protested, displeased. Simply because I possess the ability to elevate you to a 9-tailed form. Lan Mo asserted, lifting his chin with an air of authority. It is I who can ensure your return home without the burden of humiliation, endowed with extraordinary talent. Yin's pupils constricted, a tumult of emotions stirring within him. Now merely a 3-tailed demon, he had stagnated for a millennium, and his family had long ceased to harbor any hope for him, a significant reason for his lethargy in this realm. Lan Mo's voice, neither harsh nor gentle, resonated. Of course, you may also choose to vanish completely from this world. The choice is yours. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Yin's eyes. You spare my life for that woman. What exactly is she? What species is she that I cannot discern? Upon uttering those words, one could see the fierce countenance of Lan Mo Ming. Yin let out a cold snort, contemplating whether she truly possessed the qualifications to be my master. You will come to know her worth in due time, Lan Mo replied, as she removed the pendant that had been hanging on the tree and deftly placed it around Ming Yan's neck. Should you ever betray her, you shall face dire consequences, disintegrating into ashes. Furthermore, my identity is not to be mentioned again. Ming Yan, at a loss for words, merely pouted. After all, the terms set forth by Lan Mo were indeed enticing, and with her inferior strength, there was little choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 49. The second-in-command of the Dragon Gang Ming Yin could no longer bear the sight of his disheveled self and fixed his gaze upon Lan Mo, demanding, let me return. Get lost. Lan Mo retorted with a wave of his hand, causing Ming Yin to collapse back into his room, his handsome face marred by a look of grievance. Meanwhile, Yin Lan, having regained her composure, found herself in the living room of the Fan family, relieved to discover that no one was present. Otherwise, she feared they would be frightened to death. Upon moving, a dull pain throbbed at her chest, prompting her to channel her spiritual energy for healing, which alleviated her discomfort. After calling out to Lan Mo several times with no response, a chill of despair washed over her, compelling her to rise and seek him out at the Dragon Gang. Where are you going? Lan Mo's teasing voice echoed behind her. Yin Lan halted, a surge of anger igniting within her. Striving to repress her fury, she declared, from now on, I must be present to handle my affairs. If you continue to act on your own accord, leading to situations like today. We shall part ways." With that, she flicked her wrist and departed, not daring to glance back. She had to admit that her anger stemmed partly from concern for Lan Mo's safety and partly from his unilateral decisions that had returned her here. Lan Mo transformed into a beam of light, pursuing her. With the presence of the cat stone, he had no need to worry about her whereabouts. He could locate her at any moment. In a nearby CAF, Yu Yanlan had also developed a fondness for coffee, deliberately ordering only one cup to sip in front of Lan Mo. He gazed at the coffee in her hand with a look of despair, akin to a jilted lover. "Order me one as well." Ignoring him, she replied, "If you don't ask me for one, then go drink someone else's." Choosing to ignore you, Lan Mo slammed the table, rose, and moved to a neighboring table to see someone else's coffee. Yu Yanlan shot him a glare and called out, "Bring another cup of coffee here." At last, Lan Mo beamed like a child, scampering back to his seat to await his drink. After a prolonged silence, Yu Yanlan broke the ice, asking, "Haven't you already gathered 3 points of spiritual energy? Why have you yet to materialize?" "A minor setback," he coughed. "I still require 2 more points of spiritual energy." Yu Yanlan raised an eyebrow. "Does that mean next time you'll need 3 points again?" Lan Mo grinned, revealing his teeth. "Naturally, that will not be necessary. By the way, do you know the identity of that man we encountered today?" Lan Mo did not hold back, dismissing him with a scoff, "Just a mere little fox demon." Demon? Yu Yanlan recalled hearing about demons during her time in the spiritual realm. Every sentient species could cultivate into a demon, taking on human form, a laborious and protracted process. In comparison, their spirit cats were far superior, aside from her. The other spirit cats possessed 9 lives and were born in human form, with their true forms merely undergoing slight facial changes. "Is he a henchman of the Dragon Gang?" Yu Yanlan inquired. Lan Mo shook his head. "I don't know. You can ask him yourself later." He extended his hand. After finishing his coffee, Lan Mo, without hesitation, took Yu Yanlan's hand, spreading her palm open. He then sliced his index finger, allowing his blood to drip into her hand, forming a triangular shape encircled by a circle as he traced it upon her palm. "The individual is named Mingyan. Whenever you wish to locate him in the future, simply infuse your spiritual energy into this mark," Lan Ma stated as she withdrew her hand. Yu Yanlan gazed skeptically at the unappealing mark, ready to gather her spiritual energy and give it a try. Lan Ma, taken aback, exclaimed, "Wait, there are so many people here. If you summon him, you too will undoubtedly become the center of attention in this world." "Oh," Yu Yanlan retracted her energy, "then I shall find another location." With that, she stood up and walked away, while Lan Ma lazily followed her, leaping onto a rooftop. As Yu Yanlan infused her spiritual energy into the mark, a flash of purple light appeared, and Mingyan materialized out of thin air, plummeting to the ground, his untouched glass of milk once again falling from his grasp. Mingyan, lifting his gaze, first spotted Lan Ma, a fierce expression flickering across his handsome face as he bellowed. "I said, can you not choose a better time? Or at least give me a heads up. Am I still supposed to drink this milk, or what?" Silence. Lan Ma shot him a disapproving glance. It was only then that Mingyan noticed Yu Yanlan beside him. He averted his gaze, feeling guilty, and dusted off his clothing. "What do you want from me? A fox demon?" Yu Yanlan scrutinized him, deliberately taunting. "I've heard that all fox demons are enchantingly beautiful. I fail to see where your charm or good looks lie." Her irritation stemmed from his previous arrogant demeanor. "Your taste is lacking," Mingyan retorted, not genuinely offended, merely turning his face away in pride. Yu Yanlan chuckled, ceasing her teasing, and quickly turned serious. "All right, let me ask you this. Are you the renowned enforcer of the Dragon Gang?" Mingyan calmly shook his head. "No." He exhibited a demeanor typical of one who tires easily from excessive conversation. Yu Yanlan chose not to press further, casting a piercing gaze his way. "Please do not look at me like that. It makes me uneasy," Mingyan remarked, his lips twitching. "I am a second in command of the Dragon Gang. The leader is my elder brother, and yes, he is a human. That simplifies matters considerably," Yu Yanlan replied, recounting her plan to deal with Chung Yi and inquiring, "What are the odds if we rely solely on the Dragon Gang?" 3 out of 10. It cannot be more than that. The Dragon Gang has only about 700 members, and merely 300 to 400 of them are truly capable fighters under my command. As for Cheng-Yi, he is the leader of Yidu. Even we are considered his subordinates. How can we possibly contend with him? Ming Yan spoke candidly. Lan Ma shot him a sideways glance. You, a fox demon, fear a human? How disappointing. I am a fox demon, yet my spiritual energy is limited. If I had your capabilities, Ming Yan's words were abruptly cut off by a playful smack from Lan Ma, prompting him to fall silent and avert his gaze. Guidianlan, no fool. Recognized that Ming Yan was certainly aware of Lan Ma's true identity, but the two had agreed to keep it a secret from her. She was disinclined to inquire further. It was clear that he wished to express something without her needing to ask. I do not care what methods you employ. Unite your forces. I intend to take down Cheng-Yi. Yu Yanlan's declaration left no room for rebuttal. I will do my utmost, Ming Yan conceded, silently accepting this predicament. For his life was now intertwined with hers. What mattered was that Lan Ma could help him achieve what he had long desired yet failed to accomplish. Do not wear such a face of immense grievance, she chided. Lan Mo retrieved 4 or 5 azure pearls from the cat stone and handed them to Ming Yan. I trust you are aware of their significance without further explanation. This certainly does not count as a slight against you. Ming Yan's previously frustrated expression transformed into one of exhilaration in an instant, his eyes shining with eagerness. He snatched them up, unable to contain his impatience, and tossed them into his mouth, complaining, "This is far too little. It's simply not enough." "Enough of your insatiable greed," Lan Mo reprimanded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yu Yanlan pulled out her vibrating phone. Noticing it was a call from Yu Cheng, she answered promptly. "Brother, what is the matter?" she inquired. Yu Cheng's voice came through in a hurried tone. "Xiaolan, there has been an incident on Dad's side. You should go check it out. I'm too far away." Chapter 50. Trouble at the restaurant. Upon ending the call, Yu Yanlan promptly received the address from Yu Cheng. Number 36, Yuanxiang Street. It was not far from her location, and even if it were, it would be trivial for her. Yu Yanlan turned to Ming Yan and expressed her desire to see results swiftly. Ming Yan acknowledged her request and returned on his own. Yu Yanlan and Lan Mo then hastened towards Yuanxiang Street, the liveliest street in the entire Z City, whereupon nearing their destination, Yu Yanlan opted to walk. Not far ahead, a crowd had gathered, precisely at the address provided by Yu Cheng. As Yu Yanlan squeezed through the throng, she spotted a young man with yellow hair standing atop a stool in front of Yu Ji, occasionally shaking his leg. "I ask you, are you going to pay or not?" The yellow-haired youth shouted arrogantly. Fan Yi stood firm, positioning himself protectively in front of Yu Ji, and replied defiantly, "Why should we? Let me tell you, I am from the Hunting Cloud Hall." Before he could finish, he noticed Yu Yanlan, his eyes lighting up as he called out to her with a hint of grievance. "Big sister, you've finally arrived." In an instant, Yu Yanlan became the center of attention, her emanating chill causing those around her to instinctively step back. Casting a sideways glance at the yellow-haired youth, she inquired, "What money do you seek?" "Oh, resorting to a woman for support. How very masculine of you," the yellow-haired youth retorted with disdain. Fanny spat back. "Mind your own business. You should be more concerned about how to save your own skin." Yu Ji, anxious, pulled Yu Yanlan closer and whispered, "Why are you here?" "Where's Yu Cheng? He has something to attend to." "So, I came ahead," she replied. "That insufferable brat," Yu Ji muttered, pushing Yu Yanlan aside. "No matter what happens, don't say a word, just stand there. I'll handle this." He was unaware of Yu Yanlan's true identity and assumed she was merely a defenseless woman, acting out of paternal instinct to protect his daughter. Despite initially refusing to pay, Yu Ji softened in the face of Yu Yanlan's presence and asked, "How much do you want?" The yellow-haired youth waved 5 fingers in front of him and stated, 500,000, not a penny less. "Go eat dirt." Fan Yi exploded in anger. "You think you can just claim our rented space? Let us have everyone weigh in on this." His outburst elicited a few murmurs of agreement from the crowd. The yellow-haired youth glared at the onlookers, causing them to fall silent. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to pay? If not, we'll smash this place to pieces." He gestured, and a dozen individuals stepped forward menacingly. "Prepare to act." At that moment, a strong voice rang out from the crowd. "Yellow Sun, quite the show you're putting on?" At the sound of this voice, Huang Sun froze, while a man emerged from the crowd, clad in a standard white shirt and black trousers, his prominent nose perfectly overshadowing the scar on his forehead. "Isu!" Fan Yi exclaimed in surprise. Isu offered a polite smile to Fan Yi before shifting his focus to the yellow-haired youth, Huang's son, and angrily demanded, "Who granted you the authority to cause trouble here?" "It was the boss who commanded us to." Huang Sen dared not lift his eyes, revealing the extent of his fear towards Isu. Isu, in a fit of rage, bellowed without allowing him a moment to speak, "Call him and summon him here." With the earlier bravado dissipated, Huang's son, trembling, could barely hold his phone steady as he dialed and whispered a few words, only to be met with a disconnection on the other end. Huang's son weakly reported, "The boss said he'll be here shortly." Isu nodded impatiently. Everyone step aside. Huang's son and his dozen accomplices obediently retreated, while onlookers couldn't help but sigh. Not only was Isu handsome, but he also exuded an imposing presence. Anyone fortunate enough to marry him would surely be blessed. Fan Yi approached Isu with a scowl and inquired irritably, "Are they your men?" Isu smiled helplessly. "They're somewhat mine, yet not entirely." "So are they or aren't they?" Yu Yanlan pressed coldly. Noticing Isu's discomfort, Yu Ji tugged at Yu Yanlan's sleeve, signaling her to refrain from further questioning, and smiled apologetically. "My daughter lacks understanding. Please do not take offense." Given the current situation, it was evident that Isu held the upper hand, and these ruffians were not to be trifled with. Moreover, Yu Ji, having lived long enough, was quite astute. "Uncle?" Isu was taken aback, not expecting the person before him to be Yu Yanlan's father. Yu Ji was equally startled by the address, feeling overwhelmed. "Uncle, I am merely a friend of Shaolon. How could I deserve such honor?" As the two stood there, bewildered, a small car came to a halt behind the crowd. A rotund man clad in green, swaying as he moved, approached Isu with exaggerated deference. His shiny visage was rather unpleasant to behold. "Boss, you were looking for me," the man said, bowing deeply. Isu, maintaining an icy demeanor, kicked the man far away and followed up with 2 fierce kicks, demanding, "Who allowed you to act recklessly on this street?" "Boss, I was wrong," the man pleaded. "It seems you are tired of living and seeking death. It appears I may have to step down," Isu shouted, delivering another kick. In truth, the man's actions were not uncommon among various gangs, and those in authority often turned a blind eye. He had not anticipated Isu's furious response. Crawling and clinging to Isu's leg, the man wailed, "Boss, I truly made a mistake. Please spare me. It was all Liang Ji's idea." "Liang?" Isu inquired. "Yes, Liang Gu said that if anything went wrong, we should just seek him out, and that is how we ended up. Please, boss, spare me." Isu kicked him away, retorting, "The one you seek mercy from is not me." He then pointed towards Yu Yanlan and her companions, declaring, "If they forgive you, then you may leave." The man crawled over to Yu Ji, begging, "Uncle, today was entirely my fault. I made you suffer. Please forgive me." He continued to plead, and Yu Ji, feeling somewhat embarrassed, allowed him to stand, saying he was forgiven, especially since no harm had been done and there were no losses to account for. The overweight individual timidly turned to Isu, knowing that only with his consent could he muster the courage to rise and depart. "Leave?" Isu cast a disdainful glance at him and declared, "If I discover such behavior again in the future, you shall all be prepared for the consequences." "Yes, yes, yes," the overweight man responded, bowing and nodding in compliance. He then shot a fierce glare at Huang's son, growling, "Why aren't you leaving already?" Hulkong Sin, momentarily paralyzed by the intimidating presence of Isu, found himself at a loss for words. With the overweight man's bellow, he felt an urgent need to vacate the premises, hastily gesturing for his subordinates to follow suit. The overweight man, with a forced smile, limped away, fully aware that nothing was more crucial than preserving his life at that moment. Chapter 51. He and I, after the departure of the chubby companions, Isu dispersed the crowd, while Yu Yanlan remained silent. It was not until Isu approached that she threw a punch at him. Isu, slow to react, was grazed on his right ear. Feeling a sharp sting, and in confusion, he asked, "What are you doing?" "They are your people. If they err, it is your failure to discipline them, and thus they deserve punishment," Yu Yanlan retorted sharply. "My people are untouchable. Since you cannot manage them properly, I shall take it upon myself to discipline them. With that, she dashed outside, but Isu intercepted her, saying, "They are not my people. You will only bring trouble upon yourself. If they are not yours, then why are they so afraid of you?" Fanny muttered. Isu could only smile in silence, replying, "Because I am the foremost enforcer of the Long Gang." Yu Yanlan was taken aback, her anger dissipating instantly. No wonder that chubby fellow was so fearful. He was indeed a formidable fighter, capable of taking on 100 foes. Since the chubby man was not under Hisu's command, she felt less irked by his leniency. She could always seek retribution later. And her expression softened considerably as she said, "I happen to have matters to discuss with you." Yuji, who had been left standing awkwardly to the side, approached Hisu and said sheepishly, "Thank you for today. Since you are friends with Xiaolan, I'll leave you two to chat. Fan Yi and I will head to the store to set things up." As she spoke, she pulled Fan Yi away, a mischievous smile on her face. Completely misunderstanding their relationship, thinking they were flirting. Once alone, Yu Yanlan did not mince words. She recounted the situation with Su Qing and her plans to deal with Cheng Yi, candidly stating that she needed Hisu's assistance. After listening intently, Hisu's expression turned grave. Cheng Yi is not easily dealt with. Relying solely on the Long Gang will not suffice. Even if you manage to win over a few dissenting factions, it will still be inadequate, unless we enlist the help of the Hunting Cloud Hall. Hisu pointed out the crux of the matter, adding, "However, the Hunting Cloud Hall has always maintained cordial relations with Edu. I fear no branch will be willing to assist. Leave that to me. All I need is a straightforward answer. Will you help or not?" Yu Yanlan stated firmly, "We are friends, and you have assisted me before. It is my duty to reciprocate," Hisu replied, recalling the favor of driving away the wild beasts and gifting the glass beads. He had intended from the outset to forge a good relationship with her, and he was not one to disregard loyalty. The tense atmosphere dissipated with Yu Yanlan's calm affirmation. Hisu then inquired, "How do you know the second in command of the Long Gang? I mean no offense. I have had a brief encounter with him, and he exudes a subtle aura of danger, coupled with great cunning. I fear you may be deceived," Hisu explained, concerned that Yu Yanlan might misunderstand him. Recalling Ming Yan's proud demeanor, which was both infuriating and obliging, Yu Yanlan smiled gently. "Do not worry. He is the least of my concerns." Having said all that, Yu Yanlan left little room for Hisu to respond, so he merely nodded in acknowledgement. The matter of rallying the factions naturally fell to Hisu. As the foremost enforcer of the Long Gang, every faction would welcome him and seek to ally with him. His involvement would undoubtedly yield significant results. After discussing their plans for a while, the two prepared to attend to their respective tasks. Yu Yanlan suddenly recalled the previous mention of Yin Luo and inquired, "By the way, since you're already the top enforcer of the Dragon Gang, why were you at the fighting arena? For money?" "Unfortunately, I lost a substantial sum in that match." A shadow of melancholy flickered across Hisu's face as he forced a bitter smile and replied, "My younger sister, she's ill. I heard that Shang country could cure her, so I go wherever I can earn money. Once I've saved enough, I'll take her there for treatment." Illness. Yu Yanlan's first thought was of the mystic pearl. Since it was within her means, she blurted out, "Take me to see her." "Huh?" Hisu looked bewildered. "I want to visit your sister. Is that not allowed?" Of course. Hisu nodded blankly. Yu Yanlan's abrupt request had caught him completely off guard, and even on the way to the hospital, he hadn't fully processed it. The moment Hisu stepped into the hospital, he was greeted warmly, clearly a frequent visitor. The naive young girls there gazed at him with infatuation. Tall and handsome, it was no surprise he attracted such attention. His sister was housed in a luxurious private ward. Hisu merely smiled faintly and said he wanted to give her the best with his own hands. Through the glass panel on the door, they could see a frail girl of about 12 or 13 lying on the bed, devoid of vitality, or rather, any semblance of life at all. Yu Yanlan frowned. This state was akin to a living corpse. She wasn't sure if the mystic pearl could even help. "Lan Mo, can she be saved?" Yu Yanlan asked inwardly. Lan Mo materialized as a beam of light and entered the room, pressing a finger lightly against the girl's forehead. A radiant glow, visible only to Yu Yanlan and Lan Mo, rippled outward in waves. "This is my sister, he and I. She's 13. Hisu's expression darkened with sorrow as he murmured, She's been lying there for 5 years. I don't know where she is, what she's doing, or why she won't come home. His voice cracked, and he fell silent, afraid that continuing would unleash emotions he couldn't contain. Yu Yanlan clenched her fists. 5 years, for humans, that was far too long. A 5-year coma might be beyond the Mystic Pearl's power to heal. Sure enough, Lanimo shook his head and returned to the catstone. Her soul is nearly depleted. She doesn't have much time left. The word struck Yu Yanlan like a heavy stone pressing on her chest. Logically, this had nothing to do with her, yet her heart ached unbearably. Perhaps it reminded her of her own childhood. At 12 or 13, while other children reveled in the beauty of the world, breathing in every fresh breath of life, she had been struggling relentlessly, training day and night to grow stronger. And she, too, should have been in the bloom of youth. Yet she had suffered for 5 years, only for it all to end like this? No, this child had to be saved. Even if it cost her own life, so be it. You don't need to sacrifice your life, Lanimo said, his tone laced with displeasure. You have a way? Yu Yanlan brightened. Tell me, what must I do? Yu Yanlan, your spirit is far too unsteady. From now on, I shall refrain from acting impulsively. I understand. Let us first discuss how to save her. Lanimo murmured a series of thoughts, which Yu Yanlan grasped in essence. To delve into He-Ni's consciousness, to mend her perceptions, to immerse herself in her world, and to bring her back. Knowing there exists a means of salvation, Yu Yanlan would not stand idly by. After Hisu spoke those words, he quietly observed He, his gaze as gentle as flowing water. If he were to learn that her life was in jeopardy, he might utterly collapse. Chapter 52. The heart of Yu. Upon catching Yu Yanlan's gaze, HX offered an awkward smile, apologizing. I'm sorry. I accidentally forgot about you when I saw my sister. I must take my leave now. Without waiting for HX to continue, Yu Yanlan turned and departed. HX assumed his neglect had upset her and was about to chase after her, but by then, she had vanished from sight. As Yu Yanlan exited the hospital, she received a call from UCHing. Xiaolan, how is everything at Dad's? He is fine now. That's a relief. UCHing's tone was peculiar, prompting Yu Yanlan to inquire, Brother, is something wrong? No, nothing's wrong. I just wanted to ask if I could borrow a pearl from you. Where are you? I'll bring it to you. Yu Yanlan intended to seek out UCHing to have him keep an eye on the situation with CHing, allowing her to focus on rescuing HN. Outside a dilapidated old house, UCHing hesitantly ended the call, his face flushed as he walked into the modest dwelling. The structure was exceedingly simple, comprising a single room with rough walls, the door constructed from wooden planks. The table, bed, and stove were all crammed together. Despite its simplicity, the interior was remarkably clean. Inside, a woman of striking beauty with long, jet black hair cascading to her waist wore a white dress that was pleasing to the eye. On the bed lay an elderly man whose pallor was concerning, his breathing labored. UCHing, thank you for bringing us back, the woman said, her eyes slightly reddened. UCHing's face grew even redder as he replied with a silly grin, no need for thanks. It was the least I could do. By the way, which hospital did you go to? How could they discharge a patient? We lacked the funds, so I had to take Grandpa to a private clinic. They were reluctant to admit him due to his severe condition, and he insisted on returning home. Do not worry too much when my sister arrives. She may be able to help your grandfather, UCHing reassured her. The woman's long eyelashes fluttered with hope as she asked, Really? Can she save Grandpa? UCHing nodded, his face still flushed. He had encountered them on his way to UNexi-ing Street. The girl, XN, mentioned that her parents had gone to SHing, severing all ties with her, leaving her to care for her grandfather. MTN, life had become exceedingly difficult. Upon learning that his illness was untreatable, MTN insisted on returning home, fearing that he would leave her to endure alone, wishing to save his last funds for her. After conversing with MXN for a while, UCHing received a message from Yu Yanlan stating she was nearby. MXN insisted on accompanying UCHing to meet her. From a distance, Yu Yanlan spotted UCHing and approached him, casting a brief glance at MXN, whose faint, refreshing fragrance wafted toward her. Yu Lan turned to L and M and asked, "Is she someone with innate spiritual energy? Do you think individuals with innate spiritual energy are as common as cabbages in a market?" L and M replied disdainfully. "Oh," Yu Lan acknowledged, then turned to UCH Ing and asked, "Brother, what do you need the YO pearl for?" Yu Chung gestured towards the nearby Mu Xin, offering a forced smile as he said, Xiaolon, this is Mu Xin. The reason I sought the Yao pearl is to save her grandfather." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Yanlan produced a violet Yao pearl and calmly interjected, "Brother, I have no interest in others' affairs. Let us save the person first. I have something to discuss with you." Yu Chung nodded and followed Mu Xin, who led the way to the old house, where only Yu Yanlan entered alone. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu Chung turned to Mu Xin and explained, My sister has this temperament. Please do not take offense. She may appear cold, but she possesses a tender heart." "Of course not," Mu Xin replied with a gentle smile, her gaze warm as she looked at Yu Chung. "Thank you, Yu Chung." This glance struck deep within Yu Cheng's heart, causing his pulse to quicken and his face to flush with warmth, leaving him somewhat flustered as he stammered, No need to thank me." Inside the house, Yu Yanlan utilized her spiritual energy to assess Mu Tan's condition, heart failure, alongside damage to other internal organs. Years of excessive toil had caught up with him, and in old age, all ailments had suddenly surfaced. Yu Yanlan refined the violet Yao pearl to its purest form, using her spiritual energy, enveloping it before gradually channeling its power into Mu Tan's body, meticulously repairing the internal damage. However, even upon exhausting the Yao pearl's energy, Mu Tan's injuries remained only partially healed. "Shall we use another one?" Yu Yanlan inquired of Lan Mo, who stood nearby. Lan Mo shook his head and presented a red pearl, saying, "You consume this one and channel half of its energy to him. The violet pearl heals, while the red enhances physical capabilities." "Understood." Minutes later, Yu Yanlan withdrew her energy, observing that Mu Tan's condition had stabilized and he appeared significantly younger, exuding vitality. "This red Yao pearl is rather effective," Yu Yanlan mused before asking, "What happens when a normal person uses this red Yao pearl?" In simple terms, it merely increases strength. Yu Yanlan felt a twinge of disappointment, remarking, "That seems rather unhelpful." However, she would later find herself reflecting on this statement multiple times, though that was a matter for another time. Lan Mo raised an eyebrow, adding, "It has a profound effect on beasts. When you encounter the last batch during the exam, giving them the red Yao pearl would have pleased them immensely." "Oh." Yu Yanlan brushed off the comment and stepped outside, where she saw the two engaged in lively conversation not far away. Yu Chung had a faint blush on his cheeks, while Mu Xian's smile radiated warmth. Together, they truly resembled a perfect pair. "Brother," Yu Yanlan called out, approaching Mu Xian, "your grandfather will be fine after some rest." "Thank you." Mu Xian's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to check on Mu Tan. Noticing the lingering gaze of Yu Chung, Yu Yanlan asked, "Brother, do you have feelings for her?" Yu Chung replied instinctively before realizing his words tumbling out in a flustered manner. I don't, that is." Yu Yanlan smiled lightly, saying, "Brother, having someone you like is a good thing." Taken aback, they exchanged smiles, and Yu Chung then shifted the conversation back to the matter at hand. "You mentioned you had something to discuss with me?" Due to the matters concerning Chung Yi, Yu Yanlan recounted the events involving Ming Yin and He Su in their entirety, for her identity was no longer a secret before him. Understanding everything would facilitate their actions. Yu Chung narrowed his eyes and expressed his concern, asking, "Will rescuing he and I pose any danger?" Yu Yanlan shook her head, reassuring him. How could there be any danger with Lan Mo providing protection? "Very well. I shall keep an eye on the situation with Chung Yi. However, remember, whatever you do must ensure your own safety," Yu Chung stated in an authoritative tone. "Rest assured," Yu Yanlan replied, casting a sidelong glance. Whereupon Mu Xian appeared at the doorway, having stood there quietly without intruding upon their conversation. Chapter 53. Borrowing some help. Having concluded her discussion, Yu Yanlan gave Yu Chung a few more instructions before departing. There were matters she needed to attend to. Only after settling these could she focus on rescuing he and I with peace of mind. At the 10th branch, Yu Yanlan was stopped at the entrance. to avoid drawing the attention of the Liyun Hall to her identity. She had no choice but to enter through the main gate. Yet, to her surprise, she was barred from proceeding. Apologies, but you may not enter. The guards were two young men, barely in their 20s, yet they carried out their duties with unwavering diligence. Unwilling to trouble them, Yu Yanlan stated, "I am your newly appointed deputy hunter leader. Please present your identification token." One of the young men replied sternly. Identification token? Yu Yanlan was momentarily bewildered. She didn't seem to possess such a thing. Apologies, but without it, you cannot enter. The guard reiterated. Let her pass. A deep voice sounded behind Yu Yanlan. A burly man approached steadily, and the two guards immediately straightened, greeting him in unison, "Leader." They then opened the gate. The man gave a curt nod before casting a cold, imperious glance at Yu Yanlan, who remained rooted in place. Not entering? Yu Yanlan turned her questioning gaze to the guards. Why wasn't he asked to show his identification token? Because he is our hunter leader, came the firm, resolute reply. Their current demeanor carried an air of defiance, as if they were deliberately slighting Yu Yanlan. From Yucheng, Yu Yanlan had learned that there had never been a position titled Deputy Hunter Leader. It had been entirely fabricated by Qin Di solely for her sake. This had undoubtedly burdened the hunter leader. Moreover, given her tendency to avoid responsibilities and frequently disappear, it was no wonder the hunters harbored resentment toward her. Lowering her gaze, Yu Yanlan chose not to argue and strode inside. Yet behind her, the two guards erupted into mocking laughter. Who knows what underhanded methods she used to become deputy hunter leader? What is there to be so arrogant about? TCH, women like her are a dime a dozen. Nothing surprising. Their words reached the ears of Zhao Su, the hunter leader, before Yu Yanlan could react. In an instant, Zhao Su had drawn his cloud crossbow and fired at the two. With a sharp whoosh, the arrow grazed one man's cheek, then arced back to slice the other's face before embedding itself into the gate and falling. No wonder he held the position of hunter leader. He was undeniably skilled. His voice was icy as he declared, "Remember this well. Speaking ill of superiors behind their backs warrants immediate execution." Understood. The two young men, still shaken, nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Zhao Su turned to Yu Yanlan. "In the future, make yourself more familiar around the branch. Let people recognize you." With that, he departed, leaving behind his towering, broad-shouldered figure. A faint smile curled Yu Yanlan's lips. This Zhao Su he is not bad. In the pavilion of the branch's garden, Qin Di and Fan Lin were leisurely enjoying tea, exchanging light-hearted banter. When Yu Yanlan strode in with unapologetic confidence, their smiles froze. Fan Lin, unfamiliar with her, knew all too well that her appearance invariably meant trouble. As for Qin Di, his concern lay in Yu Yanlan potentially exposing their secret dealings. If Fan Lin were to discover their arrangement, his plan to manipulate Fan Lin into recommending Yu Yanlan for the ninth branch would crumble. However, unbeknownst to him, Fan Ling had long been acquainted with Yu Yanlan, and recommending her was far from a daunting task. "Yu Yanlan, what brings you here?" Qin Di inquired, eager to speak first. "Fan Ling, you are here as well. How fortuitous," Yu Yanlan remarked, disregarding him as she took a seat. "I require assistance to accomplish certain tasks." Qin Di gazed at the two in astonishment and asked Fan Ling, "Do you know each other?" "What? Is it only you who can know her?" Fan Ling jested. No, it's quite possible," Qin Di replied, rolling his eyes at Yu Yanlan. "Do continue. What do you need help with?" Fan Ling also cast a questioning glance her way. "I intend to conquer Yidu." Yu Yanlan's calm declaration left both Qin Di and Fan Ling in shock. They had never contemplated such an audacious venture. She, a woman, sought to seize the 9th Division, and then Yidu. Was she serious? "That is impossible," Qin Di vehemently rejected, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea how many people inhabit Yidu? It has survived this long for a reason. It is not something you can simply invade at will." "Are you implying that I cannot attack?" Yu Yanlan retorted sarcastically. Qin Di sighed deeply, torn with conflict. If he refused, he might lose his share of the precious Yaozhu. Yet if he consented, the 10th Division would be courting disaster. At that moment, Fan Ling interjected, "You may proceed with the attack, but it cannot be done under the name of the Hunting Cloud Hall. And I can only lend you a portion of our manpower. How does that sound?" "Agreed," Yu Yanlan replied, casting a knowing glance at Fan Ling. She had anticipated his support. However, she understood that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. Fan Ling nervously touched his earlobe and stated, I have one condition. The position of the Ninth Division's leader must be handed over to Fan Yi once acquired. Qin Di's expression hardened. How could he know this before he even mentioned it? Fearing a misunderstanding from Yu Yanlan, he quickly shook his head in denial. No problem, Yu Yanlan replied readily. In truth, she had no intention of leading the Ninth Division. Her plan was to hand it over to Fan Yi, who needed a strong backing. Thus, this was hardly a significant condition, and her agreement came easily. Very well, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. We will mobilize immediately, Fan Ling promised. The two reached an accord, leaving Qin Di in a state of bewilderment. He had approached Fan Ling regarding the Ninth Division. Yet she was already aware of Yu Yanlan's intentions to claim it and would undoubtedly assist her. And you, the leader? Yu Yanlan inquired, tilting her head. Qin Di cleared his throat and replied, Since Fan Ling has agreed, I cannot undermine the prestige of my own division. I will have Zhao Su accompany you. However, he added, regardless of the circumstances, you must not act under the name of our hunting cloud hall. Any consequences will not implicate us. Fan Ling reiterated this caution. Yu Yanlan smiled. Rest assured, I will not. Having secured the assistance she sought, she felt no need for further conversation and prepared to depart after exchanging a few words. By the way, Fan Ling remarked, I heard from Fan that someone from the 7th Division has harmed Uncle Yu. Yu Yanlan cast a questioning glance in his direction. Indeed, I find myself unable to assist. However, I sincerely hope you refrain from leaving me to clean up the mess. Have mercy. Fan Ling's words bore an air of weariness, as he still had no leads regarding the affairs of the 9th Division, continually deflecting responsibility back to the headquarters. Yet, deep down, he was convinced that he could not sever ties with Yu Yanlan. If he did not extend a greeting now, he would undoubtedly face troublesome repercussions in the future. Qin Di, upon hearing this, mistakenly believed that Fan Ling was advocating for the 7th Division, further solidifying his perception of Yu Yanlan's complexity. Previously contemplating whether she would be an ally or an adversary, he now harbored only one thought. He must establish a friendship. Chapter 54. Entering the spirit realm to save a life in response to Fan Ling's words. Yu Yanlan merely smiled faintly and moved on. Those who dared to provoke her would find it no easy task. When the time was ripe, the 7th Division would indeed have a new master. As for the 2nd Division that had harmed the Yu family, one by one, they would face their reckoning. There was no need to rush. When Yu Yanlan exited the 9th Division, the two gatekeepers were exceedingly respectful, keenly aware of the gravity of the situation as they bid her farewell. Once her figure vanished from their sight, they both exhaled heavily. One of the boys in white expressed his frustration. Just a woman who inexplicably became the deputy leader. How arrogant she is. She nearly got us killed. It's infuriating. Stop complaining. Someone will take care of her, the other boy replied. You mean that one from the 2nd Division? What was her name again? The first boy nodded, yes. Just from the way she came to probe into Yu Yanlan's position and her demeanor, it's clear they have enmity. Moreover, that sister is from the 2nd Division. It will be simple for her to target the deputy leader. I truly hope she disappears soon. Meanwhile, Yu Yanlan had arrived at the hospital where he and I was staying, patiently awaiting Hisu. With her tasks now delegated, she could focus on treating he and I. When Hisu finally rushed over, he was panting heavily, drenched in sweat, clearly having sprinted. He immediately began to apologize. I didn't mean to that day. Huh? Yu Yanlan looked at him in confusion, entirely unaware of his intent, but she was too indifferent to inquire further. She nodded, signaling her understanding. Pointing toward Hini's ward, she stated, I have a method to save your sister, but for the next 12 hours, no one can enter. You can save her, Hisu exclaimed incredulously. I can only tell you this. If she is not saved today, she will not survive beyond 3 days, Yu Yanlan asserted earnestly. If you wish for her to live, you must heed my words. Reluctantly, Hisu acquiesced. There was no reason for Yu Yanlan to deceive him. Moreover, her enigmatic nature gave him pause. Perhaps she truly possessed the means to save her. Hisu coordinated with the doctor regarding the timing and took his place outside the door, restless and anxious. Inside the room, as Yu Yanlan lowered the curtain across the door, Lan Mo appeared, playfully twirling 2 crimson Yao pearls in his hands. He handed the pearls to Yu Yanlan, saying, "Consume these, and I shall guide you inside." Being no ordinary person, Yu Yanlan consumed several pearls at once without issue. As the Yao pearls erupted within her, Lan Mo formed a hand seal, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves enveloped in a forest shrouded in mist. This forest was peculiar. All the trees were adorned with red blossoms, yet not a single leaf was present, creating a hauntingly beautiful and eerie atmosphere. "Be cautious, this place is hostile." La Montauk vant. Yu Yanlan nodded, her spiritual energy already activated, ever vigilant. However, after walking for several minutes without a hint of movement, they found themselves unable to exit the forest. As Lan Mo grew increasingly agitated, he conjured a ball of flame and hurled it at the nearest tree. In an instant, the tree caught fire, emitting a piercing shriek that sent chills down their spines. With that piercing roar, all the trees sprang to life, shaking vigorously as if eager to dislodge the red blossoms that adorned them. Were these trees not mere apparitions? Yu Yanlan inquired in astonishment. It is not so simple to become a spirit. At best, they are but half-spirits, and even transforming into a human is a significant challenge. Besides, it appears they have lost their sentience. Lan Mo retorted dismissively. Yu Yanlan remained silent, and Lan Mo stole a glance at her, noting her calm demeanor, devoid of the fear typically exhibited by young women. Her youthful visage belied a heart weathered by tribulations. "Have you seen enough?" Yu Yanlan asked curtly. "Not yet," Lan Mo replied, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he leaned in closer to Yu Yanlan, his gaze tender yet teasing. "This face is not as charming as before, but it is not without merit." The warm breath exhaled by Yu Yanlan brushed against Lan Mo's face, causing him to shiver slightly, a flicker of something elusive crossing his eyes before he quickly distanced himself from the awkward proximity. In such dire circumstances, perhaps only the two of them could maintain such composure, akin to a young couple in love. Yu Yanlan shot him a dispassionate glance, dismissing his frivolities, urging him to devise a means of escape and locate his consciousness. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated through the forest, shattering the flowers into a flurry of petals that cascaded like snowflakes. If it were not for the frenzied advance of those half-spirits toward them, the scene would have been quite beautiful. All the trees manifested hands and feet formed from swirling mist, along with gaping maws, charging towards Yu Yanlan and Lan Mo. Striking at the air, both Yu Yanlan and Lan Mo were scattered, overwhelmed by their sheer numbers, and though they could not be killed, exhaustion loomed ominously. Lan Mo leaped onto one of the half-spirits, squinting down and bellowing at Yu Yanlan, slice off 2 inches below the mouth. A piercing, agonizing scream pierced the air as Yu Yanlan followed Lan Mo's instructions, severing a half-spirit. From its trunk emerged a red seed, while the tree disintegrated into ashes, dissipating into the forest. Having identified their weakness, the task became significantly more manageable. They evaded and struck, and the numbers of their foes decreased considerably. The red seeds floated serenely in the air. Yu Yanlan, seasoned by countless battles, felt no fatigue at all after hacking away for several minutes. They had eradicated all the half-spirits. What remained was a barren expanse, the red seeds suspended in silence for a few moments before they began to scatter erratically. One struck Yu Yanlan squarely on the forehead, eliciting a muffled grunt. Lan Mo swiftly grasped the seed in his hand, chuckling, "You are indeed fortunate. Treasures seem to find you wherever you go." He then tossed the seed into the cat stone. What is so special about it? Yu Yanlan raised an eyebrow. "You will find out once we leave," he replied. The remaining seeds gradually dissipated amidst their mutual collisions until the last one vanished, leaving behind a swirling mist and illuminating the now barren woods. Before the two individuals lay an interminable path, a veritable torment. They had not anticipated that Henny's consciousness would be so elusive. Merely a child, one wonders how many thoughts could entrap such a spirit in such a formidable environment. As they traversed the path, no extraordinary occurrences transpired. The most they encountered were sudden appearances of half-spirits from the trees, but with knowledge of their vulnerabilities. Fear was no longer a concern. A river? The two exchanged glances, for a river now separated them from this path. Had it been an ordinary river, their astonishment would not have been so profound. Chapter 55. He is not the one in my heart. The river flowed with a dark crimson hue, barely 2 meters wide, a distance that could be effortlessly crossed by Yuan Yanlan with a single leap. Yet, as she jumped, the water surged ominously, possessing a scalding ability. Frowning, Yuan Yanlan glanced at the charcoal black ground. Had it not been for her quick reflexes, she would have been injured. Lan Montauk smirked disdainfully, his palms igniting with 2 blazing spheres of purple flames, which he combined and hurled toward the river, producing a hissing sound. The water level receded visibly. Impressive, Yuan Yanlan exclaimed in admiration. Approaching the river, Lan Mo crouched down, enveloping his hand in flames and plunging it into the water, furiously rummaging. Soon, the river's flow diminished even further. A faint crimson glow emanated from the riverbed, revealing a surface that seemed frozen, with shimmering red seeds glimmering beneath. Let us go. Lan Mo wrapped an arm around Yuan Yanlan's waist, and with a luminous arc enveloping them, he leaped across the river, landing steadily before retracting his hand. Maintaining his composure, he remarked, "Be more cautious in the future." After saying this, he strode ahead, seemingly displeased with her earlier near misfortune. Crossing the river, they soon reached the end of a narrow path, which contrasted starkly with the dense woods they had traversed. Here, the air was filled with birdsong and fragrant blooms. Illuminated by radiant sunlight, a veritable paradise. A gentle breeze caressed them as they inhaled deeply, and upon leaping down, the woods behind them dissipated like smoke, revealing a transformed scene. Thatch-roof cottages emerged above, bustling crowds meandering about, men and women of all ages engaged in light-hearted conversation, while others tended to agricultural tasks. "Do you understand what is happening here?" Yuan Yanlan inquired. Lan Mo furrowed his brow, observing the surroundings. "I suspect this little girl has been ensnared by a flower spirit. If we locate her, we can retrieve the girl's consciousness. This is the abode of the flower spirit. Let us proceed," he replied, his gaze penetrating as he looked into the distance. Exchanging a knowing glance, they nodded and continued. The nearest thatched cottage was home to an elderly couple, radiating blissful contentment. The old woman grasped Yuan Yanlan's hand, her eyes soft with affection, saying, "Dear girl, why not stay here for a meal?" Yuan Yanlan glanced at Lan Mo, who nodded in agreement, prompting her to consent. After all, Lan Mo possessed greater understanding of this place than she did, and she could not make arbitrary decisions. The old woman joyfully seated them and busied herself with meal preparations, while the old man went to the market for ingredients. This simple lifestyle seemed to embody the desires of most people. Yuan Yanlan, feeling contemplative, asked, "Lan Mo, are these people real? Their ability to exist here in corporeal form suggests this is their choice." Lan Mo lowered his voice, replying, "Their invitation for you to stay is to glean information regarding the flower spirit." Yuan Yanlan found it perplexing. Why abandon a tangible existence for this illusory realm, and yet appear to revel in it? When the old man returned, he cheerfully remarked to them, "Tonight, I will treat you all. I specially bought roast goose and nearly succumbed to temptation on the way home. Haha." In the kitchen, the sound of the grandmother's playful scolding echoed, "You old fool. If you dare touch it, I shall skin you alive to accompany the drink." The old man raised an eyebrow, claiming to fear her. Yet his eyes were filled with profound affection. Yu Yanlan couldn't help but smile. If her family were like this, perhaps her fate would be different. After a while of bustling about, the entire thatched cottage was filled with a tantalizing aroma. Lan Mo's stomach betrayed him with a few grumbles, revealing his gluttonous nature. On the table, there were 4 simple dishes, and the grandmother pushed the roast goose toward Yu Yanlan and Lan Mo, whispering, "Make sure to eat heartily, lest that greedy one devours it all." Whenever the old man was mentioned, the grandmother's face radiated sheer happiness. At the dining table, the old man poured a bit of his treasured liquor for Lan Mo, and they drank merrily, soon referring to each other as brothers. "Your beloved is quite remarkable, handsome and spirited," the grandmother suddenly whispered in Yu Yanlan's ear. Startled, Yu Yanlan chuckled, "He is not my beloved. Lan Mo overheard, pausing with his cup raised. A fleeting expression crossing his face before he downed the liquor in one gulp and continued chatting with the old man. This meal was the most delicious and longest Yu Yanlan had experienced since arriving in this foreign world, and upon their warm invitation, they decided to stay the night. Lan Mo played chess with the old man, occasionally inquiring, "How long have you lived here?" 5 years and 120 days, the grandmother interjected from nearby. "Ask him. He wouldn't remember, the old fool." The old man chuckled, shaking his head, not disputing it, and continued contemplating his next move. "Who introduced you to this auspicious place?" Lan Mo's question prompted a sudden silence from the grandmother and the old man, their expressions darkening. Lan Mo quickly smoothed over the situation, explaining, "I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire whether the person who introduced us is the same woman." He deliberately emphasized the word woman, hoping that if he was not mistaken, the flower spirit should indeed be female, thus easing their defenses. Sure enough, the grandmother smiled first, saying, "Yes, a woman, very beautiful, with large eyes and a faint, pleasant fragrance that is quite soothing." Upon mentioning the fragrance, Yu Yanlan suddenly thought of Mu Xin, who also carried a delicate scent that almost led her to believe she was imbued with ethereal qualities. If Mu Xin were, as the grandmother described, Yu Yanlan would have rushed back to retrieve Yu Cheng. "Ah, it is indeed the same person. She mentioned residing here, but I have urgent matters to discuss with her. However, I have searched several places without success. I wonder if you know where she lives." Lan Mo began to probe more directly. The grandmother, now relaxed from her earlier caution, replied, "Ah, I have heard from the neighbors that her residence is uncertain. She drifts about, making it quite difficult to find her." "Really?" Lan Mo responded thoughtfully, choosing not to inquire further, contentedly accompanying the old man in their game of chess. In the stillness of the night, Lan Mo and Yu Yanlan departed silently, understanding that their time was too precious to waste. With graceful leaps into the darkness, they traversed an area now populated by over 100 households. Despite their exhaustive search, the essence of the flower's spirit eluded them, compelling the duo to take a moment's respite atop a mountain. Could it be that the flower spirit is not even present here? Lan Mo, however, was lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, seemingly oblivious to her words. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his expression as he produced a vibrant red seed, a previous find that possessed the ability to speak. The red seed wriggled in his grasp, its struggles causing an exhilarating, tingling sensation in his fingers. Chapter 56. The Crimson Seed spoke with an air of defiance, declaring, "Release me at once, or my mother shall not spare you." "Your mother?" Lan Mo laughed heartily. "Had we remembered you sooner, we might have spared ourselves this ordeal. Pray tell, where might your mother be?" "Umph, I shan't divulge that," the seed replied, puffing up with pride. Were it in human form, this haughty demeanor might indeed appear rather endearing. Lan Mo ignited a flame in her other hand, threatening, "If you refuse to speak, I shall roast you right here." "Ah, no. Will you tell us?" Lan Mo's voice turned stern. With a voice laden with grievance, the seed protested, My mother, is a good person. If you intend to harm her, I cannot reveal anything." "A good person? Oof. She has caused a young girl to slumber for 5 years. What sort of good is that?" Yu Yanlan retorted angrily. "No, that cannot be true." The seed's confidence wavered, but after a pause, it resolutely stated, "All the residents here came of their own volition, and my mother is on the brink of death for their sake. She would never harm a little girl." "What do you mean?" Yu Yanlan inquired. The seed scoffed. "You may kill or maim me as you wish. I shall remain silent." The two exchanged glances, finding themselves at an impasse against this formless seed. Yu Yanlan proposed, "If you tell us where your mother is, I assure you, we shall not harm her, and we will even assist her. What say you?" The seed appeared to waver, contemplating for a long moment before murmuring, "You truly will not harm my mother?" "I, the spirit cat Yu Yanlan, am a creature of my word." After a brief silence, the seed finally acquiesced. As dawn broke, the seed muttered a few incantations, and before Yu Yanlan and her companion, a translucent halo materialized, occasionally shimmering with red light. Once inside, you shall find our home, the seed explained. Lan Mo seized Yu Yanlan, who attempted to enter first, and boldly stepped inside herself. Once assured of safety, she pulled her companion in as well, revealing an ancient edifice before them. The structure boasted 3 expansive floors, seemingly capable of accommodating several hundred inhabitants. As the seed guided them along the path, it warned that deviating from its instructions would lead to trouble. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a wave of delightful fragrance wafted through the air, indicating the presence of the flower spirit. "Mother," the seed called out, its voice echoing through the corridor. The door at the far end swung open, a melodious invitation beckoning them to enter. Both women remained on guard as they stepped forward, but as they crossed the threshold, the doors to the other rooms on the 3rd floor swung open in unison, revealing a procession of enchanting women who filled the corridor, effectively blocking their escape. "Fear not. They're merely some flower spirits I have taken in," came the voice again, followed by, "Do come in and sit." As Yanlan stepped inside, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud, and murmurs arose from outside. "What manner of spirits are they? They seem extraordinary, surely not to be trifled with, especially given their access to the eldest sister's quarters. Yet that man is truly handsome. I have never encountered such a striking figure." "Hush, do not speak further, or the elder sister may become angry." Upon hearing these words, everyone fell silent, standing in the corridor, eager to discern the unfolding events. Within the room, a woman cloaked in red silk faced away from them, her long, ebony hair cascading down to her waist. Just the sight of her silhouette revealed her exquisite beauty. The woman turned, her face partially veiled, adorned with a tattoo of a crimson flower on her wrist, her eyes as clear as a pristine spring. "I understand the reason for your visit." She spoke with a calm demeanor. "Please take a seat." With a graceful wave of her hand, a table and chairs appeared before them, laden with 2 bowls of steaming white porridge and 2 cups of fragrant tea. "Since you are aware of our purpose, let us dispense with unnecessary chatter and hand over Hini's consciousness," Yu Yanlan stated sharply, refusing to take a seat. The woman lowered her gaze and chuckled softly. "I cannot grant you that." "Why not?" "Lan Montag inquirit." "Because her consciousness sustains this world. If it were to vanish, the world would collapse, and all my efforts would be in vain." "This is not my desire," the woman replied, her expression remaining unflinching as if her actions were entirely justified. To take another's happiness to fulfill one's own desires is truly repugnant. Yu Yanlan, in a fit of rage, shattered the table with a kick, sending the porridge spilling to the ground, and a plume of crimson smoke erupted. A sharp pain shot through Yu Yanlan's chest, leaving her weak. Startled, Lan Mo swiftly placed a white spirit pearl within Yu Yanlan, and with a flick of her hand, the smoke dissipated. Yu Yanlan's expression darkened. This woman dared to scheme against her. Having absorbed the spirit pearl, Yu Yanlan conjured a long sword in her hand and hurled it towards the woman without hesitation. The woman's beautiful eyes flickered, yet she remained rooted in place. As the sword approached, Yu Yanlan clenched her hand, causing the sword to dissolve. She promised not to harm her mother. Thus, she shall not break her vow. "Why do you refrain from striking?" the woman asked, her surprise evident. "You should be grateful to your child," Lan Mo declared, a luminous circle materializing in her hand, within which floated a crimson seed. The woman's previously composed expression shifted slightly. "This is not her concern. Release her. Were it not for the seed's call of mother, she would never have met them. If you desire it, trade it for the little girl's consciousness. Otherwise," Lan Mo tightened her grip, causing the seed to emit a pained sound. The woman, now visibly angered, her melodious voice turned sharp, warned, "Dare you, and I shall ensure you all accompany her to the grave." "Mother, you need not worry about me," the seed cried out. With a swift motion, Lan Mo returned the seed to the cat stone, revealing the woman's fury, yet she remained seated, unmoving. "I will not part with her consciousness." "Do as you wish," the woman declared resolutely. Yu Yanlan perceived the underlying issue and approached her directly. The woman trembled and shouted, "If you take another step, I shall destroy her consciousness, and we shall perish together." "You would not dare," Yu Yanlan replied with a cold laugh. "At this moment, I doubt you possess the strength to rise." I fail to comprehend why you would choose the consciousness of this young girl to uphold your self-righteous world. By what right? You lack the qualifications. I care not whether you are a good person or not. The moment you committed this act, you became irredeemably wicked. Yu Yanlan unleashed a torrent of provocative words upon the woman, to the extent that she had approached her without the latter even realizing it. Clenching her fist around her crimson veil, bitterness enveloped her. It was a choice she had made, for I did not seize anything from her. I am not a villain. I cannot allow my daughter to be aware of my existence. A solitary tear cascaded down her cheek as the woman lifted her hand to unveil her veil. This visage could only be described as flawless perfection, and yet it bore a faint resemblance to someone familiar. Chapter 57. The red Yanhua Yu Yanlan felt a shiver run through her as she beheld a visage strikingly reminiscent of Mu Exine. Every smile and frown seemed to be sculpted from the same mold. Isn't your daughter the very seed? Lan Mo inquired, perplexed. The woman's expression darkened as she replied, this merely serves as the catalyst for her awakening. She is but an ordinary person at present, entirely unaware of my existence. However, should this place meet its demise, the seed will return to her form, awakening all her memories. I do not wish for her to endure the same suffering I have. Your daughter is Mu Exine? Upon hearing Yu Yanlan's words, the woman's complexion turned ashen, her frantic gaze betraying the truth. Mu Exine was indeed her offspring. Do you know her? The woman asked, her emotions surging. Just before my arrival here, I saved her grandfather. The woman appeared momentarily lost, then forced a bitter smile. Is she? Well? Yu Yanlan nodded, witnessing the woman's tears cascade like rain on a pear blossom, stirring a sudden pang of compassion within her. It seemed that no matter the origin, a mother's heart could only hold space for her own child. For their sake, she would endure anything, willing to sacrifice all, even her life. Without a trace of regret, Lan Mo discerned the thoughts clouding Yu Yanlan's mind and, raising an eyebrow, tossed the red seed to the woman, asking, is there truly no alternative to relying on that child's spirit to sustain this world? Unless I can survive, the woman responded with a wry smile. I see no reason to conceal the truth from you now. I have exhausted my spiritual energy caring for these 100 souls. I shall not live to see the dawn. The young girl's spirit had been adrift in the void until I encountered her days ago. She willingly chose to support this realm for me, and I did not compel her. Exhausted your spiritual energy? Yu Yanlan questioned, perplexed. Merely providing shelter seemed unrelated to her vitality. The red seed interjected softly. Do you know that the household you stayed with, that elderly woman, had long since surpassed her natural lifespan? Were it not for my mother sealing her fate with spiritual energy, incurring the wrath of those in the underworld, would they have been able to live in happiness? The red seed continued, recounting the plight of the countless families, their experiences strikingly similar. Both Yu Yanlan and Lan Mo understood that forcibly sealing a person's lifespan not only drained spiritual energy, but also invited severe backlash, inflicting unbearable pain. Yet this woman had endured it all. Should this world fall, all her sacrifices would be rendered futile, and the fates of those souls would revert to their former despair. Devoid of happiness, Yu Yanlan cast a sidelong glance at the red seed and questioned the woman. You claim all this is for Mu Exine? Mu Exine is the progeny of humanity and me. A millennium ago, I encountered her father. We shared a profound love. However, when I became pregnant with Mu Exine, our village was slaughtered. When I beheld the leader among the attackers, my heart shattered. He sought to take my life, despite the fact that I carried his blood within me. His sword plunged mercilessly into my heart, cold and piercing. His gaze is a memory I shall never forget. At last, he left behind a remark, declaring me a monster, a scourge upon humanity that must be swiftly eradicated. How laughable! Who, in truth, is the true monster? It is he, the most loathsome of creatures. For Mu Exine, I was driven to madness, my eyes ablaze, and I took the lives of countless innocent souls. Divine retribution unexpectedly turned upon Mu Exine. Had she chosen to accompany me, she would not have lived to see a century. To protect her, I opened this world, gathering benevolence. Time and again, I stripped Mu Exine of her memories, relinquishing her to others, and thus a millennium passed. The woman was overwhelmed with emotion, laughing through her tears. I too have suffered divine retribution, enduring the pain of backlash daily, and now I must depart without even recognizing my daughter. Truly, it is a lamentable fate. Upon hearing the woman's tale, had it been anyone else, they would have been profoundly moved. Yet, Lan Mo and Yu Yinlan merely diminished their hostility towards her. Events from millennium ago were choices she made. If she erred, she must bear the consequences. With a flick of her sleeve, Lan Mo produced an orange Yao pearl upon the table. Consume this. It will temporarily preserve your life. Afterward, I shall devise a means for your survival. The woman was taken aback. Having lived for a millennium, she was well aware of the Yao pearl. But such treasures are rare and elusive. Each quest for them yielded only black pearls, and this orange one was a first for her, leaving her uncertain of its efficacy. Were it not for Lan Mo's outsider knowledge of the Yao pearl's properties, such unexpected fortune would not have arisen. Can I truly live? A glimmer of hope ignited in the woman's beautiful eyes. Lan Mo raised an eyebrow. If you do not wish to live, I shall not compel you. The woman absorbed the Yao pearl, a surge of power crashing through her. An orange light flickered, and she stood, astonished, feeling an abundance of spiritual energy coursing through her. A sensation she had not experienced in ages. With exhilaration, she exclaimed, "This treasure possesses such remarkable power. Is there more?" Lan Mo shook her head, alas. There is but this one, and it will only safeguard your life temporarily, perhaps for 6 months. Within that time, I shall ensure your complete survival. A shadow of disappointment crossed the woman's face, yet she nodded gently. Currently, I require he needs divine sense, Yu Yinlan remarked, casting a glance at Lan Mo. He has promised you life, and you shall surely live. She recalled how her own cat stone had been destroyed, yet Lan Mo had salvaged her, granting her 4 lives and preserving the cat stone intact. Thus she had faith in Lan Mo's ability to save the woman. Little did she know the sacrifices Lan Mo had made to rescue her. I shall take you to a place, the woman declared, then lightly tapped the table. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them found themselves beneath a tree adorned with vibrant red blossoms. The woman explained, "This flower is the guise I assume as a human. It is known as the red yin flower, resplendent in crimson with 9 slender, scattered petals. It appears regal, yet profoundly solitary. Standing at the tree's edge, they could behold the entire village, 100 households, each revealing their daily lives, as though every individual wore a perpetual smile." The woman gently caressed the tree trunk and said, "The essence of that young girl resides within this tree, which is the very foundation of this world. If I perish and the tree is destroyed, as long as the girl's spirit sustains it, the tree shall endure. Is it impossible for anyone else's essence to suffice?" Asked Yu Yinlan. "It has already acknowledged the girl's spirit. Once it is removed, it will be unable to accept any other essence. Therefore, if I entrust my spirit to you, you must fulfill your promise to allow me to live for 6 more months," the woman stated, gazing intently at Lan Mo, awaiting his response. Only if Lan Mo regarded this as a binding commitment could she feel assured in extracting Hingni's spirit. Chapter 58. He and I awakens. Lan Mo cast an annoyed glance at the woman, asserting, "I, Lan Mo, always keep my word and shall not falter." With his affirmation, the woman pressed her fair, smooth hands against the trunk of the tree, murmuring softly. The red flowers on the tree swayed, as if displeased with her actions. Before long, the tree began to sway in unison, a radiant red light emerging, and a sphere of white light gradually floated from the tree's surface, halting before the woman. "This is the young girl's consciousness. Take it," she proclaimed, waving her hand. The white orb descended into Lan Mo's palm, which he then carefully placed into the cat stone, the safest haven in this world. Having located Hingni's consciousness, it was now time for the final awakening. Lan Mo leaned closer to the woman and whispered a few words. Her expression shifted dramatically before she finally nodded and approached Yu Yinlan, slicing her finger. Lan Mo grasped Yu Yinlan's palm, marked by a sigil, as a drop of blood fell precisely into the imprint. A flash of red light connected Yu Yinlan and the woman in an inexplicable bond. Furrowing her brow, Yu Yinlan inquired, "What does this mean?" It merely facilitates our communication. It offers her reassurance, Lan Mo replied, not allowing her a moment to ponder before he wrapped his arm around her waist and leaped from the tree's edge. The woman watched with a hint of envy in her gaze, a smirk gracing her lips as she summoned the small seeds to return to the ancient tower. Upon entering her chamber, a knock resounded at the door. Upon hearing the voice, the woman's rare smile vanished, replaced by a cold tone. "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her alluring figure gliding toward her. With a mocking tone, she inquired, "Eru, I just heard from your sisters that someone is causing you trouble. What business is it of yours?" Eru frowned, retorting sharply, "Mind your own affairs. Just remember, as long as I live, you shall never know freedom." Believing they will rescue you without knowing their true identities? Such a daydream. I'll keep my eyes wide open to see how long you survive. The woman in black transitioned from anger to amusement, sneering, "Dear sister, what do you think will happen if they discover your deceit?" "Ha, you won't speak a word," Eru replied with a cold laugh, her confidence unwavering. "We shall see," the woman in black declared angrily before departing. If Yu Yanlan and the others had been present, they would have been astounded, for the woman in black bore an identical visage to Eru. Snowflakes, an endless cascade of snowflakes, drifted from the heavens. At this moment, Yu Yanlan and her companions found themselves ensconced within a box-like enclosure, surrounded by sturdy wooden walls, the sky above shrouded in darkness, save for the white snowflakes falling from above. In the center stood a small mound of snow resembling a miniature mountain, with what appeared to be a gravestone. As the two approached, they were taken aback to find Yi's name etched prominently upon it. What a dark heart she must possess to bury herself. Lan Montak Momulit. Yu Yanlan shot him a disapproving look, urging, "Do not release her consciousness yet." Lan Mo acknowledged her with a simple "Oh," retrieving the orb of white light from the catstone and tossing it into the air. The white light radiated generously, illuminating the entire space, causing the snowflakes to come to an abrupt halt. A faint silhouette appeared on the snowy peak, unmistakably that of Hi. The white light enveloped her form, and the elusive figure gradually returned to normal. Hi's pure and radiant black eyes surveyed the two individuals before her, and with a sweet voice, she inquired, "Who are you?" "We are friends of your brother, here to take you back," Yu Yanlan replied gently, a rare softness in her tone. "Brother." A hint of melancholy washed over Hi's face as she slowly shook her head. "I cannot return. I have promised my elder sister to guard Grandpa and Grandma. I cannot go back on my word. There is no need for you to guard them any longer. I have spoken with that elder sister, and she will take good care of Grandpa and Grandma from now on. You must return. Is that true?" Hi looked at Yu Yanlan with innocent eyes. They say children are the purest, and indeed, it was true. Yu Yanlan nodded, smiling. "Indeed, and your brother is waiting for you. Come with me." Hi lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought, her furrowed brow adding to her adorableness. But I am ill. I would burden my brother if I went back." This was the very reason she willingly relinquished her consciousness and buried herself at such a tender age. She was remarkably mature. If she had never fallen ill, how splendid her life could have been. Lan Mo could not help but smile, taking over the conversation. "Your illness has already been cured. You just need to return." Hi blinked her eyes, joyfully nodding in agreement. The trepidation she had felt towards Yu Yanlan and the others vanished, and she dashed towards them, leaping into Yu Yanlan's embrace. The two exchanged smiles as Hi's figure dissipated, and the snowflakes in the space melted away, revealing a beam of light above them, while the surrounding walls turned to ash. Lan Mo formed a hand seal, and a cool breeze swept through, transporting both Yu Yanlan and Lan Mo into the hospital room. Hi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her fingers began to respond. At that moment in City Z, it was already late at night. Hisu sat on a stool at the door, struggling to fall asleep. Upon hearing a noise, he anxiously leaned closer to the glass. Just then, Yu Yanlan pulled back the curtain. Seeing Hi's eyes open, Hisu was overcome with emotion, unable to take a step forward. Forgetting to push the door open, his eyes reddening in an instant. Yu Yanlan opened the door, and upon hearing her brother's call, Hi exclaimed, "Brother!" Hisu rushed over, tightly embracing her, murmuring, "Xiao Ni," you have finally awakened. Brother, I am all better now. Please don't cry. He and I urgently comforted him. This state of affairs likely persisted for over half an hour, with Hisu's eyes becoming slightly puffy from tears. Remembering that Yu Yanlan was still present, he dared not lift his head as he said, Yu Yanlan, thank you. No need for that, Yu Yanlan replied curtly. Can you now attend to your matters with peace of mind? Of course, Hisu nodded repeatedly. He had promised to help before Yu Yanlan even mentioned saving he and I. And now, with he and I sitting healthily before him, there was no hesitation. Yu Yanlan added, tomorrow night, I need you to take care of everything. You may gather at your own pace. I shall take my leave now. Only after the footsteps of Yu Yanlan had faded into the distance did Hisu dare to lift his gaze and bid farewell to her silhouette. This woman had repeatedly astonished him, solidifying his belief that Yu Yanlan was indeed extraordinary. Brother, sister is very gentle. I like her, he and I pouted with a smile. Brother, if you marry her, I can be with her all day. Hisu was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled helplessly. You mustn't say such things in front of her, understand? I promise to take you to visit her often in the future. He and I lifted her cherubic face and replied, all right. Chapter 59. The deputy leader arrives together as the night deepened. The entire city was enveloped in a warm glow, with the streets hauntingly quiet, occasionally interrupted by the swift passage of a few vehicles. Yu Yanlan did not rush to return. Instead, she strolled leisurely, accompanied quietly by Lan Mo. With the affairs concerning he and I reaching a temporary conclusion, another storm was on the horizon. During her time in the spirit realm, she had immersed herself daily in strategies to invade the demon realm, becoming accustomed to the battlefield. Now that she had arrived here, tranquility remained elusive. Indeed, as long as there was hatred in her heart, she would never find peace. Early in the morning, Mingyan burst into Yu Yanlan's room. Fortunately, she was accustomed to sleeping in attire. Otherwise, she would have been at a disadvantage. Lan Mo shot him an angry glare and threatened, if you dare to appear unannounced again, I shall make you regret it. But didn't you summon me without a word? Ming Yin retorted, displeased. I haven't even settled that score with you yet, and you are already counting yours. Lan Mo glared at him fiercely. So what is the situation? Thanks to my silver tongue, my brother has agreed to join the fight. However, the Dragon Gang can muster only about 800 men, which is still insufficient. Ming Yin lamented. It seems the Dragon Gang is all bluster and no substance. If it weren't for Hisu's involvement, you wouldn't be thriving as you are. That's just a dream. Lan Mo raised an eyebrow, delivering a sharp critique. Whenever these two gathered, their banter was incessant, as if they could not cease. Yu Yanlan completed a simple grooming routine, opting for a bun and a casual blue outfit. She had no fondness for frilly dresses, finding them cumbersome and burdensome. Ming Yin scrutinized Yu Yanlan for a moment and quipped, you look so icy that even our ugliest fox demon pales in comparison. No wonder I found you unappealing that day. Get lost. With a wave of her hand, Lan Mo sent Ming Yin away with a yelp, his figure vanishing before Yu Yanlan. Out of sight, out of mind, thank goodness for that. Why do you let him irritate you? Yu Yanlan frowned. Just seeing him annoys me. Lan Mo admitted sheepishly. Yu Yanlan raised an eyebrow, poised to scold him, when a knock echoed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Big sister, come out. Urgent matters. Fan, he shouted urgently. Just as Yu Yanlan opened the door, Lan Mo made a face at Fan, and retreated into the catstone. Your uncle's shop opens today. Are you not ready to go out? Fan, grumbled. Honestly, you and Yu Cheng are both so careless. ISNT it because of you? Yu Cheng's cheerful voice resonated from the adjacent room. Fan Yi's voice echoed throughout the entire villa. And soon not only Yu Cheng, but also Wu Yu and Su Qing joined in response to Fan Yi's call. Today marked the opening of Yu Ji's shop. And even if Yu Yanlan did not summon them, they naturally intended to lend a hand. Finally, amidst Fan Yi's complaints, the group set off together towards Yuan Xiang Street. The streets were bustling with activity. Yu Ji had set off firecrackers, and many were already gathered, eager to enter and savor the culinary delights, with even some peers coming to show their support. The lively atmosphere owes much to Hisu, who boldly confronted the petty thugs demanding protection fees and stall charges. Since that day, no ruffian has dared to cause trouble again. Yu waited until Yu Yanlan and her companions arrived before officially opening for business. The spacious establishment of over 100 square meters quickly filled with patrons, all bustling about with great enthusiasm. Upon the opening of the family business, one might have expected a word of invitation, yet it seemed we were not welcome to join. As a steady voice echoed through the room, silence fell. Even the act of dining came to a halt. The hall master, Yu Cheng, was astonished as he approached. "What brings you here?" The visitors were none other than Shao, the vice hall master of the 1st Division, along with his son and Zhe, Fan Lin from the 3rd Division, Cheng Yu, the vice hall master of the 10th Division, and even Zhao Su, the leader of the hunters. Such a grand display was enough to astonish the guests present. Countless patrons of the hunting cloud hall had never encountered the hall master, yet no one dared claim ignorance of the vice hall masters. "Isn't that the vice hall master of the 10th Division? And look, there's one from the 3rd Division too. Take a closer look at that slightly plump one. He's from the 1st Division." The arrival of 3 vice hall masters at once was indeed a remarkable affair. It was no wonder they exhibited such confidence. Clearly, they had the backing of the hunting cloud hall. Henceforth, it would be prudent to cultivate a good relationship with them. Whispers began to circulate, and Yu caught wind of a few remarks, his astonishment deepening. In the past, when he managed the vast Yu family enterprise, he had to go out of his way to curry favor with the hunting cloud hall. Now, they had come to visit him personally, a significant honor. "Yu Cheng, I initially intended to lend you support, but it seems we have overstepped," and Shao jested. "How could that be? We are more than delighted to have you," Yu Cheng replied, signaling to Fan Yi, who promptly organized a clean table for their esteemed guests to sit. Fan Yi nudged the dazed Yu and said, "Uncle, why are you in a trance? Greet our guests." Oh. Yu snapped back to reality, smiling as he approached. Accustomed to the ingratiating demeanor of bowing and flattering, only to be swiftly assisted by Yu Yanlan. His face flushed with embarrassment, he chuckled awkwardly. "I'm at a loss for words. Father, allow me to introduce." Yu Cheng quickly interjected, making the introductions. Only then did Yu find his voice. "So you are the leaders of Yu Cheng and Xiaolan. Since you've come all this way, I regret that I have nothing grand to offer. Please, enjoy a simple meal, and when you visit again, I shall personally prepare a feast for you." "That would be a burden on you, Yu Lao," and Xiao replied graciously. Fan Lin shifted his position, inviting Yu to sit and dine together. Yu, overwhelmed by the attention, repeatedly waved his hands, insisting, No, it's unnecessary." Fan Lin shot a glare at the foolish Fan Yi, who finally realized the situation and pushed Yu onto a seat beside him, whispering, "Uncle, you are the host. Show some confidence." Yu forced a smile, recalling the countless social engagements he had previously navigated with ease, mingling with renowned luminaries. However, he now found himself in the presence of the elite figures of the hunting cloud hall, a situation he could not approach with his usual composure. Some patrons in the establishment finished their meals yet lingered, eager to witness the unfolding events or perhaps to forge closer ties once the hunting cloud members departed. The dishes had all been served, and the vice hall masters, as if they had never tasted delicacies before, devoured their meals with unrestrained fervor. Only Zhe and Zhao Su maintained a semblance of decorum in their dining etiquette. Even Fan Lin, who possessed an appealing visage, was indulging in his food with little regard for his image. "Indeed, quite delightful," Cheng Yu remarked, praising the exquisite flavors as he savored each bite. Chapter 60. The deal. Fan Yi curled his lip in derision, mocking Fan Lin as he remarked, "You truly resemble a famished ghost. What is the matter? The vice hall master of the 3rd Division can't even manage a decent meal? You know nothing. I'm out every day, hardly ever enjoying a proper meal. Do you really think the vice hall master has such leisure?" Fan Lin retorted after finally filling his stomach. Having nearly finished their meal, Yu Yanlan took a seat at the vacant spot. "What brings you here?" she inquired, skeptical that these self-serving individuals were genuinely here to support them. Yu was taken aback by Yu Yanlan's tone, fearing the hall master's displeasure. To his surprise, Cheng Yu grinned sheepishly and said, "We've come to discuss a matter with you." And Xiao shot Cheng Yu a warning glance and cleared his throat, prompting Cheng Yu to quiet down. Recognizing Xiao as authority in this setting, Fanny glanced sideways at Xiao and scoffed. To speak plainly, no need for riddles. Embarrassed by being chastised by a junior, and Xiao's face flushed. The situation is this. We wish to invite Yu Cheng to accompany us to a certain location. What location? Yu Cheng asked. Ahem, Inyan Mountain, and Xiao replied, somewhat sheepishly. Rest assured, as long as you return safely and the matter is accomplished, the 9th Division will be yours. The Hall Master has promised to recommend you fervently. Regarding the 9th Division, once Qin Di endorses it, and Xiao would undoubtedly be aware. And Yu Yanlan had no further thoughts on the matter. Yu Cheng turned to Yu Yanlan, seeking her opinion. This gesture did not go unnoticed by the others, who shifted their attention to Yu Yanlan, their nerves taut. I have heard of Inyan Mountain. It is a place where one goes and does not return. You cannot go, Yu Ji blurted out in a state of agitation. For Yu Ji, the health of his children was paramount. Nothing could compare. He would risk offending the hunting cloud hall if it meant safeguarding them, even if it cost him his life. Yu Cheng leaned in closer to his ear, soothingly saying, Dad, you needn't worry. We know our limits. He then signaled Fan to take Yu Ji away to keep him occupied, believing it best for him to remain oblivious to their discussions to avoid unnecessary worry. At the table, everyone was aware of the implications, and Xiao continued, Rest assured, not only will you be going, but Nze and Zhao Su will accompany you as well. If you are unwilling, we shall not press you. What is it that you desire? Yu Yanlan asked, her brow furrowing. 20 glass beads. We at the hunting cloud hall have long known of their existence, and have previously dispatched individuals to retrieve them, but Xiao left the sentence unfinished. Yet everyone could infer the meaning. There is no return. Even if one were to return, they might not necessarily find the glass beads. Their interest in Yu Yanlan and Yu Cheng stemmed from their previous commendable performance, combined with Yu Yanlan's discovery of the Yaozhu. They collectively believed that Yu Yanlan had a connection with the Yaozhu and would undoubtedly succeed in the search. And Xiao had even included Nze, indicating a considerable investment. With a cold laugh, Yu Yanlan replied, Are you sending us to our deaths? Just a moment ago, my father remarked that Inyan Mountain is a place of no return. Even if we manage to come back, it is uncertain whether we can bring back so many celestial pearls. What gives you such confidence? Under the barrage of questions from Yu Yanlan, and Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words, and Cheng Yu fared no better, merely feigning detachment. And Nze smiled lightly, saying, There is no need to be angry. Whether or not we bring back 20 pieces is inconsequential. However, the question of whether to go is an entirely different matter. How can we know is impossible without attempting. Are you suggesting that we give up before we even try? Give up? Without a valid reason to commence. How can one speak of giving up? Tell me, what justification do I have to go? Yu Yanlan retorted. Simply for the 9th hall. And Xiao replied with firm resolve. Yu Yanlan slapped the table and, with a calm smile, declared, Today, I shall treat you all as guests, and we shall not discuss this matter any further. Vice Hall Masters, I trust you have had your fill. Safe travels. With a resolute demeanor, and Xiao felt a surge of frustration, yet dared not express it. When had he ever felt so stifled, especially by a mere girl? If it weren't for the strict orders from above, he would have subdued Yu Yanlan right then and there. Suddenly, the previously silent Fan Lin interjected, Yu Yanlan, for my sake, do consider going. TCH. Cheng Yu cast him a disdainful glance. Why not choose a more appropriate topic to discuss? You think your reputation alone carries weight? Very well, I shall go. Yu Yanlan replied with unexpected ease, causing Xiao to sputter water in surprise. He couldn't help but mock Fan Lin inwardly, astonished that Yu Yanlan would agree so readily. What happened to her previous assertiveness? The others were expressions of disbelief. Fan Lin's influence was truly remarkable. Have you genuinely agreed to go? And Xiao asked in disbelief. Without hesitation, Yu Yanlan nodded. When do you plan to set off? In 10 days. And Xiao responded promptly, as if fearful of Yu Yanlan changing her mind. All right, 10 days from now, we will gather at the restaurant entrance. No problem. And Nze replied with a smile. Zhao Su nodded in agreement as well, observing that this person had maintained an aloof demeanor since entering, not uttering a single word. And Zhao's face radiated relief and joy. He was exceedingly happy, as failure to secure Yu Yanlan's agreement would have resulted in punishment, perhaps even demotion. Though Nze would accompany them, he would never send his own son into danger without proper preparation, regardless of his political ambitions. With matters settled, and Xiao and the others saw no further need to linger, exchanging polite farewells with Yu Ji before departing, conveying an impression of camaraderie. Once the guests were respectfully sent off, Yu Ji fixed a stern gaze upon them and questioned, "Have you truly agreed to venture to Yinyan Mountain?" "Father, did I not say we are aware of our limits?" Yu Cheng replied, patting his shoulder. "This is our duty. Do you not often say that regardless of where one finds oneself, one must uphold a sense of responsibility? Now that we have joined the hunting cloud hall, we must fulfill our responsibilities. We shall be fine. Furthermore, we will have companions accompanying us for mutual support, so do not worry." Yu Cheng spoke several sentences in quick succession, and only after a moment did Yu Ji regain his composure. With a resigned sigh, he remarked, very well, you have all grown up. Go forth and face your own challenges." After uttering these words, Yu Ji turned away, his expression stern as he busied himself with his tasks. It was impossible for him not to worry, yet he felt powerless to intervene, silently praying for their safety. Fan Yi darted in front of Yu Yanlan, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Big sister, I want to go too. You cannot abandon me." Yu Yanlan was at a loss for words. "Though I may not possess fighting skills, I can certainly keep you company." "In that case, you need not accompany us," Yu Cheng teased. "Big sister, I must go. In times of adversity, we should share the burden. I cannot hide away while others face danger." Thus, Fan Yi persisted in his entreaties to Yu Yanlan for quite some time. With no other choice, she finally acquiesced, and Fan Yi, that rascal, rejoiced as if he were a complete fool. Chapter 61. Is he truly your father? As evening approached, the crowd at the restaurant gradually thinned out. The involvement of the hunting cloud hall prompted many to engage in idle chatter with Yu Ji, eager to forge connections. Hisu and Ming Yan arrived almost simultaneously, both silent as they settled at a table outside. Ming Yan exuded an air of noble elegance, while Hisu appeared somewhat fatigued, a lingering aura of menace surrounding him. Yu Ji, mistaking them for patrons, poured 2 cups of water, and upon seeing Ming Yan, paused, the cup lingering in his grasp. "What brings you here?" Yu Ji inquired softly, a note of concern in his voice. "It's you. Are you feigning madness?" Ming Yan slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly. Yu Ji, startled, dropped the cup, fearing for the safety of Yu Yanlan and the others. "Let's discuss this outside, not here." "Why should I step outside? Let's settle this right here," Ming Yan retorted, his expression hardened with anger. Hisu tugged at his sleeve, poised to speak, but Ming Yan barked, "Don't touch me." As Yu Yanlan and Yu Cheng approached, Hisu couldn't suppress a smirk, anticipating the unfolding drama. He had a fair understanding of Yu Yanlan's temperament, and Ming Yan's audacity was bound to lead to repercussions. Yu Yanlan shot a disdainful glance at Ming Yan. "What's the matter?" Nothing, Xiaolan. "You should go inside," urged Yu Ji, hastily pushing Yu Yanlan away. "This is my personal affair. It doesn't concern you." Ming Yan raised an eyebrow, impatience evident. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us discuss how we settle our debts. Should I take a leg or an arm for deceiving me for so long? Or perhaps your life would suffice. You dare? Go ahead and try," Yu Cheng growled. "What are you exactly? Do you believe I can't crush you both with a mere flick?" Ming Yan slammed his palm on the table, and with a resounding crack, it splintered into pieces. Yu Ji felt a surge of urgency. He had previously allied with other factions to confront the Dragon Gang, which at the time was not nearly as formidable and had nearly been vanquished. Ming Yan had been in a vulnerable state then, almost losing his life. Yet upon regaining his strength, he had ruthlessly annihilated the Yellow Gang. He had sought out Yu Ji once, allowing him a narrow escape, but when he found him again, Yu Ji was in disarray, bordering on madness, which had spared him from Ming Yan's wrath. To encounter him now in such a manner was unforeseen. Ming Yan was resolute in believing he had been deceived, his fury intensifying. "Ming Yan, this is between you and me. Do not involve the innocent." Yu Ji exhaled deeply. "Let us resolve this outside. Do as you wish." "Fine." Ming Yan shot a frosty glare at Yu Cheng before making his way out. Yu Yanlan's icy voice pierced through. "Do you think I am a mere bystander, Ming Yan?" "Hey, sister. He is not your father. Why are you so agitated?" "It's just a laborer." Ming Yan's words faltered, Hisu could no longer contain his laughter, while Ming Yin, taken aback, grimaced and confirmed. Is he truly your father? Yu Yanlan remained silent, her cold gaze silencing his rage, leaving him momentarily awkward. He had just threatened to break her father's leg and arm in front of her. The sheer folly of it all was undeniable. Moments ago, I remained silent. Ming Yin haughtily turned his head aside. Yu Ji and Yu Cheng were both taken aback. The reversal was astonishing. Though Yu Cheng had heard of Ming Yin, he had never truly encountered him, hence his strong reaction. Father, it's nothing. You may go about your business. We have matters to discuss, Yu Yanlan said. Yu Ji nodded woodenly, his gaze towards Yu Yanlan laden with profound significance. It had been quite a while since they had spent time together, and Yu Yanlan had changed remarkably. Moreover, they had not only garnered the favor of the Hunting Cloud Hall, but had also entangled themselves with the Yidu. Ming Yin shot a displeased glare at Hisu and murmured, Did you already know and deliberately withhold this from me to see me make a fool of myself? That is quite unjust. I merely wish to alert you. Who was it that said not to touch me? Hisu mockingly mimicked his voice, causing Ming Yan's face to darken with fury. Yu Yanlan introduced Ming Yin to Yu Cheng, and the atmosphere was decidedly awkward, with one party sulking to the side. How did your affairs proceed? Yu Yanlan inquired. Hisu replied first. We allied with 4 factions, yet the manpower amounts to merely 1,000. Cheng Yi subordinates. At the very least, number over 3,000. We are at a severe disadvantage, Yu Cheng remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Upon discussing serious matters, both Yu Cheng and Ming Yin shed their awkwardness. Ming Yin nodded, stating, Hisu has 1,000, I have 800. The disparity is far too great. Yu Yanlan smirked teasingly. Not to mention Fan Lin and Qin Di have promised assistance. Even without them, I alone could match 1,000 men, while Yu Cheng and Hisu could each contend with 100. As for Ming Yin, that remains uncertain. Dialing Qin Di's number, Yu Yanlan activated the speakerphone and immediately demanded assistance without any superfluous words. Qin Di, having agreed without hesitation, would naturally not retract his promise. They concluded the call after confirming the location and time. TSK. Fan E clicked his tongue, complaining, How stingy. 300 men? The Hunting Cloud Hall ISNT being generous. Receiving anything is commendable. Must you be so ungrateful? Yu Cheng shot him a glare. Next came Fan Lin, on the call. His voice sounded rather fatigued, repeatedly emphasizing, We must not involve the Hunting Cloud Hall and do exercise restraint. Ultimately, he conceded 500 men, stating that too many would risk exposure. 500 was the utmost limit, setting aside the matter of Fan Lin's ability to lend men. His insistence on restraint left Hisu astonished. Did this not firmly establish that Yu Yanlan was destined to triumph? Hisu chuckled awkwardly. Now, with over 2,000, our odds have significantly improved. However, those present exchanged knowing smiles, questioning whether the odds were truly favorable. If Hisu fully understood Yu Yanlan and her companion's capabilities, he would not have made such a statement. As for Ming Yin, his confidence was not in Yu Yanlan, but rather in the potential of her blue-haired allies. Yu Yanlan tapped her fingers on the table, declaring, Hisu, you will lead 1,000 men to the left. Brother, you shall take 1,000 to the right. Ming Yin, you will take 600 straight ahead. Both Hisu and Yu Cheng nodded in agreement, yet Ming Yan's expression darkened. Why is it that I am to lead only 600, and on a frontal assault at that? I refuse. Fan E also wore a sullen expression. Boss, you Haven T counted me in. This is unfair. Yu Yanlan had no intention of concerning herself with Ming Yin, for there were others who would attend to him. She addressed Fan E, saying, You have your own tasks. Remain in the shop to safeguard Wu Yu and the others. I fear Zhu Qian may attempt something here. Remember, if anyone causes trouble, direct them to your brother. Do you understand? Very well. Fan E replied, feeling a sense of injustice. He was acutely aware that he was neither capable of fighting nor fleeing. Should he venture forth, he would merely be a burden. Thus, remaining here to protect Wu Yu and the others seemed to be a prudent choice. Chapter 62. Infiltration of Yidu. With the distribution completed, Ming Yin was subdued by Lan Ma, no longer daring to act recklessly. Yu Yanlan instructed everyone to stay overnight at the inn, planning to set out at dawn with the gathered personnel, the sooner the better. As the night deepened, a gentle rain began to fall, and several individuals lay awake, unable to find slumber. Fan Yi turned restlessly and murmured, "Do you believe there are entities in this world that transcend human imagination? Why are you bringing this up in the middle of the night? It's rather unsettling." Wu Yu complained, "I'm just bored. Since no one can sleep, let's engage in conversation," Fanny replied, sitting up and abruptly turning on a light, rousing everyone to gather and discuss his topic. Since they were all equally awake, they decided to indulge in the discussion. "Who wants to go first? Do you believe?" Fan Yi asked with utmost enthusiasm. The room fell silent for a few seconds until he chuckled. "I don't believe it. Are you suggesting that there are truly demons, gods, or spirits? If there were, I would have encountered them in my 20-plus years of life." At this, Wu Yu's gaze shifted knowingly towards Yu Yanlan, while Yu Cheng glanced at Ming Yan. Yu Yanlan had mentioned that Ming Yan was a fox demon, and that very demon was present among them. Given the context of Yu Yanlan's words, Yu Cheng could hardly maintain his disbelief, though he refrained from voicing it, instead retorting, "Where do you get such bizarre notions? What are you thinking?" Fan Yi grinned mischievously at Yu Yanlan. "Hey, big sister, what about you? Do you believe?" Once again, silence enveloped the group as they awaited Yu Yanlan's response. Her gaze towards Fan Yi carried a hint of skepticism. Rather than answering directly, she countered, "Why are you suddenly discussing this topic?" "Because I believe there must be other entities in this world that lie beyond human comprehension. Just imagine, if there truly were gods or ghosts, how exhilarating that would be." Fan Yi confessed, his earnestness dispelling Yu Yanlan's doubts. She smiled and replied, "This world surpasses human imagination in ways we cannot fathom. Whatever one believes exists, while disbelief renders it non-existent. Ah, no wonder I always feel I'm extraordinary. Perhaps I am a reincarnated deity. Once I ascend to the celestial realm, you shall all be under my protection." "Huh." Fanny chuckled foolishly. "If you're dreaming, that might be more realistic." Yu Cheng stifled a laugh, patting him on the shoulder, and the others joined in the merriment, allowing the topic to fade amidst their laughter. Yet a lingering sense of strangeness occupied Yu Yanlan's mind, as she occasionally stole glances at Fanny. He appeared unchanged from before. Perhaps he was merely seeking amusement with this subject. The night passed swiftly as they chatted, and before they knew it, dawn broke. The streets of Yuanxiang were beginning to see a few early risers opening their shops. Yu Ji, having slept in her own room, found the door ajar upon waking, and the cleanliness of the space attested to Wu Yu and Su Qing's diligent efforts. Yu Yanlan and the others were seated outside the door. "Thank you for your hard work." Yu Ji smiled apologetically at Wu Yu and the others. "Uncle, we're delighted to assist," Wu Yu replied courteously. Yu Ji nodded gratefully and walked towards Yu Yanlan and her companions outside the door. Halfway through, a large group of vigorous men abruptly halted at the entrance of the shop. A pang of anxiety struck him. He was unaware of what Yu Cheng and Yu Yanlan had experienced, but in just a day, they had nearly frightened him into a heart condition. The crowd clasped their fists and, in unison, called out to Yu Yanlan, deputy leader. Yu Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. He had thought they were merely small hunters from the Cloud Hunting Hall, only to discover she had already risen to a leadership position. It was no wonder the deputy master of the Cloud Hunting Hall had come to pay her respects. While he was still in awe, another group approached, this time calling out to Hisu leader. Yu Yanlan and Hisu nodded to each other, wishing to avoid attracting too much attention. Therefore, Yu Yanlan quickly dispersed the crowd, ultimately gathering them at the Long Gang in Yidu. Yu Ji refrained from approaching to inquire. The child had grown, and it was time for her to forge her own path. Ming Yan and Hisu each summoned their respective groups, consolidating them as per Yu Yanlan's instructions. Yu Cheng would lead 1,000, Hisu another 1,000, and Ming Yan 600. Today, they could only succeed. Failure was not an option. Hisu bellowed with authority. With over 2,600 individuals, excitement surged through the ranks, as it had been quite some time since such a grand assembly had occurred. Zhao Su turned to Yu Yanlan and remarked, "I am the leader of the hunters. Many know me, so it would be inconvenient for me to lead. If you do not mind, I will follow you." "Certainly," Yu Yanlan replied. initially planning to infiltrate Cheng Yi's residence to extract him, as this fierce battle was merely a ruse to mislead the masses. However, with Zhao Su accompanying her, she could no longer adhere to her original plan and instead took him to the rooftop of a high-rise in Yidu, positioning him as an observer. Cheng Yi's forces had somehow received news of the impending assault, fortifying each outpost with formidable defenders. The battle commenced furiously in Yidu. He Su and Yu Cheng pressed forward relentlessly, their attacks merciless, resembling demonic warriors. Some of Cheng Yi's men were so frightened that they abandoned their weapons and fled. Although their own ranks suffered injuries, they managed to pass through each outpost with relative ease, penetrating the base. In contrast, Ming Yin faced a much more arduous struggle. The majority of Cheng Yi's personnel were stationed at the front lines, intensifying his pressure. He cursed Lan and Mo under his breath. She was diligent when issuing threats, yet vanished during the actual combat. Ming Yan's men fell one by one, incapacitated, leaving only 200 to 300 still capable of fighting, while their adversaries still numbered in the thousands. I refused to continue fighting. Ming Yan roared in frustration. At this outburst, all combatants halted their actions. If they could, they too would prefer to cease the battle, as it was simply exhausting. In a lavish guest room, a man paced anxiously before a floor-to-ceiling window, having received multiple reports that both flanks were on the verge of collapse. Just as he pondered a solution, he heard Ming Yan's declaration, "I refuse to continue fighting." And a glimmer of hope crossed his face. "Old City, come with me." "Understood." Behind the man followed an elderly gentleman, his hair now a silvery hue. Despite his advanced age, the old man moved with a vigor that surpassed that of the younger man. As the man approached, the crowd parted respectfully, calling out "Boss." He navigated through the throng, standing defiantly opposite Ming Yan. At this moment, the earlier anxiety had dissipated, replaced by an assertive gaze as he scrutinized Ming Yan. "You Dragon Gang truly possess audacity, encroaching upon my territory?" Ming Yan spat derisively, his demeanor matching that of Cheng Yi. "Indeed, I have encroached. Can you possibly do anything about it?" Chapter 63. Money received, no conflict. Cheng Yi felt a surge of anger, yet he could not afford to delay any further. If both sides faltered, he would suffer a significant defeat. Lowering his stance somewhat, he proposed, "How about this? Since you have no desire to fight, let's resolve this matter peacefully. I will take a step back. You may withdraw your men now, and I shall never hold you accountable for your transgressions. Moreover, I will provide you with a substantial sum to ensure your well-being. What say you?" Ming Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, contemplating for a moment, seemingly intrigued by the proposition. The hundreds of followers accompanying Ming Yin were elated at the prospect of not having to struggle for sustenance. Such a sum would allow them to live carefree, free from the shackles of gang alliances. Cheng Yi's face brightened with satisfaction, while simultaneously regarding Ming Yin with disdain, believing that mere monetary persuasion could not facilitate grand ambitions. Yet he dared to encroach upon territories. "Very well, I shall have the money brought to you immediately. You must withdraw at once." Upon finishing his sentence, the aged Cheng made a call. Before long, dozens of individuals arrived, transporting several large boxes of cash, which were laid before Ming Yin and his men. Though eager to seize the money, Ming Yan's followers hesitated, aware that without his command, they dared not touch it. After all, they had followed him for many years and understood his temperament. They feared that taking the money might cost them their lives. "Excellent, excellent." Ming Yin clapped his hands, grinning. "Brothers, take the money and depart." The throng behind him surged forward, swiftly emptying the boxes, each person clutching 2 or even 3. Their faces alight with joy. With a sly smile, Ming Yin expressed his gratitude, and with his men, he turned to leave. A glint of coldness flickered in Cheng Yi's eyes as he turned to the aged Cheng, declaring, "After today, I want the Dragon Gang to vanish from existence." "Understood." The aged Cheng nodded. As the figures of Ming Yin and his men receded into the distance, another bloodied man stumbled before Cheng Yi, breathlessly informing him, "Boss, the base has been breached." Cheng Yi's countenance darkened. He ordered, "Leave 100 men here. The rest must assist the other bases." Thus, the front line was left with scant defenders. Ming Yin, true to his word, dismissed his followers upon leaving, allowing them to evenly distribute the spoils, their spirits buoyed. He hummed a tune, preparing to depart when suddenly, upon turning, his expression turned ashen, retreating several steps, arms crossed defensively. "What do you want?" "Yes, you. My orientation is perfectly normal." Before him stood Lan Mo, with deep purple eyes fixed intently upon Ming Yen, advancing with purpose. He forcefully pinned Ming Yen against the wall, growling, "I see you deem Yao Zhu insufficient. You wish to reclaim it. Huh? How dare you say that? You sent me, a mere 600, into battle alone. At this rate, I'll be dead before I grow a tail." Ming Yen glared back in anger. He had expected Lan Mo to assist during the fight. Yet not only did Lan Mo fail to appear, but even the shadows of Yu Yanlan were absent. Even as his mount, one would expect a semblance of dignity. Lan Mo delivered a kick, exclaiming, "What a foolish fox you are." Ming Yen deftly evaded a kick and slipped away from Lan Mo's wall-pinning stance, displeased. "Anyway, I've already fought my share. I'm done here. The rest is up to you." "Fine, I've given you the Yaozhu too. As for the rest, you can find it yourself later." Lan Mo deliberately emphasized the words Yaozhu, causing Ming Yan's expression to stiffen as if he had suffered an immense injustice, his gaze pitifully fixed on Lan Mo. Lan Mo couldn't stand this act and waved him off irritably. "Enough. Stop putting on that pathetic look. It's annoying. Now get in there and fight." Ming Yan shook his head. "They paid me. I won't fight. I'll give you Yaozhu. Will you fight then? How much?" 3 pieces. "No. Get lost." Lan Montauk hoaret in fury, turning to leave. He hadn't sunk so low as to bargain with a foolish fox. Ming Yen was baffled. Lan Mo's temper was truly explosive. As he hesitated over whether to act, a graceful figure emerged from the front, where 100 guards stood, accompanied by a burly man. The slender figure wielded a crimson longsword, leaving no survivors in her wake. In the blink of an eye, all 100 men lay lifeless in pools of blood. Squinting, Ming Yen could hardly believe that the ruthless figure was Yu Yanlan. Her ferocity surpassed even that of most men. Zhao Su hadn't even had a chance to strike before everyone had fallen, leaving only Yu Yanlan's retreating silhouette before him. Shocked, Zhao Su had known Yu Yanlan wasn't ordinary, but he had assumed it was due to her backing. He never expected her personal strength to be this formidable. He had to admit, she was at least beyond his own level, instantly reshaping his perception of her. Xiaolan. Yu Cheng arrived at the front with the few hundred men he had left, looking somewhat disheveled. Within minutes, Hisu also appeared with his remaining few hundred, appearing even more battered than Yu Cheng. Logically, they shouldn't have been in such a state. "What happened?" Yu Yanlan asked. Hisu frowned. That Cheng, he had a backup plan. Somehow, he also borrowed men from Lion Hall. Though not many, they didn't bother hiding their identities. They openly used cloud crossbows as weapons. "We suffered heavy losses." Yu Cheng nodded in agreement. "I saw Yang Iyue. It seems they were from the 2nd Division. They only arrived recently. Just 30 of them." Yu Yanlan knew all too well the destructive power of cloud crossbows. How many ordinary people could evade them? And if Yang Iyue was present, Jiuting must be as well. Having participated in the trials, they all knew the 2nd Division's members were meticulously selected. Even a random hunter from their ranks might surpass the leaders of lower divisions. Yu Yanlan quickly tallied their remaining forces. Only about 1,200, including herself. After the earlier fierce battles, they had already suffered losses, and everyone was exhausted. The sudden ambush by Lion Hall had caught them completely off guard. Yu Yanlan hadn't anticipated this complication either. Her brow furrowed. She could handle those men alone, but doing so would expose the identity Lan Mo had instructed her to conceal. However, if it truly comes to that point, she can no longer intervene. She cannot possibly allow Yu Cheng and the others to meet their demise. Everyone must be eliminated. Cheng Yi has also pursued them, yet his numbers are scarcely greater than those of Yu Yanlan, perhaps only a few hundred more. What is crucial are the individuals wielding the cloud crossbows. A mere glance allows one to count them. Only 62 in total. Yet if the cloud crossbows are utilized effectively, a single shot can dispatch several foes with an impressive range. These ordinary individuals find it exceedingly challenging to withstand Cheng Yi's subordinates, let alone engage them in close combat. Chapter 64. unyielding eyes, a piercing voice rang out from the crowd surrounding Cheng Yi, belonging to Yang Yue. "Do you think spotted here?" A glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. How did she end up here? Regardless of how she arrived, what mattered was that she had delivered herself to us. Today marked her demise. Yang Yue's gaze was consumed by hatred. Cheng Yi caught wind of their exchange and, with a hint of irritation, inquired, "Do you know her?" Just a trivial character," Jiao Ting scoffed. "I wonder who gave her the audacity to stir trouble in any city. Rest assured, with me here, she won't be able to create any waves." With Jiao Ting's unwavering confidence, Cheng Yi felt a sense of reassurance. He declared to the opposing side, "You have been offered a path to survival, yet you choose the road to death. Do not blame me." Cheng Yi, with a wave of his hand, his followers surged forward, while Jiao Ting's group maintained their distance, armed with crossbows, unleashing a barrage of arrows toward the enemy. Yu Yanlan wielded her long sword, tirelessly shielding her companions from the arrows, reducing casualties. Hisu and Yu Cheng also did their utmost to protect their comrades. Not far away, Ming Yin sighed helplessly, his figure flickering as he joined the fray, a jade flute materializing in his grasp. The arrows disintegrated into a puddle before they could touch the flute. The relentless onslaught of arrows swiftly placed Yu Yanlan's side at a disadvantage. Yang Yue smirked with triumph, every arrow aimed unerringly at Yu Yanlan. Hisu shouted, "If this continues, we won't last much longer. It will only lead to our demise. Xiaolan, we must retreat." Yu Cheng seized an incoming arrow, asserting, "I will cover you. Xiaolan, lead the retreat." At this critical juncture, how could Yu Yanlan consider retreating? She disregarded their words, fiercely engaging in combat. Her pale, red eyes deepened, and a hint of blue emerged at her roots. Lan Mo appeared beside her, commanding withdraw. Startled, Yu Yanlan returned to her original state. The transformation had been an unconscious reaction. Had it not been for Lan Mo's timely intervention, her true identity would have been exposed to the public gaze. Lan Mo's translucent form ascended into the air, grasping 10 white and 10 red celestial pearls. With a decisive force, he shattered them. The ensuing powder enveloped the targeted individuals, instantly rejuvenating them, rendering them unrecognizable as those who had just fought. Moreover, facing the incoming arrows, they reacted with astonishing speed, turning the tide of battle in Yu Yanlan's favor. Cheng Yi's subordinates found themselves overwhelmed, their numbers dwindling from over 1,000 to merely a few hundred in mere minutes, while Yu Yanlan's group still boasted 1,000 members. Jiao Ting's expression soured. Aside from her arrows occasionally inflicting damage, her forces were faltering. If this continued, her people would face dire consequences. Reluctantly, she urged, "Cheng Yi, something is amiss. We should withdraw. You claimed there was no issue with you here. What is happening now?" Cheng Yi bellowed, fury radiating from him. Yang Yue was filled with urgency. She could not retreat. Today, she was determined to kill Yu Yanlan. Every moment of her continued existence felt like torment. "We must withdraw," Jiao Ting shouted. "I am the leader. My word is final. All members of the Hunting Cloud Hall, retreat." With that command, the members of the Hunting Cloud Hall began to withdraw. Cheng Yi, unwillingly, was dragged away by Lao Cheng. Yang Yue trembled all over, her mind consumed by a singular thought. She must kill Yu Yanlan. She must kill her. Clutching an arrowhead, she charged toward Yu Yanlan. Yu Ting, realizing the gravity of the situation, cursed and chased after her. Cheng Yi's remaining followers hastily retreated as well, with their leader fleeing, who would remain to face death. Yu Yanlan regarded the charging Yang Yue with a cold stare. It was long overdue for her demise, and now the opportunity presented itself. With a flourish of her long sword, Yu Yanlan exuded a commanding presence. Jiao Ting, unable to halt Yang Yue in time, could only cry out in alarm, "Yu Yanlan, how dare you?" A splatter of blood erupted, and Yang Yue froze in place, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Yu Yanlan. Finally, she collapsed heavily to the ground, her eyes forever unclosed. "Yu Yanlan, you actually killed her," Jiao Ting exclaimed in fury. Yu Yanlan arched an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing her lips. "She is dead. What will you do about it?" "We shall see." Trembling with rage, Jioting ultimately disregarded the body and retreated, knowing that she had acted without the vice leader's consent. If she were to suffer losses because of her actions, the repercussions would be severe. Victory belonged to Yu Yanlan and her companions, who celebrated jubilantly, oblivious to the recent events. Lan Mo remarked to Yu Yanlan, "Using the Yaozhu in such a manner has its side effects. Let Ming Yin escort them back. I will address this issue." Yu Yanlan nodded, instructing Ming Yin to follow Lan Mo. Of course, only Yu Yanlan and Ming Yin were aware of Lan Mo's appearance. Hisu laughed joyfully. "I never imagined we would emerge victorious. It seems the heavens are on our side. What about Chang'e? He has escaped." Yu Cheng inquired. "Where could he possibly go?" Yu Yanlan replied with a smile. Hisu and Yu Cheng understood and positioned themselves at the exits, while Yu Yanlan made her way directly to Cheng Yi's residence. The house was even more luxurious than the hunting cloud hall, boasting 6 floors adorned with floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The entire structure was semicircular, featuring gardens, a swimming pool, and a hot spring, an embodiment of indulgence. Yu Yanlan searched each floor, but found no trace of Chang'e. On the top floor, she pushed open a lavishly decorated pink bedroom, filled with photographs of Su Qing. Among them was a picture of Su Qing and Chang'e on their wedding day. Su Qing smiled radiant as a flower, while Chang'e gazed at her with tender affection. It was evident that their love was genuine. After a thorough search yielded nothing, Yu Yanlan received messages from Yu Cheng and Hisu. "No one is here." Yu Yanlan continued to survey the room. Chang'e and his associates were not members of the hunting cloud hall. They could not have escaped so swiftly. The dust at the foot of the bed captured the attention of Yu Yanlan. While the rest of the house was impeccably clean, this particular spot bore the evidence of dust, indicating that the bed had been moved. Her hand explored the foot of the bed, pressing down on the protruding area. With a series of cracking sounds, the floor beneath the bed parted to reveal a hidden passage. Had she not undergone the examination at the Hunting Cloud Pavilion, she would have remained oblivious to the existence of such secret pathways. In their spirit realm, one could issue a direct death order for places deemed off-limits. Even the so-called secret chambers were merely a nominal designation, lacking the intricate complexities of this other world. Concealing a passage underground, shunned from light, was discomforting enough, but its dark and damp nature only added to the unease. Chapter 65. Cheng Yi's defeat. The secret chamber exuded an air of opulence, with its brightly illuminated walls. A narrow passage of less than 50 meters led to a glass door. As Yu Yanlan pushed it open, she entered a tastefully decorated room, replete with every conceivable item. On a white marble table sat 2 cups of warm water, and the gentle sound of flowing water emanated from the bathroom. Suddenly, Chang'e's voice echoed as Lao Cheng hurriedly emerged from a small dark room, shock evident on his face as he beheld Yu Yanlan seated on the sofa. Someone had intruded, yet there had been no alarm. What was the meaning of this? Lao Cheng instinctively turned to glance at the alarm system. The light remained off. He smacked his forehead, realizing they had been so hasty in their entrance that they had forgotten to activate it. "You've already taken control of Yidu. Is it truly necessary to annihilate completely?" Lao Cheng narrowed his eyes, his tone grave. Yu Yanlan scoffed. "All I desire is Chang'e. By the way, are you aware of Su Qing?" Lao Cheng was taken aback. He was also the steward of Su Qing's father. After her father's passing, he had been tasked with overseeing Chang'e and Su Qing. "Isn't the young lady in Shanghua?" he questioned, puzzled. "Did Chang'e inform you of this?" Lao Cheng nodded, recalling that the young lady was pregnant and that it was deemed unsafe for her to remain here. Thus, she had been sent to Shanghua for her confinement. "What do you mean by that?" "You, as a steward, are either becoming forgetful or feigning ignorance," Yu Yanlan retorted, rising and striding towards the bathroom. She kicked the door open, startling Chang'e, who screamed in shock as he stood unclothed in the shower. Yu Yanlan averted her eyes and, upon hearing his outcry, promptly closed the door again. Chang'e assumed it was Lao Cheng and continued his bath, undeterred. The door was kicked open once more, though now clothed. Chang'e was still taken aback and spun around to shout, "Lao Cheng, what is the meaning of this?" As the words escaped his lips, the towel in his hand fell to the floor. "You, how did you find this place?" he asked, his gaze filled with confusion directed at Lao Cheng. Lao Cheng's expression shifted, annoyance creeping into his voice. Do you doubt me? That was not my intention, Cheng Yi clarified. Yu Yanlan rapped her knuckles against the wall, her impatience evident. Su Qing nearly lost her life because of you, and yet you seem to live carefree. It's time you see her. What does this mean? Lao Cheng inquired of Yu Yanlan, but received no answer. His gaze shifted back to Cheng Yi, seeking clarity on the unfolding situation. Cheng Yi's eyes glazed over, and he did not respond to Lao Cheng. He could not fathom that this battle was ignited by Su Qing. Yu Yanlan called to Yu Cheng, and he sued to keep watch over Cheng Yi before she made her way back to Yuanxiang Street. Some matters must conclude where they began. In a restaurant, Su Qing sat beside Wu Yu, laughing and conversing. Perhaps her interactions with Wu Yu had shifted her previously pessimistic demeanor. Su Qing. Yu Yanlan called from the doorway. You're back. Su Qing et Gelim. Rushing out with a bright smile, her spirit noticeably lifted compared to their initial meeting. Come with me to a place, Yu Yanlan replied, pausing momentarily. Prepare yourself. We are heading to Yidu. Su Qing's smile suddenly froze, a wave of hatred surging in her eyes as she kept pace with Yu Yanlan. Su Qing's pregnancy had become increasingly evident, and Yu Yanlan dared not let her leap about, opting instead for a more subdued taxi ride. In the grand hall of the Cheng family, facing a barrage of questions from the old town, Cheng Yi trembled, his gaze darting around in search of an escape route. With floor-to-ceiling windows, he spotted Su Qing and Yu Yanlan from a distance, a flicker of unnoticed ruthlessness igniting in his eyes. Su Qing felt her feet grow heavy, unable to take another step. She had never anticipated that Yu Yanlan would truly bring her back to her home. Upon seeing Cheng Yi, Su Qing completely lost her composure. Rushing forward to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, Cheng Yi, you bastard! You can't even spare your own child. Are you even human? I am Soda Xiaoqing. I realize my mistakes, Cheng Yi pleaded, crawling toward her, grasping her pant leg, and wailing in repentance. The ruthless glint in his eyes did not escape Yu Yanlan's notice. Su Qing crouched down, grasping Cheng Yi's collar, her smile icy. Do you know what I've endured during this time? How I escaped from the people you sent after me. You think one simple apology of you were wrong is enough for me to forgive you? Xiaoqing, I was just momentarily foolish. Please forgive me. We're family. Let's be together from now on and never part again. All right? Seeing Cheng Yi's pleading expression, Su Qing felt a pang of sorrow. Once, she believed she had married a knight. Now she realized she had wed a dog. No, a creature even lower than a dog. She delivered a stinging slap. But instead of landing on Cheng Yi's face, her hand was unexpectedly pulled towards him, causing her to fall into his embrace. Unbeknownst to her, Cheng Yi had a small knife in hand, waiting for her to land in his arms to threaten her into leaving with her life. However, his calculations were flawed. Yu Yanlan swiftly swiped the cup off the table towards the knife, causing Cheng Yi to grunt in pain as the blade clattered to the floor. Just as he bent to retrieve it, Lao Cheng delivered a flying kick, sending Cheng Yi crashing into the sofa, immobilized. Su Qing was perfectly caught by Lao Cheng's aging body. Clutching her belly, Su Qing was heartbroken. Cheng Yi, in the end, you remain irredeemable. You truly deserve to die. Cheng Yi's fear from moments ago vanished, replaced by a mocking laugh. Deserve to die? Su Qing, do you remember Xiao Feng? His death has nothing to do with you? Su Qing froze, momentarily at a loss for words. How could she possibly forget Xiao Feng? What? Too afraid to speak? Let me remind you, on the very first night of our marriage, I overheard your conversation with your father. Cheng Yi's eyes bulged crimson. Su Qing, you despised him for being ill, fearing that our marriage would burden you. So you abandoned his treatment and left him to fend for himself. Yet I was so grateful to you that I married you. Compared to your malice, what I did pales in comparison. Cheng Yi raged, appearing utterly unhinged, wishing fervently to take Su Qing's life at that very moment. I feigned ignorance, enduring the turmoil within, driven solely by the desire for vengeance, both for your father and for you. You both deserve death. Su Qing cast a disappointed glance at Cheng Yi and bitterly remarked, Is it merely because of the partial truths you have heard that you believe I intended to kill Xiao Feng? That I would harm my own father and even turn against my own flesh and blood. Is that it? Yes, he should not have come. He should not have come. Tears streamed down Cheng-Yi's face. Su Qing fell silent, her gaze icy as she regarded the man she once loved deeply. Although she had contemplated inflicting upon him 1,000 tortures, she realized, in that moment of confrontation, that her love for him remained unchanged. Chapter 66. Hisu takes over. Du Old City wore a grim expression throughout the conversation. Upon hearing Cheng-Yi's explanation, his brows furrowed tightly together. Slamming his thigh, he exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Do you not realize that I was present in the room? Are you certain you heard everything correctly?" Cheng-Yi, gritting his teeth, retorted, "What do you mean? The young lady has never given up on Xiao Feng. He is not dead. He is currently in Shanghua." To spare you from further disappointment, he concocted this lie, and at that moment, the young lady happened to be discussing the very matter. Old City lamented, shaking his head in frustration. Had he known that things would unfold this way, he would have revealed the truth about Xiao Feng when a master passed away. But alas, he truly felt lost. It cannot be. That is not the case. Cheng-Yi shouted, unwilling to accept the truth. Su Qing scoffed, tears streaming down her face. In the end, it was Cheng-Yi's disbelief in her that precipitated this series of calamities. They say one should not judge a person through their eyes or listen to them through their ears, but rather feel with one's heart for sincerity. Yet you, Cheng-Yi, are precisely the type who only believes in what your ears have heard and your eyes have seen, refusing to trust someone who has loved you deeply. Su Qing screamed in anguish. In front of my mother, you orchestrated a scene of my infidelity. My mother pleaded with you not to disclose it, yet you still confided in my father. You knew my mother had a weak heart. The shock led to her demise, and that was your first act. Your second act targeted my father. You relentlessly provoked and threatened him until he signed the property over to you. Gradually, he too succumbed to heart disease. You were aware that my father intended to leave assets for his children, and you aimed to seize it all. You do not wish to kill me. You merely want me to exist in a state worse than death. Yet, did you ever consider that you might meet your own demise first? Su Qing transitioned from rage to indifference, then from indifference to despair. She had always believed that Cheng-Yi had merely succumbed to ambition, driven by the lure of inheritance. Little did she know that it was all due to a few incomplete words. Cheng-Yi shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept the reality. Old City could only dial the doctor treating Xiao Feng in Shanghua. The doctor clearly stated that Xiao Feng was gradually improving, and in no time, he would surely recover. After hanging up, Old City let out a heavy sigh. Now do you believe? Cheng-Yi's mind buzzed, blank and devoid of sound, suffocated by a sudden wave of despair. Gasping for breath as he struggled. Splash! A glass of water was thrown onto Cheng-Yi's face, jolting him back to reality. Instantly, he broke down in tears, realizing the enormity of his actions. He had not only indirectly caused the deaths of his mother-in-law and father-in-law, but had also failed his own wife and child. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Cheng-Yi struggled to utter. Xuking laughed maniacally. Tierziner, eyes. Will saying sorry bring back the dead? Can we pretend none of this ever happened? I hate you, and I shall never forgive you. In the twilight of her existence, you ought to dwell in the agonizing realm of self-reproach and guilt, enduring a slow and tormenting existence that renders life unbearable. Thus, Cheng-Yi was released, burdened solely by remorse and culpability. Su Qing, once harboring hope for Cheng-Yi, found it utterly extinguished upon uncovering the truth. Without trust, love cannot endure until old age. A surge of ethereal light departed from Su Qing, entering the cat's stone of Yu Yanlan. Su Qing relinquished her emotional ties. Or perhaps she had come to regard Cheng-Yi as deceased, her vendetta laid to rest. The battlefield of Yidu was swiftly and thoroughly cleansed, as if nothing had transpired. The severely wounded were rescued by Yu Yanlan using the fragmented Yao Pearl. Those with minor injuries were naturally sent to the hospital, for Yu Yanlan had no desire to squander such precious resources. With the aid of the Old City, Su Qing ultimately assumed control of Yidu, while Cheng-Yi met a fate of betrayal, exiled from Yidu, never to set foot within its bounds again. As matters settled, The group convened on the sofa, engaged in solemn discussion. Isu exclaimed, "No, no, I truly cannot. Aside from you, there is no better candidate for the leader of Idu." Yu Chung replied with a generous smile. After several encounters, Yu Chung had shed the bitterness and hostility he once harbored. Yu Yanlan added, "I see great potential in you as a leader. It shall be you. Brother Isu, do not evade this responsibility. I have a child now and wish to distance myself from these conflicts. Once I sign the transfer agreement, you will be the leader of Idu." Su Qing urged in agreement. Isu's face was etched with reluctance, fully aware that both Yu Yanlan and Yu Chung were far more deserving of the position. Yu Yanlan earnestly regarded him and said, "Isu, it is precisely because of your managerial capabilities that we have chosen you. There is no need for you to belittle yourself." The others nodded in agreement with Yu Yanlan's sentiments. After a moment of hesitation, Isu ultimately acquiesced. "I accept your offer. However, this place is equally yours. Should any matters arise in the future, feel free to approach me." The group exchanged knowing smiles, and Su Qing promptly signed the agreement, handing it over to the old city for processing. Isu remained to arrange for the personnel, while Su Qing packed her belongings, declaring her intention to reside in Shenghua for an extended period, to distance herself from this sorrowful place and to accompany Xiao Feng through the arduous challenges ahead. Yu Yanlan and Yu Chung ventured together to the stronghold of the Dragon Gang, for those individuals had been taken there, and their fates remained uncertain. News of the assault on Yidu and Cheng Yi's catastrophic defeat spread rapidly, though the veracity of the accounts was dubious, rife with varied interpretations. Some claimed that a woman, leading thousands, had utterly vanquished Cheng Yi. Others spoke of a man who, driven by love, had stormed into Yidu unarmed, defying the odds. The most credible rumors likely originated from the idle tongues of the Dragon Gang, alleging that their second-in-command, discontent with Cheng Yi, had rallied forces against him, dismantling Cheng Yi's stronghold. Regardless of the myriad narratives, the battle had concluded, seemingly in the blink of an eye. In the stronghold of the Dragon Gang, within the expansive training ground, Ming Yin held a jug of water, pouring it over the bodies sprawled upon the ground. Over 1,000 individuals, each sluggishly receiving the drenching. Some in the rear had begun to tremble all over, while Lan Ma, in a more exaggerated manner, hovered in midair, merely observing the spectacle without offering assistance. "What on earth are you doing?" Yu Yanlan questioned, puzzled. Upon seeing Yu Yanlan's arrival, Ming Yin flung the water jug towards her, indignantly exclaiming, "You take over. At this rate, I fear I shall end up utterly exhausted." "This is your responsibility. I shan't usurp it," she retorted decisively, casting aside Yu Chung and hastily departing, while Lan Ma, disinterested, shot him a glare before following suit. Chapter 67. The Art of Deception. After enduring numerous trials, Yu Yanlan had only amassed 4 points of spiritual energy. A far cry from the elusive 100. A wave of disquietude washed over her. Would it be centuries before she attained her life spirit, akin to that of the infernal flame? Lan Mo furrowed her brow. "What are you pondering? We cannot possibly compare ourselves to that foolish fox. Rest assured, I have devised an excellent strategy that will expedite our collection of spiritual energy." Yu Yanlan, growing accustomed to Lan Mo's enigmatic demeanor, found herself less intrigued by the mystery with each passing encounter. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered into a coffee shop around the corner. She ordered 2 cups, and they settled on a bench by the roadside, with Lan Mo facing away. It would be quite alarming for anyone to witness cups levitating without a visible hand. Suddenly, Yu Yanlan recalled the celestial pearl powder Lan Mo had scattered earlier, which had significantly enhanced the physical capabilities of an ordinary person and invigorated their spirit. She inquired, "What is the function of that white celestial pearl?" "It merely restores physical stamina. Its utility is limited," Lan Mo replied with a sly grin. "However, when the red and white pearls are combined, they can instantaneously amplify strength, though the side effects are considerable. For the following days, those individuals will feel relatively weak." "Oh," Yu Yanlan acknowledged, then asked, "By the way, why did you insist that I agree to accompany Xiao and the others to Yin Mountain?" "Certainly for the celestial pearls. Since we must make the journey anyway, it would be prudent to leverage this opportunity for a favor." The celestial pearls are categorized into 8 colors: red, orange, blue, purple, yellow, green, white, and black. Among these, the orange and green pearls are the most beneficial for our use of spiritual energy, yet they are also the rarest. The orange pearls restore lost spiritual energy, while the green pearls enhance it. The red pearls are somewhat useful for both beasts and humans, enhancing physical functions. The white pearls are similar to the red, aiding in the restoration of human capabilities. The purple pearls are remarkable for healing human ailments. As for the blue pearls, they can prolong life with long-term use. Immortality may not be out of reach. The yellow pearls serve merely as assistance, while the black pearls are the least effective, offering at most a slight enhancement to appearance and vitality. Lon Mo revealed the applications and effects of the celestial pearls in one go, intending to save further discussions for the future. However, this revelation left Yu Yanlan with diminished choices regarding certain matters. Should Lon Mo be absent, the consequences could be unpredictable. From what you say, it seems as though these celestial pearls were tailored specifically for us. Yu Yanlan mused, her eyes brightening. Indeed, the places accessible to beings from other realms are far from ordinary. Nevertheless, we ought to contemplate how to expedite our collection of spiritual energy. Lon Mo exhaled gently, diverting the conversation. At present, you urgently need to grow stronger. Thus, it is imperative to gather more green celestial pearls. The path ahead for spiritual energy may prove arduous. And what of you? I see you are quite formidable. You managed to subdue the infernal flame, which I could not. Why do you refrain from acting more often? If I were to intervene, the amount of spiritual energy you would need to collect would double. After all, I rely on spiritual energy to survive. A hint of bitterness flickered in Lon Mo's eyes. Yu Yanlan chuckled lightly. Then you should hasten to identify a target. Let us swiftly gather our spiritual energy and depart. With a sense of determination, she resolved to act. As she observed the retreating figure of Lon Mo, Yu Yanlan's smile froze in place. She had never considered that Lon Mo's act of saving her could harbor ulterior motives. Yet, it was evident that a person as formidable as Lon Mo would not choose to rescue a mere mutated spirit cat without a reason. Shaking her head, Yu Yanlan endeavored to suppress her overthinking. Her singular goal remained steadfast: to grow stronger, locate her destiny spirit, and return to exact vengeance. Anything beyond that was of little consequence. As she prepared to return to the inn, a fleeting glance revealed a man clad in black and wearing a cap lurking in her peripheral vision, having observed her for some time. Initially, she presumed he was merely distracted by something else, but upon standing, she realized his gaze had been fixed on her all along, confirming her suspicion of being followed. A sardonic smile graced her lips as she quickened her pace toward a less populated area, ultimately veering into an alley and nimbly ascending to the rooftop. Seconds later, the man in the cap emerged at the mouth of the alley, casting a puzzled glance around. With 3 paths before him, none bore the trace of Yu Yanlan's presence, prompting his confusion. In a fit of rage, he struck the wall with a clenched fist, his face contorting into an expression of profound embarrassment. He retrieved his phone and sent a text, preparing to search the nearest alley. Yu Yanlan leaped down, delivering a precise kick that sent the man sprawling against the wall, clutching his arm in pain. "What makes you think you can follow me?" She glared at him defiantly. He shot her a sidelong glance. "On what grounds do you accuse me of following you? Moreover, what gives you the right to strike me?" He then began to bellow like a scoundrel. "Help! I'm being assaulted." The proximity of the alley to the street meant that curious onlookers were quick to arrive, drawn by his cries. Seizing the moment, he escalated his shouts. "Is it permissible for the Hunters Guild to attack at will? I merely bumped into her and apologized. Yet she still assaulted me. My hand is likely broken." A cacophony of voices arose, criticizing the Hunters Guild for becoming increasingly unruly, claiming to protect the populace while engaging in acts of harm against the vulnerable. Suddenly, Yu Yanlan found herself the target of verbal assaults, with some individuals brandishing their phones, intent on capturing evidence. "Young lady," an elderly woman approached, offering counsel. "You are still young. Perhaps you should show some mercy. Don't let your temper flare so intensely." Yu Yanlan fell silent, realizing that no one would heed her words at this moment. With a fierce glare directed at the man, she made a slicing motion across her throat. You better hope you don't cross my path again. With that, she disregarded the murmurs of the crowd and departed without a soul daring to obstruct her. After all, she was a member of the Hunters Guild, and none wished to incur her wrath. To the onlookers, it appeared she had vanished, yet in reality, she perched atop the building adjacent to the man, keenly observing his performance. How could Yu Yanlan accept such indignity? When the elderly woman suggested escorting him to the hospital, the man feigned ignorance of Yu Yanlan's presence, waving his hand dismissively. Thank you all for your assistance, but I can manage to get to the hospital on my own. No need to trouble yourselves. As the crowd dispersed, the man, cautious by nature, dared not linger any longer in that place. He limped away, following the throng until they had all departed. Once the coast was clear, he lowered his cap and moved with agility. Meanwhile, Yu Yanlan navigated the rooftops, observing that the man in the cap was moving at an exceedingly slow pace. His vigilance was commendable, as he frequently paused to survey his surroundings before continuing on his way. Chapter 68. Friendship. For approximately an hour, Yu Yanlan followed the man, who only began to quicken his pace as he approached a cake shop. Yu Yanlan trailed behind, only to find that upon entering the establishment he had vanished, and the staff were engrossed in their tasks, as if no one had ever entered. Was it yet another secret passage? The thought barely crossed her mind when a sweet-faced employee approached, her voice as delightful as her appearance. Hello, are you here to purchase a cake or to visit the bar? The bar? Yu Yanlan replied, perplexed. Indeed, this cake shop is a dual establishment. Through that door lies a wooden frame bar. She gestured toward what appeared to be merely a wall, devoid of any indications of a door. With a smile, Yu Yanlan nodded and approached the wall. After a moment of inspection, she pressed her hand against it, and to her surprise, it emitted a series of clicks before opening automatically, revealing a narrow passage less than 10 meters long. As she entered, the wall seamlessly restored itself. At the end of the passage stood a red wooden door, and as she pushed it open, her heart raced. The vibrant lights and the overwhelming scent of smoke and alcohol enveloped her, revealing a sea of people. Yu Yanlan had never favored such raucous environments. Yet she steeled herself to venture inside in pursuit of that man. Navigating through the throngs, she felt utterly blind in her search. With so many patrons present, it was nearly impossible to locate him. Blue M.O. was nowhere to be seen, and it seemed she was destined to lose him. After inquiring with the staff about an exit, she discovered it was still that same wall she had entered through. Resolved, she settled at the bar, ordering a drink while waiting for fate to intervene. In her past life within the spirit realm, she had been quite the connoisseur of spirits, surpassing even some generals in her prowess. With astonishment reflecting in the bartender's eyes, she downed a deep brown cocktail in one go. Shaking her head, she remarked, "Not strong enough. Impressive. Try this one." The bartender, a middle-aged woman with softly curled hair and crimson lips, pushed a brown concoction toward her. The bartender's serious demeanor while mixing drinks was quite striking. There was a saying in the spirit realm that perfectly encapsulated her, graceful and imposing. Yu Yanlan consumed the drink in one gulp, but shook her head once more. Another drink was offered, and again she shook her head. It seemed the two women were caught in an endless loop, the quest to find the man forgotten in the haze of indulgence. Finally, a glass of deep red cocktail was presented before Yu Yanlan. The bartender flashed a confident smile. "My dear, if this drink does not meet your satisfaction, I, Chuning, shall cover your expenses on your future visits here." Such generosity was commendable. Yu Yanlan admired Chun Ying's spirited nature, exuding the air of a true leader. Downing the drink in one go, a subtle floral aroma exploded in her mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste that rivaled the finest spirits of her realm. She nodded in satisfaction. The flavor was delightful, though the potency still fell short. Chun Ying held a deep admiration for Yu Yanlan, for these spirits were her specialty, and they were among the strongest she possessed. To this day, no one had managed to consume them all without succumbing to inebriation, let alone maintaining a moderate buzz. She was pleasantly surprised by the young lady's impressive drinking capacity, her boldness appealing to Chun Ying. With a sincere smile, she inquired, "May I ask how to address you?" "I am Chun Ying. Let us become friends." Yu Yanlan, the girl replied, pushing her glass forward. Fill it up. I crave more. It had been ages since she had indulged in such libations, and the familiar sensation of relaxation washed over her, a long-lost feeling rekindled within. The two engaged in casual conversation, predominantly listening to Chun-Ing share her stories, while Yu Yanlan listened intently. As Chun-Ing spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. At merely 26 years of age, she found herself utterly alone, bearing all burdens herself, unencumbered by ties. It was no wonder she exuded such gallantry. Unbeknownst to Yu Yanlan, she had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, sensing the effects of intoxication creeping upon her. She decided to cease drinking. As one accustomed to the battlefield, losing control was not an option, and it had become second nature. Can't handle it anymore? Chun-Ing chuckled. Yu Yanlan nodded, choosing not to elaborate, her gaze wandering around the room. Suddenly, she observed 2 or 3 men clad in brown vests striding menacingly towards the bar, pushing aside anyone who obstructed their path, even resorting to violence. The patrons nearby seemed oblivious, engrossed in their own revelries. With a resounding crash, one of the men smashed an empty bottle against the bar. A red pentagram tattoo adorned his wrist, while the others bore black tattoos, presumably to signify rank. Chun-Ing continued to mix drinks, unfazed by their ruckus. Enraged, one of the men hurled a bottle directly at Chun-Ing, barking, "Our boss wants you to come over. What kind of swill are you concocting? It's utterly terrible. I'm merely responsible for mixing drinks. Any grievances should be directed at the owner," Chun-Ing retorted with defiance. "How dare you disrespect us?" With a wave of his hand, the 2 men behind him vaulted over the bar, intending to seize Chun-Ing. In a swift motion, she sidestepped and smashed a bottle over one man's head, followed by a flying kick that sent the other crashing out of the bar. The man with the red tattoo faltered, threatening, "You'll regret this. You've chosen to drink the penalty instead of the toast. Just wait." He then scurried away. A few bystanders finally took notice, shaking their heads in dismay before returning to their own amusements. A kind-hearted woman feigned ordering a drink and approached Chun-Ing, warning, "Miss, you dare to offend a member of the E-Gang? You should find somewhere to hide." With that, she hurriedly retreated to a safe distance from the bar. As if fearing association, Yu Yanlan gave an approving thumbs up, teasing, "Not bad. Just a small feat," Chun-Ing replied, her expression turning serious. "You should keep your distance from here. Whenever you come by next, drinks are on the house." Ignoring her warning, Yu Yanlan asked, "What exactly is the E-Gang?" "It's a mid-sized gang in the city. I've heard their leader is notoriously stingy and proud. Anyone who crosses him one T meet a pleasant fate," Chun-Ing said, tidying up the disarray without a hint of fear. "Thus, I do not wish to burden you. You should depart swiftly." Chun-Ing spoke with utmost seriousness. "If fortune smiles upon me and I survive, I shall treat you to truly invigorating spirits. Another glass, for today my spirits are high." Yet, Yu Yanlan chose to disregard her words once more, sliding the empty wine glass before her. Chun-Ing smiled knowingly, refusing to let her leave, and leisurely prepared a glass of crimson wine, presenting it with a grin. "I have just conjured a melodious name for it, the romance of Ing and Lan." Savored slowly. Just as Yu Yanlan swallowed the wine in one gulp, the raucous music of the bar abruptly ceased, the lights dimmed, and an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Chapter 69. Teased? A flamboyantly dressed man strode confidently to the center of the stage, his hair slicked back as if it hadn't seen a wash in years. As he gestured towards the bar, a spotlight illuminated Chun-Ing. With a smirk, he proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, bear witness tonight. I shall have her as my woman, Galway." "Ridiculous," Chun-Ing retorted angrily. "I would rather be with a beggar than with you." Galway, unfazed, merely chuckled, his eyes glinting with desire as he leered at Chun-Ing, nearly drooling. "Whether you follow or not is not for you to decide. Tonight, you will learn who holds the power, me or the beggar." With a sharp clap, Galway summoned dozens of followers to their feet, ready to heed his command. This display sent several timid souls scurrying away in fear, much to Galway's delight. "Bring your sister-in-law over here. I shall show her a good time." As the crowd advanced toward Chun-Ing, Yu Yanlan casually played with her phone, seemingly unbothered. She remained calm. After all, dealing with a gang in Edu was far simpler than it appeared. Once chaos erupted, she could summon Ming Yin effortlessly. News of the impending change in Yidu's leadership had already spread like wildfire, with the Long Gang emerging as the city's dominant force, making quick work of the Yi Gang. Wait a moment. Gao Wei redirected the spotlight onto Yu Yanlan, her slightly flushed cheeks glowing under the light, enhancing her allure. Gao Wei swallowed hard, exclaiming, "Two beauties. Brothers, I want them both. You beast. If you've got a problem, come at me, but leave my friend alone," Chun Ying exclaimed, desperation creeping into her voice. She had nothing to lose, but she could not let Yu Yanlan suffer the consequences. Gao Wei, however, remained undeterred, leering at Yu Yanlan with unwanted attention. Just then, a chilling voice cut through the crowd. "I dare you to lay a hand on her." Parting the throng, a familiar figure emerged in Yu Yanlan's line of sight. It was Du Du from the Xian gang. Today, he appeared invigorated, his hair dyed back to black and neatly parted. Clad in a brown jacket, his gaze as fierce as when they first met. What once seemed merely acceptable now looked rather appealing. Gao Wei, who had previously exuded arrogance, instantly wilted upon seeing Du. "Brother Du, you're here too? Yui Gang is quite audacious, daring to touch my people?" Du barked, his expression icy. "And no, Brother Du, I had no idea who your people were. I was just trying to flirt," Gao Wei stammered. "I don't mind you flirting, but if you're pursuing my girl, you must reconsider. Did I misunderstand? Or did you just say you wanted both of them?" Du inquired, stepping toward Yu Yanlan. "This indeed must be me." Gao Wei was about to admit his own mistake when a subordinate leaned in and whispered a few words, their expressions shifting from apprehension to disdain. Once the subordinate stepped off the stage, Gao Wei deliberately raised his voice, asserting, "This must be me. I did not err. And you have not misheard, Brother Du. I have claimed both women." Gone was the cowardice he had displayed moments before. As it seemed he had received some unfavorable news about Du with a darkened expression, Du retorted angrily, "Gao Wei, what do you mean by that?" "Oh dear, please don't be fierce with me. I'm terribly frightened." Gao Wei mockingly laughed. "You are merely a dog expelled by the Xian gang. Do you truly believe you are still the formidable second-in-command you once were?" "I spit on that." Gao Wei erupted in laughter, his subordinates joining in the ridicule. Du clenched his fists tightly, momentarily at a loss for words to counter. His initial intention to play the hero now reduced to the humiliating position of being ridiculed. Gao Wei's expression turned cold as he waved his hand again, signaling dozens of men to advance towards Yu Yanlan and her companions. However, Du was no pushover. Clumsily, he engaged in a brawl with them, proving less formidable than Chuning alone. The patrons at the bar were engrossed in the commotion, allowing Yu Yanlan to retreat to the shadows, where she dripped blood onto a mark, causing a flash of light, as Ming Yin, clad in sleepwear, collapsed to the ground. Having just found a moment's respite after being tricked by Lan Mo, he was now summoned by Yu Yanlan, and in frustration, he slammed his palm onto a loudspeaker. The shrill sound reverberated throughout the bar, halting the fight and redirecting everyone's attention to Yu Yanlan and her group, leaving Ming Yin regretting his own impulsive actions. "What is going on?" Ming Yin gritted his teeth and inquired. "There's been a situation. I'm tired and unwilling to fight. You handle it. You two are quite something," Ming Yin remarked, referring to Lan Mo and Yu Yanlan, who had treated him like a servant, offloading their burdens onto him. And despite his reluctance, he had to comply. Under the spotlight, Ming Yan's appearance in sleepwear elicited laughter from the crowd. Gao Wei, unable to discern who he was, laughed uncontrollably until, in an instant, his amusement froze. Ming Yin moved with such speed that no one could comprehend how he reached the stage, appearing beside Gao Wei and delivering a sharp slap that nearly toppled him. "Who the hell are you?" Gao Wei shouted, clutching his face. "I am your grandfather," Ming Yin retorted, already irate, and Gao Wei, unfortunately, had provoked him further. Gao Wei attempted to hurl an insult back, but, upon seeing Ming Yan's features clearly, his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "I am the second in command of the Dragon Gang. I did not recognize your greatness." These words sent shockwaves through the crowd. What stature the Dragon Gang held, and the second in command appearing here, albeit in sleepwear, left them bewildered. "Do you even deserve to have eyes? You will be dealt with sooner or later." Ming Yin kicked at him, regardless of Ming Yan's words. Gao Wei could only lower his head in agreement, incessantly saying, yes, yes, yes. Having vented his frustration, Ming Yan surveyed the surroundings and asked, "What trouble are you stirring up now?" The second in command, "I am merely trying to woo a lady. If she is disobedient, I shall teach her a lesson." Gao Wei chuckled, saying, "If the second in command has someone in mind, just speak up, and I shall ensure you win her heart." Ming Yan did not express anger. Instead, he pouted, as though searching for a suitable woman. Gao Wei, seizing the opportunity, continued, "How about I bring them over for you to choose?" "Which one?" Ming Yan inquired with a serious expression. Chun Ing and Du both felt a jolt of fear. Who would dare offend the Dragon Gang, especially the second in command? If they resisted, it would surely lead to their demise. Yet, the question lingered. She was indifferent, but what of Yanlong? Chapter 70. Seize the day. Gao Wei gestured to the side, and the dimly lit bar was suddenly illuminated, casting all patrons into the spotlight. Second in command, choose as you please. Anything that catches your eye, you may take with you. Gao Wei boasted grandly, oblivious to the fact that there were many individuals here far more formidable than himself, truly believing himself to be the kingpin. Chuning whispered to Du, "Wait for the chaos and take Xiaolon away." Du nodded and quietly positioned himself beside Yu Yanlong, ready to seize the opportunity to escape with her. Clap, clap, clap. Yu Yanlong suddenly began to applaud, slowly stepping forward, her cold gaze fixed on Gao Wei. The leader of the E-Gang is indeed impressive, but be wary of the grandiose words you utter. They may very well choke you to death. You have no place to speak. Gao Wei's arrogant retort was cut short as Ming Yan delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Confused, Gao Wei looked up, utterly at a loss. Even speaking had resulted in a kick. What could he do? Yu Yanlong, irked, remarked Ming Yan, "I see you have ample time. No need to return home for sleep, right? Who is this woman, daring to speak to the second in command like that? Oh, please. I've seen many like her, relying on a bit of beauty, thinking the second in command has taken a fancy to her. This young girl is courting her own demise. She's still too young, ignorant of the ways of the world." The crowd erupted in murmurs, some mocking Yu Yanlong, others expressing sympathy, all waiting for Ming Yan to unleash his fury. Du's heart raced in his throat, prepared to whisk her away at a moment's notice. Ming Yan gazed at Yu Yanlong with a resentful expression, arms crossed. "So what do you suggest I do then?" The entire room fell silent, bewildered. Did he not just declare that I should be his woman? Do you think that is appropriate? Yu Yanlong retorted with a cold smirk. By heaven! Ming Yan's spirits lifted. In his understanding, Yu Yanlong was the woman of Lan Mo. If Lan Mo were to learn of this, would he still have a future? "You fool, you're courting death." Ming Yan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at him. Even the dimmest of minds could grasp why Ming Yan was so enraged. Trembling with fear, Gao Wei pleaded, "Second in command, please spare me. I had no idea she was yours. Had I known with 100 lives, I would not have dared. Get lost." Ming Yan kicked him aside, pointing at Yu Yanlong. "The one you should be pleading to is her." Gao Wei, realizing his folly, crawled to Yu Yanlong's side. "Miss, please spare me. I was blind to your greatness. I deserve to die. I truly deserve to die." "Then go die." Yu Yanlong's expression remained impassive, her tone as frigid as ice, leaving no room for negotiation. Gao Wei lay on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, unable to comprehend how his fate had led him to this end. His subordinates knelt in a chorus of pleas for mercy, knowing their leader was beyond saving. They too sought to preserve their own lives. Chun Ing and Du were left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they were strategizing on how to help Yu Yanlong escape. And now, the plot had taken a dramatic turn. Yu Yanlong had become the dominant force. Yu Yanlong was no paragon of virtue either. She cast a knowing glance at Ming Yan, signaling him to proceed, then leisurely took a seat, crossing her legs with nonchalance. Ming Yan shot her a resentful glare before leaping to the side of Gao Wei. With a swift motion, he struck, and Gao Wei collapsed, clutching his neck, blood spraying forth with a sickening splash. The patrons of the bar erupted in terrified screams. Some women, startled by Gao Wei's bulging eyes, fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Ming Yan, seemingly from nowhere, procured a cloth to wipe his hands, though there was no trace of blood upon them. He then coldly regarded Gao Wei's followers, instructing them to dispose of the body and leave, adding, from this moment forth, the E-gang no longer exists. Understood. Gao Wei's lifeless form was swiftly carried away, and the bloodstains on the ground were meticulously cleaned. The subordinates, eager to heed Ming Yan's command, nearly fled the scene in their haste. How about that? Is it satisfactory? Ming Yan asked haughtily, glancing at Yu Yanlan. She nodded in affirmation. He let out a dismissive snort and exited with purposeful strides, vanishing from sight in an unpopulated area. With his departure, the remaining patrons of the bar began to trickle out, likely needing a few days to process the events they had just witnessed. Unbeknownst to anyone, in a nondescript corner, two men donned in iron masks remained composed, sipping their drinks while occasionally smirking at Yu Yanlan. She raised an eyebrow at Chun-Ing, assuring her, "It's all right now. Let's sit." Chun-Ing, regaining her composure from the shock, settled beside her, her eyes filled with admiration as she inquired, "What is your true identity? How are you so formidable?" Dudu also took a seat uninvited, awaiting Yu Yanlan's response. "Oh, I don't possess any significant status. Ming Yan is merely a friend of mine," Yu Yanlan replied with a smile. "Impressive," Chun-Ing exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "What better day than today? I'm in a splendid mood, so let me treat you to drinks elsewhere. Strong liquor, mind you," she added with a wink at Yu Yanlan. Yu Yanlan thought to herself how delightful Chun-Ying's disposition was, and she readily agreed, casting aside her earlier concerns about finding someone. Dudu sat there, somewhat at a loss, prompting Yu Yanlan to turn back and ask, "Aren't you coming?" "Heh, I will," he replied. The trio then departed, unconcerned about anything else. The two masked men exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously remarked, "Interesting." At a modest eatery, Chun-Ing immediately raised her voice, calling out, "Old Lu, bring me the yunshi I've been keeping here. It's high time to unveil it." Xiaoing, "It's the first time I've seen you bring friend along." Old Lu replied with an earnest smile. "That's why I want to unveil the yunshi," Chun-Ing said, plopping down casually. "Oh, and bring me a few of your signature dishes as well." "Certainly." Before long, Old Lu presented a white jar sealed with a red cloth. Chun-Ing carefully accepted it, slowly unveiling the contents. A delicate aroma of alcohol wafted into the air, invigorating her senses as if her very blood were igniting. Dudu inhaled deeply, entranced, declaring, "This must be exquisite wine. Indeed, it is essential." Chun-Ing displayed a proud smile as she poured the wine into the glasses of Yu Yanlan and the others. The liquid, a dark gray hue, was rather unremarkable in appearance, yet its fragrance was exquisite. The three of them savored the appetizers while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Yu Yanlan could hardly recall the last time she felt so at ease. Before she knew it, the barrel of wine was nearly empty, and both Chun-Ing and Dudu appeared slightly inebriated, their cheeks flushed. "Is there any more?" Dudu inquired, his desire for more evident. "Do you think it's as plentiful as cabbage?" Chun-Ing shot him a playful glare. Yu Yanlan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "The wine is delightful. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm truly glad to have you as a friend." "Likewise," Chun-Ing replied. Chapter 71. The young boy within the second division of the Hunting Cloud Hall. Two men and a woman sat on the sofa, their expressions grim. The hall master, Yu Yanlan, is merely a deputy leader of the 10th Division. "Her killing of our members is a blatant provocation," the woman, Jiao Ting, incited. One tall and slender man cast a disdainful glance in her direction, retorting, "It is merely the death of a hunter. Do not make a mountain out of a molehill." "Hall master, enough, you may leave." Jiao Ting dared not oppose the hall master's words and could only storm out in anger. She could not believe that Yu Yanlan was beyond her control. Once Jiao Ting's figure had vanished completely, the deputy hall master, perplexed, inquired, "Hall master, she is but a minor character. A word to Qin Di would suffice to resolve this." "Why? She was personally chosen by Shao to ascend Yin Mountain. Do you truly consider her a mere minor character?" "Foolishness," the hall master replied sternly. "Tell Jiao Ting to keep her composure. Do not think I am unaware of your connections." "I understand," the deputy hall master replied, his face flushed. In the Fan E family's villa, the spacious hall was already filled with guests early in the morning. They had gathered in response to Yu Cheng's call, who claimed to introduce his girlfriend to Yu Ji. Such significant news could not be overlooked by anyone, not even Fan Lin, who chose to forego his visit to the hunting cloud hall in anticipation of Yu Cheng's return. Dressed in a suit and tie, Yu Ji was brimming with joy. After all, one lives a lifetime for the matters of their offspring. As anticipated by Yu Yanlan, the girlfriend brought back by Yu Cheng was Mu Xian, who captivated everyone upon entering with her pure and enduring beauty. Mu Xian appeared somewhat awkward. Not only her, but even Yu Cheng was unprepared for everyone to remain and witness Mu Xian's charm, leaving him visibly tense. "Hello, everyone. I am Mu Xian," she greeted with a smile, nodding separately to Yu Ji. "Hello, uncle." "Very good. Splendid indeed." Eugene nearly beamed with delight. Fan Lin squinted his eyes and left without a greeting, subsequently receiving a reprimand from Fan Yi, who dared only to scold him in secret. The warmth of the crowd quickly alleviated Mu Xian's embarrassment, as she mingled with Wu Yu and the others, sharing laughter and conversation, while Yu Ji had not laughed so heartily in a long time. Suddenly, Yu Cheng's demeanor turned serious as he pulled Yu Yanlan aside, saying, "Xiaolan, I forgot to inform you. We start school tomorrow." "School?" Yu Yanlan exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, school." Yu Cheng clarified. "Xiaolan has been attending school all along. Summer vacation has ended, and both you and I must return to school tomorrow. If we do not go, it will certainly raise Father S' suspicions." The school, akin to her studies in the spirit realm, had always cast a shadow over Yu Yanlan, leading her to immediately refuse, saying, "School? I will not go. I am not here to experience life in this setting. I have my own matters to attend to." "But father, if it comes to that, I will tell him the truth. I do not possess the energy for this," Yu Yanlan asserted resolutely. Yu Cheng cast a troubled glance at Yu Ji, uncertain whether revealing the truth about Yu Yanlan's demise would be something he could bear. Perhaps it was best to postpone this conversation. "You should go and accompany Mu Xian first." After dismissing Yu Cheng, Yu Yanlan retreated to the courtyard, detesting the academy, a place that had subjected her to relentless humiliation and mockery. However, having promised Yu Cheng to live among them as his sister, she could not refuse. Just as she was grappling with her thoughts, Lan Mo returned, sitting beside her under the tree, his expression decidedly glum. "What is the matter? Not going well?" Yu Yanlan assumed that his search for individuals with innate spiritual energy had proven fruitless. To her surprise, Lan Mo raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You enjoyed fine wine without saving me any? That's rather inconsiderate. Don't ask how I know. The scent of alcohol still lingers on you." "That merely indicates your lack of fortune," Yu Yanlan retorted. Lan Mo huffed, turning his head away in a display of pride. Yu Yanlan regarded him earnestly and inquired, "Do you think I should attend school?" "School? That is precisely what I wanted to discuss with you," Lan Mo exclaimed, rising with a hint of excitement. "It's south the place with the highest foot traffic and a certain innocence about it. There must be plenty of individuals with innate spiritual energy. If you go, you might gain significant rewards." "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Just sweep through all the schools, and you will surely come away with a bountiful harvest." Yu Yanlan took a deep breath. She was no longer the frail person she once was. The school would not hinder her quest for strength. "Then I shall go. What about you? Do you have a goal?" Yu Yanlan shifted the topic. Lan Mo smiled, nodding enthusiastically. "With me leading the way, what could possibly go wrong? Let us go." After exchanging farewells with Yu Cheng, Yu Yanlan accompanied Lan Mo out. At the amusement park in the west, Lan Mo pointed to a young boy, perhaps in his early teens. "I heard he has been standing here for 3 days without anyone acknowledging him. He possesses innate spiritual energy, and its purity is quite high." Yu Yanlan nodded in understanding and approached the boy, asking, "Why are you here all alone?" After a lengthy pause, the boy finally looked at her, his gaze vacant. "I'm waiting for my mother." "I can take you back to find your mother," Yu Yanlan offered. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she noticed onlookers whispering and laughing, some even pausing their activities to capture her on their phones. "Sister, can you really help me find my mother?" The boy's voice was tinged with excitement, yet his eyes remained hollow. "Of course. Please tell me where you live, and I'll take you back." "Home? It's not home. I want to wait for my mother." The boy reverted to his previous state, standing like a statue, his gaze fixed vacantly ahead, unmoving. What is wrong with that child? Talking to himself? Who knows? He looks so young. Perhaps he has been traumatized and is not quite right in the head. Quite pitiful. The words drifted into Yu Yanlan's ears, and she turned once more to the boy, affirming his undeniable existence. With a puzzled gaze, she looked at Lan Mo, who was stifling a laugh, seemingly amused by her predicament. "Did you play me for a fool? You should have left me some wine," Yu Yanlan said, her voice tinged with irritation. "Of course not," he replied, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. He truly possesses innate spiritual energy. However, half of it has been forcibly taken from him. He is currently in a state of near demise, invisible to ordinary people. Taken by those individuals? Lanamo nodded, his demeanor growing solemn. The child's spiritual energy is exceptionally pure. I suspect that the one who attempted to seize it has suffered some backlash, which is why they were unable to take it all. Without any spiritual energy, you still expect me to come here? Lanamo, my patience is finite. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, then you may entertain yourself. Yu Yanlan exclaimed, her anger palpable. Chapter 72, Chun Wan Lan Mo squinted. This cat was far too impatient. Couldn't he wait until the words were fully spoken? Of course, he would never dare voice such thoughts. For given Yu Yanlan's temperament, she might very well part ways with him. All we need to do is locate the one who forcefully seized his spiritual essence, and we shall acquire the complete essence ourselves. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains as well, and I have already found that person. Lan Mo completed his statement in one breath. Yu Yanlan, half convinced, asked, "You found them? What do you think I've been doing all day?" Lan Montauk replied, pride swelling within him. "In any case, we must obtain this boy's spiritual essence. It has been far too long since I encountered such pure energy. Where is he?" "Coincidentally, you've been to the mountain where the first exam of the hunting cloud hall took place. Since we must acquire it, there is no reason to delay." As soon as they reached an uninhabited area, Yu Yanlan leaped onto the rooftop and headed towards the forest, with Lan Mo transforming into a streak of white light. Closely following her, the forest was eerily silent, devoid of even the slightest breeze. Some of the flora appeared withered, as if poisoned. Fortunately, Lan Mo had previously scouted the location where that person resided. Otherwise, in such a vast forest, they might have wandered aimlessly for ages. Following Lan Mo's directions, they walked for over half an hour before nearing the cave where that person stayed. This area could be considered deep within the woods, with a heavy, uncomfortable humidity permeating the air. "Don't breathe it in." Lan Mo struck her lightly on the head, admonishing, "This is toxic gas. Can you not smell it? How can you be so foolish? What's there to fear? I have many lives. I won't die easily." Lan Mo was at a loss with her, and with a flick of his hand, he conjured a luminous circle around her, blocking most of the toxic gas, while his own form flickered between brightness and darkness. The deeper they ventured, the more potent the toxic gas became, varying in color. Even Lan Mo's protective circle trembled faintly. Upon reaching the innermost part, they halted, and the atmosphere was best described as suffocating, obscuring their vision. Yu Yanlan waved her hand before her eyes, her pale red irises transforming into a vivid crimson hue, casting a faint red glow in the cave. With this newfound clarity, she surveyed the surroundings. It was quite rudimentary. The stone walls were visible at a glance, and in the center lay a large cauldron, surrounded by remnants of powder, likely the residue from his poison-making. Nothing else was present, confirming their solitude. Yu Yanlan shot a glance at Lan Mo, asking, "Where is he?" He might have gone out to play." Lan Montauk replied, "Aukvatli. When you found him, couldn't you have just used your hands to bring him back?" "I forgot." Lan Mo grinned sheepishly, a fine sheen of perspiration appearing on his forehead. Yu Yanlan shook her head in exasperation. There was nothing more to investigate in this cave, so they had no choice but to leave. As the luminous circle dissipated, Lan Mo furrowed his brow. Before Yu Yanlan could turn back, he had already retreated into the catstone, leaving behind the remark, "You can search for him yourself. I need a rest." Yu Yanlan glanced around, feeling overwhelmed. The forest was vast, and searching for a single person was exceedingly laborious. Yet, not searching was not an option, so she could only weave through the trees. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. Yu Yanlan was startled. The sound was unbearably tragic. With a raised brow, she followed the source of the noise. Deep within the forest, a girl of 17 or 18 lay curled on the ground, her tattered clothing betraying her fear-filled gaze. "Don't come any closer, don't come any closer." The girl pushed herself against the earth, retreating while shaking her head. Before her loomed a colossal beast, identical to the creature Yu Yanlan had previously dispatched with a crimson Yao pearl in the first division. The beast inched closer to the girl, and her composure shattered completely. As she closed her eyes, waiting for death, the anticipated pain failed to materialize. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a woman clad in casual blue attire, standing protectively before her. Regaining her senses, the girl cried out, "You must leave. You'll die here." Yanlan turned back, momentarily taken aback. "Little Lan? Chenwan." The identity of the woman swiftly emerged in her memory. She was a dear friend from Yu Yanlan's high school days. During the period of her family's decline, when she faced ridicule and bullying, only Chunwan had stood in her defense. Yu Yanlan had come to inquire about someone, but unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, a rather pleasant one at that. "Be careful," Chunwan exclaimed, suddenly summoning courage from an unknown source as she pushed Yu Yanlan aside, her eyes wide with dread as she gazed at the charging beast. Yu Yanlan's lips twitched. Was this girl truly foolish? Grasping two short blades, she hurled them at the beast's head. The creature, not lacking in intelligence, deftly dodged, halting its advance toward Chenwan. Yu Yanlan successfully diverted the beast's attention, causing it to turn its ire toward her, its crimson eyes seething with rage. "Run deeper into the woods," Yu Yanlan urged. "Chenwan, stay put and don't wander." With that, she dashed away, the beast in pursuit, vanishing into the thicket on the other side. Once she halted, a long sword gripped firmly in her hand. She noticed the beast's crimson eyes swirling with confusion. "Lan Montak," Yu Yanlan called out. After all, Lan Mo had previously frightened away numerous beasts. What had changed this time? There was no response. The beast charged forward, and with gritted teeth, Yu Yanlan evaded its attacks, occasionally striking back. The beast, incensed, pounded its legs against the ground and roared in fury, lunging at Yu Yanlan. Just then, two crimson Yao pearls suddenly appeared in her hands. Yet Lan Mo remained silent. "Wait, aren't you tired?" Yu Yanlan interjected, halting the beast. Surprisingly, it understood her words and came to a halt, its eyes glinting with displeasure. As if it could speak, it might say, "Of course, I'm exhausted. Here, take this," she offered, "and flee quickly." "While you may not be weary, I certainly am." The beast's eyes glimmered with curiosity. Had it truly become sentient? Yu Yanlan spread the Yao pearls in her palm and asked, "Do you recognize this? Do you desire it?" The beast's eyes sparkled as it nodded in response. "Very well. I shall give you the Yao pearls, but you must leave this place." Yu Yanlan was still engrossed, engaging in an endless dialogue with the beast. The creature, with its heavy head, instantly became docile. Had it not been for the earlier display of its frenzy, Yu Yanlan might have mistaken it for a mere pet. Two crimson pearls were tossed towards the beast, which leaped eagerly to consume them, a faint red glow emanating from its body. The beast, now content, began to spin in place and eventually sat down. A soft, gentle sound escaped its lips. "Do you desire more?" Yu Yanlan inquired tentatively. The beast nodded vigorously, its demeanor surprisingly meek, resembling a pet despite its formidable size. Chapter 73. Another mount acquired greed, an insatiable desire, was the first thought that surfaced in Yu Yanlan's mind. "If you do not depart, I shall not hold back." Yu Yanlan's expression darkened. The beast shook its head and slowly approached her, as if wary of frightening her, taking small, tentative steps that tested Yu Yanlan's patience. Just as she was about to unleash her anger, the beast halted beside her, nudging her leg with its head. A halo ascended from the creature's crown, ultimately merging with the mark upon Yu Yanlan's hand. Her heart raced, and she felt an inexplicable connection with the beast, reminiscent of her prior encounter with Ming Yan. With an experimental spirit, she allowed a droplet of blood to fall upon the mark, her thoughts lingering on the beast. Indeed, the creature's form vanished from her sight, only to re-emerge before her once more. To her astonishment, The beast had unilaterally forged a contract with her. It rubbed against her leg a few more times, gazing up at her like an innocent child. Unable to harbor any anger, Yu Yanlan instructed, "You may go now." With a bark, the beast twisted its body and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Yu Yanlan returned to her previous location, where Chun Wan was huddled beneath a tree, anxiously scanning her surroundings. Upon seeing Yu Yanlan, she sprang up and scrutinized her with a quivering voice. "Are you all right? Do I appear unwell?" Yu Yanlan frowned and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Chun Wan lowered her gaze. "I just came out to play." Her demeanor suggested deception, but Yu Yanlan was not one to meddle in the affairs of others, so she chose to dismiss the truth of Chun Wan's words and asked, "Did you not see an injured man?" Nodding like a chick pecking at grains, Chun Wan pointed toward the right side of the woods. "I found a man lying there, covered in blood. I wanted to seek help, but then I encountered that creature. Follow this path downwards, and you shall descend safely. Do not linger," Yu Yanlan instructed, gesturing towards the descent. After she walked into the right side of the woods, Chun Wan stood momentarily bewildered, only to realize that Yu Yanlan's figure had vanished. It was as if the two were entirely different individuals. Everything that had transpired felt like a mere figment of her imagination. Chun Wan found herself unable to distinguish between reality and illusion, remaining in place for a while before finally following Yu Yanlan's directions down the mountain. Deep within the forest, Yu Yanlan walked for some time along the right path, eventually discovering a clearing with fresh bloodstains, yet the man was nowhere to be found. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a foul odor that caught in her throat. Startled, she recognized that it was identical to the scent she had encountered within the cave. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, enveloping the noxious gas with her spiritual energy and dispersing it. Before her, a small, bloodied man appeared, his sunken eyes giving him the appearance of an elderly figure. "Who are you?" he rasped. Yu Yanlan retorted fiercely, "What business is it of yours? You are courting death." With a wave of his hand, a mist enveloped the area, and a cloud of crimson smoke surged toward Yu Yanlan. She leapt agilely onto a tree trunk, evading the oncoming smoke. As the ethereal energy enveloped her, Yu Yanlan conjured a long sword and, honing in on the man's silhouette, leapt down to strike. Yet, the man's figure dissipated like smoke, only to reappear behind her. The encounter had turned into a cyclical game, and suddenly, Yu Yanlan's body stiffened as her spiritual energy dissipated completely, rendering her immobile. The man displayed a cunning grin, finally relishing the moment when she could no longer evade him. Circling around Yu Yanlan, he inhaled deeply, savoring the scent of spiritual energy. Ah, how delightful it is when desires manifest effortlessly. The forcibly seized spiritual energy was impure. Haven't you suffered enough from the backlash? Yu Yanlan sought to buy time, exerting her utmost to mobilize her spiritual power, yet it felt as if she had severed all ties with her cat stone. Such a state had only occurred once before, the moment of her demise and the destruction of the cat stone. There's no need for struggle. My poison is specifically designed to counter spiritual energy. I never expected you to be this weak. I've only utilized 7 layers of toxicity. Had I unleashed my full potency, you would have perished long ago, the man declared, grinning with sinister delight. His face was grotesquely fearsome. One could only wonder how he could bear to confront himself without feeling repulsed. The man lifted Yu Yanlan's chin and clicked his tongue. TSK, not bad looking at all. It's been ages since I've touched a woman. How fortuitous. To capture both spiritual energy and a woman. Bah! Yu Yanlan spat defiantly. You think so highly of yourself? Humph, I shall kill you now. A smirk danced on Yu Yanlan's lips as she drew her finger across her palm, leaving a mark. At that moment, Ming Yin suppressed the man beneath him, holding a remote control, bewildered as he surveyed the surroundings. Once again, could you not give me a heads up next time? Ming Yin glared at Yu Yanlan in displeasure. Enough chatter. Be cautious, she warned. Ming Yin rose, then sat back down repeatedly, perplexed. What is going on? The ground is rather soft. Soft? Your entire family is soft. The man's furious voice erupted from beneath Ming Yin. Startled, Ming Yin jumped up, retreating several steps. Let me tell you, my orientation is perfectly normal. What are you planning? I intend to kill you, the man bellowed, enveloped in swirling mist as clouds of dark energy surged towards Ming Yin. His peach blossom eyes narrowed, but he remained unflustered, shielding Yu Yanlan with a protective barrier. A sweeping motion created a vast, luminous circle encircling both of them, allowing the dark energy to collide against it. Ming Yin infused his spiritual energy into Yu Yanlan, aiding her in expelling the toxic fumes. "How did you attract such a lunatic?" Ming Yin inquired. "He possesses the spiritual energy I desire," Yu Yanlan replied, moving her body as she asked. "Do you know what is the matter with this person? Why is the poison so potent?" Ming Yin regarded her with disdain. "His essence is a mere mass of poison. How formidable could he be? He lacks even a proper physical form. You are woefully weak to be ensnared by such toxicity." Yu Yanlan had no retort. She had never encountered such entities before and was naturally oblivious, allowing herself to be deceived and toyed with, which was infuriating. Ming Yan's expression shifted. "What about that guy?" "Who?" "Of course, I mean Lan Mo. He has yet to materialize. If he succumbs to this poison, he will evaporate into nothingness." The words of Ming Yin struck Yu Yanlan's heart like a heavy stone, leaving her momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Lan Mo had cast a protective halo for her, yet now she found herself exposed to the noxious gas. It became evident that he had not forgotten to apprehend a man. Rather, he was utterly incapable of doing so. Furthermore, he had retreated directly into the cat stone, having succumbed to poison. What should she do now that he was poisoned? Yu Yanlan felt a sense of helplessness. Ming Yin narrowed his eyes, observing the frantic man not far away. If only he could use his blood to remedy Lan Mo's condition. But dealing with him posed a challenge. He feared that Lan Mo might not endure much longer. Chapter 74. Revealing true form. Exuding dominance as Ming Yan's words fell. Yu Yanlan's softly tinted crimson eyes transformed into a fierce scarlet. In an instant, her flowing black hair turned a striking blue, fluffy ears materialized, and her canine teeth sharpened. Clad in a flowing blue gown, her aura surged to an electrifying intensity, leaving Ming Yin utterly entranced. The contrast of beauty and valiance was palpable. With a swift motion of her hand, a heavy sword materialized, cleaving through Ming Yan's protective barrier effortlessly. She advanced towards the man with measured steps, undeterred by the toxic gas he unleashed in a frenzy. With a mere flick of her tail, she dispersed it all. "Who on earth are you?" The man bellowed in rage. His form fragmented into numerous shadows that encircled Yu Yanlan. She cast a disdainful smile, raising her heavy sword to carve a circle in the air. "I demand your blood. You must yield it to me. I desire your life, and there is no escape." The man let out a piercing scream as his true form crashed heavily to the ground, the other apparitions dissipating into nothingness. With a flick of her wrist, the heavy sword transformed into a lighter blade, which she pressed against the man's throat with an air of haughty authority. "You should have perished long ago. Your lingering existence is a farce." "Wait." Just as her sword was about to descend, Ming Yin interjected. "If you kill him now, the spiritual energy will vanish." Yu Yanlan regarded him coldly, sending a chill down Ming Yan's spine. "Very well, I shall leave it to you." Gathering a ball of flame in his palm, Ming Yin directed it towards the man's head. The fire did not blaze. It resembled the spiritual power wielded by Yu Yanlan. With a sudden pull, the man shrieked in agony as 6 strands of spiritual energy materialized in Ming Yan's hand, tainted and dark red, save for the smallest, which faintly glimmered white. "Release them all. Let them return," Yu Yanlan commanded. "Even though these energies are impure, they have been refined within him, posing no risk of backlash," Ming Yin replied. "I require pure spiritual energy, devoid of any impurities," Yu Yanlan asserted, her unwavering gaze leaving Ming Yin no room for further argument. Reluctantly, he released the energies, scattering them throughout the forest. As the blade fell, the man took his last breath, his body dissolving into toxic mist that merged with Yu Yanlan's sword, leaving no trace of blood behind. Yu Yanlan shot a furious glare at Ming Yin. "Are you toying with me?" "Well, he is dead now, and the poison is resolved," Ming Yin replied begrudgingly. In the past, he had looked down upon Yu Yanlan, deeming her too weak to be his master. Now, he realized that he had misjudged her entirely. Before Yu Yanlan could voice her anger, she coughed up blood, her body reverting to its original state as she collapsed into Ming Yan's arms. He was taken aback. Yu Yanlan, what is happening? Lan Mo appeared, swiftly gathering Yu Yanlan into his embrace and casting a warning glare at Ming Yan. With a wave of his hand, Ming Yan vanished from sight. Carrying Yu Yanlan, Lan Mo disappeared into the woods, re-emerging in her chamber, where he gently laid her upon the bed, his emotions swirling chaotically. Shaking his head, Lan Mo pressed his lips together in a smile, two orange pearls of celestial energy entering Yu Yanlan's body before he settled quietly by her side. He had previously informed her that there was only one flower essence, merely to keep her intrigued. However, the supply of orange essence was dwindling. After using 2 today, only 1 remained. Yizhu was gradually being absorbed by Yu Yanlan, and her spiritual energy began to rejuvenate. Upon opening her eyes, Yu Yanlan found Lan Mo gazing at her with tenderness, seemingly relieved that she was unharmed. That scoundrel Ming Yin dares to toy with me. You must refrain from revealing your true form so easily in the future. If I am not present, your spiritual power will gradually deplete, and should you perish, even if you have the chance to be reborn, everything would have to start anew. Lan Mo's gentle demeanor shifted to seriousness. I understand. Yu Yanlan replied with a faint smile. By the way, that little boy's spiritual energy has returned. Lan Mo shook his head in resignation, contemplating how, even at this moment, she was preoccupied with spiritual energy. He wrapped his arms around Yu Yanlan's waist and vanished from the room, teleporting to a location near the amusement park in the West Wing. Yu Yanlan felt no discomfort at Lan Mo's actions. She had evidently grown accustomed to it, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Fortunately, the little boy was still there, a faint white light entering his body as he lay exposed at the doorway, fortuitously unnoticed by others. The boy's vacant gaze regained its luster as he looked around, seemingly searching for something. Yu Yanlan approached him and inquired, "Are you looking for your mother?" "Uh-huh." The boy nodded, his eyes sparkling. "I will take you there." Observing a dark red light flying towards the amusement park, Yu Yanlan surmised that the boy's mother must be nearby. It was remarkable that both of them possessed innate spiritual energy. How fortunate it would have been had Yu Yanlan encountered them sooner. Lan Mo was witnessing the return of spiritual energy for the first time. Typically, those who had their energy forcibly taken would end up like the little boy, invisible and intangible to ordinary people, akin to the unconcerned. By the small river beside the amusement park, a woman remained in a phone call posture, the dark red light entering her body as her phone clattered to the ground. "Mama," the little boy called out politely, not breaking free from Yu Yanlan's hand, but merely shouting from a distance. Upon hearing his voice, the woman froze momentarily and dashed towards the boy in tears. Yu Yanlan gently released her hold, and the boy was enveloped in the woman's embrace, who wept uncontrollably. The boy, unsure of what had transpired, remained oblivious to the terror that haunted the woman, akin to a nightmare. After a brief reunion, the little boy told the woman about how Yu Yanlan had brought him there and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. A wisp of white light emerged from the boy and entered Yu Yanlan's catstone. The moment the spiritual energy touched the stone, Yu Yanlan felt her own power stirred and invigorated, a testament to the purity of the boy's essence. She had initially pondered the complexity of the boy's wish, only to find it remarkably simple. "You will live happily together from now on, free from troubles." Yu Yanlan left behind a purple yizhu, instructing, "Dissolve this in water. You and your son may each drink half." "Thank you." The woman gratefully accepted the yizhu, continuously expressing her gratitude. The ethereal aura surrounding her had dissipated, and henceforth, no one would trouble them again. With a serene smile, Yu Yanlan responded to Lan Mo's murmured suggestion of going out to have some fun. She did not decline. Instead, they indulged in the amenities of the place, spending money freely, and on their way back, they even managed to secure a complimentary cup of coffee. Content: Lan Mo returned to Catstone, ready to absorb that lingering energy. At Yuji's restaurant, everyone was at leisure, so they all went hand there. Upon entering, Yu Yanlan's gaze fell upon a person she particularly disliked, Mo, who was bashfully clinging to Fan Yi's arm, refusing to let go. Chapter 75. Returned to the Wu family in the midst of the gathering, Wu Yu found herself caught in the limelight, an unwelcome third wheel among Yu Cheng, Mu Xen, Fan Yi, and Emo. Upon the arrival of Yu Yanlan, she eagerly rushed forward, her face alight with excitement. Xiaolan, you have finally arrived. Indeed, Yu Yanlan replied, settling down and taking a sip from her cup of tea. She cast a sidelong glance at Emo and asked, "What brings you here?" "Sister, I was here yesterday as well." Emo feigned a smile, adding, "I have wonderful news to share. I'm now Fanny's girlfriend." Just then, a mouthful of tea erupted from Yu Yanlan, splattering across Emo's face. Emo, momentarily taken aback, pouted, "Sister, what was that for?" Her expression, marked by a sense of injustice, was truly heart-wrenching. With calm composure, Yu Yanlan wiped her mouth and disregarded Emo's complaint, turning her attention to Fanny. "Is it true that she is your girlfriend?" Yes, Fanny stammered, visibly embarrassed. Quite the catch. Yu Yanlan suppressed a chuckle, noting that Emo's current state was rather pitiable. Emo looked at Fan Yi with pleading eyes, hoping he would stand up for her, but to her dismay, he only offered a few words of consolation before instructing her to clean herself up. Yu Yanlan cut to the chase, with school starting tomorrow. "What is the situation with you and Wu Yu, Fanny?" Both had just returned from Shenghua, and it was uncertain whether their registration had been completed. "It must have been processed. Given my brother's character, he wouldn't let me run wild in public," Fanny complained. Wu Yu hesitated, explaining, "My father mentioned that my registration has been completed, but I am unaware of which school it is, and the documents are still at home." "That is simple. We can accompany you to retrieve them. That Zhu Qian wouldn't dare to harm you," Fan Yi reassured her. Finally, a faint smile broke across Wu Yu's face as she agreed. After exchanging greetings with Yu Ji, she headed home with her friends. Wu Yu's residence was remarkably spacious, nearly rivaling the grandiose hunting cloud hall. Wealthy individuals truly live differently. Their homes exude such luxury, Fan Yi remarked in awe. "Spare us the commentary," Yu Cheng retorted, delivering a playful punch to his arm. Wu Yu managed a weak smile. Indeed, her family was affluent, yet she had never savored such joy. The scars on her face, her status as a child of a mistress, and the presence of her stepmother and stepsister only deepened her pain. Worried that the occupants might not recognize her, Wu Yu donned a mask. After entering the passcode, she led her friends inside with an air of confidence, though the journey felt interminable to Fan Yi. Yet, his thoughts were swiftly interrupted when two small red cars approached, and the driver respectfully addressed Wu Yu. "Miss, please step inside." In public, Wu Yu enjoyed a semblance of grandeur, for her father was indeed her biological father. Zhu Qian and others played the role of a benevolent mother in public, but behind closed doors, they subjected her to relentless torment. After a leisurely drive of several minutes, they arrived at her residence, an entire building shimmering with opulence, radiating an air of nobility. "This feels incredible," Fan Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. As Wu Yu arrived at the entrance, her body trembled uncontrollably. Mu Xen grasped her hand reassuringly, urging her not to fear, for they were there with her. "Indeed, we shall accompany you," added Emo, stepping in with support. With their comforting presence, Wu Yu felt significantly more at ease. Taking a deep breath, she entered the house, deftly inputting a series of codes, and the door swung open. Inside, a sycophantic greeting echoed, "Master, you have returned." Zhu Qian's smile widened upon seeing Wu Yu, but quickly faltered as she scowled. "What are you doing here? How do you come back?" She advanced menacingly toward Wu Yu, who instinctively recoiled. Yet, Yu Yanlan swiftly intervened with a firm hand on her shoulder, steadying her. Yu Cheng stepped forward menacingly, glaring at Zhu Qian. "Try to take another step forward." His animosity toward Zhu Qian had long simmered, and he had yearned to retaliate for Yu Ji's sake. However, bound by his current status, he could only bide his time under Yu Yanlan's command. "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Qian retreated to the edge of the table, hastily grabbing her phone to activate the security system. Moments later, dozens of bodyguards clad in black assembled outside. Zhu Qian shouted, "Get them out of here! Who dares?" Yu Yanlan roared in response, pushing Yu forward. "Are you truly going to expel your own young mistress?" The bodyguards halted in their tracks, aware that they must heed both commands, but ultimately, they were bound to follow the master's orders. I merely returned to retrieve some documents. Wu Yu summoned her courage to declare, "Oomph, you dare bring trouble to our home? I shall inform the master." Zhu Qian shrieked, promptly dialing Wu Wen's number. The moment he answered, she commenced a litany of complaints. "Master, Wu Yu is utterly outrageous. I have treated her well, yet she dares to bring trouble to my doorstep just because I spoke a word to her. You must come back at once." Zhu Qian's performance was nothing short of dramatic. Had Wu Yu returned alone, she would have been mercilessly bullied. On the other end of the line, Wu Wen's tone was equally harsh. "Wait until I return, you ungrateful child." The echo of ungrateful child reverberated in Wu Yu's ears, affirming her lowly status within this household. Yu Yanlan was the first to stride into the living room, surveying the area before taking a seat on the sofa. Since Zhu Qian wished to put on a show, they would indulge her, providing Wu Yu with a semblance of reprieve. "What are you all waiting for? Come and sit," she commanded, in compliance with Yu Yanlan's words. Everyone settled onto the sofa. Zhu Qian, resembling a frightened rodent, slowly retreated to the entrance, finding solace in the presence of the bodyguards. Emo murmured softly, "Sister, do you think this is the right course of action?" "Silence," Yu Yanlan admonished sharply. "It is not your place to voice your opinions." Turning her gaze toward Wu Yu, she pressed further, "If you continue to cower today, you shall gain nothing of worth. Consider your mother's wishes. Is this the person she hoped you would become?" "My mother," Wu Yu reflected, "she once said she did not regret loving my father. Her only regret was believing in him." I had always found this statement contradictory until I finally understood. Wu Yu smiled bitterly and continued, "She loves this man, yet remains oblivious to the fact that he is already married with children. She has been deceived, but her love persists. What can she do? My mother is also a victim. She is not a mistress." "Humph, your words may sound pleasant now, but had it not been for her interference, our marriage would not have been so fragmented, and the rift between my husband and me would not have widened. She is nothing but a wretched woman, a mistress." In that moment, Zhu Qian bore no semblance of the elegance of Mrs. Wu, resembling a shrew instead. If Wu Wen were to witness her in such a state, she likely would not be able to maintain her standing as Mrs. Wu. Chapter 76. The reckless Zhu Qian Wu Yu, filled with indignation, clenched her hands tightly together, summoning an unexpected surge of courage as she shouted, "My mother is not a mistress. You cannot speak of her that way. Wu Yu, how dare you address your mother in such a manner?" A deep male voice resonated from outside the door, prompting the bodyguard at the entrance to respectfully call out, "Sir, you have finally returned. Just look at her." Zhu Qian clung to Wu Yu, forcing out a couple of tears, portraying a pitiful image. Wu Wen's smooth forehead creased with anger, and as his gaze swept across the living room, resting on Yu Yanlan and the others, he glared at Wu Yu. "You ungrateful child, what are you doing bringing so many people here? Do you truly wish to disrespect your mother?" "She is not my mother," Wu Yu shouted. Her head bowed. "You," Wu Wen, exasperated, retorted, "Get out." Wu Yu fell silent, her eyes brimming with tears, struggling to suppress them. For someone who had always been timid, her sudden defiance was certainly a challenge. "I say, old man, are you lacking in judgment, unable to discern right from wrong?" Fan Yi directed her ire towards Wu Wen, displeased. "Our family matters are none of your concern." Wu Wen waved his hand dismissively at the bodyguards behind him, ordering, "Come, escort them out." The bodyguards entered the hall to escort the guests, yet none moved. Instead, they sat comfortably as if they belonged there. Wu Wen frowned, demanding, "Get them out." "Dad." Wu Yu tightened her pale fists, speaking softly, "They're my friends. They merely came to accompany me while I collect my things. Once I have what I need, we will leave immediately." Before Wu Wen could respond, Wu Yu turned and ascended the stairs. She had long grown weary of this home. Even if Wu Wen did not expel her, she would leave eventually. The bodyguards stood awkwardly, and Wu Wen, feeling helpless, waved them off. Zhu Qian began her theatrics again, lamenting, "Sir, being a stepmother is truly difficult. No matter what I do, Xiao Yu is never satisfied." Enough," Wu Wen interrupted. "I have already arranged a marriage for Xiao Yu. She will not remain in this house much longer." "A marriage?" Whose young master is it? Zhu Qian feigned concern. We must ensure that Xiao Yu is not wronged. After all, her appearance. Wu Wen raised an eyebrow, growing impatient as he replied. The second son of the Wang family. I have already discussed it with his father. Whether he is pleased or not, Xiao Yu is set to marry him. Crash. At the top of the stairs, Wu Yu dropped everything she was holding, her body trembling as she exclaimed, Dad, what did you say? Xiao Yu, do not be so agitated. Your father is only looking out for you. You cannot expect to live alone for the rest of your life. Zhu Qian pretended to console her, yet her words intentionally struck at Wu Yu's vulnerabilities, delighting in the turmoil. It was said that the second son of the Wang family was a notorious playboy, idling his days away. Wu Wen remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Zhu Qian's remarks. Your life is not for you to decide. Yu Yanlan rose and walked over to Wu Yu, pulling down her mask to reveal a delicate, clean face that shocked both Wu Wen and Zhu Qian. However, the emotions that subsequently flickered in the eyes of the two were entirely disparate. In Wu Wen's gaze, there was a glimmer of joy, while Zhu Qian's eyes betrayed a flash of envy. Wu Wen could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, Xiao Yu, your face. It has healed. You need not worry about my affairs any longer. Wu Yu's demeanor was rather frigid as she replied, Father, is the wife you have always cherished truly as you perceive her? She placed a heavy emphasis on the word wife, and then silently began to gather the scattered documents from the floor. At that moment, her heart had grown utterly cold in the wake of Wu Wen's tacit acceptance. The words spoken by Yu Yanlan echoing repeatedly in her mind. She resolved not to remain so feeble. She must resist. Clutching the documents tightly, Wu Yu walked heavily to stand before Wu Wen, stating, I wonder if my continued existence aligns with your sentiments. Wu Wen furrowed his brow and inquired, Xiao Yu, what do you mean? You may as well ask her yourself. Wu Yu shot a glance at Zhu Qian, yet she could not entirely overcome her fear to meet her gaze. Ultimately, she shifted her foot and brushed past Wu Wen, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief the moment she stepped out the door. With the main subject gone, Yu Yanlan and the others followed suit. As Yu Cheng passed by Zhu Qian, she softly remarked, having harmed my father, you should consider the consequences. I'll look forward to our next encounter. Zhu Qian's pupils constricted, a sudden surge of murderous intent rising within her, though she did not outwardly express it. Once Wu Yu and the others departed, Wu Wen confronted Zhu Qian, asking, what did Xiao Yu mean by that? My dear, we have been married for 20 years. Do you not know my character by now? Xiao Yu has always harbored resentment towards me for her mother's death. You are well aware of this. Are you now blaming me as well? Zhu Qian spoke with a tragic, pitiful tone, tears streaming down her face. Wu Wen, feeling troubled, chose not to press further, stating, I will handle Xiao Yu's matters from now on. You need not concern yourself. With that, Wu Wen departed. Zhu Qian acutely sensed the looming threat if Wu Yu remained. Her true nature would inevitably be exposed, leaving her with nothing. Confirming that Wu Wen had gone far, Zhu Qian dialed a number saved under no name, her tone rife with dissatisfaction. What are you doing? How can it take so long to deal with one person? Do you no longer desire the remaining funds? Do not fret. The timing is not yet right, came a melodious male voice from the other end. I will increase the payment. This time, it will involve 2 individuals. No problem. Await our good news. Zhu Qian hung up the phone, her murderous intent rekindled. Wu Yu, do not blame me for being ruthless as your stepmother, for you should have perished long ago. On a bench by the street, Wu Yu's frail body trembled as she faced Mu Xian's attempts at comfort. After a few sobs, she broke down into a fit of tears. No one spoke, patiently waiting for her to cry out her sorrow, until Fan Yi finally comforted her, saying, Wu Yu, rest assured, from now on, you shall be with us, and there will be nothing for you to worry about. You can finally find peace. Indeed, there is nothing to fear anymore. Mu Xian also consoled. Wu Yu looked up at everyone, a smile of gratitude gracing her face. It felt wonderful to have such companionship. Fanny chuckled. All right, enough now. Let us see which school you attend. Wu Yu perused the documents and suddenly exclaimed with excitement, Bane Academy. How wonderful it is to be with all of you. Bane Academy, regarded as one of the more inferior institutions in Z City, is a unique amalgamation of high school and university, its campus merely half the size of other academies. Even families of moderate means are reluctant to send their children there. Yet, in a bid to trouble Wu Yu, Zhu Qian orchestrated a few schemes to cast her into this predicament. As for Yu Yanlan and Yu Cheng, they were compelled to choose this institution due to their previous financial constraints. Fan Yi, too, sought to remain in their company. Likewise, Mu Xian found herself in a similar situation, constrained by economic circumstances. Chapter 77. Bain Academy. Yimo playfully clung to Fani's hand, expressing her desire. What should I do? No, I must transfer to Bain Academy. Fani replied, all right, go ahead and take care of it. It will be nice to have everyone together. Yimo beamed with delight and quickly hailed a cab. If it weren't for Yu Yanlan's keen insight into her character, she might have deemed Yimo quite charming and innocent. The group returned to the restaurant, where business continued to thrive as usual. Yu Ji was adamant about not hiring more people and instead brought in a woman of similar age, who worked efficiently. During a lull, Yu Yanlan glanced at Mu Xian, refraining from disclosing her status to Yu Cheng. Presently, Mu Xian was merely an ordinary person, unless the crimson seed returned to her body. Even then, it was uncertain if she would turn out to be malevolent. After much contemplation, Yu Yanlan concluded that it mattered little whether she shared this information with Yu Cheng and chose to remain silent. The restaurant's business only began to dwindle as darkness enveloped the sky. Yu Cheng counted the money with satisfaction while the woman diligently wrapped up the day's work. And Yu Yanlan and her companions engaged in light-hearted banter. This scene was undeniably warm and fulfilling. At Bain Academy, the bustling crowd belied its reputation as the worst institution. The throngs of people illustrated that the underprivileged still constituted a significant portion of Z City. Yu Cheng awaited Mu Xian. Fani anticipated Yimo, leaving only Yu Yanlan and Wu Yu awkwardly alone. Yu Yanlan addressed the two. Wu Yu and I will head in first. You may take your time. All right, Yu Cheng replied sheepishly, scratching his head. Yu Yanlan and Wu Yu squeezed through the crowd to report in. Isn't that Yu Yanlan? Someone in the reporting area remarked, pointing at her in line. It truly is her. I didn't expect to see her at the same school again. I admire her courage to return, another commented. She might not realize that Sister Shuang is also here. If she knew, I doubt she would even dare to line up. Ha! The whispers and mockery reached Yu Yanlan and Wu Yu's ears. Wu Yu clenched her small fist, indignant at their remarks. How dare they say such things about you? She exclaimed, ready to confront them. Are you not afraid? Yu Yanlan inquired. I am, but I must stand up for you, Wu Yu replied, her resolve wavering. Yu Yanlan coldly smiled and raised her voice deliberately, declaring, there is no need to confront them. I, Yu Yanlan, have never stooped to the level of beasts, nor do I wish to tarnish my eyes by even glancing at them. The onlookers heard Yu Yanlan's words and, though angered, dared not retaliate. They certainly did not want to be expelled on their first day. They were unaware that the Yu Yanlan of today was no longer the one they had once bullied, and the future opportunities would not necessarily be in their favor. Without any shame, Yu Cheng and the others allowed Mu Xian and Yimo to cut in line with Yu Yanlan and Wu Yu, and they promptly completed their enrollment procedures, which were not overly complicated and concluded swiftly. Yu Cheng and Fani were both second-year students, while the others were first years, resulting in different classroom allocations. Yu Yanlan and Wu Yu were placed together, while Mu Xian and Yimo were assigned to the same class. As Fong walked along the path to the classroom, he incessantly lamented, why am I no longer in the same class as Yuecheng? I feel so lonely. You're not a child anymore. What is wrong with being alone? Yuecheng teased him. I don't care. Being alone is truly boring. Yimo grasped his hand sweetly and said, I'll keep you company. After class, I will come to you, and you won't feel lonely anymore. All right, Fong pouted, gently patting her head. Wu Yu felt a wave of goosebumps and distanced himself from them. Mu Xian stifled a laugh. Compared to Yimo, she was remarkably pleasant and pure. After exchanging a few casual words, they each made their way to their respective classrooms. Upon reaching the classroom door, Yu Yanlan spotted the trio from the registration office who had been gossiping about her. One plump, one thin, and one short, none of them particularly appealing. And they had the misfortune of being placed in the same class. The three of them, noticing Yu Yanlan, regarded her with disdain, a smirk playing on their lips as they exchanged knowing glances. Yu Yanlan chose a seat at the back by the window, and Wu Yu naturally followed suit. Just as they settled in, the trio approached to stir trouble. The plump girl kicked their desk, causing it to jolt violently, nearly colliding with Wu Yu. The chubby girl wore a smug expression. Oops, my foot slipped. Hey, how is it? Does it hurt? The thin girl asked sarcastically, then turned to Yu Yanlan, saying, It seems that the person sitting at this desk is destined for bad luck. Wu Yu, furious, shouted, You guys are going too far. What's wrong? Are you stuttering? The plump girl provoked again. The short one chimed in, It's her desk that's blind, causing my friend pain. How are we in the wrong? One must have grounds for their accusations. The three of them took turns hurling jibes, their sarcasm infuriating Wu Yu to the point where she could only glare at them in frustration. Xiaolan. Wu Yu looked at her with a sense of injustice. Yu Yanlan raised her gaze and swept it across the trio. These insignificant characters hardly warranted her attention, as long as they did not overstep. She was willing to overlook their antics. She settled down to rest. Yu Yanlan showed no intention of engaging with them, which instantly displeased the trio. The plump girl kicked the desk again with force, and had Yu Yanlan not braced herself, it would have collided with them. With an icy glare directed at the trio, Yu Yanlan spoke clearly, You would do well to back off and not test my limits. The three of them shivered. It had been only a short while since they last saw her, but her aura had transformed entirely. Had it been before, she would have sought peace with kind words. The plump girl straightened her posture but lost some of her bravado, saying, Who do you think you're talking to? I don't believe you. Show me what you can do. Just as her words fell, the classroom erupted into excitement, a chorus of cheers filling the air. Observing their starstruck expressions, it was evident that a handsome boy had arrived. Fortunately, Yu Yanlan remained unfazed. Whoever appeared beside her was undeniably charming. They're coming. Will they join our class? Ah, he is so handsome. It would be great if he came to our class. A group of infatuated girls leaned against the window, their hearts fluttering with youthful exuberance. Wu Yu occasionally rose on her toes to catch a glimpse, still skeptical that anyone could surpass the handsomeness of Yu Cheng and his companions. Ah, they're coming to our class. Let me down. A chorus of exclamations erupted, prompting Yu Yanlan to curiously glance up. The young man sported a head of short black hair, adorned in a purple shirt and matching shorts, exuding an air of simplicity and cleanliness. He was quite handsome. No, Weiqi. Yu Yanlan lifted her gaze again, this time not just a fleeting glance, but fixated on his subtly violet-hued eyes. This person seemed strangely familiar. Chapter 78. A striking entrance the moment the man stepped into the classroom. Even some of the other male students felt a pang of inferiority, their eyes wide with astonishment. How handsome! Wu Yu murmured, I have never encountered such an exquisitely handsome man, even in Shenghua. The purple hairband tied around the man's wrist left Yu Yanlan in a daze. Lan Mo? Hello, everyone. My name is Lan Mo. I look forward to your kindness, he said, basking in the admiration of the crowd. As he sauntered toward the last row by the window, he stopped beside Wu Yu. The trio of plump, tall, and slender students instinctively parted ways, their gazes transfixed solely on Lan Mo. Wu Yu was mesmerized, stammering, What's happening? Could you please give up your seat for me? Lan Mo's voice was rich and magnetic. Swallowing hard, Wu Yu nodded repeatedly, clearing his belongings to make space. After a grateful thank you, Lan Mo settled beside Yu Yanlan. The expressions of the three girls darkened, their eyes shooting icy daggers at Yu Yanlan, exchanging threatening glances urging her to move aside. However, Yu Yanlan remained unperturbed. Posing a question to Lan Mo, Did you cut your hair? Lan Mo nodded, a broader smile gracing his lips. What do you think? Am I not more handsome now? Yu Yanlan chuckled softly, refraining from voicing her thoughts. Internally, she acknowledged that his short hair and new attire indeed made him appear more radiant. One of the chubby girls scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Handsome guy, I think you should consider changing your seat. The woman beside you is a harbinger of misfortune. She has brought ruin upon her own family. Indeed, I heard she even stole someone else's boyfriend, becoming a mistress, the tall girl chimed in. Their words reached the ears of other classmates, inciting a wave of laughter and hushed whispers, their disdain palpable. A glimmer of mockery flickered in the eyes of some boys. Lan Mo frowned, his pale lavender eyes growing colder. If they uttered another word, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them all. Yu Yanlan remained serene, seemingly impervious to their taunts, quietly gazing out the window, too lethargic to engage in their petty squabbles. If she chose to retaliate, it would be a mere flick of her finger for these individuals. As a female teacher entered, everyone returned to their seats. The instructor, appearing to be in her 30s, wore black-framed glasses and, albeit average in appearance, possessed an alluring figure. "I am Wang Ru, your new homeroom teacher. Should you require assistance, feel free to approach me." She introduced herself just as a flamboyantly dressed girl boldly strolled into the classroom, disregarding the teacher's presence, and plopped down in an empty seat. The previously tormenting chubby girl called out softly, "Sister Shuang." The woman turned her head, casting a casual glance before nodding nonchalantly. Wang Ru's expression darkened, preparing to reprimand, when a familiar figure caught Yu Yanlan's eye. It had been a long time since she had seen Fang Su, the catalyst for her demise. Despite his attractive facade, he was profoundly selfish and weak. Fang Su completely ignored Wang Ru, taking a seat beside Sister Shuang at her beckoning, their intimate demeanor suggesting they were indeed involved. Wang Ru reprimanded, "The two students who arrived late, please ensure you return to the classroom on time in the future." Both remained silent, although Wang Ru was angry. She chose not to elaborate further. She proceeded to briefly introduce the school's structure and regulations, encouraging the students to get to know one another. "Yu Yanlan, please step out," she called toward the window. Upon hearing her name, Fang Su felt a jolt. The fleeting relief from fear surged again, clinging to the hope that it was merely a case of sharing a name, until Yu Yanlan's figure appeared before him. Fang Su's breath quickened, instinctively lowering his head, unable to meet her gaze. Beside him, Sister Shuang nudged him disapprovingly and inquired, "What is wrong with you?" "Huh?" Fang Su was startled. "Do you know that Yu Yanlan?" Sister Shuang pressed. Fang Su shook his head vigorously, denying any acquaintance. Outside, Wang Ru looked at Yu Yanlan with warmth and smiled. "How are you finding it? Are you adjusting?" Yu Yanlan regarded her with confusion. Wang Ru smiled knowingly, explaining, "I'm a friend of your father's. If you ever need anything, you can always come to me. Do not endure things alone, understood?" Having heard of Yu Yanlan being bullied at school, she felt it her duty to assist her now that she was in her class. Yu Yanlan appeared enlightened and nodded in acknowledgement. "You may go in now." Once Yu Yanlan returned, Wang Ru continued to smile gently before departing, recognizing that this time was intended for the children, and her presence might hinder their interaction. Casting a glance at the downcast Fang Su, Yu Yanlan's lips curled into a smile. She had been preoccupied with gathering spiritual energy recently and had indeed forgotten about him, allowing him to live quite comfortably. This glance did not go unnoticed by Sister Shuang, who felt a surge of anger. With a resounding clap, she slammed her hand on the desk, silencing the classroom instantly. Yu Yanlan halted, turning her head to inquire, "Is there something you need?" Sister Shuang was taken aback. The former Yu Yanlan had been too intimidated to even look at her. Yet now she seemed to possess newfound confidence. However, this would not deter her from lashing out. Presuming that Yu Yanlan's boldness stemmed from merely wanting to escape her bullying in this new academy. "Yu Yanlan, it hasn't been long since we last met. Yet your beguiling ways of enticing others' boyfriends have only grown sharper," she spat. This comment elicited murmurs of disapproval from the class, reminiscent of previous remarks made by the chubby girls, which only served to tarnish Yu Yanlan's image further in the eyes of her peers. Observing the disdain on her classmates' faces, Sister Shuang smirked triumphantly, growing increasingly brazen as she resurrected past grievances. "I remember when I taught you a lesson. You were on your knees, begging for mercy, promising to change. How is it that you've forgotten so quickly? Do you still crave a more severe lesson?" Yu Yanlan remained silent, but Wu Yu, filled with urgency, interjected despite her trembling hands. "Xiaolan is not that kind of person. You're speaking nonsense. What are you even? You have no right to speak to me." Sister Shuang shouted in anger. "Xiaolan is truly not what she claims to be." Wu Yu fervently sought to elucidate the situation on behalf of Yu Yanlan. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, a full bottle of water was hurled directly at her. Startled, Wu Yu instinctively shut her eyes. The next moment, gasps resonated throughout the classroom, and as Yu opened her eyes, she found Yu Yanlan standing protectively in front of her, resolutely grasping the incoming bottle of water. With an icy glare directed at Sister Shuang, Yu Yanlan declared, "I have warned you not to cross my boundaries." Without hesitation, she flung the water at Sister Shuang with such swiftness that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible, striking her squarely on the nose and causing a torrent of blood to gush forth uncontrollably. Chapter 79. This is what you owe me, Sister Shuang. In a moment of belated realization, cried out loudly, tears streaming down her face from the pain. Those who were close enough could easily see her fractured nasal bone. "Yu Yanlan, I will kill you." Sister Shuang raged, heedless of the blood still flowing from her nose as she attempted to confront Yu Yanlan. Fong Su quickly pulled her back, forcibly embracing her as he rushed toward the infirmary. The trio of followers, fat, tall, and slim, looked bewildered but followed suit, recognizing this as the perfect opportunity to curry favor with Sister Shuang. Meanwhile, Yu Yanlan appeared unfazed, returning to her position as if nothing had transpired, while the classmates murmured amongst themselves, pretending all was normal. Many girls' gazes returned to Lan Mo, marveling at his exquisite beauty. He truly was a rare gem. In the infirmary, Sister Shuang was informed that her nasal bone was fractured and required surgery. Her composure shattered instantly. She could scarcely fathom that someone like Yu Yanlan would dare to confront her. The trio of flatterers stood at a distance, too afraid to speak, lest Sister Shuang direct her wrath toward them. "Fong Su, help me take revenge," Sister Shuang pleaded, her eyes beseeching. "You know people from the hunting cloud hall, don't you?" "No, you can't offend her. It would be disastrous," Fong Su urged in a state of panic. "Don't you love me? After all I've endured, will you not assist me?" "Sister Shuang, if you do not heed my advice, we shall break up," Fong Su nearly shouted, his heartless demeanor causing Sister Shuang to pause. Was this the same man who had once been so tender during their intimate moments? Now, facing a mere conflict, he turned his back on her. In a fit of anger, Sister Shuang slapped him across the face. "Fong Su, have you taken a liking to that wretched woman? Let me tell you, even if you do not help me, I have my own allies. You all wait and see." With that, Sister Shuang left Fong Su, who was left in a state of bewilderment in the infirmary. He sighed deeply, recalling the day he witnessed Yu Yanlan kill Su Rue. That feeling of terror would haunt him for a lifetime. He had never anticipated encountering her again. In the classroom, Lan Mo rested his chin on one hand, gazing intently at Yu Yanlan with a teasing tone. "Your protective nature is becoming increasingly severe. You should manage yourself first," Yu Yanlan retorted, suddenly lifting her gaze. "Have you regained your physical form?" Lan Mo was at a loss for words. Here he was, a living person, remaining remarkably calm for such an extended period. And yet Yu Yanlan, having conversed with him, was just now realizing his corporeal existence. Yu Yanlan tilted her head slightly. "I apologize, I wasn't paying attention just now." A playful tap landed on her head as Lan Mo complained. "At this rate, you might very well forget me one day." "Perhaps I will. Just don't tell me you know me when that day comes." Yu Yanlan jested, but Lan Mo's heart quivered at her words, a subtle shadow passing through his eyes. He smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Rest assured, I will not allow you to forget me. Otherwise, my spiritual essence would be at stake." Yu Yanlan smiled gently. "You are already a physical entity. Can't you obtain it yourself?" "No, this is a debt you owe me." "Fine, I owe you. So I came to school as you suggested. Hurry and find those with innate spiritual energy. At this pace, who knows how long it will take us to gather them?" Yu Yanlan said, visibly displeased. Lan Mo chuckled with confidence. "There is no need for you to worry about such matters." She then pointed to a girl sitting by the window in the second row of the classroom. "She possesses innate spiritual energy." The girl had her hair tied in a ponytail and appeared quite demure and charming. Lan Mo continued, pointing toward the door. "She has it too, and the one behind her as well. Oh, and that is Wang Ru, our class guide. She possesses it as well." Lan Mo listed 4 individuals in one breath, all of whom had presented themselves effortlessly. Reflecting on the previous struggle to find people, Yu Yanlan regretted not arriving at school sooner. All 4 were females, and they didn't seem too difficult to manage. She reasoned that it should not be overly challenging. With this in mind, she set her sights on the girl with the ponytail as her first target. Despite there being 4, she would have to approach them one by one. At this rate, she would soon gather all the spiritual energy. Yu Yanlan narrowed her eyes, a hint of melancholy crossing her face. At that time, I will be able to return. This time, you were merely fortunate. Gathering spiritual energy is not as simple as it appears. Otherwise, Ming Yin would not have lingered here for a century, Lan Mo remarked, dousing Yu Yanlan's spirits with a cold reality. She shot him a glare, turning her head away in annoyance. He truly had a knack for being tactless. Lan Mo continued, there are other beings from different realms. They will think of what I think. Moreover, their need for spiritual energy far exceeds yours, and they will stop at nothing to acquire it. As you know, once they refine the spiritual energy, it loses its purity, so you must protect your chosen targets well and not allow them any opportunity. I understand, Yu Yanlan replied, her expression growing serious. If Lan Mo hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten that there were others who needed spiritual energy even more than she did. The school would inevitably become their focal point. Suddenly, someone shouted, there's a fight, interrupting Yu Yanlan's train of thought. When she looked up in annoyance, she saw that many students had already leaned out to confirm the commotion, and one by one, they rushed outside to witness the spectacle, crowding the corridor until it was nearly impassable. Few remained seated in the classroom, likely sharing Yu Yanlan's disinterest in meddling in matters that did not concern them. A glance around revealed that the 3 individuals with innate spiritual energy also stayed put, merely observing for a moment before returning to their own affairs. With so few people around, it was the perfect opportunity. Shall we go take a look? You go ahead, Yu Yanlan replied. I'll tell you what happened afterward. Having spoken, Wu Yu swiftly squeezed into the crowd. Ever since her complexion had improved, and after spending considerable time with Yu Cheng and the others, her previously crippling insecurities had notably diminished, marking a significant transformation. Yu Yanlan smiled with satisfaction. Her original intention was to help Wu Yu regain her confidence, overcome her fears of Zhu Qian and the others, and cultivate independence and resilience. Lan Mo raised an eyebrow and said to Yu Yanlan, now that the crowd is sparse, aren't you planning to seize the moment with them? Norus. Yu Yanlan deliberately elongated her final syllable, hoping to provoke Lan Mo, who had unwittingly doused her enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. Chapter 80. I am following her. Lan Mo found himself at a loss for words once again. What would he do? Although he had regained his physical form, he was still unable to collect spiritual energy and had to rely on Yu Yanlan to accomplish everything. Noticing his helpless expression, Yu Yanlan felt no annoyance and proceeded towards her first target, the girl with a ponytail, who was quietly engrossed in a comic book. Yu Yanlan took a seat beside her. Is there something you need? The ponytail girl inquired, glancing up. Yu Yanlan was momentarily taken aback by the question, struggling to find her voice. The girl leaned in closer and asked, do you need any help? Do you have a wish? Yu Yanlan finally managed to articulate after a prolonged pause. A wish? The girl pondered seriously, her expression darkening as she forced a bittersweet smile. Yes, I wish for my mother to be happy. I would do anything for that. Just as Yu Yanlan was about to inquire further, Wu Yu's anxious voice echoed through the classroom. Xiao Lan, Fan Yi and the others are in trouble. Upon hearing Fan Yi's name, Yu Yanlan felt a rush of urgency and, without exchanging pleasantries, pushed her way into the crowd in the corridor, only to be yanked inside by Wu Yu. Downstairs, Fan Yi lay on the ground, surrounded by a group of assailants, while Yu Cheng was engaged in a fierce struggle with a man taller than him, both seemingly evenly matched. Yu Yanlan furrowed her brow, realizing that trouble had found her on her first day back at school. What a headache! She leaned against the railing, contemplating jumping down, but was pulled back by Lan Mo, who whispered, if you jump from this height, do you really want to become the center of attention at school? Yu Yanlan suddenly realized that nearly everyone in the school was watching the fight, accustomed to the freedom of their usual environment. She had momentarily forgotten the spectacle that unfolded in a school setting. With no other choice, she resigned herself to playing the role of a bystander. By the time the 3 of them reached downstairs, Yu Cheng and the man were both panting heavily evenly matched, while Fan Yi was still being mercilessly beaten, looking quite disheveled. Yu Yanlan's anger surged, and just as she was about to intervene, Lan Mo pulled her back, stating, "Leave this simple matter to me." He then approached Fan Yi with deliberate calmness. With almost surgical precision, Lan Mo dispatched the assailants one by one, their bodies collapsing to the ground. His actions elicited gasps from the onlookers, not merely for his striking appearance, but also for his evident prowess in combat. He embodied the quintessential hero that so many girls dreamt of. He then sauntered over to where Yu Cheng was grappling with his opponent, lifting both men's fists into his grasp. With a gentle nudge, he pushed Yu Cheng aside. On the other side, he tightened his grip, causing the man to wince, his face flushing with pain, yet he remained silent. It was truly unavoidable. After all, who could blame her for defending her friends? Lan Mo applied more pressure, and with a sharp crack, the man could no longer contain himself, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Lan Mo showed no signs of relenting. Breathing steadily to alleviate the pain, the man murmured, "This matter does not concern you. I advise you to refrain from meddling. I have no desire to make an enemy of you. Let's both take a step back." "And how do you know this does not concern me?" Lan Mo replied with a serene smile. "Moreover, I have never been one to take a step back." With a swift motion, the man was hurled out by Lan Mo, crashing heavily to the ground. A loud thud echoed as his cries intensified, yet he remained defiant, glaring fiercely at Lan Mo and declaring, "Don't you dare regret this. Leave." With that, he shouted, and his companions scrambled to their feet, assisting him as they departed. Lan Mo, however, had little inclination to pursue them, merely turning back to Yu Yanlan with a playful raise of his eyebrows, akin to a child seeking praise. The crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle began to disperse, their interest waning, save for a few infatuated girls who lingered, eager to rush into Lan Mo's embrace. "Thank you. May I ask how to address you?" Yu Cheng, standing behind him, expressed his sincere gratitude. Lan Mo slowly turned to face Yu Cheng, a smile gracing his lips. "It's good to see you again." Yu Cheng paused for a few seconds, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he stepped back repeatedly, colliding with Fan Yi and jolting in surprise. "Ghost! No, wait. You're not transparent." Yu Cheng, whose reflexes seemed delayed, was driven by curiosity to approach once more, scrutinizing Lan Mo from head to toe, even daring to poke his cheek. "Not a ghost." Yu Cheng still found it hard to believe. Fan Yi, looking somewhat pale, scoffed, "Have you been struck senseless? What ghost could possibly exist here with a living person right in front of you? If anyone is senseless, it would be you, you blockhead," Yu Cheng retorted, their camaraderie allowing for such banter. Fan Yi, uninterested in further argument, turned to Lan Mo and said, "Thank you, handsome. Your skills are truly impressive." "Quite all right," Lan Mo replied with a polite smile. Yu Yanlan approached Yu Cheng, asking, "Brother, what happened?" Yu Cheng gestured towards Fan Yi, saying, "You should ask Fan Yi's girlfriend." That man stormed in, declaring war on Fan Yi, demanding he stay away from EMO, and then this scene unfolded. "Hey, Fan Yi chocolate sheepish. What can I say? That girl is quite charming, and charming enough to attract trouble for you. Have you considered what might happen if I'm not around?" Yu Cheng pressed, leaving Fan Yi momentarily speechless, his usual wit failing him as he could only smile sheepishly. Yu Yanlan, feeling helpless, acknowledged that though she was aware of Emo's duplicitous nature, she refrained from voicing her concerns, as long as Emo posed no threat to Fan Yi. "If anything arises, do give me a call," she advised, glancing at Fan Yi. "Especially you. I can't protect you if no one is by your side, and you be the one to suffer." "Understood. You're the best, big sister." Fan Yi grinned, earning a disapproving glance from Yu Yanlan. She thought to herself how remarkable it was that despite having a formidable brother, the two siblings were so vastly different. At that moment, she resolved to help Fan Yi grow stronger, seeking an opportunity for him to wield the celestial pearl and enhance his prowess. "Let us go find EMO and get to the bottom of this," Yu Cheng suggested. Yu Yanlan concurred, and Fan Yi had no objection to this course of action. After all, today's matter is certainly not destined to be resolved so easily. The prospect of continuous entanglement in the future is rather bothersome. Yu Cheng could have easily distanced himself from his identity as a member of the Liyuan Hall. However, upon their enrollment, and Xiao had declared that once they entered the school, they must maintain their anonymity. Only by relinquishing their student status could they return to the Liyuan Hall. Such a decree is truly inhumane. Lan Mo also accompanied them, and it is highly likely that Yu Cheng was already aware of his connection with Yanlan. Yet, Fan Yi remained oblivious, naively inquiring, "Hey, handsome, why are you following us?" "I am not following you." "Then what is this?" Lan Mo gestured towards Yanlan, raising his chin with pride. "I am with her." Chapter 81. Doubt Fan Yi wore a mischievous, gossipy expression. "Big sis, you're quite something, huh? Just arrived and already snagged a handsome guy. And one who can fight too. Impressive." He even flashed a thumbs up, grinning cheekily. That look of his was practically begging for a punch. Yu Yanlan replied coolly, "We're friends." "Oh." Fan Yi clearly didn't believe her, his eyes darting toward Lan Mo, trying to gauge his reaction. But Lan Mo remained expressionless, cold as ice. In class F1, Emo wasn't sitting with Mu Xin. Instead, they were far apart. Emo was in the middle, chatting happily with a few classmates, while Mu Xin sat by the window, gazing outside, lost in thought. When Emo glanced up and saw Fan Yi approaching, surprise flickered in her eyes before quickly shifting into delight. She immediately looped her arm through his, cooing, "You came? Did you miss me?" "I missed you too." Even Yu Cheng shuddered at the display and quickly retreated, striding over to Mu Xin, who was still lost in her thoughts and hadn't noticed their arrival. He sat beside her, following her gaze. There was only a single tree, its branches heavy with crimson blossoms. "Do you like the tree? Or the flowers?" Yu Cheng asked. Startled, Mu Xin turned to him, and upon seeing his earnest expression, her signature smile bloomed. "What brings you here?" "Something happened between Emo and Fan." Yu Cheng recounted the events, and Mu Xin's expression shifted subtly. She glanced at Emo, hesitating before speaking. Mu Xin was straightforward, easy to read. Yu Cheng pressed, "Do you know something? Just say it. It's fine. I don't know how to put it. I'm just an observer. The truth isn't something we can judge so easily." Yu Cheng nodded, dropping the subject. She had a point. Without witnessing things firsthand, it was hard to determine right from wrong. Many things weren't as they seemed. Meanwhile, Fan Yi had already gotten an answer from Emo. She sobbed softly, nestling into his arms. "Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. I never thought he'd actually go after you. It's not your fault. You don't need to apologize." Fan Yi was furious. So what if that guy liked Emo? Did he have to pick a fight? Infuriating. Yu Yanlan, however, caught the faintest trace of panic in Emo's eyes. She questioned sharply, "Did you really not know? Or were you in on it? How could you say that, sis? You can't just accuse me." Emo protested vehemently. When Yu Yanlan remained unconvinced, Emo turned to Fan Yi. "Xiao Yi, say something. You don't believe me either, do you?" "Big sis, Emo isn't like that." Fan Yi began. Lan Mo arched a brow. "So you're saying Yu Yanlan is wrong?" "That is not what I meant. But you need proof before making claims." Fan Yi muttered. "See how you end up dead without even realizing it." Lan Mo was quite displeased. With a sharp glance at Fan Yi, she seized Yu Yanlan and departed. Disregarding Wu Yu's calls, Wu Yu, feeling distressed, remarked, "Fan Yi, Xiaolan would never wrongfully accuse anyone. You should take care of yourself." He then hurriedly followed after them. Fan Yi, lacking any intention to explain, advised Emo to be cautious before summoning Yu Cheng back to the classroom, keeping her head down and remaining silent throughout the journey. Once seated, Fan Yi's frustration bubbled over as she addressed Yu Cheng. "Why is it that everyone adores the girlfriends you choose, while whatever I do is deemed wrong? It is utterly unfair. Have you ever considered that perhaps Emo truly has issues?" This remark further provoked Fan Yi, who slammed the table and shouted, "All right, fine. You're all right. And I am the only one at fault. Are you satisfied now?" Despite Yu Cheng's attempts to call her name, Fan Yi stormed out of the classroom, and by the time she chased after her, she had vanished from sight. In class F1, Emo wiped her tears and buried her face in the desk as she made a phone call. After hanging up, a sinister smile crept across her face, which transformed into a feigned innocence as she looked up. She approached Mu Xin with a smile and asked, "Sister Mu Xin, You haven't said anything to Yu Cheng, have you? No, Mu Xian replied calmly. I mean no harm. I simply feared you might misunderstand. That man sought me out only to persuade me to abandon Xiao Yi. I refused, and I genuinely had no idea he would cause trouble. As Emo spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks once more, her tear-streaked face evoking sympathy. Mu Xian maintained a composed demeanor, merely smiling slightly. You just need to resolve these matters with Fanny. After a pause, Mu Xian's piercing gaze fell upon her, however. I do not comprehend. If you dislike him, why then do you lean in so closely? It appears rather intimate, does it not? Emo flinched, her smile faltering. She had not anticipated Mu Xian would notice such details. If Mu Xian disclosed this to Fan Yi, coupled with Yu Yanlan's suspicions, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to clear her name. As various excuses flickered through her mind, Emo dismissed them one by one. Just as she was consumed by anxiety, Mu Xian smiled gently. Rest assured, you have your reasons. If you choose not to share, that is your prerogative. As long as you and Fan Yi are well, that is what matters most. Indeed, Emo replied, her smile masking a glint of ruthlessness in her eyes. Yu Yanlan had been pulled to the back of the teaching building by Lan Mo, who finally let go. Wu Yu, unable to catch up, returned to the classroom to wait. With a stern expression, Lan Mo commanded, from now on, do not associate with these people. What is wrong with you? Why such a temper? You have indirectly been in contact with Fan Yi for quite some time. Do you not understand her nature? Yu Yanlan countered. I do not care. You are overly sentimental, considering others' feelings. Who knows when someone might stab you in the back? Regret will come too late then. Yu Yanlan's brow furrowed. He would never do that. How can you be so certain of him? I will not misjudge someone. Yu Yanlan spoke with unwavering resolve, her tone softening as she addressed Lan Mo. I have traversed the battlefield for many years, and I can discern right from wrong with a mere glance. Fan is not that kind of person, and I do not wish to hear such words again. Lan Mo stared at Yu Yanlan with an expressionless visage, acknowledging her own overwhelming emotions. As her words lingered in the air, Lan Mo's figure vanished from her sight. Meanwhile, the cat stone emitted a faint warmth, which returned to normal after a few moments. Yu Yanlan felt no remorse for her stance. She believed wholeheartedly in the person she had chosen to trust, convinced that they could do no wrong. She would fiercely protect them, allowing no one to lay a hand on them. Chapter 82. The bar of wood and wine in a dimly lit corner sat Sister Shuang, her nose adorned with a conspicuous bandage. Disregarding the doctor's admonitions as she gulped down her drink, her eyes brimming with animosity. Two masked men took a seat beside her, and, immediately, Sister Shuang transformed into a picture of deference, cautiously inquiring, Were you sent by Zhuzi? Indeed, we hear you have a request. One of the men murmured in a lowered voice. Sister Shuang replied with palpable excitement. I need you to teach someone a lesson. You can set the price. Just a lesson? She questioned, perplexed. The man smirked. You see, we never engage in business that leaves the target alive. It's either death or we decline. Death? Sister Shuang's pupils constricted. She had never contemplated such a notion, and she fervently shook her head. Then, I shall not make the request. Did Zhuzi fail to inform you that hiring us guarantees bloodshed? The man chuckled. So, whose blood will it be, yours or hers? A chill ran down Sister Shuang's spine. Her hand trembled as she raised her glass. Summoning her courage, she declared, Previously, Zhuzi had warned her that this organization valued rules highly. She had no desire for demise, yet she steeled herself and retrieved a photo of Yu Yanlan to show the men. The two exchanged knowing glances, and the man who had spoken nodded, understood. For a woman, 100,000 will suffice, payable in full. 100,000? Sister Shuang was utterly astonished by the figure. She had expected a sum of 1,000 or 2,000, only to find the demand was tenfold, and it was presented as though it were a trifling amount. What? Do you find it insufficient? The man asked earnestly. Waving her hands vigorously, she replied, No, 100,000 it is. With that, Sister Shuang phoned her father to transfer the sum, promptly transferring it to the account provided by the men. Upon receipt of the funds, both masked figures raised their glasses in a toast. Aren't you leaving? The man urged dismissively. Startled, Sister Shuang fled without a moment's hesitation. Being in their presence was overwhelmingly oppressive, stifling even her breath and inhibiting her movements. Once she departed, the two masked men exchanged smirks and clinked their glasses. The man who had spoken remarked, "This Yu Yanlan has offended many. She possesses considerable skill. She is not to be underestimated," another added. "Indeed, it is perplexing. She appears non-human yet defies categorization." He mused, such a conundrum. Regardless of what she is, the time for action is nigh. The masked man raised his glass, stating, "In 4 days, they will ascend Yin Yin Mountain. That day shall present the perfect opportunity to strike." "Understood. I shall relay the orders," the man responded. Baying Academy from the moment Yu Yanlan entered the classroom. Her brow was furrowed in distress, an inexplicable heaviness weighing upon her. Nevertheless, the tasks at hand must be attended to. As she made her way toward a girl with a ponytail, she noticed the girl fixated on her phone, her expression grim and her brows twisted in a knot. Her body trembled slightly, seemingly agitated by anger, before she began to shift restlessly in her seat. After much hesitation, she finally shouldered her bag and rushed past Yu Yanlan, who could clearly sense a wave of hostility emanating from her. Yu Yanlan beckoned to Wu Yu, urging her to follow. The girl with the ponytail jogged along a deserted path, clutching her bag tightly, and it took her over 10 minutes to slow her pace as she approached a modest house. From a distance, the anguished cries of a woman and the furious shouts of a man could be heard, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of shattering objects. The girl felt as though her feet were shackled with lead, immobilized by the escalating screams of the woman. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and marched boldly into the house. "Stop hitting her," the girl shouted, her voice piercing through the chaos. "What are you doing back here? Get out of here now," the woman yelled at her. The man, panting heavily, glared menacingly at the girl, threatening, "Do you want me to take you down too?" He advanced toward her with a menacing aura, while the woman clutched his leg desperately, her face bruised and bloodied, with fresh blood trickling down her leg. "Go, just go. Don't worry about me. I'll kill you." At some point, the girl had grasped a long shard of glass, brandishing it at the man. He dodged, and the shard merely embedded itself in his shoulder. In retaliation, he swung a fist that knocked her to the ground, stamping on her cruelly, cursing her for being a nuisance. He then tore the glass shard from his shoulder and slashed it toward her face. "Xiao Kuei," the woman screamed. Instinctively, the girl raised her hands to shield her face, but the anticipated pain never came. Yu Yanlan seized the man's arm, twisting it until the shard fell to the ground, then delivered a swift kick that sent him crashing into the coffee table. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Kui exclaimed, gazing at Yu Yanlan in surprise. "I came with you," Wu Yu replied, moving to help the injured woman, her heart aching at the sight of her wounds, a deep sense of sorrow washing over her. "It's okay now." The woman, momentarily dazed, recalled her own past attempts to resist, but her frail body could never withstand the man's wrath. Yet, Yu Yanlan had sent him sprawling with a single kick, showcasing an extraordinary strength. Xiao Kuei stepped closer, assisting the woman to sit on the sofa, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had resolved to end this cycle of domestic violence, even contemplating a tragic demise alongside the man. Little did she expect that her perceived weakness would be shattered by Yu Yanlan's timely intervention, breaking down her emotional barriers. The man, already wounded by Xiao Kuei's attack and further incapacitated by Yu Yanlan's formidable kick, could barely move. All he could do was muster a feeble threat. "Who the hell are you? What business do you have meddling in my affairs?" "I'm not concerned with your affairs, but with hers," Yu Yanlan declared, pointing at Xiao Kuei. "If you're not her father, I would have dealt with you already." "Ah, little girl, your tone is quite audacious. Should you choose to take my life, the Hunting Cloud Hall will undoubtedly deal with you. I have my connections." "The Hunting Cloud Hall?" The man's words momentarily escaped Yu Yanlan's thoughts. Handing him over to the Hunting Cloud Hall, confining him for a lifetime, ensuring he spends his remaining days shrouded in darkness, would indeed be the most formidable punishment for him. The Hunting Cloud Hall may have stated that one must not reveal their identity within the school, yet they did not imply that one cannot do so outside. As long as the woman does not inform Xiao Kuei, none within the school will be aware. Observing Yu Yanlan's prolonged silence, the man presumed she was intimidated and escalated his threats. Have you heard the 10th hall? My brothers within are quite formidable. With just a single call, they could have all of you incarcerated. Chapter 83. Imprisonment. Never to be released, the woman glared at him with a deep-seated resentment. Yet she pleaded, "They are just children. Do not make things difficult for them. You know what kind of place the hunting cloud hall is. Shut your mouth, you wretched woman. How did I end up marrying a yellow-faced hag like you? And bringing along a little harlot?" The man spewed his vitriol without restraint. The woman and Xiao Kuei could only embrace each other, silently shedding tears. Yu Yanlong looked at the man with disgust and, with a swift motion, slapped him across the face, leaving him dazed. "Someone like you is not worthy of being human. Even beasts are superior to you." As the man regained his senses, he shot a venomous glare at Yu Yanlong and growled, "Just wait. I'll call my buddy right now and have him deal with you." In a frenzy, he fished out his cracked phone, which still managed to function, and soon the call connected. He reported that he had been assaulted, and the voice on the other end instructed him to wait, promising to arrive immediately. Such camaraderie among men seemed commendable, yet for a man like him, death would be too merciful. The woman, with tears streaming down her face, implored Yu Yanlong, "Little girl, I beg you, take Xiao Kuei and leave. If you fall into the hands of those at the hunting cloud hall, your lives will be ruined." "Mom, I won't leave you." Xiao Kuei clung to her tightly. As an observer, Yu Yanlong watched the scene unfold like a tragic play. The woman, frail and powerless, was relentlessly tormented by these despicable creatures, living in despair each day. Yu Yanlong calmly settled onto the sofa, regarding the man before her as one would a dog. No, as someone even less dignified than a dog. She raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You should have anticipated this. What goes around comes around. One day, you shall meet your demise." The man, now intimidated by Yu Yanlong, could not muster a single word. His mind solely fixated on the hope that his friends would arrive soon to handle her and the others. When the sound of a car door slamming echoed from outside, the man's spirits lifted. "You're all finished now." 4 or 5 men swaggered in, their arrowhead insignia unmistakable. The hunters had arrived. "Brother, what is going on?" A slender man rushed over to assist the man, who was stuck in the depths of the sofa, groaning in agony, his body likely broken in multiple places. Had he been less robust, he might not have had the strength to even curse. "Xiao Mao, you finally came." The man lamented before pointing at Yu Yanlong. "This is the woman who has caused this chaos. She shows no respect for the hunting cloud hall and dares to call its members beasts. I had no choice but to call you." Xiao Mao, the slender man, focused intently, visibly displeased. "Who dares to speak ill of the hunting cloud hall? Has one lived too long?" Without acknowledging the man further, he waved his hand, ordering, "Take her away. Let her see if those in the hunting cloud hall are indeed beasts." Seconds passed without a response, prompting Xiao Mao to turn around in anger, shouting, "Are you deaf?" "Mao, brother Mao." One slightly plump man exchanged glances with him, signaling something. Xiao Mao had yet to comprehend the situation, feeling a sharp pain in his eyes. He sought treatment, exclaiming in frustration about the delay in apprehending the culprits. The others cast furtive glances at Yu Yanlong, too intimidated to exhale audibly. Among those present, only Wu Yu remained unfazed, fully aware of Yu Yanlong's esteemed identity, choosing instead to observe the unfolding drama in silence. Xiao Kuei, alongside the women, felt a heavy burden, as this was a domestic matter that had inadvertently involved Yu Yanlong. Although his presence brought them some relief, a lingering sense of guilt shadowed their hearts. As Xiao Mao noticed the inaction around him, his irritation flared anew. Just as he turned to reprimand them, he locked eyes with Yu Yanlong's amused smile. This figure seemed oddly familiar to him, and as realization dawned, a chill coursed through his body. She was the deputy leader. "What are you talking about?" he stammered. "Xiao Mao, hurry and apprehend them. It would be best to take them all away," the man urged, bewildered. Xiao Mao's scalp prickled with dread, his legs turning to jelly. He turned and growled, "Shut your filthy mouth." Had he known that the man had offended Yu Yanlong, he wouldn't have dared to act out, for he had witnessed firsthand how the vice leader, Cheng Yu, treated her with utmost respect during her tenure. It was evident that offending Yu Yanlong was tantamount to incurring the wrath of Cheng Yu himself. His family's very lives would be at stake. Yu Yanlong casually toyed with the fragments on the table, her tone somber as she remarked, I did not expect the hunters of the 10th Hall to conduct themselves in such a manner. Does Zhao Su know of this? Upon hearing Zhao Su's name, Xiao Mao's legs buckled, and he felt his knees, followed by the others who knelt in unison. Though they had not experienced Yu Yanlan's prowess firsthand, they were acutely aware of Zhao Su's reputation. If he were to discover their methods, the consequences would be dire. Vice Leader, spare us. We had no idea you were present. Xiao Mao pleaded desperately. If I were not here, it would be others who would suffer, Yu Yanlan retorted sharply. The weight of her words rendered Xiao Mao utterly defeated. Vice Leader, grant me another chance. I cannot die. I have elderly and children at home. You may live, but this matter will not end here. Should I uncover it again, you shall pay with your life, she warned. Thank you, Vice Leader. Thank you, Xiao Mao stammered, his head bowed low. Preserving his life was paramount at that moment. This abrupt transformation left the man dumbfounded. He had summoned Xiao Mao to deal with Yu Yanlan, yet here he was, groveling at her feet like a coward. Xiao Mao, is it? She inquired. Yes, he replied, shaken. This man has committed violence against women and insulted the hunting cloud hall. Take him back, imprison him, and ensure he remains incarcerated for life, Yu Yanlan commanded, each word laden with authority. Even if he perishes within, let it be by fire. What do you think you are? The man retorted, agitated. To his astonishment, Xiao Mao turned and struck him, leaving him bewildered. Xiao Mao, I am your brother. What are you doing? Come, take him away, subject him to lifelong supervision, and ensure he is never released. The indifferent yet serious demeanor of Xiao Mao caused the man to panic, desperately appealing to emotions. However, Xiao Mao didn't even spare him a glance. With a wave of his hand, he ordered others to drag the man into the vehicle. Deputy Leader, if there are no other matters, shall I take him to the dungeon now? Xiao Mao inquired cautiously. Yu Yanlan narrowed her eyes and replied, I want him to suffer while remaining alive. Do you understand? Yes. Xiao Mao left reluctantly, his calves trembling even as he boarded the vehicle. The Deputy Leader truly is a formidable character. No wonder she receives such favor from the Deputy Hallmaster. Chapter 84. Borrowing money. 2 million in the car. The man incessantly inquired about the reasons from Xiao Mao, who remained indifferent. Faced with the choice between friendship and his own life, he could only prioritize his own survival. It was not until the car's roaring departure echoed that the women, along with Xiao Kuei, emerged from their shock. The swift turn of events was overwhelming, rendering them unable to fully comprehend the situation. The room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by the varying rhythms of their breaths. Xiao Kuei glanced at Yu Yanlan and then scanned the room, confirming the absence of the man before she succumbed to tears. Clinging tightly to the woman, she cried out, Mom, he won't come back, will he? He really won't come back. He won't come back. He won't, the woman reassured her. Once their emotions had stabilized, Yu Yanlan spoke. Rest assured, as long as I am alive, he shall remain in the dungeon, slowly perishing, never to see the light of day. With Yu Yanlan's assurance, Xiao Kuei felt a weight lift from her heart as a subtle white light merged into the cat stone. Some individuals are like this. They can live in happiness yet fail to cherish those around them, only to realize too late after they have truly lost everything. Having acquired the spiritual energy, Yu Yanlan instructed Xiao Kuei, my identity is something I wish to keep between us. I understand, Xiao Kuei replied. Whether or not she truly comprehended was of little concern to Yu Yanlan. Her words had been spoken, and the spiritual energy had been obtained. The remaining matters were no longer her concern, and she departed with Wu Yu. Within the cat stone, Lan Mo contained the spiritual energy in a purple cloth bag, hanging it from a tree while gazing at the colossal cat above him, self-mockingly stating, it seems I have developed feelings for you. How ironic. With a wave of his hand toward the tree, a figure materialized before him, clad in a white suit, with a face that embodied allure, aside from Ming Yen. None else could truly be deemed as such. Ming Yen yawned languidly. What is it now? Lan Mo, with a depth in his eyes, earnestly asked. What would you do if one day you discovered you had developed feelings for someone you have always exploited? Huh? Ming Yen scoffed. What can be done? If you like someone, you like them. However, if she ever learns of my manipulation, she would certainly never forgive me. So, who is it that you fancy? Ming Yen inquired with a curious expression, relishing the prospect of Lan Mo having fallen for one of his pawns. None of your business, Lan Mo retorted sharply, waving his hand, causing Ming Yin to vanish from sight. We all have our own agendas. Forgive my selfishness, he murmured to himself, leaning against the tree to rest. Yu Yanlan and Wu Yu returned directly to the classroom, where two classmates with their own spiritual energy remained. If possible, she wished to resolve the matter with them as well. Previously, Sister Shuang and the others had demeaned Yu Yanlan to the point of alienation, and her classmates were equally disdainful, eager to distance themselves from her. As Yu Yanlan approached the two girls, they instinctively turned away, feigning ignorance and engrossing themselves in conversation, fearful of attracting trouble. Witnessing this, Wu Yu felt a surge of anger. Unable to assist in any meaningful way, guilt washed over him. The life of Yu Yanlan was one of clarity and immense suffering. Now, as she lives anew, she continues to strive with unwavering determination. Yet she remains forever timid and weak. This marks her first awakening to the desire for strength. Suddenly, she slammed her hand on the desk, the sound reverberating through the classroom, silencing the cacophony as all eyes turned towards her. Uncertain where her courage stemmed from, Wu Yu raised her voice, enunciating each word. Do you all know Xiaolan? Have you interacted with her? On what grounds do you judge her based on hearsay? She is not that kind of person. The classroom erupted once more into chaos, disregarding Wu Yu's plea, tightening her heart and bringing tears to her eyes. Yu Yanlan was taken aback by Wu Yu's unexpected defense. It was astonishing that someone who struggled with her own emotions would stand up for her. It was both surprising and heartwarming. You should take pride in your courage, Yu Yanlan said, gently patting Wu Yu's shoulder, though she offered no further words of comfort. Wu Yu felt a warmth in her heart, and her tears receded. The two girls appeared moved by Wu Yu's words, no longer pretending not to notice Yu Yanlan. Yet they still asked with a hint of hostility, Do you have something to say? It is you who has something to say, Yu Yanlan replied expressionlessly. At that moment, she was wise enough not to inquire about their wishes. Such questions would only reveal the issues they needed resolved. The two girls exchanged surprised glances, and the short-haired girl asked foolishly, How did you know? I was just about to ask the same, said the bespectacled girl. Maintaining her air of mystery, Yu Yanlan replied. Regardless of how I know, simply tell me what you wish to resolve, and I shall assist you. Really? The bespectacled girl said, excitement gleaming in her eyes. Yu Yanlan nodded, determined to tackle any challenge for the sake of spiritual energy. The bespectacled girl exclaimed, I need money. 1 million. I also need 1 million. The short-haired girl added hesitantly. For families of their humble means, 1 million was a staggering sum. No wealthy individuals attended this academy, and the short-haired girl had not dared to hope. So, 2 million? Your wish is merely for money? Yu Yanlan asked in astonishment. Both girls awkwardly nodded. Who wouldn't want money? 2 million. Yu Yanlan felt trapped. Such an amount was beyond her reach, even with her position at the Hunting Cloud Hall. Her monthly earnings barely amounted to tens of thousands, and she wasn't even at the stage of receiving payment yet. This was indeed far more challenging than engaging in a fight. Noticing Yu Yanlan's dilemma, Wu Yu volunteered, Xiaolan, I'll ask my father for it. Ask? Yu Yanlan scoffed. The Wu family will one day belong to you. Why risk your dignity now for 2 million? Wu Yu felt bewildered, believing Yu Yanlan merely wished to protect her pride, unaware that she might one day return to the Wu family. Of course, those were matters for another time. In pursuit of spiritual energy, Yu Yanlan resolved to procure the necessary funds, even if it meant borrowing. She agreed to meet the two girls tonight to provide them with the money. Yet their faces fell, realizing it was merely a fleeting hope. Alone in the corridor, without a moment's hesitation, Yu Yanlan dialed Ming Yan's number, stating directly, I require 2 million. How can we arrange this? 2 million? Such a substantial amount could sustain our dragon gang for half a year. What do you need it for? Ming Yan responded, equally astonished. Enough with the trivialities. Do you have it or not? I have no savings. Before Ming Yan could finish, Yu Yanlan hung up the phone, thinking it pointless to engage in further discussion with someone devoid of funds. Chapter 85. 14 million in hand in the catstone. Lan Mo squinted, cursing in frustration, lamenting that after 100 years, he still had no savings, destined to die in poverty. Ming Yin, overhearing from the room, erupted in rage. Well, 100 years. Should there be savings? After all, it couldn't be taken away later. It could serve as antiques for auction. Foolish fox. You're the fool. The two engaged in a cycle of insults until Yu Yanlan called for Lan Mo, bringing their exchange to an end. Lan Mo concealed his form and appeared beside Yu Yanlan. What is it? He inquired. Could you help me keep an eye on those two? I need to borrow some money. Yu Yanlan said awkwardly. Regardless of who she borrowed from, 2 million was no small sum. Ultimately, she decided to approach Fan Lin and Xin Di, one a vice leader and the other a leader. Surely they had some savings. Lan Mo raised an eyebrow in disdain. Merely 2 million? I could sell a single Yao pearl for more than that. There's no need for you to lower your status to borrow. You can still sell Yao pearls? Yu Yanlan asked in astonishment. Come with me. There are too many people here. It's inconvenient. Leading the way, Lan Mo guided them behind the teaching building, where trees provided ample cover. With a flick of his hand, they vanished from sight. They materialized in an open area, devoid of anything but a few distant abandoned structures. With such impressive teleportation skills, why haven't you used them before? Yu Yanlan queried, casting him a sidelong glance. She felt quite displeased. He had never offered to teleport her anywhere, always leaving her to run errands alone, which felt like a significant loss. In response, Lan Mo habitually delivered a playful thump on her head. Who told you to gather spiritual energy so slowly? Without spiritual power, no matter how skilled I am at teleportation, I cannot utilize it. Oh, Yu Yanlan nodded in understanding. Lan Mo led her to a withered tree, rhythmically tapping on it with his index finger. 2 short taps followed by 1 long. Within moments, a response emanated from within the tree. Kumin. The ground beneath the tree emitted a dull, cracking sound, parting to reveal a seemingly endless slide. The two crouched down and descended. The ground slowly began to close behind them. The design was indeed remarkable. No one would discover this secret passage, even upon close inspection. Just as Lan Mo and Yu Yanlan landed, the slide retracted automatically. Peering inside revealed no signs of a secret chamber. Should they become separated without a guide, they might struggle to find the entrance again. The secret room exuded a chilling atmosphere, square in shape, with an open space and 10 tightly shut doors. The area was easily surveyed, and there were not many people scattered about. Each door bore conspicuous signs, indicating various exchanges, hearts, lungs, and so forth. Strangely, one even advertised currency exchange. Lan Mo, familiar with the surroundings, led Yanlan directly through the currency exchange door. As he pushed the door open, a strong, pungent smell assaulted their senses. This old fellow still delights in meddling with beast entrails. Quite revolting, Lan Mo remarked with a chuckle. Suddenly, a weary voice emerged from behind the wall, sounding quite displeased. Lan Mo, you rascal, here to cause trouble again? I have no time to entertain your antics. Get out. The old man, I have something wonderful to share today, not merely for amusement, Blue Mo said with a bright smile. In the eyes of Yu Yanlan, this was the first time he had displayed such a sincere and charming smile. As they passed through the wall, Yu Yanlan was taken aback. Was he not supposed to be an old man? The voice was indeed aged, yet before her stood a strikingly handsome youth, not inferior in appearance to Blue Mo. Blue Mo, it's been years since we last met. You've grown taller, the youth remarked with a smile. Blue Mo grinned. And you have become increasingly youthful. The youth then completely disregarded Yu Yanlan, or perhaps he simply did not notice her presence at all. With a wave of his hand, a stool appeared behind Blue Mo. Take a seat. What treasure do you have? Show me. Old man, 2 people on 1 stool seems rather inappropriate, Blue Mo said awkwardly. The youth paused, lazily glancing to the side, where he noticed Yu Yanlan's expressionless face. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he smirked. Not bad looking. You, my friend, a person so ruthless. Have found love. Ruthless? Yu Yanlan involuntarily glanced at Blue Mo. He hardly seemed like a cruel individual. Blue Mo's expression darkened. Enough with the nonsense. Let us get down to business. With that, he placed 2 blue gems before the youth, asking, how much can I exchange for these? The youth's eyes sparkled as he eagerly grasped the gems, exclaiming, where did you acquire such precious items. Do you have more? Even if I did, I would part with them. Blue Mo retorted defiantly. Just tell me the price. Hand over the money, and you can take them. If not, you can forget about it. Blue Mo's demeanor shifted dramatically. It seemed the moment the youth had called him ruthless, he ceased to smile. His entire presence now exuding an aura of tension. The youth grinned mischievously. At most 5 million. I can't offer any more, or I'll be a loss. That's not ideal. I suddenly have no desire to exchange. Blue Mo warned, do not think for a moment that you can take them back. Here with me, there is no option for return. Blue Mo sneered. Do you think you can keep what I wish to take? The youth furrowed his brow. So you're relying on me, old man? 7 million. Any more and I truly incur a loss. Deal. Show me the money. Blue Mo extended his hand. The youth looked at him with disdain, tossing a pure gold card onto the table. 14 million. Check it yourself. Now leave if there's nothing else. Don't obstruct me, the youth scolded before turning back to his own affairs. These two were akin to a pair of lively treasures. Yu Yanlan had become a mere spectator, remaining silent throughout, feeling as though her visit was in vain. Blue Mo, who clearly could have come alone, insisted on bringing her along, seemingly unfazed by the extra effort. As she contemplated this, she followed closely behind Blue Mo, and when she regained her senses, they had already arrived at the edge of the trees. Blue Mo held up the card, stating 14 million exactly. I verified it. How did you check? Yu Yanlan arched an eyebrow. Are you so familiar with this place? Do you often come here? The people inside are from other realms. The old man is a friend of mine who has settled here, so I've visited a few times. The sudden clarity with which Lan Mo conveyed the information caught Yu Yanlan off guard. Would have been a mere casual inquiry turned into an unexpected revelation. Given her understanding of Lan Mo, she had anticipated a more reticent response. Yet he had indeed divulged quite a bit, a veritable slap in the face. Realizing this, she inquired, by the way, is this card similar to the ones in this world? Do they function in the same manner? Lan Mo retrieved her phone from Yu Yanlan's pocket, channeling spiritual energy into the golden card which he then affixed to the device. In an instant, the golden card vanished into thin air, and her phone vibrated momentarily. Upon checking, she discovered that 14 million had been seamlessly transferred to her bank account. This maneuver was truly impressive. Chapter 86. Mutual Destruction with a Triumphant Smile. Lan Mo inquired, so how's the money? Is it easy to earn? Not too bad, Yu Yanlan replied, swiftly making her way to the school. Although Lan Mo's teleportation was quite useful, the crowded school environment posed a risk. If anyone were to witness it, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar. Upon arriving near the school, Yu Yanlan landed gracefully and hurried inside. Wu had been lingering beside the two girls, listening to their chatter, finding it exceedingly tedious. However, as soon as Yu Yanlan appeared, the eyes of all three lit up. Wu thought to himself that he would no longer have to endure their dull conversations. While the two girls were primarily preoccupied with thoughts of money. Xiaolan, how did it go? Wu asked with concern. Yu Yanlan gestured for her to sit down and prompted the two girls to take out their phones. They provided their account numbers, and soon, two sums of 1 million each were transferred into their accounts. Staring at the 6 trailing zeros, the two girls were initially incredulous. After pinching each other to confirm they were not dreaming, they leaped in excitement, oblivious to the stares from their classmates. In the midst of their exhilaration, 2 beams of white light slowly drifted towards Yu Yanlan. Suddenly, a powerful force tore one of the beams apart, scattering it in all directions. Yu Yanlan's expression hardened as she pursued it, sensing no discernible source. The white light divided into several fragments, each drifting away from different locations. In the catacombs, Lan Mo's expression grew grave. Follow me, he commanded, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away. Just because Yu Yanlan could not perceive it, did not mean he couldn't. Wu Yu, go find Yu Cheng and the others, and make sure not to get separated, Yu Yanlan instructed before she dashed out as well. Once outside the school, she focused on the faint trace of Lan Mo's presence, which guided her along his path as she darted across the rooftops. Before long, she spotted Lan Mo on the adjacent rooftop. She landed beside him, where a long-haired woman was casually leaning against the edge of the rooftop. A swirling mass of white light continued to merge into a cloth bag by her side, until a complete essence of spiritual energy entered, prompting the long-haired woman to gather the bag. Casting a dismissive glance at Lan Mo and Yu Yanlan, she remarked, with such an aggressive demeanor, "I assume you're here for this meager spiritual energy?" Noticing their silence, she chuckled. I thought such fools who exchange spiritual energy no longer existed. It seems I've stumbled upon some. This feeling of reaping the benefits is quite delightful. You must consider that taking from others means you should also anticipate a day of repayment," Yu Yanlan retorted coldly. For some inexplicable reason, the moment Yu Yanlan laid eyes on this woman, an unsettling discomfort washed over her, accompanied by a foul, fishy odor, leading her to refrain from being courteous. "The moment it enters my possession, it is mine. There is no logic in returning it," the woman said, her elongated tongue gliding across her lips. She then turned her gaze towards Lan Mo, asking, "I assent that's so. Handsome?" Lan Mo shot her a sidelong glance and barked, "You had better hand over the spiritual energy. Then come and take it if you have the ability," she taunted, her laughter echoing as both she and the bag vanished from sight, yet the foul odor lingered, confirming her presence remained. Yu Yanlan gathered her spiritual energy in her hands, poised and ready for battle. As Lan Mo closed her eyes, her nostrils flared slightly, and a sphere of violet flames ignited in her hand, shooting towards the right. A startled gasp accompanied the scent of charred flesh. The woman materialized, a portion of her hair singed away, stamping her feet in fury. "You dare to burn me? I'll devour you. Just try." Yu Yanlan grasped her longsword, its blade emitting a faint mist, the very poison left behind by the creature she had previously vanquished. Upon sensing the toxic vapor, the woman's face contorted with rage as she shrieked, "Is it you? You are the one who killed him. I have been searching for you, and now you have come to me." With a deafening roar, the woman's beautiful visage seemed to shed its skin, revealing a skeletal face beneath. Her entire form cloaked in a dark crimson hue, as if she had molted. Her hands and feet elongated, she leaped high into the air, attacking Yu Yanlan with a frenzied assault. Lan Mo pushed Yu Yanlan aside, wielding two flames, quickly forming a complex hand sign. The flames coalesced into a colossal beast that engaged the woman in a fierce struggle. "You go ahead. I will reclaim the spiritual energy," Lan Mo declared, raising her hand. However, the anticipated disappearance did not occur. "I have warned you. Do not let this happen again without my consent. Do you truly wish to part ways?" Yu Yanlan's final words were heavy with meaning as she cast a cold glance at Lan Mo, her longsword twirling in her grasp before she leapt into the fray. A surge of fury coursed through her, and she directed it entirely at the woman. With the assistance of the flame-formed beast, Yu Yanlan maintained the upper hand. Lan Mo realized, to her astonishment, that when one falls for another, they often unconsciously overlook their strength, merely wishing to protect them, yet inadvertently provoking their ire. The woman, unwilling to remain subdued, suddenly retreated, her skeletal visage shrouded in a thick black mist. She let out a piercing laugh, declaring, "Today, even if I perish, I shall avenge him." The fog spread rapidly, and it seemed as if the poison within Yu Yanlan's sword resonated with the mist, attempting to break free from its constraints and merge with it. At the moment the mist touched the longsword, Yu Yanlan felt a jolt throughout her body. Her instinct was to retract the sword, but as she attempted to channel her energy, the sword slipped from her grasp, enveloped by the encroaching mist. Lan Mo gasped in alarm. If the sword were consumed by the mist, Yu Yanlan would suffer catastrophic backlash. Flames ignited anew in her palm, this time a cerulean hue, as she hurled blazing orbs towards the mist. The fiery beast on the ground coordinated with her efforts, leaving the woman in a precarious position. "Retrieve the sword now," Lan Montauk shouted. At that moment, Yu Yanlan found her movements severely hampered. Her body could scarcely withstand the poison. With great difficulty, she pricked her fingertip, and a drop of blood was flung towards the sword ensconced in the mist. The mist emitted a hissing sound. This was the moment. Yu Yanlan retracted her spiritual energy, and the long sword transformed back into her essence, returning to her being, alleviating the oppressive sensation that had enveloped her. With the allure of the toxic energy within the sword dissipated, the mist was swiftly dispersed by Lan Mo's flames. Ah! The woman unleashed a furious cry, her voice rising into the air as her already mutated form began to contort, resembling serpents coiling around her body. In her hand, a semicircular axe materialized, and she swung it towards the fiery beast. With a resounding thud, the creature dissipated into the atmosphere, utterly vanquished. "Soul Axe, do you wish to perish?" Lan Mo inquired, astonished. "Live? Since the day he died, I have harbored no desire to continue existing. If not for the vengeance I seek on his behalf, I would have long joined him. It is all her fault, all her doing. We will soon be free from this place. But it is she who has trapped us here. I vow to take her down with me." The woman screamed, consumed by madness. Chapter 87. This is glory. Lan Mo's expression was gravely serious. The soul axe was unleashed, and blood was inevitable. There was no rationale for retreat. The wielder of this weapon would also face immense backlash, having their spiritual power drained and blood extracted, with the lightest consequence being the preservation of their body and the gravest leading to utter annihilation. The woman hurled the soul axe into the air, sacrificing her own spiritual energy solely to deliver a final, devastating blow to Yu Yanlan. Lan Mo focused intently, swiftly forming a hand seal, and conjured a wall of flames to shield Yu Yanlan. He then confronted the soul axe directly, which pulled him in with an irresistible force. "Lan Mo," Yu Yanlan bellowed, redirecting her fury towards the woman. If the woman perished first, the sacrificial ritual would fail. With a single strike, she shattered the fire barrier Lan Mo had erected, leaping forth with an agility that surpassed all limits, so swift that even the soul axe's pull could not grasp her. Yu Yanlan aimed for the woman's vital point, thrusting her sword forward. Giggling, "You think you can kill me? Dream on." The woman's figure vanished before Yu Yanlan's eyes, her sinister laughter echoing ominously around. Suddenly, a tempest arose. Yu Yanlan felt her internal spiritual energy being forcibly siphoned away. The power of the soul axe was unfathomable. The force contained within the axe grew increasingly potent, culminating in a blinding flash of white light. With a thunderous boom, the scene before Yu Yanlan gradually shifted from white to a deep crimson. All sounds faded into silence. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water droplets began to resonate in her ears, splashing against her face, cold and piercing. Slowly, Yu Yanlan opened her eyes. The scenery had transformed. The woman, Lan Mo, and the towering buildings had all vanished. Before her lay a lush green forest, adorned with vibrant flowers and familiar scents, beneath a familiar sky and gentle drizzle. A tear unconsciously slipped from the corner of her eye. Was this not her homeland, the spirit realm? The place she despised the most was also the one she longed for the most. "Am I back?" she whispered, attempting to call out for Lan Mo. No response came. Summoning her cat stone, she observed all four colors intact, and she had regained her true form. A chill swept through her heart, as if the city of Z had never existed at all. To discern which reality was genuine, she knew she must return home. In the spirit realm, Yu Yanlan's strength was formidable. On her way back, villagers greeted her warmly, showing her a measure of respect. Yu Yanlan maintained a stoic demeanor until she reached her home, a thatched cottage where a woman sat in the yard, cheerfully preparing ingredients for lunch. "Mother." Tears welled uncontrollably in Yu Yanlan's eyes as her voice cracked. The woman looked up, her smile radiating warmth. "Little Lan, you're back. Come in, mother is making dinner." In that moment, Yu Yanlan found herself reluctant to discern where home truly lay. If this were a dream, she wished to remain in slumber. If it were reality, she sought only to live simply with her mother, far removed from the strife of the world. Seated upon the familiar wooden bench, still warm from the woman's presence, Yu Yanlan quietly observed her mother's diligent movements, longing for nothing more than this simplicity. "Xiaolan, you are to return to the battlefield tomorrow. Your father said he would come back to see us." The woman's voice resonated from a distance. The mention of the battlefield caused Yu Yanlan's body to shudder, familiar memories flooding her mind. This battle would mark her final victory, yet it also heralded the onset of death. She yearned to avoid making the same mistakes, to prevent the recurrence of tragedy. "Mother," Yu Yanlan murmured, lost in thought, "I do not wish to go. Let's leave this place." "What troubles you?" the woman inquired with concern. "Nothing. I'm simply weary of the bloodshed. I long to live a quiet life with you." The woman's face brightened. "Really? You desire a tranquil existence?" Yu Yanlan nodded, and the woman's joy intensified, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Wonderful. As long as you are on the battlefield. I live in constant fear. Such matters belong not to girls like you. If you do not go, then do not go." "Yes, I shall not go." Yu Yanlan smiled faintly. What could be more delightful than spending peaceful days with her mother? "Impossible." A deep, thunderous voice interrupted from behind. A man, his hair streaked with gray, approached Yu Yanlan, his expression impassive. "You are a commander. Will you abandon your post? When you chose this path, you should have understood that there is no turning back. Even in death, you must fulfill your duty." "Old man, what are you saying? Xiaolan is your daughter." The woman retorted angrily. "Precisely because she is my daughter, she cannot bring me shame. She cannot disregard the lives of countless beings in the spirit realm." The man's brow furrowed like the edge of a sword. "If you wish to be a deserter, I would not hesitate to uphold justice against kin. Then you may extinguish me first." The woman stood her ground, her fury palpable as she confronted the man. Observing their quarrel, Yu Yanlan found it deeply ironic. The man before her, her father, had never shown her any care. Even when she was battered and bruised, he merely proclaimed, "This is glory." At the moment of her death, this so-called father had not even shown his face. Why? Why did he utter such words? "Is it only in my death that you will find honor?" Yu Yanlan's voice quivered as she lowered her gaze. The man remained silent for a long while, his tone softening considerably. "Nevertheless, you must go to the battlefield tomorrow. If the spirit realm loses, it is not only you who will perish, but also your mother." "How fine, I will go." Yu Yanlan forced a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, after years of effort to become a commander, if she did not go and the spirit realm was defeated, the Spirit Cat clan would surely face a dire fate. She could go, she could conquer, but as long as she did not return alive, those calamities would never come to pass. A fleeting shadow of guilt crossed the man's eyes as he turned to leave, having barely warmed the home before departing. The woman, still fuming, did not attempt to hold him back. "Mother, I am hungry. Is dinner ready?" Yu Yanlan asked sweetly, as though nothing were amiss. The woman felt a pang of sorrow, realizing her inability to change their fate. In the moment she turned away, her eyes brimmed with tears, and she discreetly shed a few drops before bringing forth the meal. The two individuals shared a warm meal together, a sensation not felt for a century. To experience it once more is sufficient for this lifetime. As night fell, Yu Yanlan, not wishing for the women to witness her sorrow, ventured to the back mountain. Leaning against a tree branch, she gazed upon the star-studded sky, feeling as though a piece of her heart was hollow. As a day passed, the memories in Yu Yanlan's mind became fragmented, increasingly convincing her that her time in City Z was merely a dream, or rather, that those memories were but a fleeting illusion. Only this moment seemed to hold true existence. Since she had come this far, she decided to find peace in it. For if resurrection were possible, then surely such extraordinary occurrences could be embraced. Chapter 88. Better to die than retreat. Yu Yanlan leaned against a tree and unknowingly drifted into slumber. Not far away, a man quietly observed her. He was her father, whose stern countenance bore traces of tears. With a sigh, he settled beneath a tree, guarding her throughout the night. The sunlight filtered through the forest, casting its glow upon Yu Yanlan's face, while a gentle breeze tousled her azure locks, and her crimson eyes sharpened with resolve. Today, in battle, there could be no retreat. Only victory was permissible. Without exchanging pleasantries with the women, Yu Yanlan hastened toward the edge of the forest. The boundary between the demon realm and the spirit realm was delineated by a dark river, with warriors stationed on both sides. Once hostilities commenced, the river would vanish. As Yu Yanlan alighted upon the city walls, the defending soldiers respectfully bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Commander!" Yu Yanlan nodded, inquiring, "What is the situation?" "The demon realm remains still. We are uncertain of their scheming," came the response. Gather everyone, attack. With her command, Yu Yanlan leaped from the city walls, gripping a heavy sword, and was the first to cross the river. Only a handful of demons emerged to confront her as the river disappeared. The soldiers of the spirit realm, having regrouped, followed her lead, adhering to Yu Yanlan's customary principle. There was no strategy, only annihilation. They had braved the battlefield, and none of the spirit cats among them possessed more than 4 lives. Were it not for their 9 lives advantage, they might have perished long ago. The other spirit cats remained oblivious, yet the warriors on the battlefield were acutely aware. Had it not been for Yu Yanlan, the spirit realm would have fallen long ago. Could those high-ranking individuals who indulged in leisurely pursuits continue their carefree existence? In the fray, Yu Yanlan resembled a vengeful spirit, relentlessly wielding her heavy sword without respite. The number of demons steadily increased, while a pall of mist began to spread insidiously from inconspicuous corner. Consumed by bloodlust, Yu Yanlan's hair billowed wildly. Her body streaked with dried blood, now stained anew. "Commander, we have a situation," a startled voice called out, but before the warning could be completed, it was abruptly silenced, followed by a cacophony of anguished cries as Yu Yanlan's comrades were inexplicably reduced to ash. Yu Yanlan paused for a fleeting moment, swiftly identifying the source of the encroaching black mist. "Everyone, withdraw your spiritual energy and focus on evasion." The spiritual energy withdrew in unison, save for Yu Yanlan, who released hers in abundance, drawing the essence of the black mist toward her. Initially relying on fragmented memories of the toxic mist's ability to devour spiritual energy, she was astonished to find it effective. The source of the black mist greedily approached her, and a glimmer of determination ignited in her eyes. Meanwhile, the demon realm's commander observed from a distance atop their city walls. Yu Yanlan had no intention of surviving. She merely sought to eliminate the demon commander, thereby ending it all. As the black mist drew ever closer, she carved a bloody path with her sword, leaping onto the city walls to confront the demon commander in fierce combat. Yu Yanlan soon discerned that the dark energy surrounding him was not fully unleashed, and his gaze frequently darted toward the encroaching mist, his expression darkening. "Yu Yanlan, this course of action serves no benefit for either of us. Retreat," the demon commander urged. Yu Yanlan, would rather perish than retreat. As she spoke, she brought her heavy sword crashing down. The leader of the demon realm frowned, hastily raising a hand to block it. Yet Yu Yanlan's strength only intensified. Should he fail to unleash his demonic energy, he would surely perish at her hands. In that fleeting moment, as his demonic energy surged forth, the mist began to swirl with increasing rapidity, affecting the battling demons below, who disintegrated into nothingness. A smirk graced Yu Yanlan's lips. "So, I was right. You too fear this thing, having brought calamity upon yourselves? How foolish. Once you are dead, the spirit realm shall fall to the whims of our demon clan. To sacrifice for the future of our kind is indeed an honor. You have underestimated the spirit realm. How could a mere being like me uphold the entirety of it? Your calculations have come to naught." Yu Yanlan chuckled bitterly. The demon realm leader gazed intently at her, utterly disbelieving her words. Within the demon realm, the name of Yu Yanlan, the female Rakshasa, had spread far and wide. Some demons even recounted tales of her, while mothers used her as a figure to frighten their children, claiming she bore 7 heads and 6 arms, with a gaping maw that devoured children to enhance her power. In truth, Yu Yanlan had already vanquished hundreds of their leaders. Had it not been for the use of forbidden techniques, he would never have dared to confront her. Initially, he had hoped to intimidate her into retreat, and if he could capture her, that would be even better. Yet, he found that Yu Yanlan remained as reckless as ever. "Yu Yanlan, if this continues, we shall only bring mutual destruction. Why don't we each take a step back and postpone our battle?" The demon realm leader urged anxiously. Yu Yanlan retracted her heavy sword, transforming it into a nimble blade, and contemptuously replied, "Whether we suffer mutual destruction is still uncertain." Channeling all her spiritual energy into the sword, as the mist approached, she plunged it into the demon realm leader. He let out a piercing scream as the mist completely engulfed his demonic energy. "Are you not afraid of overindulgence?" Yu Yanlan seized the opportunity to hurl several demons from the city tower into the mist, then retracted her spiritual energy entirely, leaping down from the tower, and proclaimed loudly, "The demon realm leader is dead. Victory belongs to the spirit realm." Cheers erupted across the battlefield, causing the demons of the demon realm to falter, releasing their demonic energy, which the mist consumed one by one. Although the losses on Yu Yanlan's side were not as severe as those of the demon clan, they were not without their own toll. Their spiritual energy remained sealed, struggling against the fully unleashed demonic energy of their foes. Suddenly, the pace of the mist's consumption began to slow, accompanied by a sensation of impending rupture. Could it truly be overindulgence? Is it possible to burst? A spark of realization illuminated Yu Yanlan's mind. Release all spiritual energy, and let us strike. With that, she unleashed her spiritual energy fully, drawing the mist towards her. The mist's movement slowed further, and as Yu Yanlan had already felled a significant number of demons, it drifted lazily towards her, absorbing her spiritual energy. She showed no intention of retracting her energy. Rather, she wished to observe when this fog would finally reach its limit. As her energy gradually diminished, Yu Yanlan frowned. She had already expended a considerable amount, and yet this mist showed no signs of bursting. Just as she contemplated capturing a couple of demons to replenish her energy, the mist ceased its absorption. A mere wisp of mist twisted into several grotesque forms before exploding with a thunderous boom, sending out a radiant shockwave that swept across everything, including Yu Yanlan. The sky blazed blindingly bright as the demonic realm retreated, leaving the spirit realm with only half its forces surviving, thanks to the blessing of 9 lives. Cheers erupted incessantly. Yu Yanlan felt a sharp, splitting pain in her head, her mind ringing as if struck by a bell. Only after massaging her temples did the agony subside. The river boundary between the two realms reappeared, and the demonic forces abandoned their stronghold in haste. Victory belonged to the spirit realm, and the news spread swiftly to every corner. Soon after, a ceasefire agreement arrived from the demonic realm, its contents stirring discontent among the higher echelons. It read, "By the oath of our ancestors, the demonic realm swears this. So long as Yu Yanlan, the female Rakshasa of the spirit realm, remains within its borders, we shall not set foot within 100 paces of the river boundary. Never again shall we wage war." Chapter 89. Has she become a traitor? An elderly man cast the armistice decree onto the ground in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "It is merely a mutated spirit cat. Yet it has become the reason for the truce with the demon realm. What is she, after all? Esteemed elder, I have heard that not only do the soldiers heed her alone, but the common folk also regard her as the guardian spirit of the spirit realm." A middle-aged man added fuel to the fire. "This is infuriating, that Yu Yanlan cannot be allowed to live. If those in power learn of this, what will become of me as an elder?" The old man furiously stomped on the armistice decree twice. "Elder, she is just a mutated spirit cat. Why bother with her? We could simply fabricate a crime and expel her," suggested the middle-aged man. "Expel? Do you think it's that simple?" The old man bared his teeth and shouted, "Did you not see what is written on that decree? As long as the female Rakshasa Yu Yanlan remains in the spirit realm, they will not attack. If we expel her, will you take up the fight against the demon realm?" The middle-aged man realized he had misspoken and fell silent. "Elder, I happen to have a plan," interjected a bald, cold figure. "Do share," the elder urged. The bald man gestured for them to gather closer and whispered, "Let us amend the armistice decree and disseminate it. We will accuse her of a crime against the demon realm, publicly claiming her expulsion, while secretly preparing to sacrifice her at the altar." He added, "Moreover, this matter is a disgrace to the spirit realm. It must not be disclosed to anyone. In this way, will the foolish demons be able to ascertain whether she is truly present or not." Upon hearing the suggestion, a fierce glint flashed in the elder's eyes. "Yu Yanlan, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Blame instead your own brilliance." The elder turned to the bald man. "You shall take charge of the armistice decree." The bald man responded with a smile that promised success, picked up the decree, and departed. Yu Yanlan and her companions returned triumphantly to the spirit realm, receiving endless praise from the spirit cats along the way. Everyone had heard of the armistice decree and was filled with excitement, chanting, "Guardian Spirit, Yi Yanlan, Guardian Spirit, Yi Yanlan." In that moment, she felt that all her efforts had not been in vain, and a sense of joy enveloped her. Upon returning home, the women wept tears of joy. Her daughter would no longer have to face the battlefield, and they could finally live a peaceful life. Xiao Lang, I heard that the demon realm sent the armistice decree because of you. Yu Yanlan smiled gently. Mother, this is the merit of all our soldiers, not just mine. Moreover, I disdain such accolades. All I wish is to share a joyful life with you. Indeed, our Shaolin is above such trivialities. The woman replied sweetly, brushing aside the fallen strands of hair from Yu Yanlan's face. Your father spoke in anger yesterday. Do not hold it against him, all right? What did he say? Did my father come back yesterday? Yu Yanlan inquired, astonished. The woman did not respond, merely smiling gently. What? Still upset with him? Seeing the seriousness on her mother's face, Yu Yanlan was at a loss for how to continue. It was evident that her father had indeed returned. Yet she could not recall it, not forgotten, but rather entirely absent from her memory. Yu Yanlan shook her head, dismissing her thoughts, and changed the subject, saying, Mother, I am hungry. All right, I shall prepare something, her mother replied. After they had dined, Yu Yanlan engaged in conversation with the women for quite some time, her eyes occasionally glancing towards the courtyard as she awaited her father's return. Surely, her valor in battle had brought him honor. He should be coming home more often now, she mused. However, as dusk approached, her anticipation turned to disappointment. Her father did not appear. With a heavy heart, she retreated to her room. Lying on the wooden bed, Yu Yanlan exhaled deeply, a weight in her chest, as if she had forgotten something of great importance. Moreover, her mother had mentioned that her father had visited the previous day, yet she had no recollection of it. Yu Yanlan struggled to recall what she might have overlooked. Fragments of memories had inexplicably surfaced during the battle, but now they eluded her. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if she had been mistaken. Perhaps there were no memories at all. A dull ache throbbed in her head as she peered into her mother's room, now asleep. She ventured outside to catch her breath. Yu Yanlan, a sharp voice echoed in her mind. She glanced around, but aside from herself, there was no one in sight. Just as she pondered whether her headache had conjured an auditory hallucination, the urgent call rang out again. Wake up! Turning around, she still saw no one. Who is it? Yu Yanlan asked aloud, immediately mocking her own curiosity with a smile. If someone were indeed here, she would have noticed. The voice fell silent thereafter, and, lulled by the gentle breeze, she succumbed to slumber upon a patch of grass. Suddenly, icy snowflakes landed upon her face, jolting Yu Yanlan awake. Frowning, she realized it was not a snowy day, yet thick flakes were tumbling from the sky like goose feathers. A sense of foreboding washed over her, and she hurried back home. The courtyard was in disarray. Even her mother's cherished flowers lay uprooted, dirt strewn about. Mother, Yu Yanlan called out, receiving no response. Panic surged within her as she rushed inside, searching frantically for anyone. The interior had become a scene of devastation, with traces of fresh blood lingering in the air. The scent was unmistakably her mother's. Driven by desperation, Yu Yanlan dashed outside to search again. Nothing. Still nothing. Eventually, she found herself at a tea stall, where the spirit cats, who had always regarded her as their guardian, regarded her with disdain upon her arrival. How foolish we were to have considered her our protector. She is nothing but a traitor. One scoffed. Indeed, a traitor colluding with the demon realm. Another chimed in. Lower your voices. If she hears you, beware of her wrath. Yet another warned. We speak the truth. If she strikes, we shall not hold back. The group raised their voices deliberately, as if fearing that Yu Yanlan might not hear them. Yu Yanlan stood bewildered, lost in their words, until an elderly woman, disregarding the protests of the other spirit cats, approached her. Guardian, I do not believe you conspire with the demon realm. You have assured them that you have not betrayed the spirit world. What do you mean? Yu Yanlan inquired, perplexed. The old woman sighed and retrieved a handwritten armistice agreement from her pocket, presenting it to Yu Yanlan. The document revealed that she had negotiated with the demon realm, stipulating that if they ceased hostilities for 2 years upon her ascension to elder, She would conspire with them to annex the spirit realm. Startled, Yu Yanlan's hand trembled, causing the armistice to flutter to the ground. Ignoring the old woman, she leaped toward the heart of the spirit realm, where the elders resided in the city of Ling. Along her path, she was met with whispers branding her a traitor. Some questioned her, while others hurled accusations. Yet in that moment, she had no time for contemplation and pressed on relentlessly toward Ling City. Chapter 90. Conspiracy. As Yu Yanlan arrived outside the spirit city, she was intercepted and apprehended on charges of collusion with the demon realm, forced to wear a binding ring that sealed her spiritual powers. The snow fell increasingly heavy, and the wind grew ever more biting. Yu Yanlan was thrust onto the altar and unceremoniously thrown into a cage. "Where is my mother?" Yu Yanlan anxiously inquired. No spirit cat paid her any heed. They all remained stationed beneath the altar, subjected to the relentless wind and snow. Yu Yanlan, deprived of her powers, was unable even to muster the most basic means of warmth, her hands and feet numb and nearly immobile. Day after day, she languished in the cage on the altar for 3 full days. On the 4th day at noon, the 14 elders finally appeared, seated high in a sheltered area, engaged in hushed deliberations. The eldest elder displayed a facade of regret, lamenting, "Alas, I never anticipated that our warriors of the spirit realm would conspire with the demon realm. It is truly a disgrace to our realm. Do not be overly distressed, great elder. This situation is beyond your control." The bald elder feigned sympathy. Their back-and-forth charades successfully deceived the other elders, who, filled with righteous indignation, unanimously agreed to the execution of Yu Yanlan. A glint of triumph flickered in the eyes of the great elder, who continued to feign sorrow, insisting he did not wish to execute a warrior, uttering similar sentiments. One elder advised, "Great elder, do not grieve excessively. For traitors to the spirit realm, swift execution is preferable. What purpose does it serve to spare her? Ah, dear elders, you may not be aware. This Yu Yanlan is an anomalous spirit cat. Though she possesses only 4 lives, they are remarkably resilient. Otherwise, she would not so easily have become a leader among the warriors." The bald elder interjected. In truth, the bald elder's words were not exaggerated. Although Yu Yanlan had only 4 lives, she was far superior to those spirit cats with 9 lives. "What do you mean?" another elder inquired. The bald elder smiled, clapped his hands, and 2 spirit cats brought forth a woman. "What is this?" an elder asked. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Yanlan on the altar cried out, "Mother!" The woman, in a state of unconsciousness, could not hear her desperate call. "What have you brought her here for? Are we not to execute only her?" The bald elder smirked and shook his head, saying, "We do not intend to kill her. Rather, we aim to compel her to destroy her cat stone, ensuring her soul is shattered and she never returns." "Isn't that rather cruel?" the questioning elder gasped, taken aback. "Typically, our executions merely return them to nothingness, rendering them as void spirits. This time, however, the great elder interjected with a snort. She is, after all, an anomalous spirit cat, unlike ordinary ones. Should she become a void spirit, unforeseen complications may arise. Her soul must be shattered." With the great elder's word, the other elders had no choice but to acquiesce. The great elder cast a glance, and the bald elder hoisted the woman beneath the altar, bellowing, "Yu Yanlan, after deliberation among the elders, we have decided on your execution. Destroy your cat stone." Yu Yanlan, who had initially regarded the situation with disdain, froze upon seeing the woman, and then, in a frenzy, clutched the bars of the cage. Roaring, "What have you done to my mother? What have you done to her?" She merely succumbed to a temporary slumber. "However, should you disregard my warning regarding the self-destructive feline stone, this sleep of hers may indeed last a lifetime." The bald man chuckled coldly. With cracked lips, Yu Yanlan let out a trickle of blood, asking, "On what grounds do you condemn me?" "Simply for colluding with the demon realm in a bid to usurp the spirit realm." "I did not. This is a false accusation. The terms of the ceasefire were crystal clear. Do you still wish to argue?" The bald man's voice boomed, deliberately ensuring that all the elders heard him, hoping they would not show mercy regarding Yu Yanlan's self-destruction. Have you never considered that perhaps the demon realm is intentionally sowing discord to facilitate an attack? Yu Yanlan continued to plead. At that moment, the bald man lowered his voice, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Yu Yanlan, you truly are adorably foolish. You possess not a trace of a female demon warrior. I cannot fathom why the demon realm would ever submit to you. You claim that as long as the female demon warrior Yu Yanlan exists, we shall never wage war again. How grandiose of you! In that instant, Yu Yanlan comprehended the situation, her already trembling body shaking even more violently. You have framed me? Why? If blame is to be laid, it is due to your being an aberrant spirit cat, which is immensely unappealing. Is it because I am an aberrant spirit cat that you seek to harm me? Yu Yanlan laughed in anger. I have fought for centuries without flinching, all for the acceptance of my identity. While I bled on the battlefield, you were reveling in pleasure elsewhere. Why do you have to frame me for my identity? Hush! The bald man gestured for silence, then pointed at the woman beside him, saying, I have no time to waste on your drivel. Will you choose the self-destructive feline stone, or shall you watch her perish before your eyes? The choice is yours. A heaviness settled in Yu Yanlan's heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. She glanced at the elders, who appeared to find her execution a source of great amusement as they chatted, sipped tea, and savored delicacies, ultimately enjoying the spectacle. Suddenly, Yu Yanlan burst into laughter, her heart burning with rage. She had joined the fight at the tender age of 10. Now, at a century old, not a single spirit she fought to protect believed in her, and those elders, living in comfort, indulged themselves without a care for the war, once having told her she was the hope of the spirit realm. Yet now, they demanded her self-destruction, leaving no path for retreat. I, spirit cat Yu Yanlan, am not a traitor. Yu Yanlan summoned all her strength to roar at the elders. Blindness of the eyes can be cured, but blindness of the heart is a grievous affliction. You are all fools. Ah! Yu Yanlan screamed as the halo around her hand shattered, her spiritual power fully restored. With crimson eyes fixed on the bald man, she spoke in a detached tone, Release my mother. The bald man's heart raced. His previously relaxed grip tightened, and he drew a dagger, pressing it against the woman's neck, threatening, You! Hurry and make your move. The elders were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief, astonished that Yu Yanlan would react so fiercely, refusing to admit her own faults even in the face of death. Yu Yanlan exhibited no intention of engaging in combat. Rather, she advanced step by step towards the bald figure, exuding an intimidating aura of slaughter. No one noticed the elder's fingers, concealed behind his back, had been cut, as a slight movement at the fingertip caused the woman's eyelids to flutter, and she gazed intently at Yu Yanlan. You have conspired with the demon realm, plunging the spirit realm into unjust chaos. You deserve nothing less than death. Do you still wish to resist? Yu Yanlan was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile as she replied, Mother, I did not. Silence. Do not delay in offering your life as atonement. Do not further disgrace us. Each word from the woman dripped with disdain, denying Yu Yanlan even the chance to explain herself. Chapter 91. I had a dream, Yu Yanlan smirked mockingly, casting a deep glance at the woman before summoning the cat stone. The vibrant, multicolored cat stone hovered in midair, reflecting the white snowflakes in a kaleidoscope of hues. Mother, are you like father as well? Yu Yanlan's voice dripped with cold disdain. Why don't you trust me? Suddenly, the glaring sky grew dark, and the elder's fingers twitched in surprise, realizing that the woman was beyond his control. Panic seized him as he shouted, Kill her, mother! The bald man, flustered, raised his dagger to slice through the woman's throat, but she unexpectedly smiled with a sense of relief, a smile that imprinted itself in Yu Yanlan's memory. Don't! Yu Yanlan cried out desperately. The bald man hesitated, nearly dropping the dagger, gripping it tighter in fear. Stay back. The woman had intentionally provoked Yu Yanlan, hoping to incite her rebellion and grant her a chance to survive. At this moment, she would not fulfill their wishes. Instead, she pressed the dagger against her own throat. Yu Yanlan rushed toward her, leaving the bald man in a state of confusion. The elder's expression hardened, blood dripping from his fingertips into his palm. Clenching his hand, the woman was suddenly lifted into the air, drawn toward him by an immense force. He deftly extracted the woman's cat stone, enveloping it in his spiritual energy, and addressed the frenzied Yu Yanlan. I shall see whether you reach me first or she perishes. With that, he tightened his grip on the cat stone and added, Yu Yanlan, will you destroy your cat stone, or shall I destroy her? The choice is yours. The woman shook her head, about to speak, but the elder swiftly struck the back of her neck. Her gaze became fixed, her voice silenced, her eyes wide with anguish. Yu Yanlan halted at the altar. No matter how swift she could never outpace the elder's hand. Enough. I have devoted myself to the spirit realm, yet it desires my demise, she lamented, bitterness coating her words. In this vast spirit realm, what difference does my absence make? Still, I refuse to perish under the gaze of you blind fools. Though she voiced her defiance, her hand rose, and the cat stone radiated brilliance, its 4 colors separating in a dazzling display. Mother, forgive me. As she clenched her fist, a thunderous explosion erupted. The cat stone shattered, its 4 colors transforming into ash, and piercing white light broke free from the dark red sky. Snow continued to fall, passing through Yu Yanlan's gradually translucent form. Xiaolan! A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the woman as she broke free from the elder's hold and leaped toward Yu Yanlan. If she could transfer half her life to her daughter, she could be reborn. This was her plan. However, just as she was about to reach Yu Yanlan, another explosion reverberated, and the woman stared in shock at the vanishing figure of her daughter. Xiaolan, it is not you who is wrong, but their vanity. The woman dissipated like smoke before Yu Yanlan, who glared fiercely at the elder with blood-red eyes, a torrent of rage surging through her entire being. She yearned to annihilate them all, every last one of them, all the inhabitants of the spirit realm. She could not voice her cries. Her fury was a solitary burden, eventually dissipating with the wind, leaving nothing but emptiness and loss. Yu Yanlan, awaken! Yu Yanlan! The refrain echoed in her ears. Who could it be? With great effort, Yu Yanlan lifted her eyelids, heavy as lead, revealing a visage of remarkable beauty, those violet eyes strikingly familiar. Yu Yanlan, do you not yearn for vengeance? Huh, of course I do, with fervor, but I'm already dead. Words failed her, and she could only respond within her heart. You are a female Rakshasa. How can you concede defeat so easily? Rise. As long as there is breath in you, do not succumb to despair. Do you know where your father has gone? Do you comprehend why he has not returned home? Do you not wish to uncover the truth? Each admonition reverberated within her heart. Her mother was gone. What of her father? He could not perish as well. He must not. With a surge of resolve, Yu Yanlan bolted upright. The scene before her shifted, and she found herself atop an altar, a man charging furiously into a gathering of elders. This man was her father. As he advanced, a group of warriors, those who had traversed the battlefield alongside Yu Yanlan, surged in behind him, plunging the sacrificial site into chaos. Injured and lifeless, these were her soldiers, their strengths vastly unequal. For her sake, they were willing to forsake their very lives. Yu Yanlan approached, desperate to intervene. Yet each figure passed through her as if she were nothing but a specter, unseen and unheard. Bodies fell at her feet, only to rise and charge forth once more, until their final breaths escaped them, dwindling in number, none spared. These were her brothers who had braved life and death alongside her. They believed in her, understood her, protected her, and ultimately perished because of her. The father she had long misunderstood was merely fighting valiantly for her justice, while those hypocritical old fools were the true villains deserving of demise. Come back. A familiar call echoed deep within her. The world around her slowly blurred, plunging her into darkness. Time passed, though she could not tell how long, until a warm current coursed through her being, a gentle light caressing her cheek. Gradually, she opened her eyes to find Lan Mo's worried face before her, a tear unwittingly trailing down her cheek. Lan Mo, I am here. I had a dream. Lan Mo tenderly stroked her head, gazing at her with deep affection. This is no dream. It is reality. Yu Yanlan tilted her head and asked, What do you mean? Before Lan Mo could elucidate, a piercing voice cut through the air. Why? Why am I not dead? I refuse to accept this. A heart-wrenching, despairing cry erupted, and the woman instantly disintegrated into ashes. a white light swirling from a cloth bag and swiftly entering Yu Yanlan's catstone. Crash! With the woman's vanishing, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Yet all that had been destroyed remained intact, as if nothing had ever transpired. Perceiving the confusion in Yu Yanlan's eyes, Lan Mo elucidated. This is a boundary set by her persona. Otherwise, how could she so brazenly confront us? Yu Yanlan pondered. When you say I am not dreaming, what do you mean? Although the events prior mirror those that transpired in the spirit realm, the scene I witnessed in the end did not occur. It did not transpire. Rather, you failed to perceive it, for at that moment, you had already dissipated. Had I not arrived in time, you would have truly ceased to exist, Lan Mo clarified. The emergence of the soul acts inevitably leads to bloodshed. This is merely a metaphor. Its purpose is not to bring about your immediate demise, but to ensure your complete annihilation within your own consciousness. Chapter 92. Fan sustained severe injuries. Yu Yanlan expressed her astonishment, inquiring, "Are you implying that what I experienced was merely a manifestation of my subconscious?" "One could indeed say that," responded Lan Mo. "Your spiritual awareness is rather feeble, thus allowing it to exploit your vulnerabilities. I merely utilized my connection with the catstone to transmit the sound into your consciousness." A look of concern once again crossed Lan Mo's face as he continued. "Had I not roused you in time, you would have succumbed to the death within your consciousness. At that moment, even multiple lives would have availed you nothing. What I saw in the end was a reflection of your awakening. Therefore, you perceive what I perceived. That is the essence of it." Yu Yanlan gazed somberly into the distance, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "So, there are those who believed in me, who risked their lives for my sake. Yet in the end, I have brought about their demise. You must cultivate your strength further and seek vengeance. Rather than wallowing in guilt here," Lan Mo urged earnestly. "Having endured the invasion of the Axe spirit, your spiritual awareness has significantly advanced. Initially, I intended to assist you in honing your control over it, but it appears that will no longer be necessary. Is this what they call a blessing in disguise?" Yu Yanlan jested suddenly. "Perhaps it is," Lan Mo replied, scratching his head awkwardly. In truth, he could have awakened Yu Yanlan from the moment her consciousness was invaded. He refrained from doing so solely to temper her spiritual awareness, ensuring she would not lose her composure in moments of distress. "How long have I been in slumber here?" Yu Yanlan queried. "Approximately 10 minutes," came the response. Though she had been trapped in her consciousness for 2 days, a mere 10 minutes had elapsed in the real world. It was truly astonishing how utterly irrational circumstances could be. Following this battle, the previous discord between Yu Yanlan and Lan Mo seemed to dissipate like the wind. Together, they returned to school, where the two individuals who received 1 million from Yu Yanlan remained in a state of disbelief, clutching their phones tightly as if fearing that the dream would vanish, taking their newfound wealth with it. Upon observing the closeness between Lan Mo and Yu Yanlan, the girls in the classroom turned green with envy, especially since they had previously harbored grievances against Yu Yanlan, which had only intensified now. Ignoring their fierce glares, Yu Yanlan chose to remain indifferent. Were it not for Wang Ru's presence, she would have rebelled against the confines of returning to the classroom. Wang Ru glanced at Yu Yanlan and the others, shaking her head in resignation. "Do not be late in the future. Come in." As Yu Yanlan settled into her seat, she scrutinized Wang Ru thoughtfully. Given her age, she could hardly inquire directly about her desires, could she? Or perhaps, should she ask outright? It seemed Wang Ru sensed Yu Yanlan's gaze upon her. After casting a brief glance in her direction, her face inexplicably flushed a deep crimson, leaving Yu Yanlan utterly bewildered. Lan Mo teased, "Surely she doesn't harbor feelings for you, does she?" Yu Yanlan shot him an exasperated look. "Why don't you ask her?" Amused, Lan Mo rubbed his nose, deciding not to tease her further. You should now be able to discern individuals imbued with spiritual energy. Indeed, one might say that it is a blessing in disguise. Yu Yanlan replied with a serene smile. Although she had once more endured heart-wrenching pain, she had also witnessed scenes previously obscured from her view, which, though piercing, warmed her heart and fortified her resolve to grow stronger. Regardless of the nature of her desires, she would exert every ounce of her being to fulfill them. Ultimately, She accumulated a full 100 points of spiritual energy, obtained her life spirit, and returned to the realm of spirits, determined to destroy that which she had safeguarded with her life, yet sought to claim her life in return. Buzzing. Yinlin snapped back to reality, retrieving her phone to find an unfamiliar number. At that moment, Wang Ru was still in class, so she had no choice but to hang up. Shortly thereafter, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Wang Ru lingered in the classroom, hesitating to leave as she awaited Yinlin's emergence. The other students exited with solemn expressions, but upon reaching Yinlin, their demeanor shifted to one of warmth. Such behavior was undoubtedly suspicious. "Xiaolan, how are you? Are you adjusting well today?" Wang Ru inquired. "Not too bad." Yinlin feigned ignorance. "Is there something on your mind, teacher?" Wang Ru's face flushed crimson as she spoke, her words contradicting her heart. "Oh, it's nothing much, just concern. Yes, just a little concern, after all. I know your father." "Teacher, you don't have feelings for my father, do you?" Lan Mo suddenly interjected, unabashedly. "And no, absolutely not," Wang Ru stammered, casting a furtive glance around. "Don't speak carelessly. Hurry back." She fled in confusion, her affection for Yinlin's father unmistakable, a fact that Yinlin remained blissfully unaware of. Yinlin cast a sidelong glance at Lan Mo, pondering whether she truly harbored feelings for her father. There was a 90% chance that this was indeed her wish. If that were the case, facilitating their meeting could lead to a gradual development of their relationship. Yet, Yinlin still perceived love as a rather simplistic affair. If one party lacked feelings, forcing a connection would yield no sweetness. As the saying goes, one should choose what suits them rather than settling for something less. Recalling that Wu Yu was still with Fan, Yi, and the others, Yinlin decided to seek them out, momentarily forgetting about the phone call. Lan Mo, now a tangible presence, refused to leave Yinlin's side, silently accompanying her. Before reaching Fan Yi's classroom, they spotted Wu Yu anxiously pacing outside. Upon seeing Yinlin, he rushed over, his eyes filled with urgency. "Xiaolan, Fan Yi has left and hasn't returned yet. He is not answering his phone. What should we do?" "How long has he been gone?" Yinlin asked. "Over 2 hours. He left right after you all left. And I heard from EMO that he was in a foul mood. I've been waiting here for you." While Yin and the others went looking for him as soon as school ended. That Fan Yi, with his fiery temperament, was too quick to anger over trivial matters. After calming Wu Yu's nerves, Yunlin suggested, "Let us split up and search. We can communicate via phone if anything arises." "Okay." Wu Yu nodded in agreement before hurriedly setting off to search. Lan Mo insisted on staying with Yunlin, declaring that Fan Yi was not to his liking and refusing to part ways. Yunlin could not compel him otherwise, and thus both found themselves amidst a blind search. Fan Yi's temperament would not lead him far from here. Yunlin navigated the surrounding areas, scouring each location until she paused near a vendor where a crowd had gathered, each face etched with a grim expression. As Yunlin pushed through the crowd, she beheld Fan Yi lying there, drenched in blood, his breath faint and fleeting. A surge of rage ignited within her. Lan Mo dispersed the throng, momentarily casting aside his own feelings for Fan Yi, and lifted him, retreating to a nearby alley. With a flick of his hand, he conjured a barrier that shielded them from external disturbances and prying eyes. Those outside were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding within. Passing through, as if in a dream, Lan Mo produced a violet celestial pearl, casting it directly into Fan Yi's mouth. In such dire circumstances, there was no time for refinement before infusion. He summoned his spiritual energy to temper the pearl's intensity within Fan Yi's body, striving to render its potency gentler. Another pearl followed, beads of perspiration forming on Lan Mo's forehead. Chapter 93. Waiting by the tree stump for a rabbit, the Yao pearl was gradually being absorbed by Fan Yi, and Lan Mo, using his spiritual energy, managed to dilute its potency for half an hour, allowing Fan Yi to take it in. The wounds on Fan Yi's body were visibly healing, and the blood he had lost was replenishing. With a somewhat pale complexion, Lan Mo said, "I need to rest. I leave him in your care." As he spoke, he withdrew the barrier and returned to the catstone. Had it not been for the reserve of spiritual energy, he He would not have dared to expend such a large amount of power at once, lest he revert to a transparent form. Yu Yanlan sent an address to Yu Cheng and the others, instructing them to come and take the person away. They were nearby and arrived shortly. Upon seeing the blood on Fan Yi, they were taken aback. EMO rushed forward to embrace Fan Yi, bursting into tears. Xiaolan, what happened? Yu Cheng asked gravely. You will know when he wakes up, Yu Yanlan replied, her expression not betraying much kindness as she questioned EMO. That man. Where is he from? Where can he be found? Wu. Which man? EMO sobbed, seemingly unable to comprehend, or perhaps feigning ignorance. Fan Yi groaned softly, his eyelids fluttering, indicating that the Yao Pearl had been fully absorbed and that he was no longer in grave danger. At EMO's call, Fan Yi slowly opened his eyes, scanning each face present, his eyes glistening with moisture as he hoarsely said, I thought I would never see you all again. Yu Cheng, displeased, retorted, What nonsense are you saying? Aren't you fine now? Who did this to you? Fan Yi did not answer, instead turning to Yu Yanlan, resembling a remorseful child. Sister, I'm sorry. You did nothing wrong. Why apologize? It is my fault for making you angry. If you hadn't run out on your own, this wouldn't have happened. EMO wept. Her demeanor was truly touching and elicited a sense of affection. Only Fan Yi, in his naive way, consoled her. For Yu Yanlan, regardless of what she did, her perception of EMO would remain unchanged. Seeing Fan Yi like this only heightened Yu Cheng's irritation. Stop indulging in sentimental talk and answer me. Who did this to you? Fan Yi cast a glance at EMO, miffed, and replied. It was the man who caused trouble in pursuit of EMO. A flicker of panic quickly crossed EMO's face as she indignantly declared. How dare he do this to you? I will definitely find him and make him pay. Then let us not wait. Let us go now. Yu Yanlan's words rendered EMO speechless. If she refused, all blame would fall upon her, and Fan Yi might even suspect her. Reluctantly, EMO nodded. But I don't know if he will be there. I only heard from a friend that he often appears in that place. That's all right. We will find out once we go, Yu Yanlan said with a half-smile, half-tease. EMO, feeling guilty, nodded and supported the weakened Fan Yi, leading the way to where the man frequently visited. Yu Yanlan exchanged a glance with Yu Cheng, quickly understanding each other's intentions. Yu Cheng, on the way, found an excuse with Mu Xin and left. Yu Yanlan was unconvinced that Yimo could truly lead them to the man they sought. She believed Yimo's intention was merely to instill a sense of urgency in her. Meanwhile, Yu Cheng had returned to the location where Fan Yi had been injured to glean information about that man. His brazen demeanor, coupled with the audacity to harm someone in public without opposition, suggested that his identity and whereabouts were known to some. Eventually, Yimo guided them to a tea house that exuded elegance and sophistication from the outside, and the interior was undoubtedly even more exquisite. It was not that they looked down upon that man. Rather, individuals of his ilk would never set foot in such a place. Wu Yu forced a smile and remarked, This is a tea house. Surely, he wouldn't come here. What do you mean? Are you implying that I am deceiving you? Yimo retorted, her voice rising in indignation. That is not what I meant, Wu Yu replied, feeling wronged. The atmosphere grew tense, and Fanny intervened, saying, Let us not argue. Yimo did say she heard it from someone else, so it's only natural that it may not be accurate. Big sister, perhaps we should return. There will surely be other opportunities to encounter him. At that moment, Yu Yanlan's phone vibrated insistently. Upon seeing it was Yu Cheng calling, a knowing smile crept upon her lips, momentarily startling Yimo. Intentionally setting the call to speaker mode, Yu Cheng's voice resonated on the other end. Xiaolan, I found something. He.S. known as the Brat, a little tyrant from Silver Sea Street, often seen at the Muga Bar. I see. Let us meet at Muga Bar. She replied, hanging up. Observing Yimo's animated expression, Yu Yanlan felt increasingly assured. It seemed she had a peculiar connection to Muga Bar. It had been quite some time since she last visited Chening. I wonder how she is faring now. As they approached Muga Bar, Yimo suddenly clutched her stomach, exclaiming, Xiao, my stomach hurts. You all go ahead. I'll find a restroom and catch up with you shortly. Oh, go ahead. Just take care of yourself. Yu Yanlan said with a cold smile, pulling Fan Yi closer to support him, and added, Hurry back. I'm looking forward to a good show. With that, She led Fan Yi into the bar. Once Yu Yanlan and the others had moved away, Yimo hurriedly made a phone call, murmuring a few words before lingering nearby for a moment before entering. Inside Mugo Bar, Yu Yanlan purposely scanned the bar counter but found no sign of Chening, likely on break. Yu Chung waved her over to the circular table in the center, indicating that since she had sat down, it meant the brat was not present, and they would now wait for him. Whereas Yimo? Yu Chung inquired, peering around but seeing no one. Wu Yi replied earnestly. She is in search of the restroom, due to her stomachache. He bit back the words to tip him off, as Fan Yi was still present. Saying so would only make him uncomfortable. Thus, it sufficed for Yu Yanlan to understand. He will come. There is no need to rush, she reassured, filling her glass with liquor and downing it in one gulp. Observing the astonished expressions of her companions, she asked, Aren't you all drinking? Big sister, I had no idea you could drink so fiercely. Fan Yi exclaimed, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Isn't this how one drinks? She replied nonchalantly. Yu Yanlan cast him a glance, then down another glass. They were all too aware of the lingering effects of such spirits. Even they dared not indulge in this manner. Sipping slowly, one could manage perhaps a bottle, but to consume another would surely lead to oblivion. Fanny gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, impressive. In the future, when friends invite me out for drinks, having you along would be simply perfect. You would outshine them all. Ha. You still find it amusing? Have you truly forgotten the pain after healing your wounds? Yu Chung retorted. Fanny pouted playfully, sticking out his tongue. I take pleasure in it. Chapter 94. Revenge. Yu Chung offered a helpless smile. In his heart, Fan Yi had always been a younger brother, so he merely laughed off the little tantrum he threw. Mu Xin, having previously heard about Fan Yi's situation from Yu Chung, remained perplexed and inquired, Isn't your brother a member of the Hunting Cloud Hall? Why do you never seek his assistance when trouble arises? He is the Vice Hall Master and quite busy. He probably wouldn't even know if I were to perish. Yu Chung replied dismissively. That is nonsense. What brother doesn't care for his sibling? Yu Chung rebuked. Isn't that the truth? Fan Yi muttered in dissatisfaction. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, they soon spotted Emo's figure. Fan Yi waved at her like a fool, and as she approached, he embraced her warmly. Yu Yanlan furrowed her brow, her mind in turmoil. If Fan Yi truly developed feelings for Emo, how would he cope if he later discovered her extraordinary nature or faced betrayal? Have you found that man? Emo asked, feigning nonchalance. Fan Yi responded. We're just waiting for him. As the big sister said, he would definitely come. As time passed, Yu Yanlan had consumed 2 or 3 bottles of alcohol, only to find that it paled in comparison to Chun Ying's concoctions. Emo, unable to sit still, paced anxiously. After 4 or 5 hours, Fan Yi could no longer remain seated. Big sister, perhaps we should not wait any longer and head back. I'm hungry. Then let us depart. I'll take you for a delightful meal, Emo eagerly interjected, linking her arm with his, seemingly eager to leave the place behind. Judging by her demeanor, it appeared that the fellow would soon arrive. Yu Yanlan smiled, unhurried, and took a seat. Just as she finished speaking, a familiar figure entered, settling at the bar and engaging in hushed conversation. The blaring music of the bar suddenly ceased. Moments later, a group rushed into the establishment, persuading the revelers to vacate, promising to cover their tabs. Naturally, they obliged, thrilled by such a generous offer. Yet, not a single person approached Yu Yanlan's table. Once the unrelated patrons had been cleared away, the man, this scoundrel, strolled confidently towards Yu Yanlan and her companions, casually toying with a small switchblade. Upon seeing the unharmed Fan, he was momentarily taken aback before sneering, Oh, isn't this Fanny? What a fortunate fellow you are. It seems I was too lenient. That bastard, Fan Yi cursed, ready to charge forward. He could tolerate being ambushed, but coming so close to losing his life was a vendetta he could not overlook. Do you really think you can take him on? Go ahead. Yu Chung barked, pulling Fan Yi behind him. He addressed the man. Are you admitting that you injured my brother? Indeed, it was I who did it. What are you going to do about it? The scoundrel arrogantly clapped his hands, and his subordinates gathered behind him, numbering at least in the dozens. Suddenly, Emo pushed past Fan Yi and confronted the man, shouting, You scoundrel! You have gone too far. How could you harm someone? Even if Fanny were gone, I could never bring myself to like you. Slap. What greeted her was a resounding slap delivered by a man, who exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? When did it become your place to teach me a lesson? Let me tell you, I have no need for your presence. If you offend me, none of you shall survive." On the surface, Emo appeared dazed from the blow, returning to Fan Yi's side in tears, completely unaware of how easily her tears flowed. Upon witnessing this scene, Mu Xn, who had initially misunderstood her, felt her opinion of Emo shift. Fan E, filled with indignation, rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the man, berating him mercilessly. "You're not even worth mentioning. How dare you strike a woman? You are a beast. No, calling you a beast would be an insult to animals. You are a scoundrel beneath even that." The man, undeterred, retorted, "You seek death." As he brandished a dagger, Yu Chung, standing closest, swiftly pulled Fanny back, causing the man's blade to miss its target. He sneered, "Today, I will make you all kneel before me and apologize." With a sharp whistle, the man signaled his accomplices to advance towards Yu Yen Lan and the others. Emo and Wu Yu were shielded behind Fan E, while Mu Xin was tightly held by Yu Chung. Yu Yen Lan slammed her palm on the table, declaring, "Wait a moment." The man clapped his hands, halting his men, and with an arrogant demeanor, inquired, "What? Are you ready to kneel and apologize?" He then pointed at Fan, adding, "Let him kneel first, and I might consider it." "Dream on." Fan, he spat defiantly. The man, unperturbed, chuckled. "We shall see whether this is a dream soon enough. You talk too much." Yu Yen Lan, languidly rising with the scent of alcohol lingering about her, squinted at the man for a few moments, remarking, "Did no one ever tell you that excessive chatter can lead to a short life? Those who are short-lived are you." He laughed heartily, yet his laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes widening in shock. With a swift motion, Yu Yen Lan struck, and blood erupted from the man's neck before he could react, collapsing to the ground, his eyes wide open, yet unable to utter a sound. Yi Montag screamed in terror. Mu Xen instinctively shielded her eyes, while Wu Yu looked on in horror at the man before them, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. The man's subordinates stood frozen, bewildered, failing to comprehend how their leader had met such a fate in an instant. Yu Yen Lan maintained her relaxed demeanor, offering a nonchalant smile. For those who are short-lived, every extra moment is simply a waste of air. Having witnessed more gruesome scenes of murder committed by Yu Yen Lan, Yu Chung and Fan, he felt little shock, merely a sense of unease. Yu Yen Lan cast a disdainful glance at the man's lackeys, asking, "Who among you wishes to continue fighting?" With their leader incapacitated, the remaining men saw no sense in continuing the struggle. One by one, they began to discard their weapons and flee, prioritizing survival above all else. "Emo, come here." Yu Yen Lan beckoned. Emo shook her head vigorously, clinging tightly to Fan E, unwilling to approach. Yu Yen Lan smiled without a hint of malice, reassuring her. "I won't harm you, so what is there to fear? Fan E, bring her here. I want her to witness the fate of those who harbor ill intentions towards you. Oh, by the way, he just struck you as well, avenging you in a way. So come closer." Yu Yen Lan waved her hand once more. A look of terror flickered in Yemo's eyes, yet she advanced with Fan Yi's company. The blood on the man's neck seemed to have congealed, ceasing to flow. This was, of course, due to Yu Yen Lan's manipulation of her spiritual power. If she intended to instill fear, it must possess a genuine impact. Thus, she called Yemo forward, for if she truly contemplated any harm towards Fanny, she ought to reconsider her intentions. Chapter 95. The 7th Division Fan licked her lips and, in a display of arrogance, kicked the man, taunting, "Oh, why can't you move anymore? Dare to rise again and act fierce." The man's gaze fixated on Emo, words trapped in his throat. Emo, flustered, quickly hid behind Fan. Yu Yen Lan, with a cold smile, picked up the man's dagger and toyed with it, addressing Emo. "I recall you expressing the desire for revenge on Fan Yi's behalf. The opportunity stands before you. It is time for you to demonstrate." She extended the dagger towards Emo, who feigned ignorance, stammering, What do you mean? Isn't this sacred blade meant for you? He nearly killed your boyfriend and assaulted you." Yu Yenlan's words left no room for rebuttal. Fan E, with hopeful eyes, turned to EMO, not genuinely expecting her to take the man's life, but rather to gauge her attitude and alleviate others' opinions of her. EMO stepped back in terror, exclaiming, "I cannot kill anyone. I'm scared. I'm just a girl. I can't do it." "Oh, is that so?" Yu Yanlan swiftly plunged the dagger into the man's heart, driving it deep. He gasped twice and then lay still. "Who told you that girls cannot kill?" Yu Yanlan's mocking smile shot a chilling glare at EMO. In her eyes, a flicker of hatred emerged amidst the terror. Disregarding Yu Yanlan's intentions, as she threw herself into Fan Yi's embrace, crying pitifully as if Yu Yanlan had bullied her. Perhaps there was some truth to that. Yu Yanlan summoned the owner of the wooden grid bar. Each time trouble arose, the owner would hide like a turtle, indifferent to his employees' suffering, inciting considerable frustration. The owner, a middle-aged man with a shiny bald head and a healthy complexion, appeared to be living comfortably. "Miss, how may I assist you?" he inquired politely. Having seen Yu Yanlan lurking in the shadows before, he assumed she had connections with the Dragon Gang and was not to be trifled with. To his astonishment, she had personally executed a man without a flicker of concern. If he inadvertently offended her, he might share the same fate as the man. Fan Yi raised an eyebrow in displeasure, remarking, "I find your demeanor as a boss rather nonchalant, shirking responsibility as if it doesn't concern you. You simply do as you're told. My young lord, I cannot afford to cross her. I must stay hidden. I am but an ordinary person with family to care for. My life is paramount," the owner lamented. Fan Yi scoffed, choosing not to press further. The law of the jungle dictated that the strongest prevailed, a truth he had long accepted. Yu Yanlan inquired, "Why is Chuning absent today? What do you want with her?" The owner's face turned ashen. "I ask you, where has she gone?" Yu Yanlan's sharp command made the owner's complexion grow even paler, fear evident in his voice. She was taken by a group of people. I do not know who they were." Yu Yanlan, furious, raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap. "You better pray she is unharmed. Otherwise, this bar will be the last of your concerns." The boss collapsed to the ground, weakened by his own legs. Had he known that his life would hinge upon a mere Chuning, he should have intervened when she was taken away. Yet, it was too late for regrets. He could only pray for Chunying's safety and hope to preserve his own life. Yu Yanlan suddenly recalled the unfamiliar number from earlier and anxiously dialed it back. After a few rings, the call was answered. "You finally picked up. This is Dudu." Chuning